Chapter 1. The Rebirth of Orochimaru. In the 15th year of Konoha, amidst the autumn winds that whispered through a spacious courtyard overgrown with weeds, a voice called out, "Hey, are you all right? Wake up." As his body was jostled, Orochimaru clutched his throbbing head, forcing his eyes open. Before him stood a ninja clad in a brown-green outfit, adorned with a cat-faced mask and equipped with shuriken at his waist. Who is this person? What happened to me? Why does my head hurt so much? Rubbing his aching temples, a flurry of images flashed through his mind like snippets from a movie, leaving him momentarily stunned. He realized he had transcended into another realm, landing in the world of Naruto he had once watched, and astonishingly, he had become Orochimaru himself. Indeed, his identity was that of Orochimaru in the early years following the tragic demise of his parents. At present, he was merely 5 years old, yet to enter the Ninja Academy and earn the esteemed title of a ninja. Moreover, he had not yet taken Sarutobi Hiruzen as his mentor, nor had he embarked on the path to greatness. Furrowing his brows, Orochimaru silently absorbed the memories and accepted this new reality. Upon his arrival in this world, he found himself transformed into an orphan. Yes, the moment he crossed over coincided with the grim news of his parents' deaths in battle. The Umbu member before him had come specifically to deliver the compensation and remnants of his parents. Being an orphan isn't so bad, at least I won't have to call strangers my parents. His adult mind lingered with sorrow, yet he largely accepted the facts. Seeing Orochimaru awaken, the Umbu member let out a quiet sigh of relief and handed over a modestly sized package. This contains your parents' belongings and the compensation from the village. Please accept it well. Orochimaru glanced inside and held a stack of silver notes, a blood-stained booklet, several shuriken, and kunai. Silently, he tucked them away, his gaze calm as he addressed the Umbu. "Thank you for your trouble." Having grasped the current situation, he readily embraced this unfortunate reality. Now, at the conclusion of the First Shinobi War, various ninja villages were locked in a stalemate, engulfed in flames of conflict and relentless slaughter, with countless lives lost amidst the chaos. Orochimaru's parents had recently perished on the battlefield at the border of the Land of Fire, dispatched by the village for a mission. Such occurrences were all too common, an unfortunate norm. For ninjas, death was their ultimate fate. Even the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, a master of forbidden techniques and a formidable water-style user, had succumbed on the battlefield in the Land of Lightning over 6 months ago. It was evident how merciless the shinobi world truly was. Ordinary ninjas lacking strength were mere fodder in the throes of war. Noticing Orochimaru's acceptance of the package, the Umbu member prepared to depart for his next destination, offering a reminder. "You fainted earlier. Would you like to visit the medical department?" His gaze towards Orochimaru was filled with pity and sympathy. With both parents gone, leaving only Orochimaru as a child, the hardships of life ahead seemed daunting. Especially in this era, an orphan without parental protection would face many trials. Orochimaru shook his head, rising from the ground and brushing off the dirt, declining, "No need. I merely need time to come to terms with this cruel reality. It'll be fine once I gather myself." He rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the sorrow. The original Orochimaru had fallen into a coma due to the inability to accept the loss of his parents. However, after merging with him, the weight of sadness had dissipated considerably. Moreover, issues pertaining to the mind often eluded medical examination, and given the scarcity of resources, a single checkup could deplete a significant portion of his compensation. As a child, he had numerous needs, with no means of earning money, compelling him to allocate his funds wisely. "That's good. Please take care of yourself at home," the Umbu member advised. "Make sure to save your parents' compensation and refrain from spending it frivolously. Do not dwell too deeply in sorrow. We ninjas exist as instruments of killing. Dying on the battlefield is a form of honorable demise. By the way, you are of age to start school. Remember to report to the Ninja Academy the day after tomorrow." The intensifying war had consumed many ninjas, creating an urgent need for fresh blood in the village. The enrollment of children had thus become a top priority. Previously, the graduation interval was 4 years, but given the unstable situation, it might now be reduced to a single year. Everything was for the sake of the village. Only with sufficient new blood could Konoha maintain its status as the premier ninja village. Orochimaru understood this well and calmly replied, "All right, I will attend." Seeing that Orochimaru had regained his composure, the Umbu member turned to leave, vanishing in an instant. After all, many had perished along with Orochimaru's parents, and he had other messages to deliver. Watching the elusive Umbu member, Orochimaru's gaze drifted into a daze. He had arrived in a world of extraordinary power, one he was familiar with the world of Naruto. Ninjas, through rigorous training, refined various attributes of chakra within their bodies, enabling them to unleash an array of ninjutsu. Moreover, there existed not only ninjutsu, but also taijutsu, jinjutsu, sealing techniques, and sage arts. These diverse systems bestowed ninjas with a myriad of capabilities, allowing them to unleash tremendous power, resulting in unparalleled carnage. Ninjas were, indeed, weapons designed for slaughter. This melody and principle had led to the perpetual turmoil and bloodshed within the shinobi world. Consequently, ninjas needed to undertake missions within the village to earn bountiful rewards for their sustenance. While it was exhilarating to observe, Orochimaru felt an odd sensation having crossed into this world. Individuals from his previous life, endowed with extraordinary powers, would likely resort to robbery and seize dominion over others. I must attend the Ninja Academy and learn ninjutsu. This is likely the most accessible path to gaining power within the shinobi realm. With the wisdom of an adult, Orochimaru promptly established his goals and direction. The Ninja Academy served as the place for learning ninjutsu, a conduit for empowerment. As an orphan, he had no choice but to utilize this channel to access ninja knowledge and rapidly enhance his abilities. Based on the original trajectory, Orochimaru would undoubtedly shine brightly upon entering the academy, ultimately becoming a disciple of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Determined, Orochimaru resolved to follow the original path initially, attending school, diligently studying, showcasing his talents and abilities, and once again becoming a disciple of Hiruzen. As a pupil of the Hokage, he would gain access to abundant resources, thereby nurturing his ambition of surpassing his former self. By employing scientific methods to assist his ninja training, Orochimaru believed he could achieve even greater heights. The shadow level was not his zenith, it was merely a new starting point. With memories of his past life, he understood the dark depths of the shinobi world and its treacherous nature. To safeguard himself and his friends, he needed to strive for greater strength and means. After all, calamities in the shinobi world were alarmingly frequent. The Otsutsuki clan, whose descent was unpredictable, loomed ominously. The moonbound goddess Otsutsuki Kagaya sealed away. The sage of six paths, hidden in the pure land, constantly observing the shinobi world. Kurezetsu, who had spent a millennium seeking opportunities to rescue his mother. Uchiha Madara, enticed by Kurezetsu, concealed in the shadows, evolving his Rinnegan. The five great nations embroiled in conflict over resources, along with smaller nations and various malevolent forces eager to seize power. Even in the future, organizations like Akatsuki and Kara would emerge. In this seemingly insignificant place, disasters were rampant, leaving no moment to let one's guard down. Only by mastering power could one truly grasp their life and even their destiny. Gazing at the package in his hands, Orochimaru opened it and perused the stack of silver notes and the booklet within. Is the compensation merely a mere sum of over 100,000? Human life truly seems undervalued. Counting the compensation, Orochimaru sorrowfully realized it was insufficient, barely enough to sustain him for a year and a half. Yet, upon reflecting on the broader environment of the shinobi world and the impending need to become a ninja within a year, he quickly comprehended the reality. Konoha does not harbor idlers. Failing the ninja assessment meant being unable to undertake missions, thus facing starvation. Chapter 2. Exceptional Talent. Orochimaru's start is this dismal as well? I'm truly astounded, Orochimaru lamented. The disparity between his future identity and the present was striking. He was not yet one of the legendary Sannin, nor the mastermind behind Konoha's downfall. At this moment, the young Orochimaru faced even the most basic challenges of life. His gaze drifted to a blood-stained book nearby upon opening it. He was immediately captivated by its contents. The book detailed techniques for chakra extraction, shuriken usage, kunai, throwing methods, and the body replacement technique, among other foundational knowledge. Though these were rudimentary ninja skills, Orochimaru found himself utterly engrossed, lost in fascination. Despite being fundamental knowledge, this was the true strength and means possessed by ordinary civilian ninjas. Typically, ninjas lacked an extensive repertoire of combat techniques, relying instead on basic body replacement and taijutsu skills. Those capable of unleashing powerful ninjutsu, conjuring torrents of water or bolts of lightning, were the pillars of their respective villages. After perusing the book, Orochimaru was astonished to discover he possessed the gift of photographic memory. Not only does he possess an extraordinary memory, but his comprehension and insight are also at their peak. After a mere glance, he effortlessly retains the content, finding no aspect beyond his understanding. Orochimaru's lips curl into a subtle smile as he joyfully remarks, "Is this the archetype of a future scientific magnate? Even without external aids or a golden finger, I can still make my mark." With unparalleled ninja talent and a keen aptitude for research, he knows that, if wielded wisely, these gifts could elevate him to unparalleled strength. As he gazes at the newly acquired chakra extraction technique, Orochimaru cannot resist the urge to experiment. He retreats indoors, following the instructions in the book to begin forming hand seals. Initially lacking finesse, he quickly finds his rhythm after practicing twice. Orochimaru vividly recalls that chakra is a product of the amalgamation of spiritual energy and cellular energy within the human body. In this world, humans possess a vastly superior number of cells and immense potential compared to his previous life. Consequently, children in this realm generally exhibit precociousness, brimming with vigor and vitality. While forming hand seals, Orochimaru diligently attempts to sense the presence of cellular and spiritual energy within himself. He calms his mind, dismissing distractions. Through his relentless efforts and trials, a peculiar force gradually manifests within him. Guided by Orochimaru's will, this force intertwines with his spiritual energy, coalescing under his control. Is this chakra? Truly marvelous, he muses. As he extracts chakra, Orochimaru feels as though he has discovered a captivating new toy, eagerly learning and exploring its properties. He realizes that chakra can flow freely within the body, albeit at a swifter pace through the meridians. This sensation resembles entering a fast lane, accompanied by a slight amplification effect. The ninja world also possesses meridians and acupoints, as well as a dantian. Too bad the dantian cannot store chakra. Is it due to the Buddhist limitations or the nature of chakra itself? Orochimaru attempts to form hand seals, his fingers shifting to draw forth a wisp of chakra, invoking one of the techniques of the three-body techniques transformation jutsu. With a resounding poof, a cloud of white smoke erupts from him. Yet Orochimaru does not transform into anyone's likeness. Too young, insufficient chakra within it was a failure. The single strand of chakra he had just coalesced was completely consumed, but alas, it did not fully take shape. Nonetheless, this attempt reveals to Orochimaru that his innate constitution and talent are indeed commendable. Had he not just gathered chakra, the quantity would have rendered this technique a mere trifle for him. Is this the sensation of genius? Yet, having expended chakra, I find myself truly famished. At that moment, his stomach emits a low growl, a wave of hunger surging from his abdomen. Orochimaru rubs his belly, feeling as though his body has been drained, having expended considerable energy. This sensation is far from pleasant, akin to that of someone who has gone days without food. He rummages through his home, eventually locating the scant remnants of food in the kitchen. However, these provisions are meager, merely a few unsightly, loose rice balls and some shriveled fish jerky. Yet, the urgency of his hunger compels him to devour the little food he has left, chewing and swallowing with care. Finally satiated, Orochimaru feels his energy replenished and his condition improving. He pats his belly, reflecting on the state he found himself in after depleting his chakra, and is filled with profound contemplation. Chakra is indeed a remarkable power, yet it demands an exorbitant amount of energy. It is no wonder that every ninja is a true glutton. Without sufficient intake, the body simply cannot provide adequate nutrition and energy to extract chakra. After a brief respite, Orochimaru surveys the empty kitchen, preparing to venture out in search of fresh provisions. This is a routine he has experienced many times in the absence of his parents. In truth, he is not alone. Many ordinary ninja families face similar circumstances. Children left to fend for themselves at home must cultivate independence from an early age. Family members fare slightly better, as they can rely on one another for support and receive specialized training during their formative years. Such meticulously nurtured talents tend to excel in ninja academies compared to their civilian counterparts. After calculating the costs, Orochimaru withdraws a few silver notes from his meager allowance and steps through the threshold of his home. Clad in white garments with a purple belt cinched at his waist, his delicate, refined features render him an exquisite visage, akin to a finely crafted figurine. As he strolls down the street, his striking appearance easily eclipses that of many others. It seems that this period in Konoha is rather bleak. Has the economy entered a Great Depression? Observing the commercial district, he notes that many shops have shuttered their doors, with only a handful remaining open. Upon entering one, he quickly discovers that the selection is limited and prices are exorbitant. After inquiring, he learns that the turmoil among the 5 great nations has resulted in pervasive danger, instilling fear in everyone. Many merchant caravans, fearing for their lives while traversing the roads, have retreated into their homes, reluctant to venture out to sell their goods. The absence of trade has led to a shortage of food supplies. Moreover, Konoha's militarized management system lacks self-sufficiency, causing prices to soar. In any case, it is ultimately the calamity of war that has brought about this turmoil. Many are now deprived of sustenance, their vision clouded by hunger. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan of the Konoha Police Department possesses formidable strength, ensuring the streets remain safe and preventing the outbreak of looting and violence. Confronted with an era not depicted in anime, Orochimaru finds himself at a loss. However, due to his own feeble abilities, he is rendered powerless to effect change. The repercussions of war are profound. Gazing upon the desolate streets, the sparse passers-by, and the occasional malevolent glances, he understands the gravity of the situation. A child clutching food, traversing the streets, is akin to a lamb among wolves. Thankfully, he resides within the confines of Konoha village. Outside its borders, it is uncertain when one might be accosted and have their freshly acquired provisions snatched away. As he carries a small bag of rice through the streets, he remains vigilant, evading the pursuit of several ill-intentioned individuals, and only breathes a sigh of relief upon reaching home. Konoha village, while not entirely secure, has heightened his awareness. After venturing outside, Orochimaru feels an intensified sense of danger, as though there are unscrupulous individuals plotting against him. This heightened paranoia does not stem from a significant security issue within Konoha, but rather from the exceedingly safe life he led in his previous existence. Having transitioned into an unfamiliar world, he is experiencing a degree of stress. Most crucially, he lacks the means to counter potential threats. Reflecting on the events of the day, Orochimaru concludes that his home is not as safe as he had hoped. He must devise some means of self-defense. A mere door latch cannot deter malefactors, and the scant chakra he has managed to refine offers little protection. Lacking a so-called golden finger, he realizes that to ensure his own safety, he must explore alternative solutions. Others who have traversed worlds possess unique advantages. Why should he be any different? If only he had access to a system akin to a sign-in mechanism, he could soar to great heights. Alas, he must ponder how to proceed. Orochimaru cast a glance at the ninja tool pouch hanging from his waist, within which lay metal shuriken and kunai. As a mere 5-year-old child, he found the shuriken somewhat oversized in his small hands. However, this ninja tool sparked a flicker of inspiration within him, prompting a cascade of alternative ideas. Lacking in ninjutsu, he resolved to rely on technology instead. After all, he was destined to be the genius scientist of the future ninja world. Being so young, with insufficient chakra, the shuriken could not unleash much power. Thus, he decided to apply the scientific knowledge from his previous life to craft weapons for self-defense. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he lifted his leg and turned to stride into the room. Both of his parents were ninjas, which naturally afforded the family a certain degree of prosperity, resulting in a residence that was somewhat more spacious than those of others. Passing through the corridor, he stepped over the threshold of the bedroom, and after navigating a corner, he arrived in the side chamber. Orochimaru pushed open the door, revealing a modest storeroom. It could also be deemed a laboratory. Within this humble laboratory, various items were haphazardly arranged, housing numerous materials and several tomes. These were the belongings left behind by Orochimaru's father, who often engaged in small inventions and creative pursuits within. Orochimaru's scientific aptitude did not emerge from thin air. It can be attributed to the inheritance of his father's talent. However, his father's abilities were not particularly remarkable, and in terms of research achievements, he pales in comparison to Orochimaru, resulting in a lack of significant inventions. Furthermore, the creations he developed were hardly exceptional. In Orochimaru's eyes, they were utterly useless. After all, the current Orochimaru stands upon the shoulders of a more advanced technological world. The laboratory is adorned with an array of tools and materials, alongside several unfinished experimental apparatuses and items. Orochimaru cast a discerning glance, and his eyes gleamed with intrigue. Splendid. This laboratory is replete with materials, perhaps even containing what I require. Should the supplies prove sufficient, I could indeed fabricate a powerful electric stun gun for self-defense. Orochimaru reminisced about the memories of his past life, discovering the method for crafting a stun gun within those recollections. It was knowledge acquired in his previous existence, and fortunately, it had not faded from his mind. The young figure of Orochimaru wandered restlessly within the laboratory, meticulously sifting through various items. With practiced ease, he picked up materials one by one, observing them intently while envisioning structural diagrams in his mind. Orochimaru's exceptional scientific aptitude and talent allowed him to swiftly familiarize himself with the majority of materials and their applications in his experiments. Copper, iron, aluminum, and chakra metal conductors the size of a fingernail were not in short supply. In fact, they were rather abundant. After taking inventory of the materials, Orochimaru conceived a unique weapon in his mind, a blueprint for an electric shock gun. He envisioned utilizing the materials in the laboratory to construct a generator, subsequently storing the energy in batteries. In combat, he would merely need to activate the switch to unleash a surge of electricity. Imagine generating power without the need for hand signs or lightning release chakra, making it effortless to incapacitate one or two ordinary individuals. Even a ninja, caught off guard, could easily be brought down. This illustrates the inherent flaw in the ninja world, where high offense often comes at the expense of low defense. Due to an imperfect developmental system, even the most elite warriors could fall victim to a mere kunai. Indeed, I am a genius. Having gathered sufficient materials, I am ready to act. Orochimaru retrieved a palm-sized aluminum sheet and placed it upon the scratched workbench. With deft precision, he selected a saw and began to fashion the aluminum into a more suitable size. Once the transformation was complete, Orochimaru grasped a file and meticulously smoothed the edges of the aluminum sheet until they were even and polished. Next, he procured a copper tube, which he skillfully bent and twisted into a coil shape through the application of various tools. After accomplishing this, he tightly wrapped the coil with copper wire, ensuring an even distribution to secure it firmly in place. When all was in order, he connected the aluminum sheet, copper tube, and an iron block, thus creating a cohesive structure. This should suffice, he mused uncertainly as he gazed at the generator before him. Aesthetically, it resembled the device he had observed in a previous life on Doin, employing metal electromagnetic induction to generate electricity. As he contemplated this rudimentary power generation tool, a surge of excitement welled within him. He engaged in the cyclic motion of electromagnetic induction, extending his slender hand to grasp the handle, and began a continuous rotational movement. With each repetition of his actions, a dazzling blue arc of electricity leapt forth from the aluminum sheet, accompanied by a sizzling sound. He had succeeded. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile graced his lips as he let out a jubilant cheer. In that moment, he finally felt a sense of relief. Previously, he had been apprehensive that the technology of his past life might diverge from that of the ninja world, rendering it unusable. However, now that electricity had been manifested, it appeared that the fundamental rules of this world were indeed consistent, alleviating his concerns. Ironically, the technological landscape of this world had been skewed. On one hand, The scientific advancements in the ninja realm were often overlooked. On the other, the unique influences of ninjas and chakra had distorted the technological development. To generate electricity, one could simply employ a lightning release jutsu, negating the need for studying physical electricity generation. 4 high-temperature flames, amplifying fire release chakra sufficed, and little attention was given to the characteristics of fire. This back and forth led to a peculiar misalignment in the technological progression of the ninja world. Moreover, he realized he would need to create a few batteries as well. Orochimaru paused in his actions, attempting to construct a battery. The method for creating such a device was straightforward, and he swiftly replicated it with precision. However, perhaps due to the differing rules of the two realms or the quality of materials used, the battery exhibited an exceptionally efficient storage capability. Upon completing this task, Orochimaru commenced a manual electricity generation exercise, rotating in circles to produce power. In the dimly lit laboratory, accompanied by flickering arcs of light and crackling sounds, several fully charged batteries materialized in his hands. At last, he exhaled in relief. Gazing at the batteries he held, Orochimaru rubbed his slightly sore and swollen forearms. To achieve this charge, he had spent 2.5 hours tirelessly rotating the generator, ensuring the batteries were fully energized. Fortunately, his physical constitution was remarkably robust, rendering such exertion negligible. This can also be attributed to the early and deliberate cultivation by his parents, who laid a solid foundation for him. In his youth, various supplements occasionally enriched his diet, contributing to his physical development. Yet, this merely placed him a notch above the average children of commoners. In comparison to those born into clans of secret techniques or bloodlines, he was still considerably lacking. Ordinary ninja families inevitably fell short of the legacies and comprehensive knowledge possessed by clan offspring. With the electric shotgun in hand, he felt a newfound sense of security. Empowered by his creation, which could be considered a weapon, Orochimaru's spirit soared. Tools such as kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags paled in comparison to his scientific apparatus. This invention could be deemed a form of black technology within the ninja world, incomprehensible to the average person and impervious to conventional means of defense. It was time to test its efficacy. Orochimaru assembled the battery into the electric gun and stepped into the courtyard, aiming at a wooden stake before pulling the trigger. With a crackling sound, a brilliant arc of electricity surged forth, striking the wooden stake 3 meters away and leaving behind a charred black mark. Observing the dark imprint and the acrid scent of burning, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the power was quite formidable. At this voltage, it could incapacitate an average adult, proving to be quite effective in combat. With such a weapon, Orochimaru would possess considerable strength even against the children of the secret arts and bloodline clans. However, the design was rather rudimentary and required further refinement. Orochimaru gazed at the rough electric stun gun in his hand, once again channeling his craftsmanship. He returned to the laboratory, gathered tools and materials, and set about creating a brief mold. Within this mold, he poured resin, fashioning an exquisite casing, thereby completing the modification of the stun gun. The task was accomplished. The electric stun gun, now transformed into a plaything resembling a toy, lay before him. Yet Orochimaru, fully aware of the weapon's lethal potential, understood the extent of its destructive power. Chapter 4. Jiraiya and the Mischief Makers. Just as Orochimaru was toying with the stun gun, a cacophony erupted outside. What was happening? Were there disturbances beyond his door? Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld a group of unruly children bullying 2 others. The crux of the conflict lay in the meager food clutched in the hands of the 2 boys, a hard, stone-like grain biscuit. "Damn it, hand over that food," a burly child snarled, gripping the collar of a smaller boy and threatening him. The frail child trembled in fear, yet despite the intimidation, he refused to relinquish his precious sustenance. In this era of scarcity, finding enough to eat was a formidable challenge. This was the hard-won food he had procured, essential for his survival in the days to come. Meanwhile, a boy with spiky white hair engaged in a fierce struggle with several others, fervently shouting curses. "You dare to provoke Jiraiya? I am not someone you can easily mess with." He fought valiantly against 4 adversaries, refusing to yield, even when knocked to the ground. He sprang back up, ready to continue the battle. His cries startled Orochimaru, who stood by observing, casting a curious glance at the boy with the spiky white hair. "Jiraiya?" Orochimaru scrutinized the individual before him, noting a striking resemblance to one of the legendary Sannin of the future, the Toad Sage. With his spiky white hair and red eyeshadow adorning his face, he appeared disheveled and ragged, reminiscent of a beggar on the street. It seemed that Jiraiya was indeed an orphan. Could it truly be him? Upon encountering a future comrade, Orochimaru immediately stepped forward, raising his voice to intervene. You ruffians! Cease this at once. Who permitted you to engage in a brawl in the vicinity of my abode? Orochimaru crossed his arms and began to scold the group of children. His sudden appearance and voice caused the fighters to pause, redirecting their gazes towards him. However, upon noticing that Orochimaru was merely a child himself, the leader of the group erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Where did this little brat come from, daring to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I want to show you what I'm capable of?" This boy was significantly more robust than the average child, with a few bulging muscles on his face, presenting an intimidating demeanor. His arms were thick, and his hands were broad and powerful, akin to a ruler among children. Any ordinary child might have quailed in fear at his presence, yet Orochimaru was no ordinary child. He had just completed his electric shock device and was eager to test it. Unfazed by the imposing figure of the stout boy, Orochimaru retorted, "Do not presume that your size grants you the right to bully others. This is Konoha, where there are many who surpass you in strength." The burly boy laughed heartily. Dismissing Orochimaru's words, the ninjas of the village do not concern themselves with the squabbles of children, and besides, this is a residential area. There cannot be any child stronger than me. You look feeble and weak. There is no way you could defeat me. As he spoke, he noticed Orochimaru's clean and tidy attire, which sparked a glint of greed in his eyes. You have offended me, and you must make amends. Hand over your food and money, and I may consider forgiving you. If you refuse, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Taking advantage of his status as a child, he had formed cliques within Konoha, bullying others without consequence. The lack of opposition had inflated his ego. With his physical prowess, it was child's play to intimidate a younger child. Seeing that the other party remained unrepentant and attempted to extort him, Orochimaru brandished his electric shock device. He adjusted the settings to a lower frequency, knowing that he would not need to employ maximum power against a child. However, even at a lower setting, it could still inflict temporary paralysis and pain. This is your final warning, Orochimaru said coldly, calculating the range of his device, ready to press the button. Yet the boy did not heed the warning and brazenly advanced towards him. You think you can scare me with that strange gadget? Do you really believe I would be afraid? He reached out, intending to snatch the electric shock device from Orochimaru, a smug grin plastered on his face. He had no fear of this scrawny boy, and Orochimaru's cute appearance only added to his irritation. You're asking for trouble. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy as he decisively pulled the trigger, unleashing a surge of electric current that struck his opponent with precision. The vibrant blue sparks of electricity coursed along the adversary's arm, causing them to flail helplessly in response. The effect of the electric shock was remarkable, rendering the opponent unable to resist and leaving them half-collapsed on the ground. Satisfied with the outcome, Orochimaru tucked away the stun gun and glanced toward another side. The group of children engaged in combat with Jiraiya, upon witnessing the spectacle, promptly took to their heels, terrified that Orochimaru might unleash his power upon them. Humph, cowardly wretches. If you possess any courage, do not flee. My esteemed Jiraiya would not be intimidated by you. Having endured several blows, Jiraiya rose from the ground. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he turned to Orochimaru and boisterously declared, "Thank you for your assistance. I, Jiraiya, shall repay your kindness. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall lend my aid wherever possible." His gaze then fell upon the stun gun, his surprise evident as he inquired, "Are you a ninja?" In his mind, only the exalted figures of ninja masters could wield such formidable techniques. Indeed, he misinterpreted the electric attack as a form of ninjutsu. Yet, he sensed something amiss. The youth before him, with dark hair and pale skin, appeared rather young. Judging by his age, he seemed to be of a similar generation as Jiraiya himself. Observing Jiraiya's disheveled state, Orochimaru found amusement in the scene. Who would have imagined that the future renowned sage of the Toads would, in this moment, engage in a brawl over a mere pancake? Orochimaru pondered. I am not yet a ninja, but once I enroll in the Ninja Academy and pass the rigorous examinations, I shall be. He brimmed with confidence regarding his potential to become a ninja. Possessing exceptional talent in ninjutsu and scientific research, he lacked only bloodline limits and secret techniques. Yet he was unparalleled in every other aspect. If he were unable to achieve the status of a ninja, then surely no one could. Upon hearing Orochimaru's response, Jiraiya leapt with excitement, exclaiming, I too have received a notification from the Ninja Academy and am preparing to attend classes. I, Jiraiya, shall undoubtedly become a formidable ninja, championing justice and vanquishing villains. Those wretched children who steal from others shall feel my wrath, one punch at a time. At that moment, Jiraiya was merely a child. Full of youthful exuberance and an active spirit, his thoughts dancing freely. By the way, Beirut, are you all right? Jiraiya suddenly recalled something and hurriedly approached the frail child, lifting him up from the ground. His words redirected Orochimaru's attention to the weak child, prompting him to glance over. The child's skin was as pale as milk. His hair a pure white tied in a ponytail, with a striking cherry red dot adorning his brow. Beirut, a friend of the legendary three ninjas in the theatrical version, would later become one of the rogue ninjas of Konoha. Feeling inadequate compared to the formidable three ninjas, he secretly trained in the forbidden technique known as Demon Bud Technique. Chapter 5. School Beirut also exists, thus confirming the presence of characters and narratives from the theatrical version. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as thoughts of the dragon vein, the witch race, the land of snow, and the divine farmer surfaced in his mind. These figures were indeed treasures, each imbued with unique ninjutsu and advanced technology, igniting a desire for exploration within Orochimaru. However, he remained but a child, unable to realize such ambitions and thus had to endure. Furthermore, the narrative had yet to unfold, necessitating a patient wait. Orochimaru raised his gaze towards the two white-haired individuals before him. One was Jiraiya, the other was Obito, both destined to become prodigies of the future. Their fates were intricately entwined with his own, rendering them not merely acquaintances, but rather cherished friends. As this realization washed over him, Orochimaru found himself momentarily taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon a profound truth. It dawned upon him that very few of his closest friends had survived. Jiraiya had met his demise at the hands of his own disciple, Obito had been eliminated in his relentless quest for immortality, and Kato had perished on the battlefield. Apart from Tsunade, all his companions had perished. Was he perhaps a harbinger of misfortune, destined to bring ruin to men while sparing women? Yet upon further reflection, Orochimaru deemed his concerns excessive. In the realm of shinobi, death was a daily occurrence. It was not unusual for one's closest allies to vanish. He approached the two men, extending an invitation for them to visit his home and strengthen their bonds. After all, these individuals would play pivotal roles in the future, and fostering a good rapport could prove advantageous for him. Take Obito, for instance, a mere shadow of Orochimaru himself. One sought eternal life driven by the trauma of lost loved ones, yearning to uncover the truths of the world through the study of ninjutsu, while the other pursued power and the unification of the shinobi world through forbidden techniques, striving to perfect the resurrection technique in his quest for immortality and to attain the status of the ultimate ninja. Though their ideologies diverged, their ultimate paths converged. Should he succeed in bringing Obito under his wing, countless opportunities would unfold, such as the development of ninjutsu and the pursuit of scientific experimentation. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru escorted the two back to his abode, where he presented them with a modest supply of rations. As the rice balls were placed before Jiraiya and Obito, they simultaneously swallowed hard. "Is this for us?" Jiraiya inquired, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Despite his formidable prowess in battle, he had gone several days without a proper meal, his stomach growling with hunger. Orochimaru nodded gently, a warm smile gracing his features. "Please, indulge yourselves. All of this is for you." "How wonderful. You are truly a generous soul. I, Jiraiya, have deemed you a friend," Jiraiya exclaimed, his gaze toward Orochimaru brimming with enthusiasm, instantly regarding him as a close companion. In these trying times, when resources are scarce, it is indeed rare to find someone willing to treat others to a meal. The landlords are devoid of surplus, let alone providing sustenance for orphans like them. They too are struggling to survive in the Konoha orphanage, where meals are infrequent and barely sufficient. Beirut, gazing timidly at the rice balls, murmured softly to Orochimaru, "Thank you." His introverted and timid demeanor was hardly befitting of a future antagonist aspiring to conquer the world. Observing the two children before him, Orochimaru felt an unusual sentiment arise within him, as if he were nurturing them in a game of development. Yet, he was acutely aware that he too was but a child in this moment. Through their conversation, he learned that both were orphans displaced by the ravages of war, currently residing in the Konoha orphanage. The supplies there were meager, providing little more than a watery gruel each day, barely ensuring they would not succumb to starvation. To survive, they must seek work within the village to procure nourishment. How tragic, how utterly tragic. Orochimaru suddenly felt that his beginnings were rather promising. Although he was orphaned, he inherited a spacious residence and a substantial pension. He had no worries regarding sustenance and was equipped with knowledge, such as chakra refinement techniques to cultivate. Indeed, happiness is often derived from comparison. The following day marked the commencement of the Ninja Academy, infusing vitality into the streets of Konoha. As Orochimaru traversed the thoroughfare, he noticed an increase in pedestrians, most of whom were accompanied by children. These individuals were parents escorting their offspring to the ninja school. The streets were bustling with a continuous flow of passers-by, and the number of shops engaging in commerce had also risen significantly compared to what Orochimaru had previously observed. Orochimaru wandered through the streets, occasionally catching snippets of conversation and whispered murmurs from passers-by. Have you heard? The war is about to conclude. At last, it will come to an end. So many ninjas have perished in this conflict. Those detestable 4 great ninja villages, if it weren't for the demise of our first Hokage. How could they have dared to initiate such audacity? Enough of that. The second Hokage fell in the land of lightning, and we remain uncertain whether Konoha can endure. Amidst the myriad of opinions, Orochimaru gleaned a wealth of valuable intelligence. The end of the war was indeed forthcoming, peace accords had been signed among the nations, and the ninjas retreated to their respective lands. Moreover, the belongings of those who had perished in battle were returned to their families. As he strolled, he passed several homes adorned with white cloths, faint sounds of muffled sobbing reaching his ears, the heartache of those mourning their fallen kin. All these signs indicated that the specter of war was receding. Konoha and the ninja world were ushering in a fleeting moment of tranquility. However, possessing knowledge of the unfolding narrative, Orochimaru understood that this peace was but ephemeral. Soon, the second great ninja war would erupt, claiming even more lives. In the realm of ninjas, leading a peaceful and stable existence was undeniably a luxury. Yet, not all were affected equally. Lords and aristocrats remained largely unscathed. Following the straight path, Orochimaru soon beheld the magnificent Hokage Rock and the humble structure of the Ninja Academy. The academy's architecture was rudimentary, constructed from wooden planks, lacking the exquisite beauty of the future, yet it possessed a certain understated charm. At the entrance, a throng of parents awaited with their children, while some tattered-clothed children lingered alone. Konoha mandated that upon reaching a designated age, all children must attend the Ninja Academy for assessment. Those with aptitude would be accepted and trained to become competent ninjas, destined to be the new leaves of Konoha. Orochimaru stood quietly to the side, observing the approaching children and adults nearby. This too served as a means of gathering intelligence. The individuals at the school gate were mostly clustered in groups of 3 to 5. They formed distinct little factions based on hierarchical relationships and appearances, clearly delineated from one another. The attire of the clan ninjas bore their family crests and insignias, their garments and expressions markedly superior. The most pitiable were the orphans, most of whom had sallow complexions and wore tattered clothing, resembling beggars in every sense. Orochimaru lowered his gaze to the white kimono adorning his figure. It was neither particularly exquisite nor lamentably poor, but rather, it could be described as unremarkable. His raven-black hair cascaded gracefully over his shoulders, while his porcelain skin radiated a luminous sheen. His features were finely chiseled, presenting a visage that was quite charmingly youthful. In comparison to the majority of children within the crowd, Orochimaru's appearance was indeed strikingly exceptional. Merely by standing there, he attracted the furtive glances of several young girls. How delightful! This is the essence of a ninja school. Amongst the raggedly dressed children, Jiraiya, with his spiky white hair, exuded an exuberant energy as he chattered animatedly among the kids. Beside him stood Ebisu, still embodying his typically introverted and self-effacing demeanor. Not far off, a blonde girl clad in a dark satin blue outfit lingered, accompanied by a tall, red-haired woman with a gentle and benevolent countenance. Orochimaru, upon observing her appearance, deduced that the girl before him was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The tall woman beside her, with flowing red hair, must be Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage and the host of the Nine Tails. Sensing Orochimaru's gaze, Mito turned her head, locking eyes with him. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he turned his head away. He recalled that Uzumaki Mito belonged to the Uzumaki clan, possessing the ability of the Kagaya's hard eye. A mere glance from him could easily be perceived by her. Fortunately, he harbored no ill intentions. It was merely a fleeting observation. He redirected his attention elsewhere. For instance, to a group of individuals nearby, characterized by their black eyes and hair styled like hedgehogs, donned in red and white Fan clan attire, standing with an air of arrogance. It was evident they belonged to the Uchiha clan. Not far off, a few children with pure white eyes gathered together, undoubtedly members of the Hyuga clan. Additionally, a cluster of individuals, varying in stature, clearly represented the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. The Inuzuka clan, accompanied by dogs, and the oil-clad Yamanaka clan were also present. Chapter 6. Entrance Examination and Release Technique. Orochimaru, you've arrived. Jiraiya exclaimed upon spotting Orochimaru, waving his arms enthusiastically as he rushed over to greet him. His voice drew the attention of many, yet Jiraiya remained oblivious, focusing solely on Orochimaru. His boisterous nature shone through as he brought the children from the orphanage to Orochimaru's side. "This is Orochimaru, my dear friend," he announced loudly, thumping his chest with pride. He then turned to introduce his companions. "Orochimaru, these are the children from our orphanage, Bailuhu, Bayusi, and Yuhong Taikong." Listening to Jiraiya's introductions, Orochimaru nodded slightly, not paying much heed. Judging by their names, apart from Bailuhu, they appeared to be mere cannon fodder or perhaps lost in some mission. However, it was understandable. A small orphanage could hardly be expected to be brimming with prodigies. To have a few exceptional talents would indeed be a stroke of good fortune. Despite this, Orochimaru displayed no outward disdain for these children. Cannon fodder could still prove useful in the future, potentially becoming his classmates and assisting him. After some pleasantries, Orochimaru quickly became acquainted with the children. "Humph, a bunch of insipid little brats," scoffed a Uchiha youth with black eyes and hair, lifting his chin defiantly. Yet, beneath his exterior, a glimmer of yearning flickered in his eyes. Bound by the honor of the Uchiha clan, he maintained his proud demeanor. At that moment, the gates of the Ninja Academy swung open, and a ninja instructor stepped out, clad in a green ninja vest. He addressed the throng of parents and children at the entrance. "Please have the children of appropriate age follow me for the entrance examination. Parents, kindly wait here. The results will be announced afterward." Led by the instructor, the children surged eagerly into the Ninja Academy. "Orochimaru, let us hurry," Jiraiya shouted, racing ahead with the children in tow. Observing the energetic Jiraiya, Orochimaru followed suit. Guided by the instructor, the children formed an orderly line, entering a spacious classroom. The classroom was vast, furnished with wooden desks and chairs, capable of accommodating over 100 students. However, the signs of wear suggested it had served many generations. "All right, everyone. Please find a seat," the ninja instructor instructed. "There will be 3 assessments, and only those who pass will be admitted as students of the Ninja Academy." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru realized that admission to the Ninja Academy was not a matter of mere desire. Assessments were indeed necessary. Yet, upon reflection, this seemed reasonable. In the original narrative, Might Guy had nearly failed his examination and required the special approval of the Third Hokage to gain entry. He pondered what the evaluations entailed, assuming they wouldn't be overly difficult. After all, they were merely children. It was unlikely they would be expected to engage in fierce combat. Orochimaru found himself unfazed. He recognized his exceptional talent. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, he possessed formidable combat prowess. His strong capacity for learning allowed him to acquire extensive knowledge, including various combat techniques. For instance, he had studied throwing techniques at home. Even if he encountered children from bloodline clans, he had his electric shock device as a backup, which might allow him to turn the tables. With these thoughts, Orochimaru felt considerably more composed. In contrast, the other children were in a state of panic at the prospect of failing the examination and being eliminated. The ninja instructor observed this turmoil and shook his head. The temperament of this year's students left much to be desired. As ninjas, they would need to wield ninja tools and engage in battle. Those of timid disposition would inevitably be weeded out. He produced a stack of papers and distributed them to the children below. "This is part of the assessment content. Please memorize it. I will check your understanding in half an hour." Orochimaru picked up the paper and began to peruse its contents. The text was clearly legible, filled with several hundred words extolling the will of fire. To his surprise, it turned out to be this. However, it was to be expected, as the will of fire had been instilled in the villagers of Konoha since childhood. The book proclaimed that wherever leaves danced, the fire would burn eternally. Regarding the indoctrination that had commenced upon enrollment, Orochimaru remained remarkably composed. This calmness was attributed to his memories from a previous life, rendering him unperturbed by the daily machinations of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The will of fire, championed by the Third Hokage, had brainwashed innumerable individuals, akin to the influence of a divine deity. Orochimaru mused, "My own verbal prowess is not to be underestimated. Thus, there is nothing to worry about." Reflecting on his original narrative, where he had charmed and swayed numerous children through his charisma and eloquence, he resolved to inherit this trait. He intended to gather a sufficient number of subordinates to nurture his own ascent. While the original plot pursued immortality in this life, he sought invincibility alongside eternal life. With the paper in hand, his gaze fell upon the text. As a prodigious talent, Orochimaru memorized the entire content after a single reading. His extraordinary ability to retain information far surpassed that of most children. Once he had committed it to memory, Orochimaru turned his attention to the other students in the classroom. Jiraiya was, predictably, scratching his head while desperately trying to memorize the words, his eyes wide with confusion, embodying the archetype of an underachiever. In contrast, his focus shifted to Karu, who was diligently reciting the material, clearly possessing the attributes of an academic overachiever. As time drew to a close, the ninja instructor approached to conduct an assessment. Most children perform admirably in recitation. Even if they cannot memorize every word, they can grasp the general idea. However, some struggle. Much like Jiraiya, who, despite his best efforts, cannot recall the entirety of the material. What surprised Orochimaru was the presence of a lackluster student among the Uchiha clan's children. This particular child, whose appearance struck Orochimaru as somewhat familiar, recited with equal difficulty as Jiraiya. After the session concluded, the teacher led them to the playground to commence the second examination. For this second test, you are required to master the art of escape within a half-hour time frame. As the ninja instructor formed hand seals and demonstrated the shadow clone technique, he began imparting knowledge. As ninjas engage in missions and battles, they invariably encounter various challenges and traps, with bondage and restraint being among the most common predicaments. To extricate oneself without external assistance necessitates the use of the escape technique. The principle behind this technique is straightforward. It involves understanding and manipulating one's bodily structure to effect an escape. Observe my demonstration closely. This is a crucial skill that could determine your fate on the battlefield. Though it may seem simple and fundamental, when executed correctly, it can indeed save your life. Chapter 7. The tortoise shell bind. The instructor diligently elucidated various escape tactics, while the children below gazed intently, their eyes wide with concentration. It must be acknowledged that even basic ninja skills possess an intricate depth, serving as a test of the student's learning abilities. Orochimaru, after merely a single glance, grasped the principles and concepts with remarkable ease, such as the nature of genius, defying conventional logic. In contrast, the other children were often consumed by their efforts to comprehend. However, a few scions from prominent families and children of esteemed ninjas had the advantage of advanced instruction from their elders, showcasing a certain assurance in their abilities. This illustrates the disparity between those with connections and those without. After several demonstrations, the remaining time was allocated for the children to engage in self-directed learning and experimentation. How could the art of minor escape possibly challenge me, Jiraiya? He proclaimed, hands on hips, exuding confidence. As long as it is not textbook knowledge. Jiraiya acquires new skills with remarkable speed. Orochimaru, have you mastered it? Orochimaru nodded slightly, relieved that the escape technique was relatively simple. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged Orochimaru, let us give it a try. He retrieved a length of rope from the platform and, mimicking his teacher's binding technique, secured it around Orochimaru. My knot-tying skills are quite commendable, aren't they? Jiraiya remarked, gazing proudly at the butterfly knot he had fashioned. Orochimaru shifted his body slightly, employing the principles of the escape technique, delicately maneuvering his joints and bones. The principles of this escape technique bear resemblance to the art of contraction from a past life, allowing the original skeleton and body to diminish in size, thus creating an ample space to break free from restraint. Orochimaru deftly maneuvered his body, each joint bending with the fluidity of a serpent, and with a swift turn, he extricated himself from the bindings. Wow, Orochimaru is truly remarkable. Now it is your turn to abduct me, Jiraiya exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm. Orochimaru grasped the rope and ensnared Jiraiya's body with it. Despite Jiraiya's lackluster memorization skills, his ability to learn was commendable, and he swiftly employed a technique to free himself. As Jiraiya liberated himself from the ropes, he erupted into hearty laughter, his face radiating with joy. It was merely a trivial escape technique. What was there to be so elated about? If it were me, I could easily extricate myself as well. A haughty voice interjected nearby, belonging to none other than a youth from the Uchiha clan. His words reached Jiraiya's ears, inciting his displeasure as he retorted, "You boastful braggart, always full of hot air. There is no way you could ever compare to me and Orochimaru." Orochimaru gazed upon the Uchiha youth, discerning a distinct difference between him and the other children of the Uchiha clan. While the other Uchihas exhibited a palpable disdain for outsiders, this boy seemed somewhat different, as if he yearned for companionship yet harbored a fear of rejection. To put it in terms from a past life, he resembled a husky mingling among a pack of wolves. Moreover, Orochimaru found the boy's appearance to be somewhat peculiar, as if he had encountered him before. However, among his contemporaries, he could not recall any members of the Uchiha clan. "What is your name?" Orochimaru inquired. Upon hearing the question, the Uchiha youth immediately straightened his posture, exuding pride as he replied, "I am Uchiha Obito, destined to become the fourth Hokage." "Obito?" Orochimaru murmured softly. "Obito? What connection does he have with Itachi? Could he be the father of Itachi?" Orochimaru cast a peculiar glance at Uchiha Takuto, calculating his age and finding it to be comparable. With this thought in mind, when Orochimaru gazed upon Takuto again, he noticed that in both appearance and demeanor, he bore a striking resemblance to Obito. Takuto, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Orochimaru's scrutiny, retorted in irritation, "Do not regard me with such lecherous eyes. Are you vying for the position of Hokage? I must inform you that I am a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and you cannot compete with me." While such words might instill fear if uttered by an adult, when spoken by a child, they merely evoke laughter. The children nearby, intrigued by the exchange, began to watch the unfolding spectacle. The young Uchiha, witnessing this, shouted in unison, "Takuto, do not allow this commoner to underestimate you." In an instant, Takuto became the center of attention, scratching his head and grinning foolishly as he proposed, "Shall we have a contest?" Orochimaru chuckled, "Of course, we can. Let us test the art of escape. If you can free yourself from my bindings, I shall acknowledge your genius." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ot was instantly filled with confidence and readily agreed. As a fundamental technique, the art of escape was something he had mastered long ago. Regardless of the manner in which he was bound, he believed he could unravel it. "Oh, is that so?" Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he approached with a length of rope. Strangely, Uchiha Ot sensed a hint of malice in Orochimaru's smile. Nevertheless, having already committed to the challenge, he steeled himself for what was to come. "Very well." Uchiha Ot gritted his teeth and allowed Orochimaru to bind him without resistance. "Why are your binding techniques so peculiar? They seem rather inappropriate." Uchiha Ot soon realized that he was ensnared in an intricate web of ropes, which encircled his form in a complex manner. This particular style of binding rendered him immobile, nullifying the effectiveness of the escape technique he had learned. Most notably, it was quite constraining. Orochimaru had long anticipated this. This technique, adapted from the tortoise-shell binding of his previous life, could significantly counteract the effects of escape jutsu. "Help me, put me down." Uchiha Toru writhed, squirming on the ground like a maggot. This disgraceful display elicited disdain from the other Uchiha youths. "Uchiha Toru, you truly bring shame upon our clan." Uchiha Toru protested indignantly, "It's not my fault. This fellow's binding technique is exceedingly peculiar, rendering my escape jutsu ineffective. If you don't believe me, feel free to come and try it yourselves." One Uchiha youth snorted in response, "If a trial is to be made, I assure you I will not humiliate myself as you have." Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru swiftly executed a series of intricate movements, causing yet another writhing maggot to appear upon the ground. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. How could there exist bindings that the art of escape cannot unravel? The children nearby were equally astonished, gazing incredulously at the tortoise-shell bind, their restlessness palpable. Those eager to attempt a breakthrough approached without hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the bound children fell to the earth, becoming part of the wriggling mass upon the ground. However, not all were ensnared. Several offspring of bloodline clans managed to extricate themselves. The first to do so was Tsunade, who, with a mere exertion of strength, shattered the ropes into fragments. Humph, it's hardly impressive. Having freed herself, Tsunade stood proudly to the side, arms crossed, surveying her classmates. Aside from her, a few children from the Aburame clan discreetly utilized the insects within their bodies to gnaw through the bindings, thus breaking free. Furthermore, a child from a unique clan, possessing a body as pliable as clay, effortlessly slipped free. The majority of the other children, lacking extraordinary strength or assistance, could only twist and writhe upon the ground. When the ninja teacher returned from the restroom and beheld this scene, he was utterly bewildered. I merely stepped away for a moment. How have the children ended up like this? Is the quality of this batch truly so poor that they cannot even master a simple escape technique? Just as he began to fret over the future of Konoha, he realized that the binding method employed was remarkably sophisticated. Chapter 8. The Embarrassed Teacher. This binding technique was somewhat intricate, effectively countering the escape technique, rendering the recently trained children incapable of breaking free. The well-versed ninja teacher immediately discerned the crux of the matter. The binding method was flawed. Such a technique could be classified as an advanced skill in the art of binding. Newly enrolled children would undoubtedly struggle to escape. Only seasoned ninjas like himself would stand a chance. He approached Orochimaru, his expression grave, and inquired, "Is this binding technique of your own invention?" Orochimaru shook his head and replied, "No, I merely borrowed it from a book I read previously." The turtle shell binding was originally a technique from a past life, yet he had made certain modifications to it. "Ah, I see." The ninja instructor sighed with relief, muttering to himself that it was improbable for a child to possess the innate talent to create such a binding technique. At that moment, Uchiha Otatsu, standing nearby, seemed to find his voice, exclaiming, "Teacher, the escape technique you taught us is ineffective." The instructor's face darkened, and he quickly retorted, "It is due to your inadequate learning and lack of experience that you are unable to escape." With that, he approached Orochimaru and indicated that he should bind him. "Now, allow me to demonstrate what true escape techniques entail." Brimming with confidence, he allowed Orochimaru to bind him with ropes, which appeared rather precarious. What a scandalous binding method! The instructor lamented, and then he began to employ all his skills to extricate himself. He adjusted his muscles, manipulated his joints, and attempted to contort his body to find a flaw in the bindings. However, with every movement, the ropes constricted tighter around him, drawing him in even further. After a moment of struggle, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Could it be that this binding technique is truly absurd? Am I to be ensnared in this manner? Not far away, within the Hokage Tower, a young man sat at an administrative desk by the window, intently observing a crystal ball before him. Dressed in the Hokage's ceremonial robes and wearing a conical hat, he bore an air of authority mixed with an unsettling demeanor, his lips adorned with a small mustache. The crystal ball reflected the happenings on the school playground, showcasing the intriguing binding techniques that could potentially be employed by ninjas on missions. However, it would be quite embarrassing for Nara Shinichi to remain unable to escape from the ropes, risking his reputation in front of the younger generation. Nara Shinichi, the instructor he had chosen, was a common jonin from the Nara clan who had grasped the will of fire, excelling in shadow techniques and various elemental jutsu. The Nara clan had allied themselves with the Hokage's lineage, earning the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen among the many clans. It was this trust, coupled with the will of fire, that led Sarutobi Hiruzen to appoint Nara Shinichi as a teacher at the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy was a crucial institution for cultivating the future leaves of Konoha, and only entrusted to those he could rely on would Sarutobi Hiruzen feel at ease. He clapped his hands, summoning a masked ANBU ninja, and instructed, "Go to the Ninja Academy and quietly rescue Nara Shinichi." In an instant, the ANBU ninja vanished, employing the body flicker technique, and appeared at the school playground, executing one of the advanced body double techniques, invisibility. This advanced technique, which included body flicker and immobilization, was mastered by ANBU members, indicating their strength at the Jonin level. While the invisibility technique might not deceive an enemy of equal rank, it was more than sufficient to elude a group of children. Unbeknownst to the children, the ANBU ninja stealthily approached Nara Shinichi and facilitated his escape. With the aid of this external support, Nara Shinichi finally managed to unravel the turtle shell binding that had ensnared him. Among the children present, hardly anyone realized that the teacher had been liberated through subterfuge. Orochimaru indeed observed some unusual traces. The grass on the ground appeared to bend down, and a faint breeze swept through, so subtle that it left him uncertain whether he had merely imagined it. At this moment, he was not the formidable Orochimaru who would later stir chaos in the ninja world. Nara Shinichi rose to his feet, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face before quickly returning to his usual demeanor. "Cough, cough, how did it go? Teacher has succeeded, right? As long as everyone practices the escape technique diligently, they can free themselves from any restraint." After speaking, noticing no objections from the children, Nara Shinichi let out a slight sigh of relief. He glanced at Orochimaru, his expression complex. The boy's binding technique was astonishingly adept, nearly causing him, as their instructor, to lose face. Should he falter, how could he continue teaching them? He feared he might have to request a reassignment from the Third Hokage. "Wow, teacher, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Uchiha Otoko and Jiraiya along with the other children. Nara Shinichi coughed again, concealing his embarrassment. "We shall commence the examination now. Please come forward one by one. Under Nara Shinichi's guidance, the children orderly approached him, where he bound them with ropes, prompting them to demonstrate the escape technique. The escape technique was relatively straightforward, and most of the children executed it skillfully. Furthermore, due to Orochimaru's binding technique, the children were brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. I knew it. This genius is the most formidable, boasted Jiraiya as he freed himself from the ropes, striking a proud pose. I am the strongest, retorted Uchiha Otoko, equally determined as he broke free. When it was Orochimaru's turn, he too effortlessly extricated himself from the bindings. Confronted with such simple restraints, Orochimaru's supple, youthful physique was exceptionally suited for employing the escape technique. Once everyone had finished, Nara Shinichi announced again, the next assessment will evaluate physical strength, energy, and endurance. Please prepare yourselves for a lap around the playground. Upon hearing this, the children eagerly made their way to the field. Isn't it just running laps? This is too easy, Jiraiya declared confidently, hands clasped behind his head. Despite often feeling hungry, his stamina and endurance rivaled that of adults, making running laps a trivial task. The third examination focused on assessing physical strength and endurance, indeed comprehensive in scope. These 3 tests would reveal the children's strengths and weaknesses in various aspects. At the signal from their teacher, Nara Shinichi, the children surged forward with determination. The audacity of youth knew no fear. They possessed cells far superior to those of their past lives. Despite their childlike appearance, their stamina did not lag behind that of adults. The training of a ninja necessitates exceptional physical prowess to stand out amidst rigorous training and to become a proud ninja. A ninja must endure hardships that ordinary individuals cannot. Only such ninjas can become the pillars and fresh blood of Konoha, akin to new leaves on the great tree of the village. Chapter 9. Passing the assessment. Orochimaru trailed behind the group of children, not frantically sprinting, but rather conserving his energy with a rhythmic pace. While running, he adjusted his breathing and body rhythm, maintaining a stable state. This was a technique learned during his past training, allowing him to save a significant amount of stamina and prolong his endurance. After all, as long as they were not called to a halt, the children could not stop and were required to keep running. Having covered less than a kilometer, some of the children sprinting ahead began to fall behind, unable to maintain their speed. With each lap, 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, the number of those who fell behind increased. Orochimaru glanced around, observing that those eliminated were predominantly weak civilians and orphans. In contrast, the scions of prominent clans appeared to navigate the challenges with ease, evidently well-fed and having undergone similar training. Such inequities were commonplace in Konoha and other major ninja villages. The shinobi clan and the commoners existed as 2 distinct classes. In every aspect, from basic necessities to educational opportunities, the shinobi were undeniably superior to the majority of civilians. As time progressed, Orochimaru began to feel the strain on his body. Fatigue set in, and the lack of oxygen caused his mind to spin and his breathing to become erratic. He surveyed his surroundings once more, noting that a significant number of children had been eliminated, leaving only Jiraiya among the civilians. The boy, Baryu, was on the brink of being ousted. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, despite being drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, displayed remarkable resilience. His determination and stamina had already surpassed those of many shinobi children. Impressive indeed, he truly was one of the future legendary Sannin. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he turned his attention to the remaining disciples of the clans. These young ones had also expended considerable energy, however, in comparison to Orochimaru himself. They fared significantly better. Orochimaru is aware that within the realm of ninjas, there exists a plethora of valuable treasures, such as the art of ninjutsu. Orochimaru cast a sweeping glance around, directing his gaze towards Tsunade, scrutinizing her intently and subsequently attempting to emulate her. After a brief moment, he shifted his focus to Uchiha Obito. The breathing technique of the Senju clan was ill-suited for him, imposing a certain strain on his body that compelled him to relinquish it. Perhaps it was the immense vitality inherent within the Senju lineage that rendered their breathing method rather domineering. Orochimaru is but an ordinary individual, possessing an unremarkable lineage, unable to withstand such maneuvers. By adopting the breathing techniques of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru once again engaged in quiet imitation. He did not seek perfect replication, but rather aimed to grasp the essence sufficiently to aid his own development. His actions are primarily driven by his extraordinary talent and remarkable capacity for learning, which provide him the means to acquire knowledge surreptitiously. Orochimaru's aptitude for learning is undoubtedly exceptional. With just a glance, he mastered the shadow clone technique of the Third Hokage. Following that, acquiring the body techniques of the Uchiha clan proved to be a trivial task, as he synchronized his breathing with the fluctuations of Uchiha Odo. Orochimaru's physically exhausted body was rejuvenated once again. He felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, continuously sustaining his form as he sprinted forward. This, indeed, is the remarkable knowledge of a prestigious clan. It is truly unparalleled. A millennium of accumulated heritage enables the clan's disciples to effortlessly outperform their commoner counterparts. Bolstered by this newfound vitality, Orochimaru persevered and managed to outpace Jiraiya and most of the other clan members. The remaining few children, all of noble lineage, stood apart from Orochimaru, who hailed from a humble ninja background, making him particularly conspicuous among them. As the assessment concluded, a moment of respite was granted. "You may now take a break," announced teacher Nara Shinichi. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru caught his breath and gradually ceased his running. After a brief intermission, the group reconvened. Holding a list in hand, Nara Shinichi declared, "Most of you have passed the test, with the exception of Hashimoto-ken, Kitahara Tera, and Aoyama Shinichi. The rest may return to the classroom." Following the elimination of several children with poor memory, inadequate learning capabilities, and insufficient stamina, the others successfully cleared the assessment. Orochimaru stood to the side, observing the dejected figures of several departing children with a flicker of his gaze. Indeed, being a ninja requires innate talent. Although the village is in dire need of a substantial influx of ninjas, not just anyone is accepted. Even those aspiring to be mere cannon fodder or foot soldiers may not meet the requisite qualifications. Take Might Guy's son, Might Guy, for instance, who barely passed, thanks to a special approval from Hiruzen Sarutobi. The children who successfully passed the examination entered the classroom with exuberance, taking their seats and chattering animatedly. Once everyone was settled, the youthful version of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, emerged from the side, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the children. In his younger days, he possessed a certain handsomeness, adorned with a small mustache, his features well-defined and his gaze profound. Clad in the white and red robes of the Third Hokage, he emanated an aura of strength, exuding both authority and a sense of intimidation. His mere presence immediately commanded the attention of the children below. In the village of Konoha, there was no one unfamiliar with Hiruzen Sarutobi. The grand statue of him atop Hokage Rock stood as a testament to his legacy. The Third Hokage had personally come to impart wisdom to the children. Orochimaru gazed with great interest at the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who would become his future mentor. He pondered whether his own transformation would affect the identity of his eventual teacher. Hiruzen stood upon the podium, surveying the audience, and began his self-introduction to the children. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, he delved into the concept of the will of fire. What is the will of fire? It is the essence of the village, likened to a grand tree that shelters and nurtures its inhabitants into youth. As the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire endures, transforming into sustenance that nourishes the great tree, allowing new leaves to sprout. To his credit, his eloquence proved remarkably captivating, instantly capturing the attention of the children. The atmosphere he created around the will of fire was so compelling that it effortlessly mesmerized the young audience. Even seasoned ninjas found themselves yielding to his well-structured and logical rhetoric. In an era fraught with conflict and scarcity, a well-articulated discourse holds immense power. Many individuals were oblivious to the reasons behind their battles, the necessity of their violence, and the source of their suffering. Yet, Hiruzen stepped forward to enlighten them, asserting that all of this bore significance, driven by love for family, friends, and future generations. Such words provided an immediate sense of spiritual reinforcement. This uniquely profound theory invigorated the children as if they had been infused with newfound energy. Orochimaru did not outright reject the will of fire due to his illusions, but instead listened attentively. Each era gives rise to its own unique products, and that which garners acceptance must possess distinct qualities. The notion of the will of fire, with its enduring essence, evokes images of dancing leaves transforming into soil to nurture new foliage. In this tumultuous time of conflict, it can indeed be regarded as an advanced spiritual artifact and a profound aspiration. For a village to recognize it, and for others to imitate and draw inspiration from it, signifies its inherent sophistication. At least in this age, this ideology is both progressive and abundant. However, in light of subsequent developments, it is evident that the will of fire has deviated, becoming a hollow and grandiose concept. Particularly during the Second and Third World Wars, countless children were dispatched to battle, armed with kunai and shuriken against the enemy. While the principles and rhetoric of the Will of Fire are commendable, their practical application has not been genuinely realized. Sarutobi Hiruzen, speaking fervently from the stage, cast an appreciative gaze upon the younger generation before him, a smile of contentment gracing his features. These are the new leaves emerging from the grand tree of Konoha, symbolizing the rebirth and vitality of its future lineage. Chapter 10, Self-Introduction. His gaze swept across the room, eventually landing on Orochimaru in the corner, dressed in well-fitted attire, with long hair cascading over his shoulders. His delicate features and gentle brow might lead one to mistake him for a young girl at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the determination and composure within his eyes, revealing a maturity and gravitas beyond that of an ordinary child. When the Will of Fire was mentioned, he did not exhibit excessive fervor, instead adopting a demeanor of thoughtful contemplation. Orochimaru's previous extraordinary demeanor and appearance had left a profound impression on Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Yet he chose to remain silent on the matter. In his eyes, Orochimaru was still merely a child of considerable potential. The true nature of his capabilities would ultimately be determined by the passage of time. After Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his remarks, he gradually exited the classroom under the watchful gaze of the assembled crowd. Once he departed, the original teacher stepped forward, took up the attendance roster, and began calling out names. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Uchiha Obito, and Mizuki were among those whose names were read aloud, emerging from the larger group to gather together. Orochimaru lifted his gaze and observed that the children gathered here were all those who had performed exceptionally well in the recent assessment, some even excelling completely. The outcome of their collective assignment was evident. Had the class divisions commenced? Undoubtedly, he had been placed in the elite class, granting him access to a wealth of resources and education. On the first day of school, being assigned to this distinguished group filled Orochimaru with a sense of contentment. The elite class comprised prodigies, many of whom hailed from renowned ninja clans. With careful planning, he could not only cultivate valuable connections and support, but perhaps even acquire the knowledge of ninjutsu from esteemed families, provided he strategized effectively. Orochimaru possessed clear memories from his past life regarding the secret techniques held by various clans, the Waitan, Baika no Jutsu of the Akimichi clan, the ninjutsu of shadow imitation from the Nara clan, and the insect manipulation techniques of the Yamanaka clan. While Orochimaru indulged in these thoughts, their teacher, Nara Shinichi, entered with a stack of textbooks in hand. Greetings, everyone. From this day forth, I shall be your instructor. My name is Nara Shinichi. I hail from the Nara clan and possess a wealth of knowledge in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Over the course of this year, I will impart my teachings to you. During this era in Konoha, the quality and rigor of education were not as lenient as they would be in the future. In dire need of fresh blood, Konoha had adopted a rigorous teaching method from the outset, aiming to expedite the growth of these children. However, this aligned perfectly with Orochimaru's ambitions, with his talents. He had no need for a leisurely pace of learning. At that moment, under the guidance of Nara Shinichi, one after another, the children took to the stage to introduce themselves. Hello, everyone. My name is Tsunade, and I am from the Senju clan. My interests include gambling and helping others. And my dream is to become as great a Hokage as my grandfather. I detest annoying individuals. Tsunade's introduction, with her golden hair and azure eyes, immediately captured the attention of many. The children from the ninja clans quickly grasped the crucial information. She was from the Senju clan, and her grandfather was the Hokage. Jiraiya, watching from below, was captivated by Tsunade's bold and carefree introduction, drooling as he turned to Orochimaru and exclaimed, "She is so beautiful. I like her a lot." After a moment, he shyly added, "Orochimaru, do you think I would succeed if I pursued her?" Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at him, surprised to notice that his lecherous nature had manifested at such a tender age. Truly, he was a precocious little rascal. At merely 5 or 6 years old, thoughts of romance were already flitting through his mind. It seemed the children of the ninja world matured far too quickly. Jiraiya, perhaps you ought to refrain from approaching her. I fear you may meet a grim fate at her hands. In the original narrative, Jiraiya harbored a long-standing affection for Tsunade. Yet his lascivious disposition rendered him unlikable to any woman, least of all Tsunade herself. During one fateful episode of peeping into the women's bathhouse, he narrowly escaped a violent encounter with her. Following the tragic deaths of her brother and lover, Tsunade was engulfed in sorrow, yet Jiraiya failed to seize the moment. Until his very demise, he remained unsuccessful, merely causing Tsunade a fleeting period of grief. Yet, this was to be expected. Professing love while indulging in voyeurism of other women would hardly endear him to anyone. Moreover, Jiraiya was notoriously brash and single-minded, traversing much of the world in pursuit of a dubious prophecy. At that moment, Orochimaru recalled something of significance. Was Cat Dan a close friend of his? Why had he not encountered him? Logically, they should be of similar age. Could it be that they were not in the same grade? However, it seemed that within the storyline, Cat Dan was indeed a close confidant of Orochimaru, initially unfamiliar with Tsunade, only becoming acquainted when she proposed the inclusion of a medical ninja in their team. This indicated that Cat Dan was not part of the elite class and might not even share the same year. Just then, after a round of introductions among the children, it was Jiraiya's turn. With a flamboyant leap, he assumed what he believed to be a heroic and charming pose upon the stage. Greetings, everyone. I am the handsome and dashing Jiraiya, a legendary figure whose name echoes throughout the world, devoted to vanquishing evil and engaging with lovely maidens. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with fervor, and an unintentional lewd expression crept onto his face. This display elicited a wave of disgust from the girls in the audience. Ugh. This guy is truly repulsive. He must be some sort of pervert. Ladies, let us keep our distance and not fall prey to his advances. How absurd to be classmates with such a person. His introduction left the majority of the girls with a distaste for Jiraiya, while the boys began to mock him. What a joke. Claiming to be a hero is utterly pathetic. He should aspire to be Hokage instead. Exactly. He ought to take a good look at himself in the mirror. It's simply laughable. With his ragged appearance, how could he ever attract the company of beautiful girls? Aside from a few orphans who recognized Jiraiya's inherently good nature, others regarded him with disdain and scorn. Well done, Jiraiya, Orochimaru mused internally. Such words reveal his utter disregard for his own dignity and the perceptions of others. Upon reflection, it appeared Jiraiya's situation was not an isolated case. The boy from the adjacent class, Might Guy, was destined to become someone who, much like Jiraiya, cared little for public opinion, donning his signature green jumpsuit with pride. Coincidentally, both could be deemed strong individuals. Was it possible that shedding one's sense of shame and indifference to others' gazes was the path to becoming a formidable warrior? As Orochimaru pondered these thoughts, it was his turn to take the stage for his introduction. Orochimaru ascended the stage in a manner that was both conventional and poised, surveying his classmates before commencing his self-introduction. Greetings, everyone. I am Orochimaru. My aspiration is to become a formidable ninja and scientist, delving into the profound truths of ninjutsu and science, occasionally conducting experiments. I have a penchant for all knowledge that proves beneficial to me, while I harbor a disdain for unforeseen disruptions. His words, delivered with a calm demeanor, resonated with depth, leaving the youthful audience both perplexed and awed. The concepts of ninjutsu and scientific truths, along with the notion of experimentation, felt exceedingly distant to these children. Most children are only aware that ninjutsu can be employed for combat and to vanquish foes, lacking any comprehension of the underlying science or profound truths. In this era, the principles of science have not been widely disseminated or developed extensively. Even adults possess scant knowledge, let alone the children of Konoha. Chapter 11. The Infiltrating Ninja of the Enemy Village. Orochimaru stood upon the podium, exuding an air of calm and composure, his face charmingly fair and delicate, instantly capturing the attention of several girls. The children of the ninja world, brimming with youthful energy and precociousness, were not unfamiliar with infatuation. In a fleeting moment, many girls gazed at Orochimaru with hearts in their eyes. How adorable! With his ruby lips and pearly teeth, I wish to steal a kiss. Orochimaru, be my husband. How outrageous! He is my husband, the future father of our children. Step aside. The fervor among the girls was palpable. Chapter 12. A devious plot of Jiraiya's call. Orochimaru seemed to regain his senses, his face still a mask of terror. He looked at the true stone, trembling uncontrollably, as if genuinely frightened. Please, sir, spare us. I can offer you money. As he spoke, Orochimaru frantically rummaged through his belongings, producing several banknotes. However, his trembling hands caused the notes to fall to the floor, compelling him to bend down to retrieve them. As he crouched, he took advantage of his visual blind spot to swiftly grasp the electric shock device hidden at his waist. Chapter 13. The Reward. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze upon him, Orochimaru respectfully declared, "The reason I was able to launch a surprise attack and defeat my opponent is entirely due to the unfinished weapon left behind by my father, the modified electric shotgun." With that, he produced the device from his waist and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. A mere child like him could never hope to conquer an adult ninja. Hence, Orochimaru cleverly reframed the narrative, attributing the electric shock gun to his father's research. Merely claiming to have made slight modifications, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained noncommittal regarding Orochimaru's assertions. Chapter 14. Inquiring about the body flicker technique, Jiraiya's offhand remark elicited a slight nod from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment crossing his features. The orphanage of Konoha also fell under his jurisdiction, and the children's hunger weighed on him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still an innocent and passionate youth. Not yet the hardened politician he would later become. Observing Jiraiya's immense satisfaction, a wave of guilt surged within him. After all, it was merely a meal. Just as he was about to depart, Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a pleading expression. Chapter 15. Learning and reflection. Have you mastered the chakra extraction technique? In the office, Naruto gazed at the child before him in astonishment, taken aback by the declaration. Yet, considering Orochimaru's aptitude for learning and his attentiveness in class, he felt there might be some truth to it. Exceptional students often receive the favor and acknowledgement of their teachers. What an outstanding student claims is invariably met with belief and trust from their mentors. Thus, Naruto harbored little doubt regarding Orochimaru's assertion. He tested the waters, discovering that Orochimaru indeed possessed the technique. Chapter 16. The curious changes in Konoha. This peculiar thought struck Orochimaru as absurd, yet upon deeper contemplation, he found it to be profoundly logical. The body flicker technique, when executed correctly, could achieve instantaneous movement. For instance, by throwing a kunai or shuriken and promptly activating the body flicker technique, one could swap places with the flying ninja tool. How intriguing! This technique bears a striking resemblance to the flying thunder god technique employed by Minato. Orochimaru found this technique inexplicably familiar and suddenly recalled Dai's remarkable ability to take on 5 opponents simultaneously. He deftly threw a kunai along a designated path and then employed the flying thunder god technique to teleport. In Chapter 17, titled Scientific Fishing, the deliciousness was overwhelming. As Jiraiya eagerly devoured the food, he polished it off in a matter of moments, leaving nothing behind. His actions drew envious glances from the other children. After finishing, he suddenly remembered his friends from the orphanage nearby, scratching his head in embarrassment. Orochimaru, could you possibly spare a few more rice balls? Bairu and the others have been hungry for quite some time. Orochimaru handed over his lunch, perplexed, and inquired, what is happening here? Is the orphanage on the verge of closure? Chapter 18. Robbery and counterattack. A group of individuals approached, gradually converging upon this location, with many exhibiting bloodshot eyes. Their intentions far from benevolent. We must leave quickly. We cannot allow them to see us, Jiraiya urged anxiously. If they spot us, they will undoubtedly seize our catch. There are no members of the Konoha Police Department patrolling this area. In such tumultuous times, they may resort to theft. As the crowd drew nearer, Jiraiya's agitation became palpable. The river teemed with fish and shrimp, which might easily be snatched away by these unsavory characters. Chapter 19. Light and darkness. In response to the inquiry, Jiraiya exclaimed with excitement, these are all the creatures Orochimaru and I caught by the riverbank. One shameless ninja uncle even attempted to steal them, but thanks to Orochimaru, he was swiftly defeated. Upon hearing this, the matron's murky gaze turned towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded slightly and respectfully addressed, Aunt Director, I have heard from Jiraiya that the orphanage is in dire need of provisions. Therefore, I accompanied him to the riverbank to catch some fish and shrimp. Please arrange for the children to be fed as abundantly as possible. Understanding the situation regarding the compassionate female director who took in orphans, Orochimaru readily agreed and subsequently laid down his conditions. I am duty-bound to serve Konoha. However, I require certain personnel and resources. My small generator is insufficient. I must construct a new one. Furthermore, it would be prudent to assign a ninja for my protection, as I sense malevolent gazes lurking in the shadows. Danzo scoffed. Visibly displeased, young man, you are overthinking things. In the Hokage office building, Danzo, with his hands clasped behind his back, suddenly spoke as he watched Orochimaru's retreating figure. Hizashi, this child's character and capabilities are commendable. Allow me to take him under my wing. If entrusted to me, I shall cultivate him into a valuable asset for Konoha. Orochimaru, endowed with exceptional talent and intellect, was a coveted asset for the Root organization, which explained Danzo's insistence. Amidst the nascent establishment of Root, Danzo found himself lacking in available talent, a predicament that was somewhat awkward and contradicted his ominous reputation within Konoha. When the fragrant dishes were served at the table, Shikaka Nara involuntarily swallowed hard. Typically, he dined alone at home, subsisting on hard rice balls and meager meals, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that Orochimaru, despite being younger, possessed remarkable culinary skills. Orochimaru chuckled, "Hokage, let us dine together." He approached the future White Fang of Konoha, a man of formidable combat prowess, with a certain degree of goodwill. This amalgamation of Orochimaru's inherent nature and his desire for camaraderie gradually eased the wariness of Tsukumo Hatake. He nodded slightly, clasped his hands together, and murmured softly. Chapter 23. Upgraded equipment. After the laboratory underwent a transformation, Orochimaru directed the workers to commence the fabrication of various components. After a while, the workers, adhering to Orochimaru's blueprints, meticulously crafted batch after batch of parts. Observing the multitude of components, a faint smile graced Orochimaru's face. There were plenty of parts, and with a bit of polishing, they could be put to use. Moreover, these components could not only be assembled into generators, but could also be fashioned into other creations. Very well, you may go for your meal. I shall handle the remainder. Chapter 24. The art of telescope technique. In the nearby forest, where foliage flourished and greenery thrived, dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy above. A villager, clad in simple attire, reclined against a grand tree, his wide-brimmed hat shielding his face, seemingly lost in a feigned slumber. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that beneath the brim, he was utilizing a palm-sized crystal ball to spy on the riverside. The crystal ball revealed the riverbanks seen in its entirety. This was none other than the secret art, the telescope technique, a unique skill belonging to the Dongping clan. The Dongping clan possessed formidable perception abilities and had developed this distinctive technique within their lineage. Chapter 25. The ambush by the banks of the southern He River. The commotion attracted considerable attention, with baskets of fish being transported into the village, prompting villagers and shinobi alike to investigate. Among them were some famished villagers, gazing longingly from the river's edge. Mixed in were ninjas adorned in clan insignia, serving as intelligence operatives for various ninja factions. These elusive informants, affiliated with different clans, diligently gathered intelligence from the area and reported back to their respective clan leaders. Within half a day, the situation here had been disseminated among the various families within the village. Chapter 26. The assassination of the Jonin. Confronted by a formidable adversary, Orochimaru remained remarkably composed, swiftly devising a strategy. The Jonin represented the backbone of the village, a crucial force in combat. Ninjas who could be classified as Jonin typically possessed a unique combat system, devoid of weaknesses, making them difficult to defeat. Witnessing Tsukumo Hatake's continuous retreat, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and executed a shadow clone technique, charging forward. Meanwhile, his true self stealthily approached from behind, seizing an electric stun gun to strike. With a crack, the wires of the stun gun shot forth. Chapter 27. The rebellion. Under the coordination of the Black Dog, new supplies were delivered that afternoon, while the concealed Long Feihu was taken away by the arriving Umbu members. Upon acquiring the materials, Orochimaru exuberantly entered the laboratory, commencing the creation of a new generator. As he diligently worked on his enhancements, a resounding explosion echoed from a distance in the village, causing his hand, which held the tools, to tremble. What transpired? Orochimaru put down the tools in his hands, his expression slightly solemn, and hurriedly made his way outside. At the entrance, Kakashi Haruno stood alertly with a short knife, White Fang, as he listened. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi expressed his frustration, stating, "While the price of grain has stabilized, a new issue has arisen." Through Hiruzen's explanation, Orochimaru came to understand the situation. The three great ninja clans had their own channels to procure grain. Although limited and expensive, they managed to sustain the livelihoods of a portion of the populace. However, after Hiruzen eradicated the three clans, these channels became inoperative, resulting in a complete lack of grain entering Konoha. Furthermore, some remnants of these clans monopolized certain resources within the Land of Fire. Observing Orochimaru's unwavering confidence, Hiruzen fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Orochimaru, what do you require?" Danzo immediately interjected, "Hiruzen, allow my root organization to assist Orochimaru. I shall provide all necessary supplies." Hiruzen huffed in refusal. "Danzo, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to recruit Orochimaru into root, do you not? Orochimaru is a child imbued with the will of fire, steadfastly devoted to the village. He must not be drawn into darkness. Fear not, for insects are, in fact, the most nutritionally valuable food. Consuming insects that feed on green plants is both environmentally friendly and safe, in addition to being quite delectable. Particularly, they are rich in protein and possess a delightful crunch." In the past, many people relished eating insects. Moreover, an insect's life begins as a multitude of eggs, hatching into numerous offspring, which grow into astounding creatures, truly a divine sustenance. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kakashi Haruno's eyelids twitched involuntarily. At that moment, the oil woman's machine hummed busily, continuously grinding breadworms and various wild vegetable roots into a fine powder, mixing and refining the concoction. In a short while, a pale green substance emerged from the machine's outlet. Jiraiya's eyelids flickered, revealing his surprise as he bared his teeth at this peculiar object, uncertain. Isn't that an insect? Can it really be consumed? His skepticism was understandable, given the substance's bizarre appearance, reminiscent of pale green toothpaste. Orochimaru confidently stated, of course, not only is it edible, but it is also remarkably affordable. Chapter 32. Striving for Orochimaru the mealworm, it seems, is a type of insect. Astonishingly, this food is made from such creatures. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen had swallowed the food, he felt an overwhelming urge to regurgitate it. Yet, upon realizing that this could serve as a substitute for staple food and potentially alleviate the village's crisis, he restrained himself. This method. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, a look of inner turmoil crossing his face. Orochimaru's plans and methods appear quite promising, capable of addressing the food crisis and its associated challenges within a few days. However, it is perplexing for a Hokage to resort to such measures for the village. Chapter 33. Meet Pai in the office. The two engaged in their first performance of I Am the Shadow, Your Regret. Yet, this did not tarnish their relationship, nor did it deter their actions. The fish in the river were nearly depleted, and the impact of electric currents on the aquatic ecosystem was immense. Currently, rampant discharges yielded only a handful of fish each day. On that very day, Danzo's root organization arrived at Orochimaru's residence to acquire the method for cultivating mealworms. The choice of the root organization was deliberate, aimed at concealing the truth. Chapter 34. Shadow Clone Technique. Having completed his mission, Orochimaru returned to the Ninja Academy. This task alleviated a significant burden for the village, naturally resulting in substantial rewards. However, most of these rewards consisted of funds, equipment, and data, leaving a dearth of knowledge concerning ninjutsu. Orochimaru recognized that pursuing knowledge was best achieved within the confines of this esteemed institution. After dedicating 2 days to his studies, he swiftly caught up with his classmates. Such innate talent, even in the absence of external assistance, would undoubtedly propel him forward in the world. Chapter 35. Serendipitous encounter with Tsunade. With a continuous supply of sustenance, the village of Konoha regained its former peace and tranquility. Yet, beneath this facade of prosperity, an invisible tide surged, its currents flowing stealthily. The ninja clans, perched high above, observed all that transpired. Enemies from rival villages lurked in the shadows, keenly watching for any sign of Orochimaru's whereabouts or vulnerabilities. Regrettably, Orochimaru seldom ventured beyond his path home from school, rendering the spies lying in wait unable to approach him or launch an attack. Chapter 36. Assassination on the streets. Tsunade chattered incessantly, oblivious to the presence of an individual creeping closer with ill intentions. However, his peculiar movements caught Orochimaru's discerning eye. The stiffness of his posture, the glint of coldness in his gaze, and the deliberate suppression of his breath all hinted at something amiss. A sense of foreboding arose. Could this individual be an enemy? Orochimaru remained composed, smiling at Tsunade. Since you are so formidable, I shall offer you some money, allowing you to give it another attempt. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was filled with joy, her happiness palpable. In the crystal ball, after the battle, Orochimaru leaned against the wall adjacent to the shop, recuperating his strength. Meanwhile, Tsunade was hurrying towards him with the Uchiha police force in tow. Observing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a sigh of relief. It was a comfort to see that Orochimaru was unharmed. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had ascended to a significant status in his heart. After all, Orochimaru's abilities and talents were exceptional, and he was indeed capable of resolving issues. Such an outstanding individual aligned perfectly with Hiruzen Sarutobi's vision of the will of fire. Regarding Tsunade's transformation, Orochimaru paid little heed. He was engaged in conversation with Hiruzen Sarutobi, offering various suggestions, including methods for identifying spies that he had seen on television and ways to prevent spies from infiltrating the village. Life was singular and precious. He had no desire to be assassinated daily. This time, the enemy had underestimated him due to insufficient intelligence, resulting in their failed assassination attempt. But this might not hold true in the future. This thought instilled a heightened sense of vigilance in Orochimaru. He even contemplated advising Hiruzen Sarutobi to establish a massive barrier around the village. On the training grounds, Jiraiya's remarks suddenly captured the attention of many, with numerous individuals, both adults and children alike, eagerly observing the unfolding spectacle. Orochimaru gazed at Jiraiya with a sense of helplessness. For the sake of a woman, he acted foolishly. Truly a naive and innocent lad. Women are not mere objects, and their affections are not solely determined by victories or defeats. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the First Hokage, has encountered countless formidable warriors. It is improbable that she would be swayed simply by prowess and throwing techniques. Moreover, Orochimaru recalled Chapter 40, A Hero's Rescue, where he struck true 10 times, prompting Jiraiya to leap up with a beaming smile, as if he had emerged victorious. With wild laughter, Jiraiya placed his hands on his hips, mocking Uchiha Obito. It seemed that Uchiha's throwing skills were rather unimpressive, falling short of Orochimaru's abilities. Ha ha ha. His smug demeanor infuriated Obito, whose face flushed with anger. Jiraiya, what is there to celebrate? You did not win against me. In Chapter 41, The Art of Free Riding, Jiraiya, having waited in the corner for an ample duration, felt the time was ripe and dashed forth. He leaped into the air, landing nearby, and pointed at Orochimaru, exclaiming, "Fear not, beautiful elder sister. I, Jiraiya the hero, shall protect you." Yet, in the next moment, he stood dumbfounded. The scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Orochimaru was engrossed in an animated conversation with the lovely elder sister. This left him in an awkward predicament. I have matters at home, so I shall take my leave. In Chapter 42, Mastering Chakra, the original narrative depicts Kakashi instructing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Sakura was the first to master the technique, showcasing exceptional talent, rendering it seemingly effortless. In contrast, Naruto and Sasuke lagged far behind, dedicating considerable time to their training, enduring countless failures, until they finally grasped the skill. Orochimaru, confident in his exceptional talents, has come to a profound realization. Sakura, a prodigious talent among the common ninjas, may not possess an overall aptitude superior to his. Yet her mastery over chakra surpasses his own slightly. As a woman, she inherently embodies unique strengths. Chapter 43, Techniques transformed into ninjutsu. As Orochimaru once again stepped onto the tightrope, he traversed it with unwavering steadiness, devoid of any tremor or sway. With each measured step, he successfully navigated the path woven from the rope. My intuition proved correct. The key lies in maintaining core strength to stabilize one's center of gravity. Like a roly-poly toy, as long as one preserves their core, they remain impervious to external disturbances. Mastery of one technique leads to mastery of all. After numerous attempts, Orochimaru discovered that he had indeed mastered the technique and approached the wall, ascending it effortlessly. Chapter 44, The Senju Clan with Crimson Hair. Upon hearing Aoki's words, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with interest. Initially, he had merely spoken in jest, never anticipating that someone would genuinely offer ninjutsu in exchange. His so-called method of learning was merely a product of his own musings. The opportunity to exchange ninjutsu with another was nothing short of a venture with no investment. Orochimaru promptly stated, "As long as it is not one of the basic ninjutsu taught in the Ninja Academy, feel free to show it to me. Acquiring even a single jutsu is a profit. Obtaining a multitude is a fortune." Aoki retrieved a ninja scroll from his sleeve. Chapter 45, Mito on the Bustling Street. A familiar girl's voice resonated, prompting Orochimaru to lift his gaze. Before him stood Tsunade, who was adorably trailing behind a striking red-haired woman. Upon noticing the woman beside Tsunade, Aoki hurriedly approached with a respectful greeting. "Lady Mito." Before him, the tall and graceful Uzumaki Mito possessed an exquisite countenance, her flowing red hair drawing considerable attention. She donned a well-fitted, comfortable long dress, exuding an aura of elegance that belied her status as a grandmother. Upon seeing Aoki, Chapter 46, Learning Sealing Techniques. After a brief conversation, Orochimaru observed Tsunade engrossed in her scribbles at a nearby table and, filled with curiosity, approached her. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that she was inscribing peculiar symbols upon a precious ninja scroll. These strange symbols resembled cryptic runes that eluded the comprehension of ordinary individuals. However, Orochimaru was far from ordinary. His keen gaze swept across the scroll, and he immediately recognized several familiar symbols, deducing that they pertained to sealing techniques. Having acquired knowledge of a similar ninja technique from the members of the Kagaya clan, he found himself engrossed in the study of this unique sealing art. In the days that followed, Orochimaru's life was replete with fulfillment, as he absorbed vast amounts of new knowledge each day. The higher-ups of Konoha, including Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, adopted a taciturn attitude upon learning of this development. The standing of Uzumaki Mido within Konoha was indisputable, far too elevated for them to interfere or desire to do so. Moreover, they believed that Orochimaru's acquisition of Mido's sealing techniques would ultimately serve the village's interests. As long as it benefited Konoha, everything was deemed worthwhile. With his newfound understanding of sealing techniques, Orochimaru garnered Mido's approval, a smile of joy illuminating his face. This affirmation signified that his aspirations and direction were indeed sound. "Thank you, Granny Mido. I shall endeavor to create a storage scroll of my own," he declared. "Tsunade, until tomorrow." Orochimaru waved his hand at Mido and exchanged greetings with Tsunade before swiftly returning home. Since he was confident that the sealing formula he had devised was flawless, Orochimaru was eager to put it to the test. Chapter 49. Extraneous Personnel of the Roots. Upon gazing at the corpse of the summoning beast, Orochimaru's eyelids flickered as he immediately discerned its origin. He was taken aback by the audacity and recklessness of Danzo during this period. The fresh, damp earth upon the corpse indicated its recent demise. Orochimaru had indeed contemplated the notion of grave robbing. Yet the absence of a precise location coupled with the apprehension of discovery deterred him, for such a fate would lead to dire consequences. However, Danzo managed to unearth such treasures and even presented them to him. "Lord Danzo, your swiftness is truly remarkable," Orochimaru marveled. Chapter 50. Danzo the grave robber. Faced with the offerings bestowed upon him, Orochimaru was reluctant to simply discard them, for that would be a tremendous waste. Even in death, a summoning beast represented an invaluable material. In his eyes, the remains of the summoning beast undoubtedly held extraordinary significance, though he had yet to fully uncover its potential. In the subsequent days, Orochimaru endeavored to create several storage pouches, albeit without disclosing this endeavor to others. Such revelations could easily invite suspicion, thus, he deemed it prudent to remain discreet. He planned to wait a week before presenting his research findings to Shimura Danzo. Chapter 51. Insights from the Root. Having secured Danzo's support, Orochimaru sought permission to delve into the archives of the Root for research and study. Naturally, Danzo readily acquiesced to Orochimaru's earnest desire to learn and engage in scholarly pursuits. The more diligently Orochimaru strives, the greater his assistance to the Root and Konoha will be in the future. Danzo has granted Orochimaru unfettered access, guiding him through the inner environments of the Root. As Orochimaru traverses the dark, cold, and damp corridors, he cannot help but shiver. In such a dismal environment, one might easily suffer psychological distortions or even fall prey to rheumatism after prolonged exposure. Chapter 52. The peculiar chakra system in the dimly lit laboratory late at night. The room was ablaze with light, and a figure stood motionless by the window, lost in contemplation. Orochimaru, deeply engrossed in thought, exerted every ounce of his energy trying to devise a solution, yet found himself at an impasse. Had he been one of the legendary Sannin, this predicament would have been trivial. However, he was merely a child with insufficient knowledge, limited experience, and less than a year of training. Resolving the issue of inadequate chakra within his body and acquiring a feasible method proved to be quite the challenge. Lacking the secret techniques of the ninja clan and the necessary focus on cellular intricacies, he found himself in a quandary. Chapter 53. Speculation and Action. It is not surprising that Orochimaru harbors such thoughts. After contrasting two cultivation systems, he finds the chakra system to be truly peculiar and absurd. Its principle lies in extracting a certain quantity of physical energy and a corresponding amount of mental energy from within the body, blending them in a specific ratio to form chakra. This process resembles combining one material with another to create a new substance. The so-called cultivation merely serves to enable the body to produce more synthetic materials. Each time energy is extracted. In the Hokage's office, Nara Shikamura studied Orochimaru before promptly reporting the matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a promising student from the elite class, especially one favored by the Hokage, Nara Shikamura dared not be negligent. Upon learning of Orochimaru's request for leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately furrowed his brow and descended into deep contemplation. Orochimaru is a gifted child, and attending school with average students indeed hampers his learning progress. However, should he withdraw from school, he would lose the opportunity to forge friendships and bonds with his peers, potentially hindering his understanding of the will of fire. Regarding his research endeavors, Orochimaru is earnest. In his undisturbed laboratory, he commenced a meticulous investigation and exploration according to his organized thoughts. The first subject of study is naturally the long-standing chakra extraction technique, which has been passed down for millennia. This technique can extract cellular energy from the human body and mental power from the brain, underscoring its value. He is capable of manipulating his internal cellular energy as well as mental energy. Thus, it functions akin to a mining tool, specifically designed for. In the living room, Tsunade raised her small hand, revealing a familiar radiant glow in her palm. This luminescence is the cellular energy extracted from her body, which can also be described as vitality. Orochimaru nodded slightly, his eyes fixated on the swirling mass of cellular energy. He realized the astonishing disparity between individuals. The cellular energy casually extracted by Tsunade was not only significantly greater than his own but also remarkably pure. However, Orochimaru quickly composed himself. Chapter 57. Misunderstanding Crack. Mito's fingers clenched tightly, her fair skin taut with protruding veins, producing a series of cracking sounds. Her eyelids fluttered as she struggled to contain her fury, sneering. What chakra have we cultivated together? Mid-sentence, she suddenly sensed something amiss and cast a puzzled glance at Tsunade. Why was she mentioning chakra? She initially suspected that Orochimaru was taking advantage of the naive Tsunade and was poised to sever his head. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, Mito's agitation went unnoticed as she blushed and recounted her experiences with Orochimaru that day. Chapter 58. The astonishment of the Third Hokage just as Orochimaru turned to head home. A familiar voice interrupted him from behind. Orochimaru, are you conducting an experiment? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Third Hokage, inquired, standing behind him. Lord Third, Orochimaru replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he bowed slightly. In response to Hiruzen's question, a hint of hesitation emerged on Orochimaru's face. Further piquing Hiruzen's curiosity as he pressed, is it something you do not wish for me to know? Orochimaru shook his head and said, Chapter 59, Dual Energy Battery. At the entrance, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of words upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving the latter in a daze. Concepts of world-changing ambitions, dominion over the ninja realm, and the promise of becoming the greatest Hokage echoed in his youthful mind, overwhelming him with their grandeur. In that moment, he was not yet the cunning and calculating elder he would later become. Presently, he was a novice, clumsily navigating the complexities of governance. Terrified of making even the slightest error, Orochimaru's rhetoric had left him bewildered. After dismissing others, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory, contemplating the dual energy battery before him. The previous discussion had merit. The battery's size and the lengthy synthesis time posed significant challenges. Resolving these issues would require time and careful thought. Fortunately, Orochimaru had consistently focused on this matter. He envisioned chakra as a unique material and energy source, with ninjutsu as a refined means of harnessing it. Given his current technological and intellectual prowess, he was poised to make strides. In a meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still grappling with uncertainty, found himself confronted by Orochimaru's confident demeanor. With a flick of his fingers, Orochimaru proclaimed, Lord Third, this can be utilized for numerous ventures, such as generating profit. Profit? Indeed. He proposed acquiring cellular and mental energy from lower-ranking and retired ninjas at a low cost, subsequently synthesizing chakra to sell at a premium. This cyclical trade would yield substantial financial gains, while also fostering alliances with allied ninja clans. As the clan leaders took their seats, discussions ensued. Yet no significant information was gleaned. Suddenly, the office door swung open to reveal a robust figure clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robes. Upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's entrance, the leaders straightened. Sensing the gravity of the situation, such an assembly suggested a momentous event was imminent. Were they on the brink of war with another ninja village? Or had there been complications involving Uchiha Kagami and Danzo during their mission against rogue ninjas from Kumogakure? Following the auction's conclusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his office, a broad grin illuminating his face. He had not anticipated that the so-called priority usage rights would net him over 30 million ryo. With funds in hand, the financial burden lifted considerably, allowing him a measure of relief. He envisioned establishing a production line, sourcing raw materials, and engaging Orochimaru for manufacturing, hoping to maximize profits. Yet, upon calculating his investments, he felt a wave of dizziness and pain. The harsh reality of financial management struck him hard. Realizing the necessity of investing in technology to advance the world's scientific progression, Orochimaru momentarily set aside his current research project. He shifted his focus to a meticulously crafted greenhouse, where an array of exotic plants flourished, captivating the eye with their vibrant hues and intricate forms. The trees stood tall, their leaves glistening like jade, each one bearing the promise of potential discoveries. Observing Danzo's clenched jaw and shifting expressions, Orochimaru sensed the gravity of the situation was far from trivial. Yet, the lack of disclosure left him hesitant to inquire further. acutely aware of his youthful inexperience and relative weakness. Had he been older and more formidable, he might not have been kept in the dark, perhaps even mingling among the ranks of bureaucrats. As Danzo applied the medicinal ointment to his wounds, the subtle satisfaction on his face resembled that of a man being pampered by enchanting maidens, a fleeting moment of relief amidst the turmoil, gazing at the sprouting plants. A flurry of ideas ignited within Orochimaru's mind. Given the efficacy of the potion, he pondered the possibility of experimenting with alchemical methods from his past life, contemplating the ingestion of elixirs. With talismans, elixirs, and perhaps a magical artifact, he could transform ninjutsu into a form of cultivation, an absurd yet tantalizing notion. However, he remained uncertain whether the mystical arts and natural energies of this world paralleled the spiritual essence he had previously known. The more he learned, the greater his realization of the vast realms of knowledge he needed to acquire. Fortunately, his youth afforded him the time to pursue these ambitions. Meanwhile, in the village of Awagakure, the newly appointed third Fourth Hokage, Inoki, received urgent clandestine intelligence that left his mind in a whirl. His incredulous gaze fixed upon the AMBU operative before him, he sought confirmation. Is this truly intelligence relayed from Konoha? The AMBU nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, Lord Third. This information was discreetly conveyed by our spy, Toyin, who was recently dispatched to the Leaf Village." Dainoki took a deep breath, forcefully calming himself. Chapter 68, The Gift. Half a month later, the new batch of herbs had been harvested. Orochimaru placed them into the machine for mixing and commenced mass production of the medicine. The process was straightforward. The herbs were air-dried, processed, and ground into a fine powder before being blended with other medicinal ingredients. Due to the potency of the herbs, even with conventional methods, a superior ointment could be produced. Amidst the roaring of the machinery, a small barrel of milky white ointment was created. Orochimaru placed the substance into another machine, and upon activating the switch, it was immediately infused into an exquisite glass vial. Chapter 69. The auction. Under the vigilant gaze of the four great ninja villages, Danzo, brimming with confidence, summoned numerous nobles and wealthy merchants to partake in his auction. The venue was situated in the capital of the Land of Fire, within its most prosperous city. Here, a multitude of affluent nobles and merchants gathered, each one either immensely wealthy or possessing substantial fortunes. Although the daimyo did not attend, he graciously sent a close aid as a gesture of support for the Hokage. Not to mention, the previous daimyo of the Land of Fire was quite eager to foster good relations with Konoha. Chapter 70. Danzo's robbery. As the spies from the four great ninja villages frantically relayed information back to their respective villages, Danzo could hardly contain his elation from the stage. Enormous sums of money flowed into his pockets, instantly elevating his wealth to unprecedented heights. How splendid! With such a fortune, I can vigorously develop root and contribute to Konoha's prosperity. The stronger root becomes, the more nourishment it can provide for the great tree of Konoha, allowing it to sprout even more leaves. After selling the medicinal ointment, Danzo netted a staggering 60 million ryo, leaving him in a daze, as if he were dreaming. Chapter 71. Sarutobi's intervention. Noticing the atmosphere growing somewhat stagnant, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly stepped forward to lighten the mood. Koharu, Danzo makes a valid point. The universal healing ointment is a product of root, and thus it should primarily benefit them. However, Danzo, there have been persistent rumors linking the ointment to wood-release techniques, and you must clarify this matter. Surely you do not wish for other ninja villages to harbor suspicion and wariness towards Konoha due to this issue. It would be prudent to entrust the formula of the universal healing ointment to the village, thus dispelling any misunderstandings. Chapter 72. The enigmatic spirit fruit in the laboratory. Orochimaru remained oblivious to the fact that he was destined to become a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, ultimately joining the ranks of the legendary three ninjas alongside his two companions. At present, he was indulging in a uniquely cultivated fruit from the botanical garden, meticulously documenting the changes occurring within his body. After consuming the fruit, he found himself enveloped in a soothing warmth, reminiscent of a serene hot spring, or perhaps a return to the comforting embrace of the womb. He felt warmth, comfort, and vitality coursing through him. Simultaneously, his bodily organs were undergoing subtle yet profound transformations. Chapter 73. Moonlight and green radiance in the classroom, with Tsunade's assistance. Orochimaru managed to extricate himself from the throngs of female classmates, only to find himself ensnared once again by Tsunade. Internally, he lamented, had he known, he would not have indulged in such an abundance of spirit fruits. It seemed to attract an undue amount of attention. He speculated that the spirit fruits had unwittingly catalyzed an evolution within his physical form, inciting an obsession among his female classmates, who now sought proximity to him. The spirit fruits were imbued with a wealth of life force. Upon ingestion, they transformed into cellular energy, propelling the evolution of life. The energy, not yet fully digested, was stored within his body, manifesting unconsciously. Chapter 74. The triumph of science. As time swiftly passed, the moment for Orochimaru to take the stage arrived. Upon hearing his name called, he leaped gracefully onto the arena. Facing his classmates and adversary, Orochimaru adeptly formed a confrontation seal, signaling the commencement of battle. Echoed by his opponent's similar gesture. With the ritual of the confrontation seal complete, a command from the instructor signaled the onset of their clash. The audience buzzed with speculation, debating the potential outcome of the duel. Most of the students believe that Orochimaru, who does not attend school, cannot possibly match the strength of Tsukiakari. Chapter 75. Hinata's Gentle Fist. With a resounding thud, a figure crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust on the arena. As the crowd focused their gaze, they discovered that the fallen individual was Uchiha Odo, while the figure standing triumphantly on the stage was Jiraiya. This revelation left many in utter astonishment. Jiraiya had emerged victorious. He had indeed defeated Uchiha Odo. The once underestimated Jiraiya had remarkably drained Uchiha Odo's stamina. Orochimaru could not help but marvel at the profound heritage of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 76. The Astonished Crowd. As he narrowed his eyes and savored the depth of their techniques, he acknowledged the exquisite mastery of the gentle fist and the intricate art of acupuncture. Alongside their extensive research into the human body and the influence of chakra on the body's meridians and acupoints, they have made remarkable advancements in their craft. The swift and precise acupuncture techniques proved to be unexpectedly effective against ordinary ninjas, striking true with every attempt. The distinction between ninjas and common folk lies in the refined chakra within them, which serves as the foundation for their agility, strength, and ability to traverse walls and rooftops. Chapter 77. The Talismans. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Orochimaru's ethereal form darted across the arena with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning. His illusions were layered, yet they did not elude Hinata's keen perception. The extraordinary insight of his Byakugan allowed him to observe the enemy from nearly every angle. Even illusions could be pinpointed through chakra. However, Orochimaru's brilliance was blinding, and his unconventional method of unleashing ninjutsu left Hinata momentarily stunned. This momentary distraction granted Orochimaru an advantage. Chapter 78. The Small Pill. After receiving Orochimaru's words of reassurance, Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in agreement, stating, "I have overthought this matter. The essence of a ninja lies in their indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. Even if talismans are grasped by ordinary individuals, they shall never surpass the prowess of a true ninja." Orochimaru discerned the confusion within Sarutobi Hiruzen. His words were entirely self-directed, a means of self-comfort. After all, the world of ninjas is rife with stubbornness and the decayed ideologies of obsession, and the acceptance of new thoughts and ideas will likely require a considerable passage of time. Orochimaru remarked, "Third Hokage, there are no ninjas." Chapter 79. The Examination. The following day, Orochimaru left his abode as scheduled. En route, he encountered Jiraiya, who was waiting eagerly by the roadside. Both were heading towards the eastern part of the village. Once assembled, Jiraiya, brimming with excitement, grabbed Orochimaru's arm and hurried to another intersection to await Tsunade's arrival. Despite Tsunade's indifference towards him, Jiraiya persisted in his attempts to engage her, leaving Orochimaru somewhat exasperated. Some individuals are born with an innate talent for flattery, deeply rooted in their very essence. Upon Tsunade's arrival, the trio set off together, exhilarated as they made their way into the village. Chapter 80. The Bell and the Traps. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled upon spotting the bell, and he proudly declared, "It's merely a matter of seizing the bell. I, Jiraiya, shall undoubtedly claim it." As he feigned nonchalance, he advanced forward. When he reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face lit up with anticipation as he lunged forward. Just as he believed he could grasp the bell, Sarutobi executed a swift turn, evading Jiraiya's attempt. "Jiraiya, your little tricks are hardly a mystery to me," Sarutobi observed, effortlessly reading the intentions written all over Jiraiya's face. Chapter 81. The trembling Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, casting shadows upon the land, Jiraiya found himself bound to a wooden post, towering above him. His visage was marred by regret and frustration. "Sensei Sarutobi, you are truly cunning." He had thought it would be a simple endeavor to obtain the bell, only to find himself ensnared in a series of traps. Pits in the ground, ropes from the trees, and marshes in the grass each time he approached the bell. He triggered yet another trap, igniting his ire. Sensei Sarutobi, you are targeting me. Chapter 82. The advancing moonlit green gleam with newfound privileges. Orochimaru gained access to a broader spectrum of knowledge. He meticulously reorganized and planned his learning and research trajectory, methodically arranging each activity and objective. Naturally, he did not neglect his financial ambitions. On his way home that evening, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to visit the pharmacy operated by the Nara clan, purchasing seeds for potent aphrodisiacs. Under the curious gaze of the shop attendant, he exited with an air of calm composure. Upon returning home, Orochimaru promptly planted the seeds, unleashing a copious amount of cellular energy. Chapter 83. The transparent escape in the face of the retreating moonlit green gleam. Orochimaru moved with grace, his movements fluid and effortless. The energy pulsating in his palm was relentless, as he vowed to force the true lethal technique from his opponent. Confronted by the overwhelming prowess of Orochimaru, Moonlit Green Gleam inhaled deeply, astonished. Orochimaru, I never anticipated your progress to be so profound. It is a world apart from your days in school. Despite his own diligent training, he still felt woefully inadequate against Orochimaru's overwhelming strength. Orochimaru stood with his hands clasped behind him, explaining with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 84. The defect of yin prevailing over yang. As Moonlight Qingmong turned to Orochimaru, puzzled by his statement, she heard Tsunade say, Orochimaru, do you truly intend to assist him? This is likely a bloodline limit of the ninjutsu category, and typical methods yield no remedy. It parallels a bloodline illness. Unless he ceases to employ this ninjutsu, no cure can be found. Orochimaru nodded slightly and remarked, the art of phasing is rather intriguing. I wish to delve deeper into it. Perhaps I could uncover a solution. Once I comprehend the underlying principles, I might be able to rectify the detrimental effects on the body. Chapter 85. The remarkable pill. Observing the pallor of the moonlit Qingmong gradually returned to a healthier hue. A subtle smile graced Orochimaru's lips. He had not anticipated that the small pill he had created possessed additional therapeutic properties. If it were sold to the Nara clan, it could lead to considerable wealth. Reflecting on his mentor Nara Shinichi's listless demeanor throughout the day, Orochimaru's face betrayed an odd smile. Upon receiving the medication, Moonlight Qingmong immediately expressed heartfelt gratitude to Orochimaru and offered a reward. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and proceeded to inscribe the method of practicing the technique of phasing. Chapter 86. The missing pills. In the subsequent days, peculiar events transpired within the Moonlight clan. Moonlight Qingmong continually discovered his pills mysteriously vanishing after he fell asleep. Alarmed, he hurried to inform his parents of the situation. Father, mother, has a thief infiltrated our Moonlight household? I have lost a significant number of my pills. He presented the pill bottle, which, once brimming with pills, now contained less than half. His mother, Huizi, gazed at her husband with reproachful eyes, while Moonlight Honchio observed silently. Chapter 87. The bloodline limit of projection. Taking advantage of the two elder advisors' extreme distraction, Sarutobi Hiruzen stealthily arrived at Orochimaru's residence. Sarutobi often adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards Orochimaru, knowing that he possessed exceptional self-discipline and a remarkable capacity for learning compared to his peers. Even without rigorous instruction, Orochimaru would independently seek knowledge, diligently studying and training. Over the past 6 months, Orochimaru had already exhibited the traits of a prodigious student. Though commendable, it did render Sarutobi somewhat of an ineffective teacher. Chapter 88. A taste. Upon hearing of the flaws in the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan, Orochimaru was reminded of Yamashiro Ino's ability to manipulate human bodies. This technique could usurp another's physical form, granting temporary control and mobility. A glimmer of enlightenment sparked in Orochimaru's eyes as he addressed Sarutobi. Sensei, does our village possess any records of the Yamashiro clan's secret arts capable of spiritually invading another's body? If I could learn such a technique, I could manipulate the bodies of the Hyuga branch members, activating their Byakugan and advancing my research. Sarutobi contemplated briefly before responding in a hushed tone. Chapter 89. The Scapegoat. Danzo revitalized, Sarutobi re-established his dominance at home, regaining his former vigor. This encounter elucidated the efficacy of the pills. What a remarkable item indeed! The thought of having to share a portion with Moonlight Honchio left him somewhat reluctant, while Mito Kazumi had long slipped from his memory. Nonetheless, as Hokage, he remained committed to his promises and distributed some pills to Moonlight Honchio. Thus, the two embarked on a period of comfortable existence together, particularly Sarutobi, who enjoyed the company of his wife. Chapter 90. The art of turning to heart. Noticing Danzo's wary demeanor, Sarutobi couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Danzo, how can you think so of me? We are dear friends. When good fortune comes my way, you are always in my thoughts. You were selling the universal regeneration ointment, weren't you? Orochimaru has developed a new pill, and I intend for you to distribute it. The profits from these pills could allocate 20% to the root as funding. A new pill? Danzo squinted, glaring at Sarutobi, and bluntly reproached him. Are you suggesting that you seek to regain your former glory? Chapter 91. The Shortcut in the Tranquil. Dimly lit laboratory. Orochimaru sat cross-legged, his hands continuously forming intricate seals, honing and refining his spiritual power. Through this method, he persistently tempered his mental energy, striving to achieve the ability to concentrate it into a singular point. The spear of the mind, go. Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliance emanated from his golden gaze, unleashing an invisible shockwave. In an instant, the space seemed to ripple, quivering momentarily. Not far from Orochimaru. In Chapter 92, Byakugan, he had achieved his first success, accumulating a wealth of experience and knowledge. Through rigorous testing, Orochimaru had gained a profound understanding of the effects and limits of this ninjutsu. As long as he refrained from undertaking excessively dangerous actions that might provoke the consciousness of his original self, the effects of the ninjutsu would endure. At this juncture, Orochimaru's mental fortitude would be put to the test. After several attempts, Orochimaru discovered that, under the condition of his original self not resisting, he could maintain control for approximately half an hour. During this interval, he was able to manipulate the other S-body, executing various ninjutsu techniques and training. Chapter 93. Progress and Experiment. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As Hiruzen subconscious rejected the foreign presence, Orochimaru lifted the ninjutsu and returned to his own body, although he felt a tinge of reluctance. Orochimaru understood that he had ample opportunities to exploit the Byakugan and did not need to rush. At that moment, Hiruzen awakened from the darkness. Opening his eyes in confusion, he felt as though he had just experienced an extensive dream, only to forget it upon awakening. It was only when he beheld the figure in a white coat and mask before him that his consciousness began to return, reminding him that he was participating in an experiment. Chapter 94. Smuggling Drugs. After attending to various matters, Orochimaru received a summons from his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He called upon Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to gather at the training ground. At this time, Orochimaru and his companions had reached the age of 9. Their physiques and appearances gradually maturing. Orochimaru, I envy you for being able to spend every day in the laboratory, Jiraiya complained upon seeing him. You have no idea. The teacher has me and Tsunade doing tedious D-rank missions every day. It's truly vexing. Chapter 95. Smuggling Secrets. Upon hearing about the smuggling of special medications from Konoha, Jiraiya immediately perked up, raising his eyebrows. Teacher, is it those kinds of pills that can rejuvenate a man's vigor? I've heard from villagers that taking the Konoha pills could help reclaim one's masculinity. He was exceedingly intrigued, having already heard tales of the pill's effects around the village. If it weren't for being a minor, he would have wanted to purchase a few tablets to test their efficacy, hoping to restore his former self. A gleeful expression crossed his face, nearly drooling at the thought. Chapter 96. Kakuzu. Observing the adults discuss the complexities of marriage with apparent worry, Jiraiya curiously inquired, Uncle, how much is the bride price? Is it really that difficult? You are a ninja. Can't you just take on more missions to earn enough? The young ninja, undeterred by Jiraiya's youth, smiled wryly as he explained, it's not that simple. I'm merely a low-ranking ninja, limited to D-rank missions, and the pay is insufficient. The lady I wish to marry hails from a ninja clan, and her family has set the bride price at 388,000 Rio in a standalone house. Chapter 97. Confrontation with Kakuzu. Who are you? Which clan do you belong to? Kakuzu questioned, sensing a subtle threat emanating from the boy, indicating he was no ordinary individual. According to standard assumptions, the adversary must be either a prodigy from a prominent clan or a remarkable talent from a lesser family. However, Orochimaru's attire was quite ordinary, lacking any clan insignia or symbols, leaving Kakuzu puzzled. Noticing Kakuzu's confusion, Orochimaru shook his head and replied, I am merely an ordinary ninja, not of any clan. Your skills are commendable and quite suitable for a challenge. Chapter 98. The Pursuit of Wealth. A fool who does not seize wealth is a fool indeed. For Kakuzu, who had an insatiable thirst for money, he was willing to engage in any endeavor if it promised profit. He halted his steps, gazing at Orochimaru with a hint of indifference. What constitutes a significant sum of money? It was not merely greed. He was curious to see how much Orochimaru could offer him. Observing Kakuzu's pause, Orochimaru smiled confidently and declared, 30 million ryo. Provided you allow me to study the materials you possess. 30 million ryo during this period was no trivial amount. Anyone would be tempted upon hearing such a figure. Chapter 99, The Study of the Threads. After wandering the ninja world for years, Kakuzu found himself once again in a ninja village. Faced with the bustling splendor of Konoha, the lively throngs, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The people on the streets were filled with laughter and joy, seemingly free from worries and troubles, truly a paradise. Compared to his own village, Takigakure, it was infinitely superior. Watching Kakuzu gaze around in wonder, Orochimaru suggested, if you wish, you may reside here. As long as you behave, I believe my teacher would be quite willing to take you in, given your formidable abilities. Chapter 100, The Study of the Threads. Observing the black threads swirling in the sky around Kakuzu, Orochimaru instructed, enough, revert to your original form. Next, I will examine your body and chakra. You can spare a few of those black threads, can't you? Kakuzu calmly retracted the floating appendages, replying, no problem. These threads are merely a product of my chakra. As long as my chakra is ample, I can continuously produce them without any detriment. With that, he extracted a black thread from his elbow and tossed it to Orochimaru. Chapter 101, Information Leak. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru made his way to the innermost part of the laboratory and pressed a button. With a mechanical click, a metal side door shifted, revealing another room before him. Orochimaru stepped forward into the concealed chamber. Inside, a towering glass incubator held a viscous black substance that perpetually morphed and expanded. Upon sensing Orochimaru's presence, the dark mass within the incubator writhed as if celebrating his arrival. Witnessing the excited movement of the black entity, the narrative unfolds in Chapter 102, Enemy Ninja. In truth, both parties had exerted considerable effort to conceal information regarding Orochimaru. They were acutely aware of his extraordinary scientific prowess, capable of generating immense wealth from a mere invention. Should this knowledge become public, it might prompt desperate individuals to attempt to capture Orochimaru. To prevent such an occurrence, both had implemented robust security and secrecy measures surrounding him. Regrettably, this time, a slip led to a breach of confidentiality. After finishing a cigarette in his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and murmured as he confronted the lurking adversaries, who were watching with predatory intent in Chapter 103, Kadamara Tenpu. Orochimaru, unperturbed, casually extracted several wind-release talismans and cast them into the vicinity, activating their power. Wind release, whirling currents. The talismans in his hand emitted rudimentary wind jutsu, endeavoring to disperse the dense mist before him. The air surged, stirring the white fog, which seemed to respond to the gusts, swirling and dissipating to reveal a passage. However, as the fierce winds passed, the dissipated mist began to coalesce once more. Chapter 104, The Meeting of the Four Shadows. Initially contemplating a brief sojourn at home, Orochimaru now perceived it as a veritable den of peril and thus opted to reside in the laboratory. He regarded the enigmatic Hizuki Tifu as a subject for experimentation, delving into the hereditary nature of bloodlines. His fascination with bloodlines that could be inherited was profound. Were it not for the extreme rarity and value of such individuals, Orochimaru might have even considered deceiving Sarutobi Hiruzen to procure one. The research on the Kage Byakugan was nearly impossible, and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was, for the time being, similarly unattainable. Chapter 105, Black Zetsu's attention. After considerable discussion, several shadows resolved to adopt an alternative strategy to confront Konoha. This plan naturally involved the Tailed Beast Jinchuriki initiative. They intended to emulate Konoha, utilizing sealing techniques to create Tailed Beast Jinchuriki and thereby acquire a form of nuclear armament. With the combined efforts of several ninja villages, they were confident that they could subdue Konoha. What did wealth matter to the village when tailed beasts were akin to natural disasters, impervious to ordinary methods of resistance? Nonetheless, a significant challenge loomed. Their understanding of sealing techniques was insufficient to produce a flawless result. Chapter 106, Provocation and Combat. Time flowed swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. The year had elapsed, marking the conclusion of the collaboration between Orochimaru and Kakuzu, who successfully received the final payment of 30 million ryo. Gazing at the stack of bills before him, Kakuzu habitually began to count the money, his fingers creating illusions reminiscent of a merciless counting machine. Upon completing the tally, a genuine smile flickered across Kakuzu's typically stony visage. He turned to Orochimaru, his tone lighthearted as he remarked, Orochimaru, it has been a pleasure to collaborate. I hope we have opportunities to work together in the future. His emerald eyes regarded Orochimaru with a hint of warmth. Chapter 107, Sharingan and Byakugan. In response to Orochimaru's admonition, Kakuzu merely scoffed. His verdant gaze shimmered, reflecting the figure of Orochimaru alongside the loathsome venomous armor. After a brief skirmish, Kakuza discerned the armor's characteristics. Its defensive capabilities surpassed those of the Doton, Yomi-Numa. However, this did not imply that the latter was ineffective. He crouched slightly, forming hand seals, as the seams of his body ruptured, releasing countless strands of black Doton, Yomi-Numa. Suspended upon these threads were several grotesque human visages, which began to morph into humanoid shapes. Chapter 108. A new commission. Reflecting upon the brief encounter, Orochimaru succinctly assessed his capabilities. His venomous battle armor could easily overpower most ninjas, yet it proved insufficient to eliminate elite ninjas. Ultimately, this inadequacy stemmed from a lack of formidable jutsu to back him up, devoid of any trump card. While basic ninjutsu and an inexhaustible supply of chakra allowed him to dominate weaker opponents, they fell short in high-stakes confrontations. No matter how much one amplified ordinary ninjutsu, its potential could not rival that of advanced techniques. Chapter 109. Rumors abound. After a time, an array of rumors targeting Orochimaru began to circulate within Konoha. Some claimed that he was engaged in alchemical practices with ninjas, others accused him of harming lives through human experimentation, while yet others suggested that he was coveting the bloodline limits of the ninja clans. A deluge of slander descended upon Orochimaru, creating an undercurrent of confusion among the lower populace. Who was Orochimaru? Was he truly a resident of Konoha? Why did he seem so renowned? Hey, don't you know? Orochimaru is a disciple of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and is rumored to have infiltrated secretly. Chapter 110. Black Zetsu's scheme. The protests outside grew increasingly fervent, their clamor reaching Orochimaru's ears. Within the confines of the laboratory, he remained oblivious to the outside world, wholly absorbed in his research. Aware that a scheme had been orchestrated against him, he merely paid it a cursory glance before returning to his work. Observing Orochimaru's calm demeanor, Kakuzu, who shared the laboratory, felt a surge of curiosity. He inquired, "Orochimaru, do you not feel angered by the slander from outside?" Orochimaru, with an expressionless demeanor, calmly stated, "It is merely slander." Chapter 111. The sustained efficacy of venom. One shadow after another traversed the patrolling squad in defensive line, arriving near the laboratory. However, upon reaching this point, they alerted the Night Watch patrol of Konoha. Enemy attack raised the alarm. With a thunderous roar, the patrollers became vigilant, their eyes widening as they searched for the infiltrating ninjas. A resounding crash echoed, and a fierce battle erupted between Konoha's patrol team and the ninjas of Kumogakure. In an instant, flames soared to the heavens, the clashing of weapons reverberated, ninja tools flew chaotically, and various formidable ninjutsu erupted near the laboratory, unleashing tremendous power. Chapter 112. Crystal released. The blade gleamed with a sharp and destructive radiance. In the blink of an eye, it created afterimages in the air, wielding devastating force directed toward Orochimaru. Kakashi was confident that his ultimate technique could undoubtedly cleave through the dark entities enveloping Orochimaru. Sensing the chilling aura, Orochimaru manipulated the venom to form 6 arms, swiftly performing hand seals. The 6 arms immediately executed 3 distinct techniques: Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart, Water Release, Water Prison Technique, and Wind Release, Spiral. Chapter 113. The Deception of Black Absolute. 30 million Ryo? Sarutobi Hiruzen froze mid-drink, nearly spewing his beverage. He gazed at Orochimaru with a troubled expression. "Orochimaru, this price is rather exorbitant. Is there no possibility for a reduction?" While he could afford the sum, he had grown accustomed to frugal living and felt a pang of reluctance. Orochimaru was not inclined to indulge him. His willingness to assist the village in creating a castrated version was solely for profit, and there was no possibility of reducing the price. As for the reason behind selling the modified version, it was undoubtedly to prevent anyone from possessing a threat to his status and influence. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Orochimaru nearly lost his composure. He inwardly reflected on whether his exceptional talents had led Black Zetsu to forsake Madara. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that during this period, Madara was likely still concealed within a cave, enduring the torment brought forth by the fusion of Hashirama's flesh. The success of the fusion and the awakening of the Rinnegan remained uncertain. Conversely, he, at a young age, had established an immense reputation and possessed extraordinary research aptitude. Most importantly, his venomous creations could integrate with the powers of bloodline limits. Indeed, the last message from White Zetsu indicated that the 4 great ninja villages were secretly conspiring against the Hidden Leaf Village. Perhaps this matter could be leveraged. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Black Zetsu immediately sought out any developments that could pose a significant threat to the Hidden Leaf Village. Observing Black Zetsu's departure, Orochimaru shrugged and returned to his laboratory to study the Greal Stone. In the theatrical version, the Greal Stone was heralded as an omnipotent artifact. Some had utilized this stone to establish a vast kingdom, gaining formidable power and prolonged life. After integrating the corpse bone path, Orochimaru approached Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Hokage's office was enveloped in a thick haze of smoke, filling the confined space. Seated at the desk, Hiruzen Sarutobi wore a troubled expression, gazing at the documents before him, overwhelmed by a sense of fatigue and concern. The moment the rumors were confirmed, he had not rested, continuously pondering how to address the four great nation schemes against the Land of Whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools was an ally of the Hidden Leaf Village. He could not afford to be indifferent or overlook the situation. A day later, Orochimaru gathered at the designated location, where a notable assembly had already formed. The gathered ninjas were predominantly older, well-equipped, and possessed remarkable strength. They were the backbone of the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru cast a brief glance and estimated the number of ninjas to be around 1 to 2,000. Though not vast in number, their strength was formidable, each possessing exceptional capabilities. When a child associated with Orochimaru arrived to participate in the mission, astonishment flickered in the eyes of many. After all, few among them were familiar with Orochimaru's appearance, let alone had an impression of him. Chapter 119. The magnetic release overwhelms the puppet master, having established a tactical approach. The four great ninja villages, colossal war machines in their own right, mobilized with remarkable swiftness. They were ninjas, yet they executed commands with the discipline of soldiers. Along the way, waves of ambushes began, obstructing the advance of the Konoha ninja team. The path to the Land of Whirlpools was laden with traps, leaving the Konoha ninjas vulnerable. The puppet masters of Sunigakure launched sneak attacks with their puppets, while the ninjas of Iwagakure employed earth release techniques to alter the terrain, hindering the progress of the Konoha allied forces. Chapter 120. The Land of the Uzumaki clan. Meanwhile, within Konoha, Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi were embroiled in yet another heated debate. Danzo entered the Hokage's office, his face a mask of fury and coldness, glaring at Hiruzen with indignation. "Monkey, how dare you send Orochimaru to support the Land of Whirlpools? Are you unaware of his worth? Although the Land of Whirlpools is significant as an ally of Konoha, Orochimaru is equally indispensable to us." Upon learning that Orochimaru was participating in the support mission for the Land of Whirlpools, Danzo felt as if the very heavens were collapsing around him, if something were to happen to his prized asset. Chapter 121. The shocked enemy forces as the Byakugan activated. The landscape within a 10-mile radius unfolded before Orochimaru's eyes. The distribution of ninjas from various villages, the state of combat, and the division of forces appeared vividly in his mind. The Byakugan, a technique of strategic significance, proved exceptionally effective on the battlefield. With this ocular prowess, Orochimaru could discern everything occurring in the tumultuous arena, akin to having a battlefield radar. Through the Byakugan, he observed the ferocious ninjas of Kumogakure, the ruthless warriors of Kirigakure, and the retreating forces struggling to hold their ground. Chapter 122. The completion of the corpse bone path. On the battlefield, two figures stood opposed to one another. A heavy air of pressure enveloped the area, causing nearby ninjas to feel a chill of fear and hastily retreat. They sensed that this was a clash of masters. Despite one being merely a child of around 10 years, the overwhelming aura exuded was undeniable. Just as they prepared to engage, a bone blade descended from above, landing between them. Kagaya T, the newcomer, the leader of the Kagaya clan from Kirigakure, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 123. The third Raikage duel. The individual facing Orochimaru, who had just eliminated Kagaya T, displayed no signs of tension, instead radiating confidence. This piqued Orochimaru's curiosity regarding the man's identity. At that moment, one of the ninjas behind Orochimaru recognized the individual. "Lord Orochimaru, he is the partner of the third Raikage, Darui." It is widely known that each Raikage of Kumogakure is accompanied by a steadfast partner named Darui, and the man before them was indeed the third Raikage Darui. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's interest was further piqued. Chapter 124. The kill. With a crackle, the crystalline shield shattered, and a dazzling bolt of blue-purple lightning surged forth, striking Orochimaru. Yet, in the next instant, he transformed into a plume of white smoke, vanishing into the air. It turned out that when Orochimaru utilized crystal release, he had anticipated the possibility of his crystalline shield being breached and had employed the shadow clone technique. The true Orochimaru had already discreetly concealed himself nearby. After all, he was not a warrior who would fight to the death. He would evade when possible. Chapter 125. Vital energy. Very well, I accept your request. In response to Orochimaru's appeal, Uzumaki Dong-Ang hesitated no longer and readily acquiesced. What a good child, so devoted to the Uzumaki clan. The straightforward Uzumaki Dongang did not overthink the matter and promptly extended his support to Orochimaru. Seeing his goal achieved, a slight smile graced Orochimaru's lips. He knew that as long as he found a suitable justification, perhaps cloaked in the guise of affection, he could undoubtedly persuade others. With the support of the Uzumaki clan leader, Orochimaru swiftly identified. Chapter 126, The Blood Dragon. Once the experiment concluded, Uzumaki Dongang and the Konoha ninjas waiting at the entrance immediately surrounded Orochimaru. At the behest of the Konoha ninjas, Uzumaki Dongang, under immense pressure, awkwardly approached. Orochimaru, you have been in the land of whirlpools for quite some time. The third Hokage misses you dearly. Perhaps it would be best if you returned to Konoha. Despite being a robust and imposing middle-aged man, he seemed to shrink in stature before Orochimaru. Orochimaru cast a speechless glance at him, finding the reasoning rather simplistic. Having arrived at the Uzumaki clan for less than 2 months, he was taken aback. Chapter 127, The Triad of Vision. Dynamic vision, static vision. In the vision of life's rhythm, these three converge into one. In that moment, his previously held worldview shattered, and Orochimaru seemed to perceive the fundamental essence of the world. It was a deeper layer of reality, where he discerned the profound laws governing the universe. This was the original visage of the world, embodying the endless truths of universal principles. With his 3 pairs of eyes closed, Orochimaru tightly shut his eyelids, blood trickling from his 7 orifices, creating a ghastly and terrifying appearance. The recent observation of this new realm inundated him with a plethora of fresh information and knowledge. Chapter 128, Return to the village and support. After bidding farewell to Kurizetsu, Orochimaru silently returned to the carriage, his presence undetected. With Orochimaru's cunning, ordinary ninjas were utterly unaware of his departure. The carriage journeyed for half a day, eventually revealing a bustling and serene village. This was Konoha, the ninja village founded by the god of shinobi, Senja Hashirama, and the demon of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, recently emerged from the Uzumaki clan. Ninjas gazed in awe at the scene before them. In stark contrast to the ravaged land of the Whirlpool country, Konoha appeared exceedingly splendid. Chapter 129, The Method of Chi. Breathing once, twice, thrice. After several awakenings, Orochimaru achieved remarkable progress through the triple ocular technique. The luminous chi coursed through his body, all under Orochimaru's meticulous observation. Breathing, movement, meditation of various methods were explored. Following Orochimaru's synthesis, the initial version of the chi breathing method was established. This secret technique could gather the innate chi within the Uzumaki clan members, refining their bodies, nourishing their vitality, and cleansing their sinews and marrow. Chapter 130, The Invitation to Might Guy. In a noodle shop along the bustling streets of Konoha, the two sat facing each other, engaging in conversation while enjoying their meal. Orochimaru swiftly gleaned from Might Guy the current state of affairs. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, Guy dedicated himself to learning and training under his instructor. However, the results were far from satisfactory. His mentor, Amir Chinen, lacked the prowess to provide substantial guidance. Meanwhile, Guy's aptitude for ninjutsu was dismally poor, leaving him to toil away at mastering the Leaf Village's fluid techniques and the ancestral 8 gates of life. Confronted by Orochimaru, he boldly expressed his thoughts. In the training ground, a gentle breeze wafted through the stillness. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the teacher, wore a look of regret, lamenting his failure to intervene in Jiraiya's reckless behavior. Had he taken action, such unfortunate events might have been averted. Alternatively, had he devoted more time to teaching Jiraiya the summoning technique with a hands-on approach, the outcome would likely have been different. Observing Sarutobi's melancholic demeanor, Orochimaru approached to offer solace. Sensei, Jiraiya has always been fortunate and blessed with a long life. He will surely be fine. The discourse transitioned to the essence of vitality and its implications. Questions arose. What impact does vitality have on ordinary individuals? What are the methods of application and utilization of this energy? How does one cultivate vitality within an ordinary body? What distinguishes vitality from chakra? Each inquiry became a focal point for Orochimaru's future research. Upon establishing his research objectives, he promptly summoned Might Guy to the laboratory. Upon his first entry into the Konoha lab, Guy appeared anxious and constrained, only relaxing upon encountering Orochimaru. The concept of accumulation was not merely additive. It followed an exponential pattern. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. Initially, the results may seem inconspicuous, yet as one progresses, they will undoubtedly surpass the expectations of the average person. Despite Guy's lack of ninjutsu talent and insufficient chakra, the enhancement provided by the 8 gates would render these deficiencies inconsequential. The creator of this forbidden technique was undoubtedly a master of leverage. As for the development of vitality, Orochimaru devised a plan. He would meticulously control the dissemination of the methods for cultivating vitality, patiently awaiting the system to bear fruit. Naturally, his first choice would be the ninjas of Konoha. Years of training had sharpened their perceptions far beyond those of ordinary folk, making them prime candidates for vitality's restorative benefits. Gaining access to the cultivation methods would undoubtedly ignite their dedication. The fusion of chakra and vitality would further amplify their strength, ensuring their eagerness to partake. Since discovering that the spiritual herbs he cultivated were effective for vitality training, Orochimaru pondered how to expand his botanical garden. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to enlarge his endeavors. An abundance of spiritual herbs would yield a greater number of vitality practitioners, ultimately maximizing his benefits. The most capable individual in Konoha for such an undertaking was undoubtedly Danzo. With resources and manpower at his disposal, he was far more suitable than the perpetually busy Sarutobi. As Hinata Masahiro experienced the transformation within his body, he was astounded. Being a member of the Hyuga clan, he had honed his gentle fist technique from a young age, making him acutely aware of his physical condition. With the infusion of vitality, his overall state had improved significantly. He could sense the benefits of vitality extending far beyond mere enhancement. Upon activating his Byakugan, it felt as though he had received a substantial buff, with his ocular power replenishing rapidly. Indeed, vitality was a remarkable force that must be seized by his clan. Interestingly, upon arriving in Konoha, Nagashi felt an instinctive affinity toward Orochimaru. This warmth was enough to incite jealousy in even Tsunade and Mito. However, as Orochimaru's prowess deepened and his appearance became ethereal, the dynamic shifted. Tsunade's eyes sparkled upon seeing Orochimaru, her admiration nearly overwhelming. Orochimaru, you are stunning from every angle. Truly perfect. Her gaze was fervent, as if seeking to consume him entirely. As the enemy closed in, the situation grew increasingly dire. Soon, the anticipated battle commenced. Contrary to Sarutobi's expectations, the four great ninja villages did not launch a direct assault. Instead, they supported the Rain Country as a puppet to instigate conflict. The Rain Country, perpetually shrouded in clouds and rain, struggled economically due to its harsh environment. In comparison to its prosperous neighbors, it sought expansion as a means to thrive. Amidst the murmurs of disbelief, the crowd realized that the so-called sage was not immune to aging. The Toad Sage, too, succumbed to the passage of time, becoming befuddled like any ordinary individual. Yet, having lived for a millennium, he truly earned the title of sage. It remained uncertain whether other sage beings had also experienced the ravages of time. Upon receiving this news, Orochimaru's gaze flickered, contemplating other dimensions. The inability to foresee the future could perhaps be attributed to himself. Surely, he was capable of altering the future. After a span of 10 minutes, Jiraiya barely achieved the sage mode. This prolonged preparation left Sarutobi despondent, as he had harbored high hopes for Jiraiya's return from the three great summoning sanctuaries. The time taken was excessive. 10 minutes could have easily sealed his fate. Sarutobi mused, well, the village's situation is not yet critical. I shall refrain from sending him to the battlefield. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, the peculiar state he found himself in was escalating. Faced with Orochimaru's relentless onslaught, he disregarded all else, fervently absorbing the natural energy around him. The influx caused a disturbing imbalance between his natural energy and chakra, resulting in a grotesque transformation. His physique swelled. His face sprouted toad-like blemishes, and he became increasingly unappealing. This metamorphosis deepened with the rising natural energy, threatening to fully morph Jiraiya into a toad. In alarm, he exclaimed, "This is bad. I can't maintain control." The energy within the body is exceedingly intricate, leading to Jiraiya's encounters in Chapter 142 as he ventures to the front lines. During the rainy season, a gentle drizzle falls outside the window. Gazing at the rain-soaked scenery, Orochimaru stands with his hands clasped behind his back, reflecting on the ninjas engaged in battle at the front. Supported by the four great ninja villages, Hanzo of the Salamander is evenly matched against Konoha, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. Of course, Konoha has not exerted its full strength, reserving some power to guard against potential ambushes from the four great villages. With the introduction of the toad oil, Orochimaru can swiftly conclude the battle if he so desires. By employing large-scale ninjutsu, he could mix the toad oil with the rainwater. In Chapter 143, as Orochimaru meticulously analyzes the intelligence, Jiraiya steps forward, arms crossed, declaring with pride, "What is so remarkable about Hanzo of the Salamander? Under my sage mode, he will undoubtedly be no match for me." Having integrated the essence of vitality, Jiraiya successfully activates the energy within him. He realizes that this energy can also be utilized as natural energy in Sage mode, allowing him to swiftly enter that state. Thus, his confidence swells once more. However, in the presence of Orochimaru, he still hesitates, feeling a lack of assurance. In Chapter 144, as Jiraiya attacks, Hanzo's gaze sharpens, and his side whirls through the air. The chainsaw strikes with deadly precision, slicing through the air and producing a radiant white arc. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya's shadow clone is obliterated, dissipating into a cloud of white smoke. The chain scythe, having destroyed one clone, swiftly targets another direction. Yet, at that moment, Jiraiya has already closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick that connects with Hanzo. In Chapter 145, sensing the situation on the battlefield, the Sage of Shinsaku and the Sage of Shima immediately comprehend the current circumstances. The Sage of Shinsaki nods in agreement, stating, "I understand now. I am willing to lend you my aid." Meanwhile, the Sage of Shima also nods, reflecting on the unfamiliar surroundings with a sense of nostalgia. It has been a long time since he wandered through the ninja world, and indeed, it remains in a state of perpetual turmoil. The two Toad Sages leap onto Jiraiya, preparing to employ a combination of sage techniques. However, at that moment, the Sage of Shinsaka senses a change within Jiraiya. In Chapter 146, witnessing the retreat, Hanzo immediately pursues. Utilizing the water body flicker technique, he swiftly appears behind Jiraiya, intent on launching a surprise attack. Yet, in the next instant, he is obstructed by several explosive tags and figures that materialize in front of him. The resounding explosions halt his advance. Hanzo lifts his gaze to find a figure in white standing directly before him. The newcomer is none other than Orochimaru, who has stealthily arrived using the body flicker technique. In Chapter 147, regarding the invitation from the Sage of Shinsaku of Mount Myaboku, Orochimaru naturally declines. After all, he is Orochimaru. Even if he were to choose sage techniques, he should explore the Dragon Cave. Moreover, in this world, sage techniques are neither abundant nor scarce. Each possesses unique abilities and flaws. Orochimaru aspires to harness the strengths of others to create a sage mode that complements his own abilities, rather than merely imitating the sage arts of others. The sage techniques of Myaboka Mountain are indeed formidable, yet they remain the cultivation method of the protagonists. However, in terms of efficacy, they do not surpass the unique capabilities he seeks to develop. Chapter 148, the transformation of Might Guy. In response to the inquiry, Orochimaru smiled with confidence. Dealing with Hanzo of the Salamander is straightforward. I already have a strategy in mind. Jiraiya gazed at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is that for real? You can't be serious." Tsunade shot Jiraiya a disapproving glance, her beautiful eyes then turning to Orochimaru. How could Orochimaru be boasting? He has never broken a promise. He must have truly devised a solution. Witnessing Tsunade's unwavering support for Orochimaru, Jiraiya felt a tumult of emotions, his heart heavy with sorrow. Chapter 149. Am I battling Hanzo of the Salamander? At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted. Orochimaru, is this the person you brought? I don't think he is all that impressive. Jiraiya's playful tone echoed from behind. Yet, as he approached, his tone shifted dramatically. Wait. Is this really the Might Guy I remember? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Might Guy, struggling to reconcile the muscular figure before him with the scrawny, naive boy he once knew. Chapter 150. The defeated Jiraiya. Might Guy. Jiraiya, let us have another special training session. This time, it will surely succeed, Orochimaru proclaimed loudly. He turned to Might Guy, instructing, this time, follow my lead. Whatever technique I call for, execute it without hesitation, just focus on moving. Might Guy nodded earnestly, understanding Orochimaru's intent. With a hearty smile, he assured, rest assured, Orochimaru, I will heed your commands. Chapter 151. The retreating Jiraiya. Jiraiya, filled with despair, observed Might Guy's eager anticipation for instructions, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. He pulled Might Guy close, adopting a friendly demeanor. Might Guy, I concede. I never anticipated your prowess to be so formidable. Yet, it's truly a pity that such strength goes underutilized. Orochimaru is often preoccupied with various matters and cannot always train with you, so allow me to assist. I have trained for 2.5 years at Myaboka Mountain, one of the legendary 3 great summoning sanctuaries. Chapter 152. The accomplished Might Guy. Days later, a disheveled Might Guy emerged from a pile of rubble. Beneath his feet lay a vast, bottomless pit. Ha, my super invincible whirlwind has finally been perfected. He beamed with delight, thrilled by his creation. With this accomplishment, he felt that he had fulfilled the task entrusted to him by Orochimaru. Shortly thereafter, Might Guy sought out Orochimaru to report his success. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he expressed his astonishment at Might Guy's success. In Chapter 153, The Astonishing Hanzo of the Salamander. A robust and steady voice resonated from a distance. Is what you speak of true? If the mountains are blasted apart, will the land of rain no longer be drenched in incessant rain? The crowd looked up, astonished to see Hanzo of the Salamander standing nearby, clad in armor, a respirator adorning his face, and wielding a flexible scythe linked by iron chains. Hanzo of the Salamander, what brings you here? Jiraiya stepped forward upon recognizing the foe. Hanzo scoffed, his voice low and menacing. You little brat, prepare yourself. In Chapter 154, The Defeat of Hanzo of the Salamander, a thick cloud of toxic gas erupted, instantly enveloping Might Guy. Yet, in the next moment, his figure burst forth from the dark purple mist, spinning through the air like a top. The power of the Eight Gates surged forth, his robust form merging with the surrounding air, emitting a suppressed, screeching sound. A colossal drill-like apparition manifested around him, hurtling towards Hanzo. Due to his rapid rotation, the air pressure around Might Guy plummeted, preventing the toxic gas from encroaching upon him. Hanzo, astonished, could only watch. In Chapter 155, the Four Shadows arrive. A chilling atmosphere permeated the battlefield. The leaders of the four great shinobi villages had arrived, causing a flurry of panic among Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Might Guy, their brows drenched in sweat. They had never anticipated that the shadows of the four villages would unite to confront Orochimaru. Kakashi, understanding Orochimaru's significance to Konoha, steeled himself for a fight to the death. The others also summoned their utmost strength. Jiraiya rapidly formed hand seals, his face contorted in concentration as he endeavored to enter Sage mode. In Chapter 156, The Secret Techniques of Blood, a moment of silence enveloped the air, creating a brief stillness. Upon confirming the disappearance of the third Raikage, Inoki exclaimed, Orochimaru, where have you sent the Raikage? He is renowned for his ferocious combat prowess. The fact that he was dispatched so easily before Orochimaru was simply unbelievable. Orochimaru withdrew his palm, standing with his hands clasped behind him, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he spoke. If fortune favors us, we should find ourselves back in the hidden cloud village. If luck is not on our side, we might be transported to your village instead. He regarded the flustered third Mizukage with an expression of indifference, producing a wind-release talisman and casting it aside. A tempest swept through, dispersing the pungent scent of blood that lingered in the air. Upon completing this, Orochimaru remarked coolly, do not attempt any tricks before me. I see everything clearly. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Mizukage's countenance momentarily stiffened before returning to tranquility, as though nothing had transpired. How quickly he altered his demeanor. Could he be plotting some insidious scheme? With the third Kazekage's most formidable technique rendered ineffective, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. Jiraiya exclaimed with enthusiasm, Splendid, Orochimaru. Does this imply that we have vanquished the shadows of the four great ninja villages? In his view, their confrontation with the four shadows signified that they possessed the strength of a shadow themselves. Yet, in the next moment, Jiraiya's elation turned to despair as he was sent flying by the third Mizukage's kick, landing in a ravine. To defeat us, you youngsters are still too inexperienced. The third Mizukage sneered. Observing the plummeting third Kazekage, Orochimaru dove forward, ensnaring him with a venomous binding. The third Kazekage, noticing this, scoffed derisively, do not harbor any illusions of trapping me. I too am clad in protective armor. As a village leader, it was inconceivable for him not to be adorned in the same armor as Hanzo the Salamander. In an instant, an unceasing flow of chakra surged from the venomous bindings into his armor, replenishing his strength. Faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Orochimaru remained unperturbed, producing a ninja scroll from his pocket and casting it forth. Both individuals were prodigies who had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, having already reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Defeating a few still maturing geniuses was a relatively simple task. As the two approached, Orochimaru remained calm, turning to survey his companions. His teammates appeared to be in a dire state, battered but with minimal casualties. Tsunade, skilled in medical ninjutsu, buzzed about like a bee, tending to their wounds. Seeing his comrades arrive, the third Kazekage hesitated momentarily, contemplating the situation with Orochimaru. The other two also fell into deep thought. Among the five great ninja villages, Konoha held the greatest strength, followed by Kumogakure, then Iwagakure and Kirigakure, with Sunagakure at the end. Appointing someone outside the shadows as a leader seemed implausible, yet it was not entirely out of the question. Uzumaki Mido, the wife of the Sage of the Six Paths, Shinja Hashirama, resided in Konoha, yet it was known that she did not meddle much in the affairs of the ninja world. Electing her as a nominal leader appeared to be a reasonable proposition, preferable to appointing Sarutobi Hiruzen or the Third Hokage, in the Hokage's office. Orochimaru recounted the recent events to his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naturally, certain details were concealed and altered. Upon hearing about Orochimaru's discussions with the 4 great shinobi villages to establish an organization that would unify the 5 great villages and allocate the world's resources, Sarutobi was taken aback. The notion of the 5 great villages uniting to govern the world, bypassing the daimyo and nobility in pursuit of peace, is an exceedingly audacious ambition. What manner of arrogance must one possess to conceive such an idea? Chapter 163, Persuading the Masses. Observing Danzo's wavering resolve, Orochimaru delivered his final blow. Orochimaru remarked, "The most significant aspect is that our inclusion will not incur any losses for the village. Rather, it shall yield tremendous benefits. Since there are only advantages and no drawbacks, what harm could there be in trying? Should we fail, the might of the 5 great shinobi villages would deter anyone from confronting us. Conversely, if we succeed, the village's status could undergo a monumental transformation, granting us control over the world's martial power and resource allocation. It is essential to acknowledge that during Chapter 164, in the transaction with the Uchiha clan, many hearts began to waver. Initially, the former ninjas of the Senju clan, who had disbanded, were stirred into agitation, their stances becoming uncertain. Their reluctance stemmed from 2 primary concerns. Firstly, they feared that their actions might undermine the efforts of Hashirama Senju, jeopardizing the hard-won peace. Secondly, numerous members of the Senju clan had joined the Fire Nation post-dissolution, ascending to the ranks of nobility. With impending reforms in the shinobi villages, their vested interests might be threatened. However, should the 5 villages unite, and if the leader were to be from the Uzumaki clan, with the Uchiha clan as an ally, Orochimaru felt a notable sense of relaxation. In due time, he would be able to extricate himself from this affair and indulge in his research freely. This unintended endeavor has indeed been a source of mental strain and quite troublesome. Nevertheless, despite the complications, the potential benefits are substantial, and I hope they do not lead to disappointment. Orochimaru gazed into the distance as if surveying the entire ninja world, then vanished from his original position. Within the ancestral grounds of the South Shrine, a congregation of Uchiha elites gathered, their expressions revealing a sense of satisfaction. As he received the secret techniques and resources bestowed by the Uchiha clan, a glimmer of contentment flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Apart from a few unique secret arts, nearly all the knowledge of ninjutsu was present here. Nevertheless, Orochimaru felt no trepidation. He possessed ample time and opportunities to seek the coveted techniques of Izanagi and Izanami. Upon lifting his gaze towards those on the verge of submission before him, the satisfaction in his eyes deepened. The proud Uchiha had shed their arrogance and now lay prostrate at his feet. As Orochimaru became engrossed in his research, delving into the mysteries of the Sharingan, Danzo swiftly approached him. Without hesitation, he began to interrogate, "Orochimaru, how can you collaborate with the nefarious Uchiha clan? Are you not aware that they are a band of unreliable madmen?" His brow furrowed deeply, and he tapped his golden dragon-headed cane against the ground, expressing his discontent. In response, Orochimaru remained unperturbed, holding a research specimen in his hand, unaffected by Danzo's agitation. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Danzo gritted his teeth and addressed Orochimaru. "You have always been resolute in your convictions, and I trust your judgment this time. I hope this endeavor proves successful and does not end in failure. Additionally, should you uncover the means to wield the Sharingan, do not forget to provide me with a copy. The depths of this matter are profound if you cannot navigate them. Allow me to take the lead." Orochimaru, what a delightful fade, yet it merely serves as a guise for probing into my research endeavors. Nonetheless, this also reveals Danzo's apprehension towards the Uchiha clan. Chapter 169, Genjutsu. Upon inspection by Orochimaru, the 3rd potion exhibited remarkable effects, fully awakening the latent potential of the 8th Uchiha. Not only did the Sharingan experience evolution, but his physical capabilities also saw significant enhancement. Of course, all of this comes at a cost. The stimulation from the drug means that the evolution of his Sharingan can only be sustained for approximately 10 minutes before it succumbs to fatigue. During this interval, the surging power of Yin release imposes a detrimental impact on his mental fortitude, as well as a considerable strain on his physique. The sudden influx of power can easily lead to a desperate yearning for the 4th potion among the Uchiha clan. Chapter 170. In a brutal confrontation of physical techniques, Orochimaru rose to the challenge, engaging in a brief clash utilizing his own strength. Without external aid, everything relied solely on innate power. The 8th Uchiha, having just awakened his 3 Tomo Sharingan, struggles to harness his newfound abilities. Each punch and kick is laden with immense force. However, before the revitalized Orochimaru, brimming with vital energy, not a trace of harm is inflicted. Orochimaru filled his body with the vital energy, enveloping his internal organs in a protective layer, akin to an impenetrable shield. When confronted by the attack of Uchiha Hakadai, he remarked, Chapter 171, Leaving the Village. Hakadai, how have you returned? Just upon returning home, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a red and white robe adorned with a fan, slowly approaching him. Lord Ini, upon seeing the newcomer, Uchiha Hakadai immediately bowed respectfully. Before one of the top 3 powerhouses of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Uchiha Guard, he dared not show any sign of displeasure. Even with the awakening of his 3-tomo Sharingan, defeating the opponent was beyond his grasp. Lord Ini, I have received orders from Lord Orochimaru to assemble the members of our family's designated team, he stated earnestly. His charming demeanor elicited a delightful giggle from Uzumaki Mido. As a significant representative of Konoha, her presence was essential at the joint meeting of the 5 villages. Should their mission succeed, Konoha would reap immense benefits and prestige due to her involvement. Surprisingly, Uzumaki Mido did not harbor resentment towards Orochimaru for involving her. Rather, she felt quite pleased and content with his actions. After becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she was regarded as Konoha ultimate weapon, and her scope of action had been drastically limited. Chapter 173, The Great Toad. As Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the adamantine staff, poised to deliver a decisive blow, he suddenly heard Orochimaru's voice calling out, Master, spare him. Orochimaru leapt from the carriage and dashed towards the enigmatic rogue ninja, binding him securely before taking him captive. Having accomplished this, he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Sensei, this individual's ninjutsu is formidable. He ought to be taken for further study. To slay such a powerful ninja with a mere strike would indeed be a lamentable waste. Moreover, Orochimaru noticed a glimmer of envy in Tsunade's eyes as she observed the situation. The proud princess of Konoha felt a pang of inadequacy. Recognizing her abilities paled in comparison to her 2 companions. How could it be that despite sharing the same teacher and putting forth equal effort, the disparity was so vast? Vortex Mido, perceiving her distress, offered words of comfort. Little Tsunade, are you feeling envious? Tsunade nodded in response. Mido continued, You see, Jiraiya has encountered remarkable fortunes. Gaining the support of Miyaboku Mountain, such opportunities are rare. A radiant crystalline structure, aglow with a crimson hue, adorned with resplendent golden sand, transformed the earthen dwelling into a magnificent spectacle, intricately carved with numerous designs. The emblem of Konoha, under careful design, was breathtakingly exquisite and exuded grandeur. From a distance, it appeared as a captivating artifact, drawing the attention of onlookers. In stark contrast, the neighboring 4 ninja villages remained in their unrefined state. After completing this transformation, Orochimaru clapped his hands, admiring his masterpiece. The art of crystal manipulation shone brilliantly, serving as both a potent weapon and a stunning embellishment. With the arrival of Noki, the atmosphere shifted slightly, enveloped in a sense of restraint. However, Jiraiya's exuberant personality allowed him to engage effortlessly with the older Tsuchi, fostering camaraderie amidst a non-combative setting. As their conversation flourished, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Noki exchanged glances, each recognizing a glimmer of peace in the other's eyes. If all could coexist harmoniously, perhaps the world would be free from the scourge of war and bloodshed. This gathering of the 5 Kage might not be in vain after all. As discussions unfolded, the collective voices weighed the pros and cons, ultimately easing the heart of the 3rd Raikage. Fueled by spirits, he surveyed the expressions of those around him. Lowering his gaze slightly, observing that most had embraced the proposal, he realized that standing alone would be impractical. Rejecting the notion might lead to backlash, rendering Kumogakure a target of collective ire, a scenario he wished to avoid. Though outwardly rugged and forthright, he possessed a keen sensitivity, adept at discerning when to advance and when to retreat. Thus, he conceded, very well, though I remain uncertain. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Indeed, the advantage lay with them. The successful alliance of the 5 villages, led by Konoha, would usher in an era of peace within the ninja world, free from large-scale conflicts and bloodshed. Surely this was the outcome that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had envisioned. With everything in place, only the final push was needed. The fate of the alliance would be determined on the morrow. Before the expectant gazes of the assembly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood tall, unveiling the prepared resources and technologies. Konoha would offer a selection of ninjutsu knowledge, methods for energy cultivation, ninja tools, talismans, and elixirs at modest prices. A wave of astonishment and delight rippled through the other four Kage, who gazed at Hiruzen in disbelief. They were taken aback by the sheer volume of exclusive knowledge and cultivation techniques presented, yet simultaneously elated by the potential benefits. In a display of sheer might, each of Orochimaru's blows felled opponents effortlessly. The terrifying and astonishing results instilled immense psychological pressure and dread among the subsequent generations of ninja. They were mere instruments, willing to disregard their own lives and those of their comrades to fulfill their missions. Yet, when faced with an insurmountable terror, many succumbed to panic, fleeing in despair. He was not merely a man, he embodied a demon, a harbinger of doom, an adversary beyond defeat. Run! Run! They cried, having sealed away the incessant flow of energy within. Orochimaru reverted to his original form and state. The loss of power felt akin to a fall from a great height, leaving an inexplicable sense of despondency that was truly disheartening. Nevertheless, relinquishing such strength was not entirely detrimental. At least it ensured that he would not be lost to the intoxicating allure of that power. Orochimaru closed his eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, wisdom and humility resurfaced within his gaze. He was acutely aware that his strength was insufficient, necessitating further accumulation, and it would be unwise to exhibit excessive arrogance. The distant threat of Otsutsuki aside, the imminent danger was palpable. Upon returning to the Konoha laboratory, Orochimaru commenced his investigations on the captured shinobi, examining each one meticulously. The techniques they had cultivated were diverse and peculiar, with varying effects. Some even practiced arts that were neither ninjutsu nor chakra-based. Among a few individuals, Orochimaru discerned traces of sage techniques and natural energy. After thorough exploration, he identified one individual with a sage transformation reminiscent of Jagon, and another from the Tsuchigumo clan who had undergone a self-detonation sage transformation. In addition, there were two distinct varieties of sage transformations, both of which had not been previously depicted in the original narrative. The delicately featured girl was confined within a cage, presenting an appearance that evoked a sense of pity, as if she were resigned to her fate. Orochimaru extended his palm, his eyes reflecting a tinge of compassion as he gently caressed the cheek of Uchiha Hikari. At such a tender age, awakening the Manjiki Sharingan should have marked him as a prodigy. Alas, he possessed strength devoid of the will to wield it, reduced to a mere tool by his kin. However, having encountered me, your fate shall undergo a transformation, liberated from the shroud of misfortune. Regarding this tragic figure from the original narrative, Orochimaru found joy in the unique qualities of the individual. Chapter 184, Transformation after the passage of over 6 months. The Five Villages Alliance was officially established. This year was heralded as the dawn of a new era in the shinobi world. During this period, the Alliance revamped the military funding system, adopting Orochimaru's prior recommendations to combat nefarious forces, confiscate illicit assets, and maintain peace while collecting protection fees. Following several rounds of asset confiscation, the shinobi villages were astounded to discover that the funds they acquired surpassed the military allocations from their feudal lords. In an instant, the daimyo, who once provided financial support to the shinobi villages, lost their significance. Chapter 185, Contracted Summoning Beasts. The two individuals faced each other, and a sense of unease began to creep into Orochimaru, who was caught in the middle. Fortunately, he managed to intervene, shielding Uchiha Hikari from Tsunade's gaze and escorting him into Jiraiya's home. At that moment, Jiraiya had just risen to his feet, a look of bewilderment upon his face, clearly having endured a considerable beating. What a beautiful girl, such tremendous strength, she rivals Tsunade's monstrous punches. Where did Orochimaru find her? He muttered to himself, only to look up and see Orochimaru entering, each arm accompanied by a girl, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Chapter 186, Experiment Indeed. The fourth potion had been completed by Orochimaru. In truth, this potion was the result of his meticulous research into Uchiha Hikari and the Manjiki Sharingan, which he had invested considerable time into understanding. With Hikari awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, Orochimaru had thoroughly studied it, effectively grasping the essence of its evolution. However, awakening the Manjiki Sharingan was no easy feat. Merely relying on the potion would not suffice to enable Uchiha to awaken it. Other methods were intricately intertwined. Chapter 187, Inferior Version of Manjiki. The principles were not overly complex. A discerning individual would easily comprehend them. Nevertheless, meeting the two conditions required was a formidable challenge for the average person. Fortunately, Orochimaru possessed the means to facilitate these conditions. By temporarily creating a vessel capable of evolving the Manjiki Sharingan and concocting a blend of potent elixirs, alongside reinforcing one's vitality, he could achieve this. The transformation of the mind was even simpler. Izanagi, a forbidden technique known for altering destiny, could be slightly modified to become a means of transforming one's mental state. Chapter 188. New version of Manjiki. After experiencing 3 minutes of the inferior version of the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Shinhwa was swiftly reverted to his original form. The experience of the Manjiki Sharingan left him with a profound sense of loss, yet his heart was filled with lingering satisfaction. Suppressing his disappointment, he remarked, "The experiment should be deemed a success. I have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan at the cost of a single 3-tomo Sharingan." Once he concluded the state of the Manjiki Sharingan, his left eye was significantly affected, rendering his perception of the world hazy. Truthfully, this price was negligible for him. Chapter 189. New eye technique. In the face of nearly insurmountable power, the onlookers were filled with exhilaration, cheering fervently. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, standing aside, employed his triple vision to scan the newly manifested Manjiki Sharingan. In this heightened state of perception, he meticulously observed the unique ocular techniques emerging from the individual's eyes. After extensive study of Uchiha Hikari, Orochimaru had already developed a method to scrutinize ocular techniques. Under his gaze, the peculiar shapes within the opposing eyes revealed themselves, intricate and profound. Chapter 190. Further ambitions. With the full cooperation of his counterpart, Orochimaru effortlessly acquired all pertinent data. It must be said that the power derived from awakening the Manjiki Sharingan through different methods varied considerably. Perhaps this was the enigma of the eye that mirrored the soul. Gazing at the data before him, Orochimaru could not help but marvel. Upon incorporating mental stimulation, the potency of the Manjiki Sharingan indeed ascended to new heights, rivaling the original version. Furthermore, each ocular technique awakened by the Uchiha, even those identical in nature, exhibited distinct tendencies. Chapter 191. Danzo's request. Having bid farewell to Uchiha, Orochimaru found himself with a moment of respite to delve into the study of the blinded eyeballs. The 2 3-tomo left eyes had fully depleted their vitality, devoid of any life. Despite Orochimaru's various attempts to invigorate them, he could not restore their functionality. However, through careful observation, he discerned notable differences. Utilizing his triple vision, he conducted a profound analysis of the microscopic state of the eyeballs, uncovering remnants of ocular technique transformations. By analyzing these changes, he could glean insights into the potential for recovery. Chapter 192. Summoning technique. In response to Danzo's urgent inquiries, Orochimaru responded with a mysterious smile, stating, "You must be aware of natural energy in Sage Mode. This is a special power derived from the 3 great summoning sanctuaries, rivaling even the Manjiki Sharingan." Danzo furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, "Sage Mode, of course, I know. Jiraiya, the disciple of Hiruzen, practices this technique. Have you truly unraveled the mysteries of Sage Mode and natural energy?" Indeed, this was a formidable and unique power, not possessed by many in the shinobi world, yet capable of countering the Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 193. Serpents of the Earth. In the state of vitality, Orochimaru harnessed a blend of chakra and life essence to summon the serpents of the Dragon's Cave. This time, the summoning technique, infused with other energies, instantly captured the attention of several extraordinary beings. In a moment of reverie, in Orochimaru's mind, he sensed several colossal serpents, their massive forms reminiscent of mountains, preparing to respond to his summons. Among these titanic snakes, Orochimaru chose the most formidable and tenacious one. The vibrant life force radiating from it left Orochimaru in awe. Chapter 194. The secret art of domination. After failing to inquire about the sage arts, a disheartened Orochimaru decided to lift the secret technique. The myriad snakes reopened their eyes, bewildered, with no recollection of the preceding events. As it flicked its elongated tongue, about to address Orochimaru, its body involuntarily transformed into a wisp of white mist. With a resounding thud, the myriad snakes returned to the Dragon's Cave. With the summoning of the myriad snakes dispelled, Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he began to digest the information regarding the Dragon's Cave. He harbored no concern over the possibility of the myriad snakes lying to him. Chapter 195. The goddess of Tianxin. Surrounded by swirling mist and strewn with corpses, the scene might lead an unsuspecting onlooker to believe they had stumbled into a den of demons. However, the circumstances here were hardly more favorable than that of a hellish pit. Just as Orochimaru intended to advance further, 2 piercing green lights, as resplendent as jewels, illuminated the fog. With the appearance of this radiance, a melodious voice echoed in the ears of the myriad snakes. "Why have you, myriad snakes, strayed from your domain to intrude upon mine?" No sooner had the words been spoken than the mist gradually receded, revealing a graceful woman clad in a green traditional qipao. Chapter 196. The enraged goddess of Tianxin. Myriad snakes, I shall devour you piece by piece, so you may comprehend the consequences of provoking me. From the source of the eerie green light, the cold, furious voice of the goddess of Tianqin resonated. Following this, a blue serpent, slightly inferior to the myriad snakes, manifested within the dragon's cave, exuding an ethereal green glow. The luminous green light flickered, gradually coalescing into a dragon-shaped specter that ascended from the mouth of the goddess of Tianqin. Orochimaru recognized that it was natural energy. The deity of Tianqin was enraged by him, and it appeared she was prepared to strike with lethal intent. In the 197th chapter of the original series, titled Serpent Transformation, the term deactivation refers to the complete depletion of sage power from natural energy, diminishing its vitality to the utmost degree. The sage techniques of the three great sanctuaries now absorb natural energy infused with sage power. This sage power, in essence, derives from the genetic cells of the sages residing in these sanctuaries, such as the toad oil from Mayaboka Mountain, the venom infused from the snake fangs in Raiwichi Cave, and the mucus from the wetbone forest. These unique substances possess a certain degree of corrosiveness and are exceedingly perilous. After all, the sages have survived in the ninja world for millennia, their very life essence at stake. In Chapter 198, Phantom of the White Phosphor Serpent, when confronted by a man, the root ninja displayed a demeanor of unwavering courage, devoid of any panic. With a series of Leaf Village fluid techniques, he thoroughly assessed the man's transformations. The enhancement of his physical prowess granted the man strength comparable to that of a low-ranking taijutsu ninja, albeit lacking in combat experience. However, the primal instincts of his opponent surged, rendering his combat style akin to that of a wild beast, exhibiting remarkable aggression. The attacks from ninja tools and ninjutsu could be defended against by his armored scales. Yet, when faced with genjutsu, in Chapter 199, the dissemination of sage pills, having dispelled the test subjects, Orochimaru proceeded to refine and optimize his creations. In addition to the Raiwichi Cave sage pills, he had also synthesized those from the other sanctuaries. One day, the door of the laboratory swung open, and Danzo hastily entered. Upon arrival, he approached Orochimaru with urgency. Orochimaru, what are the results of the experiments I requested? Are they ready for the ninjas yet? His tone was frantic, as if he were confronted with a matter of great significance. In Chapter 200, Collaboration with Uchiha Light, Orochimaru mused that the battlefield in the Land of Hot Water was a fine location for combat, albeit somewhat distant. After receiving intelligence, he pondered quietly. It seems I must prepare early and reap a bountiful harvest. War signifies death, and death implies the dissolution of all things, rendering everything void. Yet, in Orochimaru's eyes, the corpses of fallen ninjas encapsulated the vital energy he had sown. The dissipating vital energy upon a ninja's demise was an egregious waste. Thus, upon receiving the news, Orochimaru set his sights on Uchiha. In Chapter 201, Possession and Living Corpses, the boundless vision bestowed upon Orochimaru induced a sensation of transcending into a higher dimensional being, enabling him to observe lower dimensional creatures at will, omnipotent and omnipresent. It felt as though he could reach any location suffused with vital energy and exert control over any practitioner of such techniques. This sensation surpassed even the thrill of his last power unsealing. The groundwork he had laid previously had not been in vain. In his current state, he seemed to rival the divine. Were he to consolidate? In Chapter 202, The Hell Path, the living corpses bore ashen faces and decaying bodies, resembling those freshly exhumed from graves. Yet, these entities exhibited speeds akin to the living, swiftly advancing towards the allied forces. Their velocity was no slower than that of the living. As the living corpses drew near, the allied ninjas beheld the putrid decay and the foul stench emanating from them. Such a horrifying sight left many within the Five-Village Alliance in a state of panic, their legs trembling, uncertain whether to flee or to fight. Engaging with the living was commonplace, but battling the dead. In Chapter 203, The Realm of Hell, the great king of hell presided over the mysteries of life and death, wielding unparalleled power. The 5 great ninja villages were inconsequential in his eyes. Let me harness the might of the great king of hell to eradicate these wretches here, the inflated ego of the king of hell commanded, raising his arm to resurrect even more living corpses to charge at the ninja alliance. As the old corpses remained unresolved, new ones emerged, escalating the tension of the situation. Observing the relentless advance of the enemy, Danzo swiftly maneuvered behind his comrades to issue further commands. In Chapter 204, The Instruments of Vital Energy Harvesting, a chilling wind swept through, intensifying the cold. As the number of living corpses multiplied on the battlefield, the pressure on the ninjas grew increasingly burdensome. The insufficient numbers of pseudo-sages could not withstand the onslaught, leading to their eventual defeat after a prolonged struggle. Faced with the ineffectiveness of their many tactics, the alliance resolved to retreat and conserve their remaining strength. As they took flight from the battlefield, Akimichi Minta suddenly jolted back to awareness. What is happening? Why is everyone retreating? A nearby comrade observed. In Chapter 205, Instrument Malfunction, mere days later, Orochimaru had amassed a considerable amount of vital energy. Standing before the vital energy harvester, he marveled at the machine pulsating with a vibrant red glow. Truly, this is the ninja world. The rate at which ninjas perish is astonishingly swift, he mused. Each flicker of light signified a life extinguished, illustrating the severity of the turmoil and slaughter within the ninja realm. Unbeknownst to most, violence unfolded incessantly, not limited to the front lines. In Chapter 206, Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing Uchiha Light's remarks, Orochimaru's expression shifted, and he rushed out. What is the matter? Has there been a malfunction with the instruments? Having achieved numerous successful experiments, Orochimaru held immense confidence in his research abilities, believing his talents far surpassed those of his peers. Typically, he encountered no issues, yet the intricate design and specialized function of this particular apparatus may have led to its malfunction due to an oversight on his part. With a tinge of apprehension, Orochimaru entered the room housing the instruments, raising his gaze. In Chapter 207, Reclamation of Vital Energy, the atmosphere was silent, shrouded in stillness. Just as Kurozetsu pondered deeply, the raucous laughter of Uchiha Madara broke the tranquility. To think that within just a few decades, the ninja world has birthed such intriguing individuals. I hope he can ignite the same fervor within me as Hashirama did, allowing me to dance with joy. Unfazed by the potential threat, Uchiha Madara was instead exhilarated at the prospect. He had undergone a profound transformation, his strength surpassing that of his past self. Not only had he integrated Hashirama's power. In Chapter 208, The Capture of Kurozetsu, the enigmatic figure following Uchiha Madara received communication from Orochimaru. What does Orochimaru want with me now? Has he uncovered something? Observing Uchiha Madara beside him, Kurozetsu's expression shifted before dismissing that notion. His acting was flawless. Surely Orochimaru could not discern his true intentions. Could it be that he had been the one observing Uchiha Madara? That seemed unlikely, while exceptionally gifted. Orochimaru was not yet at that level. All geniuses require time to mature. In Chapter 209, Successful Capture, he employed wood release, cutting technique. The thick wooden tendrils transformed into long, sharp spikes, thrusting forcefully against the barrier of the 5 elements sealing technique. A resounding roar echoed as the multicolored shield trembled violently. Yet in the next instant, it returned to its original state. Observing this, Kurojitsu intensified his output, relentlessly assaulting the confines of the 5 elements sealing technique. As the barrier quaked, the vibrant hues of the seal rippled, as if on the verge of shattering. In the face of Kurojitsu's relentless onslaught, Orochimaru remained unfazed, forming hand seals and summoning 5 shadow clones. At that moment, several concealed presences raced toward this location, accompanied by sensory ninjutsu in search of their target. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he turned towards the approaching figure, fully comprehending their identity and purpose. Moments ago, Kurozetsu had unleashed a tremendous surge of power. Although it failed to shatter the elemental seal's prison, it had nonetheless released tendrils of energy that spread outward. Before long, several masked ninjas appeared, darting through the air with astonishing speed. Upon sighting Orochimaru, the ninjas momentarily slowed their pace, allowing their guard to drop. The leader of the group approached Orochimaru, pondering that without transformation, one could not manipulate Kurozetsu, yet with transformation, Kurozetsu would cease to exist. Orochimaru found himself in a dilemma. Observing the limp form of Kurozetsu, his eyes narrowed slightly as a brilliant idea began to take shape in his mind. Kagaya Tsutsuki, upon creating Kagaya, perceived her mission to liberate herself from confinement as the very essence of Kagaya's existence. Though she could not alter her fate, she was capable of manipulation, obscuring the original concept to serve her own needs. What a stroke of genius. Chapter 212, Spiritual Transformation and Out-of-Body Experience. After several attempts, the Serpent Princess discovered that, apart from her ability to rely on others, she had acquired powers of her own, which filled her with immense joy. How splendid! Even without the aid of White Zetsu, she could possess formidable strength against her adversaries. Upon careful testing, she realized that in her standard state, she wielded shadow-level power and could seamlessly switch between various attributes. Remarkably, she could flawlessly utilize even the rare bloodline limits, typically elusive to ordinary individuals. If she were to amalgamate all bloodline limits with the 5 fundamental chakra attributes, Chapter 213. The Malevolent Spirit. Within half a day's time, Orochimaru amassed a wealth of valuable knowledge. In the soul state, the spiritual body, devoid of corporeal protection, was exceedingly vulnerable to external damage and harm. It could be said that a soul without the protection of the black and white cloaks was easily susceptible to external threats. Nevertheless, the soul state possessed one advantage: the ability to penetrate most barriers, allowing for remarkable speed of movement. In the span of a brief tea ceremony, one could traverse the entirety of Konoha village. If such speed were harnessed in military maneuvers, it would constitute a formidable tactic. Chapter 214. Transformations and Rumors. After escorting the elder to the Pure Land, Orochimaru directed his gaze toward the remaining two souls. Only you two remain. I hope you will bring me some measure of surprise. As for the research, it may be somewhat ruthless, but fortunately, it has gone unnoticed. And no one will accuse or condemn me. After a series of operations, the two souls inevitably transformed into vengeful spirits, lunging toward Orochimaru. A chilling wind howled, accompanied by their anguished cries. Yet, faced with the prepared Orochimaru, the two had no capacity to resist and were swiftly subdued. Chapter 215. A visit to the hospital. Outside the laboratory, a cacophony of wails pierced the air, jolting the engrossed Orochimaru from his research. Orochimaru lifted his gaze to the outside, and upon hearing the familiar voice, he instantly recognized the identity of the visitor, Jiraiya. Only he, with his reckless nature, would dare to howl so vociferously near Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru, something terrible has happened. The village of Konoha is haunted. Jiraiya's incessant shouting echoed, his voice astonishingly loud. Come out quickly. Let us embark on an adventure tonight and investigate the situation. Chapter 216. The ghostly shadows of the hospital. Observing Tsunade's various affectionate introductions, Jiraiya pouted, his face betraying a palpable jealousy. However, as thoughts of the events in the hospital crossed his mind, a mischievous grin once again spread across his features. Orochimaru, this time I am certain I shall surpass you, proving my prowess to Tsunade. As we meandered along, the trio soon arrived at the Konoha hospital. Upon reaching the hospital, they observed a sparse flow of people. Only a few scattered patients lingered within its confines. However, once their ailments were attended to, they would hastily depart, not daring to linger even for a moment. Chapter 217. The Art of Spirit Transformation and Spirit Vision. Tsunade was not a fool. Upon noticing Jiraiya's hesitance and Orochimaru's contemplative demeanor, she immediately grasped the situation. With her hands on her hips, she shot an irritated glance at Jiraiya and inquired, Jiraiya, are you concealing something from me? Jiraiya's gaze wandered nervously, avoiding her eyes, as beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Well, just as he sought to explain, the boy's spirit, ensnared by a golden net, became visibly agitated. Panic etched across his face as he turned to Jiraiya for assistance. Brother Jiraiya. Chapter 218. Disturbing tidings. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression revealed no overt surprise. Rather, it reflected a deep-seated conflict. So it is the art of spirit transformation, she mused. This forbidden technique indeed grants a soul a unique essence. Tsunade was not astonished by Orochimaru's ability to master this art. In her eyes, he was a polymathic genius, capable of succeeding in any endeavor. She merely lamented her inability to perceive spirits, rendering her the sole anomaly within their trio. Orochimaru, discerning Tsunade's troubled demeanor, surmised her thoughts and remarked, the technique of spiritual transformation is indeed arduous to master, yet I have refined it, allowing individuals to engage in it with greater ease. In the Konoha hospital, after inquiring about Misen, Orochimaru addressed the two individuals beside him, stating, the situation is dire. I must employ the spiritual transformation technique to ascertain the hospital's specific changes. I require your protection. He recognized the necessity of first-hand investigation rather than relying solely on the words of a mere child. Jiraiya, thumping his chest, promptly assured him, rest easy, Orochimaru. I shall vigilantly watch over you. Tsunade nodded in agreement, adding, I too shall safeguard you. They were acutely aware of the risks involved in utilizing the spiritual transformation technique. In the subsequent chapter, upon encountering Orochimaru, Kuroda's crimson eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Who are you? The sight of the striking young man before him sent a tremor through his body, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. The terrifying aura emanating from Orochimaru surged forth like tumultuous waves, penetrating deeply into his very soul, momentarily disrupting his transformation into a vengeful spirit. It was no surprise that he failed to recognize Orochimaru, for he had previously been merely a wealthy merchant residing in Konoha. As an ordinary person, He would not typically engage with shinobi. As tensions escalated, Kuroda erupted with rage, his eyes blazing with unrestrained fury and resentment. "Cursed adulterers! I shall slay you," he bellowed. As the atmosphere thickened with malevolence, an overwhelming aura of vengeance engulfed the room, causing the various ornaments within to tremble violently. The temperature plummeted dramatically, sending shivers through the two individuals on the bed. "What is happening? What is wrong?" the man shouted, sitting up in alarm, scanning his surroundings with trepidation. Soon after, news of the rogue ninjas disturbing the balance of life and death, causing the souls of the deceased to linger in the mortal realm, spread rapidly among the shinobi community. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mito, upon learning of the situation, rushed to inquire about Orochimaru's findings. Upon receiving a definitive response, they did not doubt him but instead promptly messaged Shikaku, instructing him to eradicate the rogue ninjas post-haste. In the Valley of Hell, the allied forces of the 5 villages encircled the valley, engaging in fierce combat with the relentless onslaught of undead foes, their battle cries reverberating through the heavens. In a magnificent chamber, Orochimaru sat before 3 instruments, meticulously guiding the fusion of 3 powerful ocular abilities. The convergence of these 3 extraordinary bloodline limits manifested in a swirling, ethereal amalgamation, ultimately culminating in a composite virtual divine eye. This eye, adorned with countless crimson and golden patterns, shimmered with a mysterious, golden glow at its core. As it materialized in the void, it triggered a tremendous upheaval, resulting in extraordinary phenomena surrounding it. An endless tide of crimson enveloped the space, while golden rays of light burst forth from the mist, unveiling a mysterious, illusory realm. Indeed, it was during Orochimaru's inadvertent creation of a vengeful spirit that the Sage of 6 Paths took notice. After all, the incident occurred within Konoha Hospital, where the souls of not only ordinary citizens but also several critically injured shinobi lingered. Under the influence of the Sage's powers, these souls swiftly transitioned into the Pure Land, posing no significant threat. However, the dynamics were different within the Pure Land, a sanctuary for souls housing a multitude of spirits. A wisp of malevolent energy accompanied the shinobi souls into the Pure Land. Under Orochimaru's keen perception, the structure of the 6 Paths tools became vividly apparent, harmonizing the flow of yin and yang with chakra. Utilizing yin chakra as the foundation, the various chakra attributes and their transformations interlinked cohesively, resembling an intricate chain. Wherever the light shone, the peculiar chakra acted as a filter, absorbing all malevolent energy. From this observation, Orochimaru realized that his research on chakra paled in comparison to that of the Sage of 6 Paths. Truly, he was the founder of the shinobi religion, the ancient figure who had vanquished his own mother, the moon god. Immersed in the exhilarating sensation of mastering the truths of existence, Orochimaru soon regained his composure. The revolution was far from complete, and he understood that further effort was required, even if he evolved to the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. Achieving the status of a transcendent being, he could not consider himself invulnerable. The shinobi world was fraught with complexities, and his own development remained incomplete, rendering him incapable of effortlessly overcoming all adversaries. Aside from the 3 great sages of the shinobi world, the Sage of 6 Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Ishiki Otsutsuki, along with the Otsutsuki clan residing upon the moon. In response to all inquiries, Orochimaru deftly shifted the blame onto the rogue ninjas, claiming they were the source of the chaos. Whether or not the populace believed him was of little concern. If they sought an explanation, he would provide one. But the true reasons would remain concealed. However, the subsequent developments left Orochimaru utterly astonished. Days later, while extracting energy from the harvesting apparatus, he discovered a staggering surge in the quantity of energy within the batteries. Although he had increased the harvesting rate by 20%, such an explosive growth was unexpected. With the order from the 5 Village Alliance, Danzo embarked on an extensive hunt for the rogue ninjas and cultists throughout the shinobi realm. Investigations inevitably led to the feudal lords and nobility of various nations. Danzo, who had devoted his life to Konoha and harbored an almost obsessive dedication since childhood, promptly turned against them upon uncovering their conspiracy against the 5 Village Alliance, armed with irrefutable evidence. The involvement of several powerful nobles from different nations led to their covert apprehension and execution by Danzo. In a series of domineering maneuvers, tensions between the nations and the shinobi villages escalated. Upon hearing the name Kinji, Orochimaru's gaze flickered momentarily, a smile gracing his features. The name itself suggested that the child would be extraordinary, destined to achieve remarkable feats. With Orochimaru's praise, Uchiha Atsushi beamed with joy, unable to contain his delight. He turned to Jiraiya, boasting, "Did you hear? My son will undoubtedly become a person of significance, surpassing even you." as classmates, Uchiha Atsushi, hailing from a prestigious lineage, possessed a proud temperament and had always been at odds with Jiraiya. However, when faced with an unknown figure, Orochimaru maintained his usual caution, immediately regarding him as a potential adversary. With an unwavering expression, he inquired, "You cannot be the genuine Akimichi Hido. Pray tell, who are you? What is your purpose in seeking me?" While inquiring, Orochimaru cautiously probed the depths of his opponent's capabilities. The ability to stealthily infiltrate Konoha and approach him without arousing suspicion indicated extraordinary prowess. Furthermore, the enigmatic and malevolent aura emanating from this individual was profoundly unfathomable. Chapter 231. The Self-Destruction of Identity. Originally a signature move of Naruto Uzumaki, the Rasengan was preemptively crafted and employed by Orochimaru. From the release without hand signs to the multifaceted transformations of chakra attributes, Orochimaru elevated the Rasengan to unprecedented heights. The blue-violet sphere expanded rapidly in the air, growing to several meters in height. The intricate chakra energy and its attribute variations contained within were so complex that they evoked a sense of unease. A moment's negligence could trigger a catastrophic explosion due to the conflicting chakra attributes within the Rasengan. Chapter 232. Shadow Clones and Testing. With concrete information about his adversary, Orochimaru felt a wave of relief wash over him. For a ninja, gathering intelligence and formulating strategies are paramount prior to engaging in combat. With specific insights at hand, one can devise appropriate counter-strategies. Just as Orochimaru prepared to strike, several ANBU ninjas, donned in animal masks and ninja attire, rushed forth. Tasked with patrolling the shadows to safeguard Konoha and apprehend enemy spies, their attention was inevitably drawn to the commotion caused by the invading apparitions. Chapter 233. The Escaping Apparition. How could such power be unleashed? The malevolent energy surged from his palm, swiftly mending the multitude of gaping wounds. While it appeared he had swiftly recovered, the depletion of his malevolent energy was undeniable. The energy expended this time far surpassed that of the previously released Rasengan, magnifying its potency exponentially. There was nothing impossible. It was merely a matter of foresight. Orochimaru had been diligently researching the variations and transformations of chakra attributes. Chapter 234. Possession. Upon hearing his apprentice's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen subtly maneuvered his arm, circumventing the core of the malevolence. With a tremendous crash, the colossal Vajra rod struck the earth beside the core, leaving an unfathomable chasm in its wake. Gazing at the cracked ground, the disembodied apparition quivered with dread. Cold sweat pouring down. Damn, I almost faced death at the hands of a mere mortal. For the first time in its existence, the apparition felt the looming threat of death, and it was utterly disconcerted. Chapter 235. Devouring Apparition. Within the realm of consciousness, an intense clash commenced between the two entities. Above, a vast and overwhelming world descended, forcefully suppressing the malevolent deity below. The apparition towered 1,000 feet high, engulfed in infernal flames, commanding countless demonic warriors, radiating an aura of annihilation. Their collision unleashed a myriad of lights, with flickering flashes and frequent anomalies. The heavens trembled, the earth quaked, worlds crumbled, and blood rained down as they manifested their boundless power in a fierce struggle. Chapter 236. Ascending to the Six Paths realm. Surrounded, Orochimaru's aura surged, transcending the ordinary, revealing an extraordinary presence. Within 100 meters, the immense pressure enveloped the area, leaving most ANBU ninjas gasping for breath. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other ANBU ninjas were taken aback. However, Hiruzen quickly regained composure, gesturing for the lurking ANBU ninjas to withdraw. Their strength was insufficient, and remaining there posed a risk of injury. Hiruzen, undeterred by the immense strain, furrowed his brow, fixating on Orochimaru. Chapter 237. Successful Ascension. Within the realm of consciousness, an elderly toad with orange wrinkled skin gazed at Orochimaru, a jewel inscribed with the character for oil adorning its chest. Though it appeared frail and drowsy, the glimmer in its eyes was strikingly intense. The one who disrupts the fate of this world, you do not belong here. Indeed, you are a being of the extraordinary, achieving the Six Paths Sage's realm in merely a decade. Its words were astonishing, unveiling Orochimaru's true origins and identity, as his greatest secret was laid bare. Orochimaru's expression remained calm. Chapter 238. Transformation into a serpent. Truly, the sage who had survived for a millennium proved to be a formidable foe. Observing that the seeking ball had not inflicted significant harm, Orochimaru felt no surprise, instead immediately recalling other strategies. The seeking ball, a hallmark of Six Paths level power, possessed immense offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet, the White Snake Sage, a master of natural sage techniques, had evolved to the apex of the biological hierarchy. With both spirit and body refined to an indomitable state, attacking with the seeking ball might not yield the desired effect. Chapter 239. Evolutionary path snakes can consume creatures several times their size, and devouring the similarly sized Orochimaru was a trivial endeavor. With a single gulp, the White Snake Sage abruptly doubled in size. Just as it reveled in its victory, preparing to digest Orochimaru, its expression drastically shifted. The once slithering Orochimaru underwent a rapid transformation, shifting from his serpent form back to human shape. Yet this was not the end. He quickly morphed again, adopting the form of a slug sage. Chapter 240. The path of evolution. Reflecting on his most prominent trait and talent, it was undoubtedly his exceptional scientific aptitude. His rapid ascent to the pinnacle of the ninja world was predicated on this remarkable talent, coupled with a modicum of prudence. While prudence is worth noting, the scientific gift was invaluable. It allowed him to dissect the mysteries of existence, perceive all, and harness the laws of nature to accelerate his growth. With this realization, he resolved to embrace the path of a scientist, to analyze all, gain insight, transform himself, and achieve singularity. Chapter 241. Successful evolution in the village. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were in an uproar. A member of the Uchiha clan gazed skyward, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he dashed back to his family, exclaiming in alarm, "This is dire. Someone has stolen the ultimate ocular power of our Uchiha clan, the Sharingan." On the other side, the Hyuga clan gathered in a grand assembly, the main house and the branch family, their faces flushed with tension as they surveyed the heavens above with their Byakugan. The members of the main house turned pale with urgency, promptly issuing commands for the branch family to investigate. The branch family members, upon receiving the orders, gazed at the three sages whose forms had been shattered by their own hands on numerous occasions. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, engulfed in despair. He was not the child of destiny, nor a paragon of unparalleled strength. Even after undergoing transformations to acquire astonishing power and abilities, he still found himself unable to overpower the three sages. As fellow beings of the six paths level, the sages possessed remarkable vitality, even when reduced to mere fragments. They could restore themselves in an instant. To utterly defeat them in a short span of time, he realized his current evolutionary state was still lacking. Indeed, I am not a child of destiny. Endless chakra and vital energy surged and intertwined under Orochimaru's command, each distinct yet harmoniously ordered. Yin-yang release, come to me. Orochimaru waved his hand with great force, violently tearing at the black and white cloak draped over him. With a resounding rip, the cloak was stripped away, and with a single palm strike, he reverted to his original form. The pitch-black yin-yang transformation, reminiscent of an unrefined chaos, evolved chaotically within his grasp. This was due to Orochimaru's resolve to rescue his mother. As the White Serpent Sage began to waver in resolve, Orochimaru, enveloped in boundless power, struck decisively at the vital point of the White Serpent Sage. In the divine pupil, the fleeting flaw exposed by the backlash of the White Serpent Sage was momentarily visible. Yet, it was this very flaw that Orochimaru effortlessly seized, attacking with astonishing speed. The serpent's vital point is located at the 7th inch, and the form of the White Serpent Sage had long transformed into an impeccable celestial body. However, when grievously wounded, even a flawless celestial body may reveal vulnerabilities. With a thunderous boom, energy chains battered against the White Serpent Sage. A millennium ago, before the Tsutsuki clan descended upon the ninja world, the landscape of the world was not as it is today. At that time, the natural forces of the heavens and earth were abundant, nurturing many sentient beasts, now known as summoning beasts. These summoning beasts varied in nature, classified by humanity as divine spirits or demons. Among the humans of that era existed warriors, priestesses, and Amiji, but no ninjas. When Kagaya Tsutsuki and her son, along with the god tree, descended and recklessly plundered the natural energies, it provoked numerous extraordinary factions to retaliate. Orochimaru, you have finally awakened. Upon seeing Orochimaru open his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed his brow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Orochimaru, attempting to discern whether he was a mere phantom or a disguised malevolent entity. While the likelihood was minimal, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained vigilant. Such is the nature of the Hokage. Orochimaru inclined his head slightly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Kushina, gracefully leaping before them. He began to elucidate, Master. There is no need for concern. A minor incident occurred earlier, but it is now resolved. Chapter 247. Explanation and transformation in response to the inquiries from the crowd. Orochimaru appeared composed, his mind already formulating an explanation. He waved his arm, revealing 9 dark, enigmatic Dao jewels that hovered behind him, and addressed the assembly. Do you recognize what these are? The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, for none had ever encountered such an object, let alone possessed knowledge of the Dao jewel significance. Yet, the overwhelming pressure and terrifying power emanating from the jewels sent shivers down the spines of the nearby ninjas. The more formidable the individual, the more acutely they sensed the dreadful force contained within the Dao jewels. Chapter 248, Suppression and Doubt. The gruesome actions and transcendent strength displayed by Orochimaru offered the crowd their first glimpse of his ruthlessness and dominance. Under his imposing presence, the clans and ninjas gradually withdrew, accepting his explanation. After all, those who disregarded his words had already been reduced to mere ashes. Once the crowd had dispersed, Orochimaru allowed the ostentatious aura of supremacy to dissipate, though the pressure radiating from him remained inescapably palpable. Orochimaru stood amidst the crowd, an incongruous figure akin to a crane among chickens. Chapter 249, Negotiation and Benefits. In the face of the seekers of truth, the ninjas, who had previously been stirred into a frenzy, retreated once more. They were reluctant to test the legendary weapon of the Sage of Six Paths up close. Observing the retreat of the skeptics, a flicker of regret crossed Orochimaru's eyes. He had intended to use them as a cautionary example. Little did he expect that those who stepped forward would prove so feeble, lacking any semblance of resolve. Truly, those who could ascend to the position of clan leader possess an uncanny ability to seize opportunities. Meanwhile, the previously agitated clan leaders felt a chill of sweat trickling down their backs as they witnessed Orochimaru's demeanor. What a fright! Chapter 250, Surprise Attack. Now, enlighten me. What exactly is happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Do not attempt to deceive me with the same rhetoric you use on the outsiders. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru had his own carefully crafted narrative, for Hiruzen was unlike the others. To gain Hiruzen's trust, Orochimaru had previously divulged certain secrets regarding his research, making it impossible to deceive him with the same words employed on the rest. Orochimaru instinctively licked his lips, effortlessly conjuring a new deception to compensate for his previous falsehood. Chapter 251, Summoning Technique. Upon hearing the mention of the summoning technique, several team members paused in disbelief. Could the summoning truly be effective? It was not that they doubted its efficacy, but rather that they found the technique rather peculiar. After all, the entity they intended to summon was none other than Orochimaru himself, a figure who, despite claiming to have inherited the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths, was situated a considerable distance from Konoha, traversing much of the Land of Fire. Was this truly a viable course of action? If the technique were to fail, would they not be devoid of any opportunity to escape? One of the team members remarked. Captain Kita furrowed his brow deeply. Chapter 252, The Return of Hanzo the Salamander. Reflecting on the past, Uchiha Madara felt the memories of his camaraderie with Hashirama vividly resurface. The two had been friends since childhood, growing up amidst their family's long-standing enmity, overcoming numerous obstacles to establish Konoha. However, their differing ideologies ultimately led to a divergence that caused Madara to leave the village. Yet, upon hearing that Orochimaru was the inheritor of the Sage of Six Paths legacy, a shadow of confusion darkened his expression, revealing a sense of perplexity in his eyes. Inheritor of the Sage of Six Paths? Was it not merely the stone tablet left in the Nanha Shrine? Chapter 253, Defeat. After a prolonged absence, Hanzo the Salamander believed he had narrowed the gap in strength between himself and Orochimaru. However, upon his return, he realized that the disparity had not diminished. Instead, it had expanded exponentially, placing him in a realm far beyond his reach. With the ability to manipulate shadows from a distance, coupled with miraculous healing techniques that could resurrect the fallen, he found himself at a loss. His physical training and combat skills seemed to lose their significance in that moment. No, this is not the outcome I desired. Hanzo the Salamander shouted, gripping his scythe tightly, summoning the courage to charge at Orochimaru. Chapter 254, The Hidden Mist Village. While Orochimaru was reclaiming various small nations, a significant incident unfolded within the ninja world. Among the 4 great ninja villages, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails from the Hidden Mist Village was abducted by an enigmatic figure whose identity remained shrouded in mystery, yet whose strength was astounding. This individual rampaged through the village, effortlessly defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and subsequently overpowering the 3rd Mizukage who had come to provide assistance. The entire ordeal was executed with such ease that none could stand as his opponent. This event sent ripples throughout the ninja world. Some speculated that it might be Orochimaru, only to subsequently discover that it was not. In Chapter 255 of Orochimaru, the actions of Uchiha Madara reveal that the bloodline limits, which have been extensively studied, pale in comparison to the most rudimentary techniques of the three-body technique in Orochimaru's perspective. Orochimaru, through his profound understanding of the bloodline limits, can make the most judicious responses, thereby subduing his adversaries. Even though he does not possess the strength of a sage of six paths, he can effortlessly counter ninjas utilizing the water transformation technique. This technique, while formidable, possesses a glaring weakness during the transformation. It is susceptible to the counteractions of ice and fire, rendering it ineffective. By seizing the opportune moment, one can attain a decisive advantage. A few ninjas were frozen in their attempts. In Chapter 256, within the vast brown edifice of the Hidden Stone Village, a diminutive middle-aged man sat in an office chair, his face etched with worry as he puffed on a cigarette. Each drag elicited a heavy sigh, manifesting the depths of his concern. Beside him stood a tall, robust man with a simple yet earnest demeanor. Yao Tuesday, observing his father's melancholic state, Yao Tu felt compelled to offer words of encouragement. "Father, you are the Tsuchikage. Cease this smoking and muster your spirits. If you are thus despondent, how will the others fare?" In Chapter 257, as the quest for the six paths ninja tools unfolded, a thunderous voice interrupted the atmosphere. "Who is there?" A robust young man, brimming with vitality, scrutinized his surroundings with piercing eyes, his expression filled with vigilance. The individuals nearby were startled and hastily inquired, "What's wrong? Has an enemy infiltrated us?" With a grave demeanor, the young man replied, "I am uncertain, but I sense a gaze upon us." This young man was none other than the future Fourth Hokage, son of the Third Hokage, endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable acuity. In Chapter 258, the stubbornness of the Cloud Village's warriors had long been a stereotype within the ninja world. However, this perception was only applicable when facing opponents of comparable strength. In the face of Orochimaru, the true inheritor of the Sage of Six Paths, who could seize the Six Paths ninja tools barehanded, they began to reconsider. It was a stark realization they were simply outmatched. The crowd buzzed with speculation, turning their gaze toward the future Fourth Hokage. Feeling the weight of their expectations, he was suddenly engulfed by immense pressure, aware that he must rise to the occasion. In Chapter 259, the arrival of Uchiha Madara, while unexpected, did not evoke overwhelming astonishment. Even the damaged scales of his armor had yet to breach his defenses. Orochimaru intended to convey that diligent practice was still necessary. He nonchalantly deflected the mightiest spear, causing the Third Hokage's pupils to constrict in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could this be? This was a technique capable of piercing through the formidable eight tails. How could it fail against you?" It was astonishing. Orochimaru's performance left the Third Hokage utterly astounded, leading him to suspect he had fallen into an illusion. However, no matter how he scrutinized the situation, he could find no explanation. Chapter 260. A fierce battle with Uchiha Madara. Upon entering Konoha, Uchiha Madara strode forward without a hint of restraint. After years of absence, his return to the village revealed an entirely transformed landscape. When Konoha was first established, the diverse structures, crafted from various woods, were few and far between, and the commercial streets harbored only a handful of shops. Now, vibrant flags fluttered in the breeze, numerous storefronts lined the streets, showcasing a dazzling array of goods, and towering buildings stood tall. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, most wearing expressions of happiness and confidence. The transformation was indeed remarkable. Chapter 261. Complete body Susanoo. After consuming the potion, intricate curse markings adorned his face, and his three-tomo Sharingan evolved into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In an instant, an immense power surged from within him, manifesting as a towering Susanoo behind him. The 100-meter-tall Susanoo loomed majestically, radiating a crimson glow, resembling a colossal skeletal figure. This represented the first form of Susanoo. Once one individual initiated the process, others quickly followed suit, imbibing the potion to awaken their kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan, activate. Susanoo, arise. Chapter 262. The immense Dharma formed the chasm between the peak of Shadow and Super Shadow was unfathomably vast. Some ninjas, their expressions dazed and frantic, murmured, "This is no longer human. This is a demonic deity, a sage." Nearby, a ninja who had been thrown back scoffed, gritting his teeth, "He is Uchiha Madara. The legendary Azura, he is certainly no mortal. How vexing. I thought my strength was sufficient, yet the disparity is staggering. Is this truly a figure of legend? If so, how formidable must the god of ninjas be?" It is beyond imagination. Chapter 263. Uchiha Madara merging with the Ten Tails before absolute power. All efforts are in vain. Orochimaru. Having harvested the life forces of countless beings from the ninja world and several tailed beasts, wielded an alarming amount of power. In comparison to Uchiha Madara, who relied on innate talent to bolster his rigorous training, Orochimaru was undoubtedly more advanced. How infuriating. Why is the gap so vast? No, I still possess a trump card. This minor setback will not deter me. In the face of crisis, Uchiha Madara regained his usual calm demeanor. His mind raced, quickly devising a plan for his salvation. Chapter 264. Seeking peace. A colossal truth-seeking orb shattered the heavens, hurtling toward Orochimaru like a meteor, aimed directly at him. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru merely shifted slightly, and in an instant, he had relocated to another position. His comprehension of space had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to traverse vast distances with a single step. Even with Uchiha Obito having fused with the Ten Tails and wielding the colossal truth-seeking orbs, he found it effortless to evade Orochimaru's grasp. Observing this situation, Uchiha Obito persisted in his efforts, summoning dozens of smaller truth-seeking orbs behind him. While their numbers had diminished, their potency remained undiminished. Chapter 265. Despair of Uchiha Obito. Orochimaru's modus operandi is predominantly self-serving. In stark contrast, Uchiha Madara, as a proud member of the Uchiha clan, exhibits a demeanor that is both defiant and domineering. Having suffered a significant setback in his confrontation with Orochimaru, Madara is unlikely to relent easily. With a chilling tone, he declares, "Negotiation? That is out of the question. Orochimaru, I must eradicate you. Only then can I pursue my ambitions with peace of mind." At this moment, he grapples with the realization that his aspirations may have been misguided, causing his desire to fight to wane and his fervor to dissipate. Sensing Madara's dwindling resolve, Orochimaru secretly revels in his triumph. Bolstered by his unique perspective as a traveler from another time and his prophetic insights akin to divine foresight, had it been anyone else, they would have struggled to articulate their position, easily succumbing to Madara's overwhelming presence. Observing the dejected Madara, Orochimaru's gaze flickers, ultimately choosing not to attack, partly out of fear. With the unification of the ninja world, the establishment of the land of the 9 continents has commenced, clearing obstacles and achieving unity. Orochimaru has promulgated a doctrine centered on technological advancement and personal cultivation. Within the borders of the 9 continents, there is a vigorous development of the technological industry, climbing the ladder of industrialization to enhance the quality of life. Ordinary citizens are to be trained from a young age in the art of energy cultivation to strengthen their bodies and vital force. Meanwhile, the major ninja villages continue to practice the chakra system, developing various ninjutsu and secret techniques while occasionally receiving diverse mission commissions. However, the nature of these missions has evolved. Their hand seals, however, fall short of Orochimaru's speed. With the activation of his divine eye, everything becomes clear. The runes within the barrier flow, and the structural energy formulas stand vividly before Orochimaru's eyes. Armed with this knowledge, Orochimaru grasps the foundational codes of the barrier and swiftly takes action. He extends a finger, and an array of intricate, swirling runes materializes, resembling a key that unravels the barrier. As the portal opens, Orochimaru steps forward into the barrier, where the air is thick with anticipation. After subduing the Otsutsuki clan members, Orochimaru approaches the magnificent golden Rinnegan with his hands clasped behind his back. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the Rinnegan, a sense of exhilaration fills his being. The sensation is akin to standing before a treasure of unparalleled value, promising immense benefits if claimed. With the evolution of the Byakugan into the Rinnegan within reach, he hopes it will bestow upon him significant advantages. The following day, an explosive piece of news reverberates across the 9 continents. The malevolent lunar beings are scheming to invade the ninja world, while the illustrious Orochimaru, regarded as a living deity, marches towards the moon, capturing the wicked ninja tribe residing there. The nefarious Otsutsuki clan's conspiracy to annihilate the ninja world has been thwarted by the omnipotent Orochimaru, shattering their vile ambitions. Exaggerated and sensational headlines flood the newly released 9 Continents Gazette. Having pinpointed a general location, Orochimaru employs a discreet and cunning approach to infiltrate the shell organization. Their base, nestled within a medium-sized mountain, is surrounded by verdant woods, accessible only by a narrow, secluded path. To an unsuspecting observer, the presence of a vast secret organization within would be inconceivable. Perched atop a towering tree, Orochimaru swiftly forms hand seals, summoning several shadow clones that disperse in various directions, each equipped with a specialized instrument. In Victor's eyes, Orochimaru stands exalted, akin to a deity. Upon his arrival, he showcases unparalleled intelligence, crafting extraordinary elixirs. He subsequently rises to prominence, not only due to his brilliance and formidable strength, but also through inheriting the legacy of the Sage of Six Paths, unifying the ninja world. Such a character is nothing short of legendary. Even Victor, a mere lord of a small nation, bows in reverence before him. Now, confronted with the living deity who has unified the ninja world and overturned the reign of lords and nobles, he is in awe. As a secret technique allowing the Otsutsuki clan to regain existence, it harbors numerous unique mysteries. However, mere observation cannot grant Orochimaru mastery over the essence of this technique. To truly comprehend this distinctive method, he must capture an Otsutsuki and thoroughly interrogate them. Consequently, Orochimaru's gaze towards the Otsutsuki grows increasingly fervent. The depth of the Otsutsuki clan's heritage is indeed unfathomable. He cannot fathom the immense benefits that await him upon their capture. Success. Upon encountering the soul of the Otsutsuki, Orochimaru's eyes gleam with excitement, prompting immediate action for capture. His studies into the realm of souls, although not systematic, equip him well to confront an entity devoid of corporeal protection. He begins to chew, exhaling a vibrant, ethereal mist that dances in the wind, enveloping the Otsutsuki in its embrace. In a state of ethereal existence, Otsutsuki Ishiki's consciousness was just beginning to awaken when he beheld the mist exhaled by Orochimaru. Chapter 275. Information on the Otsutsuki clan. In a vast plaza, a throng of people surged, with numerous prisoners confined in this space, remaining utterly still. Despite the pleas for mercy from the captives, Orochimaru remained unmoved. Though they appeared innocent and pitiable, these individuals had committed heinous crimes, even inciting insurrections. Their capture was necessitated by Orochimaru's unwavering stance against slaughter. He imposed severe penalties on those who desecrate life. The more lives lost, the fewer resources available for his own purposes. However, even with their atrocious crimes, Orochimaru chose not to execute them outright, but instead nurtured them, treating them as valuable assets. Chapter 276. Parallel worlds. Having tidied up the aftermath, Orochimaru swiftly redirected his research efforts. Utilizing the vast resources of the ninja world, he began a systematic study of dragon veins. The infinite Tsukuyomi was also incorporated into his research agenda. Both endeavors progressed in tandem, aiming to breach the boundaries of parallel worlds. A decade later, within the ruins of Lulan, a towering complex of laboratories stood. This site was equipped with the finest ninjas and warriors, the most elite scientific minds of the ninja realm, and various advanced technologies. Chapter 277. The confused crowd. The members of the squad gathered and commenced their exploratory mission in the land of Lulan. A sensory ninja employed a secret technique to swiftly identify all beings and occurrences within a kilometer radius. With one hand forming seals and the other resting on his forehead, he scanned for all surviving individuals within Lulan. After all, only by locating people could they gather intelligence on this parallel world. Jiraiya-sama. It appears that Lulan is not devoid of life. Most individuals have been congregated elsewhere. As he spoke, a hint of confusion emerged. It seems they have been confined to a specific location. Chapter 278. Explanation. Little brat, are you referring to me? Upon noticing Naruto Uzumaki point an accusatory finger at him, Jiraiya gestured to his own face. Naruto, grinning in discontent, retorted, "It's you, you rascal. Who told you to impersonate the pervy sage? Do you not realize that masquerading as the deceased is exceedingly disrespectful?" Jiraiya was one of the few family figures in Naruto's life. Although he had passed away some time ago, his memory held immense significance for Naruto. The sight of someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiraiya filled Naruto's heart with both excitement and joy. Chapter 279. And Lushan and the centipede observing the bewildered Naruto. Jiraiya animatedly provided an explanation. "Ah, so you are the pervy sage from another world," Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, devoid of any skepticism. Meanwhile, the parallel world's Minato Namikaze pondered further. Gazing at the familiar visage of his teacher, he inquired, "Jiraiya-sensei, were you also on a mission in Lulan? Inadvertently affected by the dragon vein and transported here?" Jiraiya replied, "Certainly not. We actively utilize the dragon vein." Chapter 280. The unwavering Sarah. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Queen Sarah, who held unwavering trust in Lushan, reacted explosively upon hearing disparaging remarks about him. She pointed to the towering structures surrounding them, her face radiating pride. "These are the accomplishments that have arisen since his arrival. The former land of Lulan was not nearly as developed or prosperous as it is now. You must be mistaken. And Lushan is a person of great vision ambition, and talent. Observing Sarah's brainwashed state, Jiraiya merely blinked, responding with ease. Chapter 281. Minato Namikaze and the puppet technique. Minato, upon seeing Naruto, couldn't help but showcase his prowess. Perhaps he did not realize that he was significantly more accommodating and amiable toward Naruto. He shared information that was not overly confidential. Thunder rotation, infinite magnetic cutting. A complex series of hand seals was formed, and countless energy blades erupted from his palm, transforming into ethereal lightning blades that glimmered ominously as they sliced through the air. Chapter 282. In Lushan, after witnessing Minato's display, Naruto's confidence surged immensely. He eagerly flung open the door and rushed inside first. Within the heavily fortified structure, he encountered a myriad of diverse and formidable puppets. However, most of these puppets had suffered adverse effects, rendering them immobile and in disrepair. Following the secure pathway, they unwittingly arrived at an exceedingly peculiar location. Cells lined the space, each housing lifeless forms in monotonous shapes. Chapter 283. The astonished Minato, a colossal puppet, advanced. Each step resounding with a thunderous echo, creating an imposing spectacle that struck terror into the hearts of the recently liberated citizens. Even Naruto found himself wide-eyed in astonishment. He had never encountered a puppet of such magnitude. After all, in the ninja world, the focus lay on efficiency and stealth and lethal capabilities. Even the puppet masters of Sunagakure crafted intricate and diminutive puppets. Such a grandiose and attention-grabbing puppet was indeed a rarity. Chapter 284. Metamorphosis. The battle raged on, characterized by one side's comprehensive domination over the other. Though both entities were gargantuan, their combat capabilities were not comparable. The gigantic puppet, composed of numerous smaller puppets, had been amalgamated by Lushan's puppet technique. While it appeared imposing in size, its movement was considerably slower. Akimichi Tenji, robust and well-proportioned, moved with the agility of a nimble giant, excelling in both offense and evasion. Chapter 285. The crisis. I am truly satiated now. After devouring the colossal puppet, Akimichi Tenji returned to his original state, contentedly letting out a belch. Meanwhile, on the ground lay a mangled, puppet-like figure, barely clinging to life. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the general features of Lushan. How did he become a puppet? Stepping forward to examine closely, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed in astonishment. Scratching his head in confusion, Jiraiya, with his hands on his hips, declared proudly, "You don't even realize this." Chapter 286. The rejection of world consciousness. A crimson phantom enveloped the heavens and the earth, appearing before the crowd with a breathtaking presence. First came the bones, followed by flesh and blood, and finally the terrifyingly perfect battle armor materialized before the world. The moment it emerged, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the scene, rendering everyone speechless. The boundless force surged like a tidal wave, causing the very air around to feel as if it had solidified. Divine grace akin to an ocean. Divine might as imposing as a prison. In such circumstances, even the collapse of buildings and the relentless shaking of the earth could not incite panic among the onlookers, for there was a greater threat at hand. Chapter 287. 20 years later, everything seemed to return to its origin. The dragon vein sealed. Naruto Uzumaki gradually vanished from the spot. Alongside him, Captain Yamato also faded away from a distance. Due to Orochimaru's intervention, Captain Yamato did not reunite with Naruto. However, with the defeat of the centipede and the restoration of the dragon vein's power, he too returned to the original timeline. Meanwhile, in the native world, Minato Namikaze gazed in confusion at the sealed dragon vein and the surrounding damaged structures, leading his teammates away from the area. Chapter 288. Tsunade's doubt. On the road back to Konoha, the group remained in a state of shock. Could it be true that parallel worlds exist? How intriguing. One wonders what we might be like in another realm. The group exchanged thoughts as they journeyed toward Konoha, and soon they arrived at this world's Konoha. At the village entrance stood the legendary gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumi and Tetsu's. Chapter 289. Danzo's arrival in the Hokage's office as the Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade grew increasingly serious upon confirming the truth of the young Jiraiya's and Minato's claims. After a round of discussions, Tsunade could not help but burst into laughter. Pointing at Jiraiya, tears of mirth streaming down her face, she exclaimed, "Are you sure you're not joking? Orochimaru becoming the supreme emperor of countless nations? We three grew up together. I know his character and abilities well. How could he possibly possess such strength?" Chapter 290. The disliked Danzo. With a resounding thud, Tsunade slammed her fist onto the table. "Danzo, who allowed you to enter the Hokage's office without permission? Do you not regard me as Hokage?" In that moment, Tsunade's authority as the Fifth Hokage was fully manifested. Seeing her anger, Danzo hesitated slightly, his sinister gaze narrowing as he replied coldly, "Fifth Hokage, I only wish to protect you from being deceived by these unknown individuals." His eyes bore into the group, particularly focusing on Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 291. Danzo's humiliation. Tsunade did not believe that the younger Fugaku could gain the upper hand against the cunning Danzo. However, Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, not taking the matter too seriously. In previous conversations, he had quietly gathered a wealth of information. Information can be deemed significant or trivial. During their interactions, Jiraiya realized that the ninja levels in this world were generally mediocre, comparable to the time before Orochimaru's rise. There were no miraculous elixirs, no vitality-enhancing powers, no jutsu talismans, nor the leadership of Orochimaru. Chapter 292. Negotiations. Having ensnared Danzo, the team members did not take him too seriously or feel afraid. After all, he was merely a blind old man leaning on a cane. They hardly regarded him as a threat. Were it not for Danzo's notorious reputation, they would not have bothered to intervene. They were elite individuals, painstakingly selected through numerous battles from the ranks of the ninja world. However, the ninjas from the native world held a different perspective. They gazed in shock at the root ninjas fleeing in disarray, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 293. Obito faces Minato. The communication between the two parties was not particularly smooth, influenced by vested interests and external pressures. After facing setbacks, Danzo recognized the formidable strength of the opposition and adopted a more covert strategy. Under his influence, the remaining two elders of Konoha's upper echelon stepped forward to accuse Tsunade of favoritism toward outsiders, lacking respect for the elderly. Other ninja clans caught wind of the situation and sought to insert themselves, probing for information. Seeing their plan stalled, the team members swiftly initiated a secondary strategy, with Jiraiya and Tsunade conferring. Chapter 294. Minato's doubts. Confronted with the awakened Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha, Minato Namikaze focused all his attention on the encounter. After all, the Manjiki Sharingan was a formidable force. Even in a world teeming with exceptional talents, it commanded respect. He formed hand seals, and several identical figures emerged behind him. With spiky blonde hair and clad in exquisite battle attire, they spoke in unison, "I'm going in." The shadow clones surged forth, darting toward Obito and encircling him. Chapter 295. Black Zetsu's speculation. With a swift strike, the blade descended, fierce and unyielding. In the face of this attack, Minato remained calm, drawing forth a kunai to counter. The kunai glinted ominously, its durability undeniable, clashing with the blade transformed from white Zetsu, producing a clear ringing sound. Gazing at the blade before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed Minato's eyes. The familiar material reminded him of a unique prosthetic material from his original world, used by ninja who had served the nation valiantly, yet suffered bodily harm. Chapter 296. Obito's contempt. Since that is the case, I shall trouble you, Black Zetsu. Obito spoke respectfully, his gaze filled with admiration for Korezetsu, who was wholeheartedly devoted to the Moon Eye plan, willing to brave any peril. Truly, he embodied Madara's will, selflessly devoted and commendable. Nonetheless, Obito felt compelled to personally realize the Moon Eye plan, transforming the world into something beautiful under his control. After a brief preparation, the two swiftly arrived near Konoha village. What remained was to establish an appropriate identity to facilitate Korezetsu's entrance into the village. Chapter 297. Korezetsu's inquiry. Obito, who had never experienced romance, remained an innocent young man. Unintentionally stepping into the realm of adults, he felt a mix of embarrassment and astonishment, his heart racing. By the time he steadied himself, a man on stage had unveiled a new item, introducing its effects and purposes. It was a special potion capable of healing most external injuries in a short time without depleting cellular vitality. During the demonstration, an ordinary person, dressed simply, was brought onto the stage to showcase the potion's efficacy. Chapter 298. The Seed of Vitality. In pursuit of the so-called Seed of Vitality, Korezetsu ventured into the training grounds, risking discovery as he roamed. After several rounds of inspection, he finally discerned the distinct differences between these individuals and ordinary ninjas. The ninjas before him exuded a vigorous aura, their cellular vitality brimming, resembling members of a small vortex. This peculiarity intrigued him immensely. He felt the need to witness it firsthand. Seizing an opportunity while a ninja stepped away, Korezetsu stealthily possessed a ch nin. Chapter 299. The surprise of local Orochimaru, a staff member clad in a white coat, adjusted his glasses, his expression tinged with intrigue, stating, "Danzo, this training method has yet to reveal any flaws or defects, instead showcasing immense potential. Upon accepting the seed of vitality, the human body's latent potential is unleashed, resulting in significant physical enhancement. It not only repairs various hidden injuries but also boosts cellular vitality, effectively honing the body and flesh. When paired with the training method, the seed's effects surpass those of the lightning release body refinement secret technique from the Cloud Village." Chapter 300. Orochimaru's suspicion as the energy involved ventured into the unknown. Orochimaru's curiosity reached its zenith. Under his direction, Kabuto utilized instruments to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the seed of vitality. The deeper they examined, the more astonished Orochimaru became. This mere sphere of energy could nourish the body, rejuvenating one's physique and enhancing their physical capabilities. Truly remarkable. If chakra energy forms the foundation for ninjutsu, then this energy is the cornerstone for elevating physical techniques. Chapter 301. Transplantation and body regeneration techniques. Empathizing with others, Orochimaru considered himself not a virtuous individual. The parallel version of himself was likely no better. However, if one were to challenge this theory, the differences between the two worlds became apparent. In one reality, an individual betrayed their village, becoming a rogue ninja, while in another, one could unify the ninja world, ascending to become a supreme emperor. Perhaps this discrepancy stemmed from their differing natures. "Lord Orochimaru, perhaps you are overthinking this," he mused. Chapter 302. Sasuke's advance on the experimental platform. Sasuke abruptly opened his eyes, flipping over and leaping down like a carp breaking the surface. He casually stretched his limbs, immediately sensing a remarkable change within his body. It felt as if a roaring furnace had been installed within him, constantly warming his form. The heat coursing through him alleviated and healed various injuries sustained from training and combat. The burdens imposed by frequent use of the Sharingan seemed to diminish under this soothing warmth. Chapter 303. The anticipation of Shinong as he gazed at the potion before him. Shinong's eyes sparkled with anticipation and joy. He had not anticipated that a simple outing for supplies would lead him to a vendor of such rare treasures. This potion encapsulated immense vitality, significantly benefiting human blood and flesh cells. His ongoing experiments required such a vast reservoir of life energy for support. With this potion, he would no longer need to risk capturing villagers and ninjas from nearby settlements. Chapter 304. Inoki and the Akatsuki organization in the shattered base. Sasuke, clad in white, retained his composure as he stood before the imposing Shinong, coldly demanding, "Hand over the body regeneration technique." Shinong, ensnared by the genjutsu of Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan, stared blankly, obediently replying in the secret compartment beneath the central control console. Despite his formidable physique, he exhibited no resistance to the illusion, having acquired the information he sought. Sasuke wasted no time, drawing his blade and swiftly slaying Shinong, his decisiveness chilling and ruthless. Chapter 305. Tsunade's inquiry. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, the commotion had escalated enough to reach the Hokage's office. Inside, Tsunade, fuming with anger, brandished the latest intelligence at Shizen, exclaiming, "Shizen, summon that rascal Jiraiya to me at once. How dare he engage with the 4 great ninja villages and the 5 great nations behind my back? Even attempting to sell products forcefully? It's utterly disrespectful." She waved her fists, embodying fury, though much of her ire was feigned. Chapter 306. Danzo's espionage. Upon uncovering the source of unrest within the ninja world, Tsunade hurriedly expedited a meeting regarding contact and communication with parallel worlds. Previously, the discussions had been sluggish, hindered by the elders' hesitance and distrust of alternate realities. However, with evidence now laid bare and the other parties seemingly engaging with other ninja villages and nations, a sense of urgency enveloped Konoha. Although originating from Konoha, their presence in another world bore little kinship. Chapter 307. The ninja world reacts. A swirling vortex materialized, and the golden-haired Minato appeared alongside Danzo in Konoha village. Minato gently set Danzo down, his face adorned with a warm, radiant smile. "Danzo, I've placed you here," he said cheerfully. Yet, to Danzo, this smile was nothing short of contemptible. In a flash of golden light, Minato vanished into the spatial vortex. Watching the retreating figure, Danzo clenched his fists, muttering, "That insufferable Minato truly lacks respect for his elders." Chapter 308. The arrival. As the two conversed, 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in green, approached at an astonishing speed. Upon reaching them, it became clear that it was Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi stepped forward, his expression grave, declaring, "This is not good." According to reports from the Konoha patrol team, numerous unfamiliar ninjas are converging upon this location. Among these individuals, besides the shadows of the 4 great ninja villages, there are also the subordinates of the traitorous ninja Orochimaru and the mysterious organization responsible for the assassination of Lord Jiraiya. Their intentions are far from benign, necessitating early preparations and strategies. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Inoki furrowed his brow and gazed intently, his eyes momentarily flickering as he remarked, "Jiraiya. One of the legendary 3 of Konoha. No, it is the Jiraiya from a parallel world." The name of the sage Jiraiya is well known among every ninja in the shinobi realm, and Inoki certainly recognizes him. However, in this world, Jiraiya had perished during a mission due to a mysterious accident long ago. The specifics of his demise are known only to a select few high-ranking officials in Konoha and a handful of others. The appearance of a younger version of Jiraiya has intrigued several of the shadows. A cold and authoritative voice echoed through the lofty clouds of the 9 heavens. As the crowd heard the voice, they collectively looked upwards, their eyes narrowing in sudden fear. "What is that?" someone exclaimed in terror. Above, a colossal shadow, reminiscent of a mountain, loomed ominously in the sky, shocking everyone present. As the shadow gradually descended, they could discern its true form, a massive creature resembling a wooden structure. Its gray exterior resembling overlapping scales, with a spine elongated like a serpent. From Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, came a powerful attack that none dared to obstruct at such close range. As the force of her punch approached, Danzo's eyes widened, prompting him to retreat rapidly to evade the strike. With Danzo's withdrawal, a gap immediately appeared before Tsunade, who seized the opportunity to release the seal within her body and dashed through the obstruction towards the outside world. In a matter of moments, the 5th Hokage vanished from the streets of Konoha. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Midogate and Karui attempted to intercept her, but were thwarted. Faced with the indiscriminate assault of an overwhelmingly powerful ninjutsu, the majority of the ninjas were thrown into disarray. Many ordinary ninjas were paralyzed with fear, feeling as though the heavens were collapsing and instinctively kneeling on the ground. The shadows of the 5 great ninja villages, however, experienced a sudden change in expression, each unleashing their powers to counter the attack. The Raikage was the first to activate his lightning release chakra mode, unleashing a formidable surge of thunderous power that enveloped him in an impenetrable armor of lightning. Dayemu followed closely behind, clapping his hands to utilize the rocks on the ground to form a colossal structure. Chapter 313, The Earth Explosion Star. Unbeknownst to Shinnong, who was oblivious to the ulterior motives of Beilu, his attention was captivated by the new developments on the battlefield. "Oh, they are fighting," Shinnong exclaimed in astonishment. In his eyes, the power of Tiandao Pain approached that of the divine, rendering him nearly invincible. Ordinary people had no courage to retaliate. Yet, amidst the chaos, Jiraiya not only retaliated but engaged in a fierce exchange. In the center of the battlefield, the earth lay in ruins, as if plowed by invisible hands. "Hey, you unfilial disciple, you truly dare to strike at me. It seems I must." Chapter 314, The 6 Paths of Pain. A distorted, massive vortex ravenously consumed everything in its vicinity, merging all matter into itself, forming a gigantic spherical body. The sphere swelled larger and larger, evolving into a mountain-sized entity before the terrified gazes of the onlookers, suspended in the sky, exuding an aura of imminent peril, akin to a falling meteorite. Indeed, as the scale of the Earth Explosion Star grew, so did its gravitational pull. Some ninjas who ventured too close found their bodies irresistibly drawn in by the force. Chapter 315, The Akatsuki Organization's Assault. In the distance, Orochimaru observed the 6 Paths of Pain, a glimmer of insight flashing in his deep eyes as he murmured, "I see now. It appears the leader of the Akatsuki organization is someone else." During his time in the Akatsuki, Orochimaru had been intensely curious about the leader Pain's Rinnegan, gathering various intelligence and conducting inquiries. In his memory, the individual was one of the 3 disciples taken in by Jiraiya in the Land of Rain. However, the Rinnegan's true possessor was a red-haired boy named Nagato. Chapter 316, A Chaotic Situation. As other members of the Akatsuki joined the fray, the scene descended further into chaos. Deara scattered bombs indiscriminately, Haiden killed anyone in sight, and Kakuzu extracted hearts, leading to numerous innocent ninjas meeting their demise. Witnessing this, the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages could no longer remain passive. The Raikage's gaze was sharp, his eyes like lightning as he spoke gravely. I never anticipated such a formidable rogue ninja force lurking in the shinobi world. It is truly alarming. Hokage. Let us put aside our past grievances and prioritize eliminating these rogue ninjas. Chapter 317, The Headache of Kuro. The ultimate form of Susanoo illuminated Orochimaru's exquisite visage. Flawless and exuding divine majesty. The moment it appeared, the terrifying pressure of the 6 paths level caused all present to freeze in place. Both the Akatsuki and the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages found it exceedingly difficult to even stand upright. What is this? Someone inquired. Others immediately recognized Susanoo, their eyes widening in shock. How is it possible for such a massive Susanoo to manifest? Chapter 318. The portal opens, Kakashi Hitaki arrives. Haha. I have glimpsed the truth of the world. Orochimaru, who had been frantically evading Shinnong's attacks, suddenly halted, laughing maniacally, a hint of madness gracing his features. I never expected that my counterpart in another world has already embarked on the path of truth, far surpassing me. It appears I am indeed a mediocrity. Confronted by the transcendent power of the 6 paths, Orochimaru finally recognized his own standing. Despite years of effort, he remained inconsequential in the world of ninjas, while his parallel self had already reached the realm of truth. Chapter 319. The Astonishment of Danzo. A poignant scene of recognition unfolded amidst the backdrop of countless heavily armed ninja forces. Various unusual ninja tools and weapons elicited a chill among the onlookers. Although their functions remained unclear, it was evident that they were extraordinary. Beilu exchanged glances with Shinnong, reading the fear reflected in each other's eyes, without uttering a word. They began to retreat. The Akatsuki members, all bearing wounds, swiftly ascended the outer path golem, preparing for a collective withdrawal. Although their first encounter had not yielded favorable results, neither had their opponents triumphed. Chapter 320. Sasuke's Return. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Danzo recalled the identity of the otherworldly individual, his heart's trepidation diminishing somewhat. The person he had caused to perish was not this one. They would likely not retaliate due to the death of Kakashi Hitaki in this world. After all, both Konoha and this individual had entered into a contract. If the leader of the root took action against him, it would be tantamount to tearing the veil of civility. Glancing at Kakashi Hitaki and the multitude of ninja forces behind him, Danzo's eyes narrowed, and he immediately donned a facade of congeniality, saying, "Esteemed guests, you must be weary from your journey." Chapter 321. A Solid Ally. Having ruled out all other possibilities, there remained only one conclusion. You are the Uchiha from another world? Sasuke fixed his gaze upon the individual, speaking with certainty. Upon uttering these words, his figure suddenly sprang into motion. With great strides, swift as lightning, he dashed towards his opponent. Even if you are an Uchiha, should you dare to strike at me, there shall be a price to pay. Sasuke's right hand transformed into an imposing serpent. From its maw emerged the shimmering Kusanagi sword. A beam of icy radiance cleaved through the sky, shooting forth like a galloping stallion. Chapter 322. The open portal. Following the convergence of realms, a fervent wave of commercial activity commenced. An array of novel objects and goods inundated the market, overwhelming local products in sheer volume, resulting in a form of economic dumping. However, for those in the ninja world, there was little awareness of any impropriety. Instead, they reveled in the ease of acquiring goods with currency rather than resorting to warfare. After the initial wave of purchasers returned, they brought with them a profoundly significant piece of news. In 1 week's time, the portal to the 2 realms in Kyushu City would be opened. Chapter 323. Cross-boundary. Oh, Sasuke, you have come too, Naruto exclaimed, his gaze scanning the crowd until it brightened upon spotting Sasuke. He joyfully rushed over, a broad smile illuminating his face, overflowing with excitement. I thought you might not make it. Sasuke merely scoffed, replying with a tone of pride, there is nothing in this world that can impede my progress. In truth, it was an invitation from Fugaku that had granted him passage to join the line. The invitation, valued at 100,000 ryo, had indeed astonished Sasuke. Chapter 324. The audience. Upon entering the clan grounds, a solemn and ancient aura enveloped Sasuke's spirit. Before him stood the legendary Nade Shrine, where clan meetings were convened. Yet, as he pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside, a look of bewilderment flashed across his face. The scenery within was utterly unlike what he had envisioned. There were no austere elders, nor was there a monument to the Uchiha clan's legacy. The trials of the Uchiha members were conspicuously absent. Within the grand hall, various recreational and entertainment facilities were arranged together, resembling a vast amusement park. Chapter 325. Evolution. Ha ha ha, of course, you do not recognize Indra, for he is the progenitor of your Uchiha clan, the beginning of all things. Orochimaru explained with a hearty laugh. You possess his chakra, yet you have not unearthed it. Should you manage to unlock Indra's power, your Sharingan could not only advance to the Manjiki Sharingan, but perhaps even progress further to the Rinnegan. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, left in a state of astonishment by the implications of what was said. Chapter 326, The Tsutsuki Clan. A refined Manjiki Sharingan power, combined with a genetic serum deciphered from the Tsutsuki clan's genes, instantly triggered an extraordinary chemical reaction within Sasuke's body. His form tensed suddenly, as if pierced by a formidable force that sought to reshape him. Every cell felt as though it were being torn apart and reconstituted, his body akin to being pierced by countless steel needles. Strange patterns began to emerge beneath his skin, reminiscent of ancient runes that emitted a faint blue glow. Meanwhile, his eyes underwent a transformation. Chapter 327, The Moon Base. Indeed, one cannot deny your brilliance, Orochimaru, remarked the six-pads Orochimaru, acknowledging the depth of knowledge obtained through his traversals. He turned to Sasuke, stating, They are the source of chakra and the greatest threat to the ninja world. Their power far surpasses your imagination, and we must unite all forces to contend with them. After a moment of silence, Sasuke nodded in understanding. Chapter 328, News. Concurrently, in the bustling city of the Land of the Nine Provinces, a colossal ninja fighting arena loomed in the city center. Inside the arena, the air was thick with excitement, as a multitude of spectators filled the stands. In the southeast corner, a massive screen displayed the upcoming match preview. The next contender to appear was the prodigious youth from a parallel world, Uchiha Sasuke. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the audience. Under the gaze of the crowd, Sasuke. Chapter 329, Danzo's Concern. What? That Uchiha wretched Sasuke has actually gained the assistance of this world's Orochimaru and awakened his potential? In a brightly lit hotel, Danzo stood before a glass window, his solitary eye fixated on the vibrant scene before him, the wrinkles on his face deepening under the warm light. His fingers absent-mindedly tapped against his cane, producing a dull thud. Why does this brat always entangle himself with Orochimaru? Danzo murmured, his voice laced with unmistakable jealousy and resentment. Moments ago, Naruto and the others. Chapter 330, Discovery. Loser? At this remark, the elderly Danzo nearly succumbed to rage, exclaiming, What do you know? Do you comprehend the magnitude of my contributions? For the sake of Konoha, I have toiled day and night without respite, always concerned for the village's welfare. Under my guardianship, Konoha has flourished to its current scale. The younger version of Danzo shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, Do not presume I am ignorant. I am also the leader of Root, and I have dispatched individuals to the parallel world. Chapter 331, A Meeting of Two Danzos. His arm too? Dismantle it for me. Let me see what surprises he holds. The young Danzo commanded, his lips twitching. Upon receiving the order, the Root ninjas immediately began to remove the straps and sealing techniques from the elderly Danzo's arm. As the sealing tools crafted from chakra-infused metal were taken apart, both the young Danzo and the young Sarutobi Hiruzen widened their eyes. Bold Danzo, you have not only implanted dozens of Sharingan, but also the cells of the First Hokage. Truly audacious. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with indignation, finally erupted in anger. Chapter 332, Conflict at Hokage Rock. In a tightly secured conference room, several high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered, their expressions grave. Damn that Danzo. How daring of him to act without our counsel. Midogate Han slammed his palm on the table, furious. His reckless actions have directly undermined our alliance with the Land of the Nine Provinces, and now our exposure puts us in jeopardy in this world. It is akin to being a guest in someone else's home and stealing from them, utterly disgraceful. And to be caught, it has left Konoha's reputation in tatters. Chapter 333, Changes in the Ninja World. Within the Hokage's office, cluttered with disorganized documents, the broad-minded fifth Hokage, Tsunade, leaned over her desk, intently observing a crystal ball. After a period of idleness, she had discovered and embraced a pastime inherited from her mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, occasionally utilizing the telescope technique to monitor the various happenings and changes within the village. The commotion surrounding Naruto and Sasuke had grown too pronounced for her to ignore. Observing the two, whose abilities had eclipsed her own, Tsunade felt a mix of pride and concern. Chapter 334, The Disappearance of the Ninja World. Vitality, Seeds of Vitality, Parallel Worlds, the Land of the Nine Provinces, Orochimaru. He murmured, expressing keen interest in the newly emerged phenomena within the ninja realm. Rising slowly, adorned in a fitted white haori, He exuded an air of elegance reminiscent of ancient nobility. This world is exceedingly intriguing. I never anticipated the existence of parallel worlds. As a member of the supreme race that dominates the cosmos, he possessed profound insight into the nature of parallel worlds. Chapter 335, The Descent of the Tsutsuki. In the land of rain, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with a persistent drizzle that lasted all day. Pain sat atop the outer path's golem, allowing the raindrops to strike his face, his heart in turmoil. Would this illusory peace never return? He opened his palm, allowing the rainwater to pool before trickling through his fingers. As he watched the last drop vanish, sorrow and helplessness reflected in his eyes. When the city of the 9 provinces vanished, the traces from the parallel world were erased. Chapter 336, The Clever Sharon. Oh, so you have been living alone in this desolate place, entirely cut off from the outside world? Pushur inquired. Tsutsuki Shuren nodded, but soon exclaimed with excitement, although I have not been directly involved with the shinobi world, I have often gleaned insights into its happenings through a particular secret technique passed down in my family. My favorite television series includes tales of ninjas, deceptive games, and the captivating story of Naruto falling in love with me. Among anime, I particularly adore Yukino. To ensure her companionship, I even crafted a puppet in her likeness. Chapter 337, Peach Style. Meanwhile, believing he had grasped the foundational intelligence of the shinobi world, Pushi descended directly into it. In the perpetually drizzling land of rain, Pushi sensed a familiar chakra aura, the power of the god tree. Is someone gathering tailed beasts, intending to reawaken the god tree? Pushi gazed into the distance, his eyes seemingly piercing through the very fabric of space, landing upon the Akatsuki's lair. The external form of the god tree, an enormous outer path statue, emanated chakra waves akin to fireflies in the night. Chapter 338, Tsutsuki vs. Pain Crimson Rinnegan? Shinra Tensei? As the 6 paths of pain was being pulled, Nagato, far away in the land of rain, stood up in excitement. His expression grave, he cast a puzzled glance towards the Tsutsuki trio. Who are these individuals? How can they possess both Byakugan and Rinnegan? In his understanding, he was the sole bearer of the Rinnegan in the world. Even in parallel worlds, the Emperor Orochimaru, who reflects everything in the shinobi world with his divine eyes, lacks the Rinnegan. Faced with this newly emerged foe, Nagato immediately ordered for them to be captured alive. Chapter 339, Retreat. Pushi utilized the yellow springs of Hiragasaka, stealthily maneuvering behind. Just as he grasped his fishing rod, preparing for a surprise attack, the Azura Path of Pain abruptly blocked his path. Without uttering a word, the opponent unleashed 10 tracking missiles, sending Pushi flying. Your opponent is me, the Azura Path declared coldly. How infuriating to be targeted like this. Pushi evaded the attack, his gaze icy as he regarded Pain. His intention to sneak in for an ambush was thwarted. Given the circumstances, transformation was his only option. Chapter 340, Targeting Konoha. The campaign began poorly. The first battle was arduous, and victory remained elusive. Once again surveying the shinobi world, the calm demeanor that had previously graced Peach Style's eyes was now replaced with anxiety. For the first time, he felt challenged by the realm of these inferior beings. The formidable characters he had encountered on other planets paled in comparison. Yet, the 6 pairs of Rinnegan on his adversary did catch Peach Style's attention and surprise. Those were relics of the Tsutsuki clan, now wielded by outsiders to resist him, truly vexing. Chapter 341, Invitation from One Style. What is this ocular technique? Pushi exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of what resembled the Tsutsuki clan Sharingan. The 6-tomo Sharingan bore a striking resemblance to the unique eyes of the Tsutsuki clan. However, upon closer inspection, subtle differences became apparent. The Otsutsuki clan possesses an array of striking ocular abilities, predominantly featuring the Byakugan and Sharingan, alongside the evolved Golden Rinnegan and Red Rinnegan acquired after consuming the fruit of the Divine Tree. These eyes are characterized either by their pure white appearance or the swirling patterns within their sockets, exhibiting a rather singular nature. Chapter 342, An audience under the guidance of a ninja. The Otsutsuki trio arrived in a small nation known as the Land of Rice. Ostensibly, this land is governed by a feudal lord, yet behind the scenes, it has long since changed hands, with the lord now reduced to a mere puppet. The true ruler of this territory is none other than the enigmatic Yuanshin Temple, one of the 10 great powers in the ninja world. According to the legends, the master of Yuanshin Temple is a unique monk whose mere presence compels adversaries to surrender. His profound strength is unmatched, and countless individuals have sought to uncover information about him. Chapter 343, The Sage of Otsutsuki. In response to Tauscher's scornful remarks, Otsutsuki Ishiki maintained a composed demeanor, as if those piercing words were nothing more than fleeting whispers. He slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes deep and contemplative, and spoke in a low, somber tone. The waters of the ninja world run deep. Tao Shi, do not be overly arrogant, for it will only lead to your greater downfall. At these words, Tao Shi's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking under the strain. Unbidden, memories of his consecutive failures against the Akatsuki and Konoha resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 344. The movement of Yuanshan Temple. Upon witnessing Ishiki's refusal of his invitation, Tao Shi frowned, his voice cold and firm. Are you certain you wish to defy the Elder's orders? Before coming here, I utilized secret techniques to relay messages from the ninja world back to the clan. It is likely that they will take action soon. Hearing this, Ishiki's previously indifferent countenance slightly furrowed as he fell into contemplation. His gaze became profound, hands clasped behind his back, weighing the various pros and cons of his family's impending arrival. However, he quickly reached a resolution. Chapter 345. A new turmoil. As discussions among the crowd grew fervent and the atmosphere thick with tension, a shadowy Anbu ninja stealthily appeared in the Hokage's office. Kneeling on one knee, his tone urgent and grave. Hokage-sama, we have just received reliable intelligence that Orochimaru's Soul Hall is wreaking havoc across various nations, creating chaos reminiscent of the ancient legends of the Night Parade of 100 Demons. The disorder is extensive and has dire implications. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in chaos. Naruto slammed his hands on the table, rising abruptly, his fist trembling with barely contained fury. Chapter 346. Suppression of rebellion. The ninja world is in turmoil, spiraling out of control. The 5 great ninja villages swiftly mobilized to address the rampant evil organizations, urgently convening a 5 Kage summit. The focus of the meeting was the eradication of several malevolent entities, including the Akatsuki, Yuanshan Temple, and the Soul Hall. At the summit, Kakashi spoke with a serious expression. This cannot continue. We must unite to uproot these nefarious organizations once and for all. A group of petty clowns hiding within the ninja world should have been dealt with long ago. Chapter 347. Raishin and Tsukishin. Among the illustrious Otsutsuki clan, Raishin and Tsukishin undoubtedly stand out as the most formidable figures of the younger generation. Otsutsuki Raijin, as the captain of the expeditionary force, exudes an innate aura of dominance. His towering and muscular physique resembles a majestic mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. His long, silver hair dances wildly in the wind, while his eyes, akin to profound violet abysses, occasionally flicker with dazzling lightning. His mastery over the power of thunder has reached an unparalleled zenith. With every gesture, thunder roars and the heavens tremble. Chapter 378. The unleashed Haiden Raijin stood, arms crossed, amidst the sky, adopting an exceedingly defiant stance. His gaze towards Peach Style was filled with disdain and nonchalance as he proclaimed, Peach Style, one must maintain a necessary humility in the presence of the strong. Upon hearing this, Peach Style could not help but grit his teeth and snort in contempt. What is so remarkable about him? Is he not merely slightly stronger than myself? Raijin, unfazed by Peach Style's displeasure, abruptly turned his attention towards the members of the Akatsuki organization nearby, excitement gleaming in his eyes like a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Chapter 379. The blood of the dead. Shortly thereafter, the conflict between the two reached its conclusion. On the battlefield, the smoke lingered, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and the stench of blood. The numerous Haiden, who had activated the 8 Gates formations, had all been reduced to mere ashes, stripped of their former vitality. Beneath the wrathful thunder that rained down like divine retribution, even Haiden, who possessed immortality and had opened the invincible 8 Gates, fell like fragile ants, utterly defenseless. At the epicenter of the tempest stood the incomparable Raijin, surrounded by crackling electricity. Chapter 380. The chaos of battle. How intriguing. I never anticipated the existence of such individuals within the ninja world. Orochimaru stood amidst a shroud of inky mist. Surrounded by an aura of dark energy, his gaze filled with a mischievous glint. Upon encountering the malevolent essence, he discerned the extraordinary characteristics of this unique force, significantly deepening his understanding of the realm of souls. The arm that had previously been sealed was restored, and the deficiencies of the impure world reincarnation technique were rectified. Now, even without a corporeal form to rely upon, he could endure for countless ages, sustained solely by his spirit. However, despite the supremacy of the soul, he still yearned for tangible existence. Chapter 381. The shock of Kurozetsu upon witnessing Itachi stagger back, gravely injured, Sasuke was instantly engulfed in a tempest of fury. His eyes widened in disbelief, aflame with the fires of indignation, as he activated his Manjiki Sharingan against the Otsutsuki. In an instant, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as colossal chakra coalesced into Susanoo, manifesting as an ancient war deity. This ethereal guardian radiated a chilling violet light, its muscular form imposing, wielding a massive weapon as it charged fiercely at the Otsutsuki. Chapter 382, the battle commences. Aware of the divine tree's power and cognizant of his mother's name, Kurozetsu felt an unsettling familiarity, prompting him to contemplate whether to discreetly inquire further. After all, he was of the same lineage as his mother, and he pondered if he could harness this individual's strength to liberate his mother, who was sealed upon the moon. Yet, in that moment, the subsequent words of Push caused his expression to darken, his gaze turning icy and foreboding. Push struggled free from the confines of White Zetsu, speaking coldly of Kagaya as a fool, a disgrace to the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 383, the ruthlessness of the Otsutsuki. The 5 great shinobi villages, as the backbone of the ninja world, were steeped in profound heritage and brimming with talent, bolstered by the support of the Kyushu City's technology. Their strength had experienced a remarkable ascendance. Upon entering the fray, they immediately bore a portion of the Otsutsuki clan's pressure, granting the Akatsuki members a moment of respite. However, when confronted with the elite extermination squad of the Otsutsuki, the 5 great villages were met with unprecedented strain. They were formidable, each a harbinger of calamity. In contrast to the massive, unwieldy-tailed beasts, these foes not only possessed immense chakra reserves but also unparalleled prowess. Chapter 384, the resurrection of Obito. Was her lineage truly so malevolent? No wonder she had always been reluctant to return and had vigorously developed White Zetsu, amassing forces as if guarding against something. Witnessing the Otsutsuki devour their kin on the battlefield to augment their strength, Kurozetsu mused that his mother Kagaya's arrival in the ninja world may have been a result of the Otsutsuki's inhumane conduct. Their utter disregard for life, even that of their own kin, was astonishingly cruel. In a millennium of ninja history, Kurozetsu had never encountered a clan as mercilessly brutal as this one. Chapter 385, 6 Paths of Obito. Obito, at this juncture, found himself devoid of alternatives. Kurozetsu's voice conveyed urgency and resignation as he regarded Obito, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. They needed to command pain to summon the Outer Path Golem and utilize the reanimation jutsu to resurrect Madara. Only by harnessing the power of a 6 Paths level Madara could they hope to contend with the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan possesses an overwhelming power, rendering it nearly impossible to defeat them without resorting to unconventional methods. Gritting his teeth, Obito felt the muscles in his face twitch with tension. Yet he ultimately spoke in a subdued tone, "I understand." In an instant, his form flickered, resembling a phantom. Chapter 386, the astonished Obito. Centered around Obito, an unparalleled sense of oppression surged forth like a tidal wave. The mere aura emanating from him caused the very fabric of space to tremble, transforming the world around him. The members of the Tsutsuki clan gazed at the suddenly surging figure of Obito, their pupils constricting in alarm. As the pinnacle race of the universe, they were accustomed to cultivating divine trees on various planets, having obliterated countless worlds and civilizations in the process. They understood the significance of such a transformation in their adversary, a lowly being they regarded as insignificant, now harnessing the power of the divine tree. Chapter 387, Kakashi's confusion with the disappearance of the Tsutsuki clan members from view. The tense atmosphere among the ninja world began to ease. However, this brief respite was soon overshadowed by an increasingly delicate and tense atmosphere between the 5 great ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization, along with other malevolent forces. They exchanged wary glances, their eyes betraying a readiness to counter any potential attacks from one another. After all, they were natural enemies, compelled to temporarily set aside their grievances to unite against the overwhelmingly formidable Tsutsuki clan. Now that the great threat had vanished, they pondered their next steps. Chapter 388, the angered Kagaya. Obito, when did you leave your contingency within Nagato? Have you been waiting for this day all along? Konan questioned coldly, her expression darkening. The revelation that Obito had forcefully manipulated Nagato to summon the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki caught everyone off guard. The fluidity of his movements led many to suspect that he had meticulously planned this all along. In response to Konan's inquiry, Obito remained calm and unperturbed, meeting their gazes with a steadfast demeanor as he spoke resolutely. Chapter 389. The spread of news soon after. A sensational piece of news reverberated throughout the ninja world. On that day, the mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful Tsutsuki clan, known as the Mother of the Sage of Six Paths and the enigmatic deity of the moon, had compelled various forces within the ninja world to join forces against them. Their purpose for entering the ninja realm was to gather the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts to restore the divine tree brought forth by the moon deity, with the intent of annihilating the world. Initially met with skepticism, this revelation was validated as deeper historical investigations revealed its veracity. Chapter 390. Ambush. As the various factions within the ninja world grappled with how to confront the ancient and mysterious Tsutsuki clan, several fleeing members of the main family found themselves in dire straits. In the depths of the cosmos, a serpentine white behemoth coiled through the starry expanse, its scales glinting ominously. Within its belly, a few Tsutsuki members desperately fought to escape, yet no matter how fiercely they attacked, their efforts were absorbed by the creature's internal defenses. Chapter 391. The reaction of the Tsutsuki clan as the vice-captain, Suki, proficient in a myriad of illusion techniques, was slightly less powerful than Raishur, yet proved to be more troublesome. His mastery of diverse secret arts often came into play at critical moments. Unbeknownst to him, the rescue technique he employed had been specially manipulated. The mastermind behind this, Orochimaru, was also a key figure in drawing the Tsutsuki clan's attention to the ninja world. Observing the transmission information vanish before him, Orochimaru, concealed within the body of the White Snake Sage, wore a contemplative expression. Chapter 392. Tsutsuki Keion. The elder of the Tsutsuki clan who had arrived was known as Tsutsuki Keion, a militant figure of the main family, who held a ruthless stance against rebellious forces on other planets. With a stern countenance and long silver hair cascading to his knees, he bore a diamond-shaped golden rinnegan upon his forehead, his pupils swirling like a cosmic nebula. Unlike typical members of his clan, he donned a form-fitting silver combat suit instead of a loose robe, equipped with star-shaped energy cannons on his shoulders and 9 black orbs levitating behind him. Chapter 393. Alliance. In the sky above the ninja world, a massive barrier formed from countless chains emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds as fissures spread across its surface. Observing this phenomenon, countless individuals were thrown into a state of panic, bewildered by the unfolding events. Within the land of rain, Obito, having reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, suddenly gazed upward, his eyes deepening with an expression of grave concern. How swift has the enemy arrived? The overwhelming sense of impending danger he felt was akin to facing a formidable nemesis. Chapter 394. The battle begins as external threats loomed. The ninja villages, previously embroiled in conflict over ideologies and interests, now stood united. Miraculously, the denizens of the ninja world set aside their long-held grievances, their eyes alight with a shared determination to confront their common foe. They gathered from every corner of the ninja realm, united in purpose, resolute in their commitment to protect the land they cherished. Observing the increasing numbers of the ninja coalition, Keion remained unfazed, calmly awaiting the assembly of the ninja forces. His intention was to draw them all in, ready to ensnare them in one fell swoop. Chapter 395. The enraged Tsutsuki Keion. Through countless battles and bloodshed over the ages, Tsutsuki Keion had ascended to the pinnacle of the cosmos. For years, he had not encountered a situation that filled him with such profound humiliation. In his eyes, Naruto and Sasuke were mere insignificant insects, easily obliterated at will. Yet, it was precisely those he had underestimated who, wielding the Tsutsuki clan's rinnegan, launched a covert assault that stripped him of his dignity before all. While injury was one aspect, the loss of face was paramount. As a clan elder, his power was unrivaled. Chapter 396. Mist. And the return of the departed Tsutsuki Kagaya is a being who has existed for thousands of years, having conquered countless planets and harvested billions of lives, consuming vast amounts of chakra. The quantity of chakra contained within him has reached a terrifying planetary level. Furthermore, his mastery over his own chakra is remarkably high. Every thread of chakra can be wielded at his whim, transforming into a force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. As his full power erupts, an overwhelming surge of strength instantly sweeps across the ninja world, causing unprecedented repercussions. The earth trembles and the sky distorts. Chapter 397. The Grim Reaper and the Hokage. Do you not remember? Several Hokages have been sealed by the Grim Reaper, Sasuke interjected, reminding Naruto. Uzumaki. Naruto paused for a moment, as a fragment of memory flashed through his mind like lightning, swiftly recalling Orochimaru's scheme to bring about the downfall of Konoha. That was over a decade ago, during the ninja exams. Orochimaru, in a bid to obliterate Konoha, disguised himself as the Kazekage of Sunagakure and infiltrated the village, employing the forbidden technique of impure world resurrection to summon several former Hokage. The third Hokage, in a desperate attempt to protect the village, was compelled to utilize forbidden arts, sacrificing his own soul to confront the previous Hokage. With the influx of various forces, the shinobi world emerged from the ashes, regaining dominance. On the battlefield, the shinobi employed a strategy akin to that of ants overwhelming an elephant, launching relentless waves of attacks against the Otsutsuki clan. The ceaseless tide of ninja advanced fearlessly, seemingly oblivious to the concepts of fatigue and death. Before long, members of the Otsutsuki's expeditionary forces began to falter under the relentless onslaught. The inability to eradicate the enemy and the futility of continued attrition became painfully evident. You are aware far too late, Otsutsuki, Orochimaru remarked, his gaze devoid of emotion, as he manipulated his colossal serpentine form, opening a gaping maw intent on devouring Otsutsuki Tsukuyami. Did you truly believe this would secure your victory? How utterly laughable. You insignificant insects. Otsutsuki KK's expression was stern, his gaze revealing boundless disdain, offering a glimpse into the true heritage of the Otsutsuki clan. Previously, he had bided his time, patiently waiting to expose the true mastermind lurking in the shadows. Now, having uncovered the instigator of the chaos, he was prepared to act. In Chapter 400, the twist unfolded as the once beleaguered white phosphor serpent, having been on the retreat, let out a resounding roar, resulting in a grotesque transformation. Its massive serpentine form writhed violently, and 7 heads erupted from its midsection, morphing it into the legendary Yamata no Orochi. The 8 heads, each opening their gaping maws, lunged ferociously at Otsutsuki KK, their speed unmatched as they ensnared him. In the next heartbeat, the serpent's sharp fangs gleamed with chilling light, piercing through KK's flesh with lightning speed, injecting him with a pale purple venom. As the toxin invaded his system, the Yamata no Orochi seemed to revel in its victory. In Chapter 1, The Rebirth of Orochimaru, we find ourselves in a spacious courtyard overgrown with weeds, where the autumn winds whisper through the air. Hey, are you alright? Wake up. With his body being jostled, Orochimaru clutched his throbbing head, forcing his eyes open. Before him stood a figure adorned with a cat-faced mask, clad in a brown-green ninja outfit, kunai strapped to their waist. Who is this person? What happened to me? Why does my head ache so? He rubbed his temples, memories flashing before his eyes like scenes from a film, leaving him momentarily stunned. He realized he had traversed dimensions, entering the world of Naruto he once observed, and had assumed the identity of Orochimaru. Indeed, he was Orochimaru, yet still in his youthful form, mere days after his parents' sacrifice. Now, at the tender age of 5, he had yet to enroll in the ninja academy or become a proud ninja, nor had he yet taken Sarutobi Hiruzen as his master, embarking on the path to greatness. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, quietly absorbing the memories and coming to terms with this reality. Upon his arrival in this new world, he found himself transformed into an orphan. Indeed, the moment he traversed into this realm coincided with the arrival of the news regarding his parents' demise in battle. The dark figure before him was sent specifically to deliver the compensation and belongings of his deceased parents. Being an orphan has its merits. At least he would not have to acknowledge strangers as his parents. His core consciousness remained that of an adult, harboring lingering pain. Yet he largely accepted the truth of his situation. Observing Orochimaru awaken, the dark figure exhaled a silent sigh of relief and handed over a modestly sized package. This contains your parents' belongings and the compensation from the village. Please accept it with care. Orochimaru glanced inside to find a stack of silver bills, a blood-stained booklet, several shuriken, and kunai. Orochimaru quietly tucked away his thoughts, his gaze serene as he addressed the umbu before him. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Having grasped the gravity of the situation, he readily accepted this unfortunate reality. At present, the world found itself in the twilight of the first great ninja war, with the major ninja villages locked in a stalemate, engulfed in a tempest of conflict and ceaseless bloodshed, countless lives extinguished amidst the flames of war. Orochimaru's parents were recently dispatched by the village to undertake a mission, only to meet their demise on the battlefield at the border of the Land of Fire. Such occurrences are all too frequent, having become a grim norm. The ultimate fate of a ninja is often death. Even the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, a master of water techniques and forbidden jutsu, fell in the tumult of the rebellion in the Land of Lightning over 6 months ago. This paints a stark picture of the brutal reality of the ninja world. Powerless civilian ninjas are merely cannon fodder in the relentless tide of war. As an Umbu member observed Orochimaru accepting this harsh truth, he prepared to depart for his next destination, offering a gentle reminder, "You fainted earlier. Would you like to visit the medical department?" His gaze toward Orochimaru was filled with compassion and sympathy. With both parents gone, Orochimaru is left an orphan, a poignant testament to the arduous life that awaits him, especially in these trying times where the absence of parental protection renders existence exceedingly difficult. Orochimaru shook his head, rising from the ground and gently brushing off the dirt from his clothes. He declined. "No, I merely find it difficult to accept this harsh reality for the moment. I shall be fine once I gather myself." He rubbed his temples, making a gesture to alleviate his sorrow. Previously, Orochimaru had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the unbearable reality of losing both his parents. However, after merging with Orochimaru, the weight of grief had dissipated significantly. Moreover, matters concerning the psyche are often elusive. Even a visit to the medical department would typically yield no discernible findings. In this time of scarcity, a single examination could consume a substantial portion of the meager compensation he received. As he is still but a child, there are many areas where he requires funds. And without means to earn, he must allocate his resources judiciously. "Very well, take the time to recuperate at home," remarked a member of the Umbu. "Be sure to safeguard your parents' compensation. Do not squander it, nor dwell too deeply in sorrow. We, as ninjas, exist as instruments of warfare. Perishing on the battlefield is indeed a noble fate. By the way, you have reached the age to commence your education. Remember to report to the Ninja Academy the day after tomorrow." The escalation of war had depleted the ranks of ninjas significantly. The village desperately required fresh blood, making the enrollment of the village children a matter of utmost importance. Previously, graduation occurred every 4 years. Now, given the instability of the situation, it may very well be reduced to a single year. All of this is for the sake of the village. Only by ensuring a sufficient influx of new talent can Konoha maintain its preeminence in the ninja world. Orochimaru understood this as well, calmly responding, "Very well, I shall go." Upon witnessing Orochimaru's return to his former self, the members of the Umbu turned to leave, vanishing in an instant. After all, the death toll extended beyond Orochimaru's parents. Numerous others had perished in the battles, and he had urgent messages to convey. Watching the elusive Umbu members, Orochimaru felt a fleeting disorientation. He found himself in a realm of extraordinary power, one he was intimately familiar with, the world of Naruto. Ninjas, through rigorous training, refine various attributes of chakra within themselves, enabling the release of diverse ninjutsu. Moreover, they possess not only ninjutsu but also taijutsu, genjutsu, sealing techniques, and sage arts. These distinct systems endow ninjas with a myriad of capabilities, allowing them to unleash formidable strength, resulting in unparalleled carnage. Indeed, ninjas serve as instruments of slaughter. This very principle has led to the ceaseless turmoil and bloodshed within the ninja world. Consequently, ninjas must undertake missions within their villages to earn substantial rewards for their sustenance. While this spectacle is undeniably captivating, Orochimaru, having traversed through time, felt an odd sense of incongruity. Unlike individuals from his previous life, who, upon gaining extraordinary powers, might have resorted to bank heists or sought dominion, he recognized the necessity of attending ninja school and mastering ninjutsu. This, he mused, was perhaps the most accessible path to acquiring strength in the ninja realm. Orochimaru, endowed with the wisdom of adulthood, promptly established his goals and direction. The Ninja Academy serves as both a sanctuary for the study of ninjutsu and a conduit for personal growth. Orphaned and devoid of parental guidance, he recognized that this path was his sole opportunity to acquire knowledge of the ninja arts and rapidly enhance his abilities. Following the trajectory of his original development, Orochimaru flourished upon entering the Ninja Academy, ultimately becoming a disciple of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru resolved to pursue his original path in the early stages, enrolling in the academy to diligently study and showcase his innate talents and abilities, ultimately becoming a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen once again. Having ascended to the status of a Hokage's apprentice and acquiring abundant resources, Orochimaru harbored confidence in transcending previous limitations. By employing scientific methodologies to augment his ninjutsu training, he believed he could achieve even greater heights. The rank of Hokage was not his pinnacle, but rather a new starting point. With the memories of his past life, he was acutely aware of the profound depths and treacherous nature of the shinobi world. To safeguard himself and his friends, he must strive to enhance his strength and capabilities, especially given the multitude of calamities that beset the ninja realm. The looming threat of the Tsutsuki clan, the goddess Kaguya Tsutsuki sealed on the moon, and the Sage of Six Paths covertly observing the ninja world from within the Pure Land all weighed heavily on his mind. Black Zetsu, tirelessly seeking an opportunity to rescue his mother over the millennia, and Uchiha Madara, who was swayed by Black Zetsu to evolve his Rinnegan in the shadows. Added to the treacherous landscape, the five great nations were embroiled in conflict, while smaller nations and various malevolent factions eagerly awaited their chance to seize power. Even in the future, organizations such as Akatsuki and Kara would emerge as further threats. In this minuscule and tumultuous realm, vigilance was paramount. For only by mastering power could one truly grasp their own life and destiny. Gazing at the package in his hands, Orochimaru opened it to reveal a stack of silver notes and some books. Was the compensation merely a paltry sum of several 100,000 ryo? Human lives truly seemed to hold little value. Upon counting the meager compensation, Orochimaru sadly realized it was insufficient, barely enough to sustain himself for a year and a half. However, recalling the broader environment of the ninja world and the necessity to become a ninja after just a year of study, he quickly understood the harsh reality. Konoha did not support idleness. Failing the ninja assessment meant no missions would be available, leaving one to starve. Chapter 2. Exceptional talent. Is Orochimaru's start truly this dismal? I am genuinely astounded, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Orochimaru's future identity is starkly different from his present reality. He is neither one of the legendary Sannin, renowned throughout the ninja world, nor is he the mastermind behind the Konoha destruction plan. Ultimately, in his childhood, Orochimaru struggled even to secure his own basic sustenance. Orochimaru turned his gaze towards a nearby book stained with blood. Upon opening it, he was immediately captivated by its contents. The book contained knowledge on chakra extraction techniques, the use of shurikens, kunai throwing techniques, and the art of the three-body technique, among others. Although these were merely fundamental aspects of ninjutsu, Orochimaru was utterly entranced, lost in its depths. Despite their simplicity, these foundational skills represented the true power and means possessed by ordinary civilian ninjas. Most ninjas lacked a diverse array of combat techniques, limited to basic three-body techniques and physical prowess. The formidable ninjutsu capable of summoning water, breathing fire, or unleashing thunderous gales were the hallmark of the strongest pillars of each village. After perusing the book, Orochimaru was astonished to discover his extraordinary photographic memory. His exceptional memory, comprehension, and insight were all fully developed. Having read through it just once, he retained the entire content without encountering any areas of confusion. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle smile as he expressed his delight. Is this the archetype of a future scientific luminary? Even without external aids or extraordinary abilities, I can still achieve greatness. With innate talent in both ninjutsu and scientific inquiry, if leveraged appropriately, I can undoubtedly become a formidable force that overcomes all obstacles. Observing the chakra extraction technique he had recently mastered, Orochimaru could not resist the urge to experiment. He returned to his chamber and began performing the hand seals as instructed in the book. Initially lacking finesse, after practicing it twice, he swiftly found his rhythm. Orochimaru vividly recalls that chakra is a product formed by the amalgamation of the spiritual energy and cellular energy within the human body. In this world, humans possess a vastly greater number of cells and immense potential compared to their previous existence. Consequently, children in this realm tend to mature earlier, exhibiting extraordinary vitality and vigor. Orochimaru, while performing hand seals, earnestly endeavored to sense the existence of both cellular and spiritual energy within his being. Remaining calm and composed, he cast aside all distractions. Through his relentless efforts and experimentation, a peculiar force began to manifest within him. Under Orochimaru's guidance, this force intertwined with his spiritual energy, gradually coalescing into a form that fell under his control. Is this chakra? Truly remarkable. As Orochimaru extracted chakra, he felt as though he had discovered a fascinating new toy, constantly learning and exploring its depths. He noted that chakra could flow freely within the human body, albeit at a swifter pace within the meridians. This sensation was akin to entering a fast lane, accompanied by a slight amplification effect. The ninja world also possessed meridians and acupoints, as well as a dantian. However, the dantian could not store chakra. Was this due to the body's nature, or perhaps the essence of chakra itself? Orochimaru attempted to perform a series of hand seals, his fingers shifting as they summoned a thread of chakra from within. He endeavored to execute one of the transformation techniques, yet with a resounding puff. A cloud of white smoke erupted around him, revealing that he had not transformed into any recognizable figure. His youth rendered him insufficient in chakra, resulting in failure. The faint trace of chakra he had managed to gather was swiftly expended without achieving a tangible form. Nonetheless, this attempt illuminated the remarkable foundation and talent inherent to Orochimaru's physique. Had it not been for the meager quantity of chakra he had just gathered, this technique would have been merely a trifling endeavor for him. Is this the sensation of genius? However, having consumed chakra, he now felt an overwhelming hunger. At that moment, his stomach let out a low growl, a wave of hunger surging from his abdomen. Orochimaru rubbed his stomach, feeling as though his body had been completely drained, having expended a considerable amount of energy. This sensation was rather unpleasant, akin to that of a person who had gone several days without sustenance. Orochimaru rummaged through his abode, ultimately discovering a meager supply of food in the kitchen. However, the scant offerings consisted solely of a few unappealing, loose rice balls and shriveled fish jerky. Yet, the gnawing hunger in his stomach urged him to devour the limited provisions, meticulously chewing and swallowing each morsel. After finally finishing, Orochimaru felt a surge of energy replenishing his body, lifting his spirits. He placed a hand on his abdomen, reflecting on the state he had experienced after exhausting his chakra, and was filled with profound sentiments. Indeed, chakra was an extraordinary power, albeit exceedingly taxing. It was no wonder that every ninja was a veritable glutton, without sufficient sustenance. The body could hardly provide the necessary nutrients and energy to refine chakra. After a brief respite, Orochimaru gazed at the desolate kitchen, preparing to venture out in search of fresh provisions. This had become a familiar routine during the absence of his parents. In truth, he was not alone in this. Many ordinary ninja families encountered similar predicaments. Children left to their own devices had to cultivate independence from a young age. Family members fared somewhat better, as they could rely on mutual assistance and receive specialized training during their formative years. Such meticulously nurtured talents tended to perform better than their civilian counterparts upon entering the ninja academy. Calculating the costs, Orochimaru extracted a few silver notes from his meager pension and pushed open the door to his home, stepping into the world beyond. Clad in white garments, with a purple belt cinched at his waist, he possessed delicate, refined features, a visage sculpted to perfection, resembling a youthful cherub. As he strolled through the streets, his extraordinary appearance alone overshadowed many. It seemed that the current state of Konoha was rather dismal, plagued by economic decline. The commercial district, once bustling, now boasted only a handful of shops still in operation, most having shuttered their doors. However, upon entering one of the remaining establishments, Orochimaru discovered a limited selection of goods, each priced rather exorbitantly. Orochimaru, after inquiring, discovered that due to the turmoil among the 5 great nations, peril loomed across the world, instilling a sense of dread in everyone. Many merchant caravans, fearing the dangers of the road and the threat of death, withdrew into their homes, reluctant to venture forth to peddle their wares. The absence of trade led to a scarcity of food supplies. Furthermore, Konoha operated under a militarized management system, lacking the means for self-sufficiency, resulting in soaring prices. In summary, all misfortunes stemmed from the ravages of war. Many were left hungry, their heads spinning from starvation. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan, with their formidable strength, maintained safety on the streets, preventing rampant looting and violence. Faced with an unprecedented period, Orochimaru felt a sense of helplessness, for his own power was insufficient to effect change. The impact of war was profound. He observed the desolate streets, the meager flow of pedestrians, and the occasional malevolent glances, all too indicative of the times. As a child carrying food, he felt like a prime target, an easy prey. Thankfully, he was within the confines of Konoha. Outside the village, he knew he might be accosted at any moment, his hard-earned provisions snatched away. Carrying a small bag of rice, he navigated the streets with vigilance, evading the pursuit of several ill-intentioned individuals. It was only upon reaching the safety of his home that he sighed in relief. Yet, even Konoha did not seem entirely secure. He realized he needed to be more cautious. After stepping outside, a heightened sense of crisis enveloped him, as if he were being targeted by nefarious characters. This was not due to a significant security issue within Konoha, but rather a consequence of Orochimaru's previous life of unparalleled safety. The transition to this new world had left him feeling somewhat on edge. Most importantly, he lacked the means to counter potential dangers. Reflecting on the day's events, Orochimaru concluded that even within the sanctuary of his home, safety was not guaranteed, and he needed to devise some protective measures. A mere door latch could not deter wrongdoers, and the little chakra he had recently harnessed offered him no real protection. Lacking any extraordinary abilities, he understood he must explore alternative methods for self-defense. While others who traversed worlds were often endowed with unique powers, he pondered why he had not received such a boon. If only he possessed a system akin to a sign-in feature, he could soar to new heights. Alas, he resolved to contemplate his next steps. Orochimaru cast a glance at the ninja tool pouch hanging from his waist, which contained metal shurikens and kunai. As a mere 5-year-old child, he found the shuriken somewhat unwieldy in his small hands. However, this ninja tool sparked a flicker of inspiration within him, leading to other contemplations. When ninjutsu proved insufficient, he turned to technology for assistance. He was, after all, destined to be the ingenious scientist of the future ninja world. Despite his tender age and limited chakra, which rendered the shuriken less effective, he resolved to harness the scientific knowledge from his former life to create weapons for self-defense. In Orochimaru's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed as he lifted his leg and turned to stride into the room. Both of his parents were ninjas. Thus, their family enjoyed a considerable degree of affluence, and their dwelling was somewhat more spacious than those of others. He traversed the corridor, crossed the threshold of the bedroom, rounded the corner, and arrived at the side chamber. Orochimaru pushed open the door, revealing a humble storeroom. It could also be referred to as a laboratory. Within this modest laboratory, various items were haphazardly arranged, housing an assortment of materials and several books. These were remnants left behind by Orochimaru's father, who often engaged in small inventions and creations within these walls. Orochimaru's scientific prowess did not emerge from thin air. It can be regarded as an inheritance from his father. However, his father's talents were rather mediocre, and his scientific achievements paled in comparison to Orochimaru's, resulting in a dearth of notable inventions. Moreover, the creations he produced were not particularly remarkable in Orochimaru's eyes, deemed utterly useless. After all, the current Orochimaru stands upon the shoulders of a more advanced technological world. The laboratory is adorned with an array of tools and materials, alongside several unfinished experimental apparatus and items. Orochimaru surveyed the surroundings with a discerning eye, a glimmer of excitement igniting within him. Splendid. This laboratory is replete with materials, perhaps even containing the very items I require. Should the resources prove sufficient, I could indeed construct a high-powered electric stun gun for self-defense. Orochimaru reminisced about the memories of his past life, discovering within them the method to craft an electric shock weapon. It was knowledge he had acquired in his previous existence, and fortunately, it had not yet faded from his mind. The diminutive figure of Orochimaru wandered restlessly within the laboratory, sifting through various items. He skillfully picked up materials one by one, scrutinizing them with great care while envisioning intricate schematics in his mind. Orochimaru's extraordinary scientific prowess and talent allowed him to swiftly familiarize himself with the majority of materials and their applications within the experiment. Copper, iron, and aluminum, alongside chakra metal conductors the size of a fingernail, were abundant in supply. After inventorying the materials, Orochimaru conceived a unique weapon in his mind, the blueprint for an electric shock gun. He envisioned utilizing the laboratory's materials to construct a generator, subsequently storing the power within batteries. In combat, all he would need to do was activate the device by pressing a switch, unleashing a current of electricity. Just imagine, generating electricity without the need for hand seals or lightning release chakra would make it relatively easy to incapacitate one or two ordinary individuals. Even a ninja, caught off guard, could easily fall victim to such an attack. This exemplifies the inherent flaw in the ninja world: high offensive capabilities coupled with low defensive prowess. An imperfect developmental system means that even the most formidable warriors can be felled by a mere kunai. Indeed, I am a genius. Having gathered sufficient materials, I shall proceed without hesitation. Orochimaru retrieved a palm-sized aluminum plate and placed it upon a workbench marred by countless scratches. He skillfully acquired a saw and commenced the meticulous task of cutting the aluminum plate into a more suitable size. Once the modification was complete, he grasped a file and refined the edges of the plate, rendering them smooth and even. Subsequently, he procured a copper tube, which he adeptly bent and twisted into a coil shape through the application of various tools. Upon completing this intricate process, he secured the coil tightly with copper wire, ensuring an even distribution. With all components prepared, he connected the aluminum plate, copper tube, and iron block, fashioning a cohesive structure. This should suffice. Orochimaru pondered uncertainly as he gazed at the generator before him. Externally, it resembled the apparatus he had observed in his past life on Doin, harnessing the principles of electromagnetic induction for power generation. As he contemplated the simplicity of this electrical device, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him, prompting him to engage in the cyclical process of electromagnetic generation. He extended his slender hand, gripping the handle, and began a continuous motion of rotation. With each repetition, a brilliant blue arc of electricity leapt from the aluminum plate, accompanied by a sizzling sound. He had succeeded. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and a smile graced his lips as he let out a jubilant cheer. At that moment, he finally felt a sense of relief. Previously, he had feared that the technology of his past life would be incompatible with the ninja world. However, now that electricity was manifesting, it seemed the rules of this world were indeed similar, posing no significant issues. Ironically, the technological development in this world had taken a rather peculiar turn. On one hand, the research and development within the ninja realm was undervalued. On the other, the unique existence of ninjas and chakra significantly influenced the technological landscape. To generate electricity, one could simply command a ninja to unleash lightning-style jutsu, negating the need for physical principles of electricity generation. Similarly, to produce intense flames, one merely needed to amplify the chakra used for fire techniques, disregarding the elemental characteristics of fire itself. Consequently, the technological progression in the ninja world had veered off course. Moreover, it would be necessary to create a few batteries as well. Orochimaru paused in his endeavors, attempting to construct a battery. The methodology for battery creation is quite straightforward, and he swiftly fashioned one according to the established model. However, perhaps due to the differing rules of the two realms or the quality of materials, the battery exhibited remarkably superior storage capabilities. Upon completing this task, Orochimaru embarked on a manual electricity generation exercise, spinning in circles to produce power. In the dimly lit laboratory, amidst the flickering arcs of light and the crackling sounds, several fully charged batteries materialized in Orochimaru's hands. Finally, he exhaled with relief, having successfully created them. Observing the batteries in his grasp, he rubbed his slightly sore and swollen arms. The endeavor had required him to tirelessly spin the generator for 2.5 hours to fully charge the batteries. Fortunately, his physical conditioning was exceptional. This level of exertion posed no burden to him. This was undoubtedly a result of his parents' early foundational training and their deliberate cultivation of his abilities. In his youth, various supplements occasionally graced his meals, contributing to his robust physical development. However, this merely placed him a notch above his peers from ordinary backgrounds. When compared to the offspring of secret techniques and bloodline clans, he fell considerably short. Indeed, a standard ninja household cannot rival the lineage and accumulated knowledge of clan heirs. With the electric shock gun now in his possession, he felt a sense of reassurance. Holding his creation, which could also be deemed a weapon, filled Orochimaru with newfound vigor. Traditional tools such as kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags paled in comparison to his scientific ninja apparatus. This invention could be considered a form of black technology within the ninja world, incomprehensible to the average person and impervious to their defenses. It was time to test its effectiveness. Orochimaru assembled the battery into the electric gun and stepped into the courtyard, aiming at the wooden stake before pulling the trigger. A crackling sound erupted as a dazzling arc of electricity surged forth, striking the stake 3 meters away and leaving behind a charred black mark. Observing the dark imprint and inhaling the acrid scent of burnt wood, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the power was quite formidable. At this voltage, it could easily incapacitate an average adult, proving its significant might in combat. With such a weapon, Orochimaru would possess the strength to contend even against the children of secretive clans and bloodline families. However, its design was rather rudimentary and required further refinement. Orochimaru gazed at the rough electric shock gun in his hand, once again tapping into his remarkable craftsmanship. He returned to the laboratory, where he gathered tools and materials, and set about crafting a brief mold. Within this mold, he poured resin, fashioning an exquisite shell for the electric shock gun, thus completing its transformation. The weapon before him had now taken on the appearance of a mere toy. Yet, Orochimaru, fully aware of the electric shock gun's lethal potential, understood the devastating harm it could inflict upon a human being. Chapter 4. Jiraiya and the Mischievous Children. As Orochimaru was preoccupied with his newly modified electric shock gun, a cacophony erupted from outside. What was happening? Were disturbances afoot? Upon reaching the doorway, Orochimaru beheld a group of unruly children bullying two others. The crux of the conflict lay in the food clutched in the hands of the two smaller children, a hard, stone-like grain cake. "Damn it, hand over that food," bellowed a burly child, his expression menacing as he seized the shirt of the frail boy before him, threatening him. The slender boy trembled in fear, yet despite the intimidation, he refused to relinquish his precious sustenance. In this time of scarcity, securing a meal was a formidable challenge. This grain cake was the result of his arduous efforts, a means of survival for the days to come. Meanwhile, a boy with spiky white hair was embroiled in a fray with several other children, fiercely cursing at them. "You dare to provoke Jiraiya, you wretched fools? I am not someone you can triflingly challenge." He fought valiantly against four opponents, refusing to yield. Even when knocked to the ground, he sprang back up, ready to continue the battle. His fervent cries startled Orochimaru, who stood watching from the sidelines, directing a curious gaze towards the spiky-haired boy. "Jiraiya?" Orochimaru scrutinized the individual before him and noted his striking resemblance to one of the legendary Sannin of the future, the Frog Sage. With his spiky white hair and red eyeshadow adorning his face, he appeared disheveled, akin to a beggar on the street. Could it be that Jiraiya was indeed an orphan? Upon encountering a future comrade, Orochimaru promptly stepped forward, issuing a command to halt the commotion. "You lot, cease this at once. Who permitted you to brawl in the vicinity of my home?" Orochimaru crossed his arms and began to reprimand the group of individuals before him. His sudden appearance and authoritative voice caused the brawlers to pause, their gazes shifting towards him. However, upon noticing that Orochimaru was merely a child, the leader of the group, infuriated, exclaimed, "Who is this little brat daring to meddle in my affairs? Do you not believe I can show you what true colors look like?" He was notably more robust than the average child, with several prominent muscles adorning his face, giving him an intimidating presence. His arms were thick, and his hands were large and powerful, akin to a ruler among children. Had he been confronted by an ordinary child, the latter might have been too intimidated to retaliate. Yet, who was Orochimaru? He had just completed his electric shock device and was eager to test it out. In the face of the imposing and muscular youth, Orochimaru boldly retorted, "Do not presume that your larger stature grants you the right to bully others. This is Konoha, where there are many who surpass you in strength." The burly youth laughed heartily, dismissing Orochimaru's words. "The ninjas in this village do not concern themselves with the quarrels of children, and besides, this is a residential area where no child can surpass me. You look frail and weak. There is no way you could defeat me." As he spoke, he noticed Orochimaru's clean and tidy clothing, his eyes lighting up with a devious glint. "You have offended me. You must atone for your transgressions. Hand over your food and money, and perhaps I will forgive you. If you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Relying on his status as a child, he roamed Konoha, forming cliques to bully others. With no one to challenge him, his arrogance had swelled. Given his physical prowess, intimidating a smaller child was a trivial task. Seeing the other party's stubbornness and audacity to extort him, Orochimaru drew forth his electric shock device. He would not unleash its full power on a child, so he adjusted it to a lower frequency. Yet, even this setting possessed a certain lethality, capable of inducing temporary paralysis and pain. "This is your final chance," Orochimaru stated coldly, calculating the device's effective range, preparing to press the button. However, the other party clearly did not heed his warning and brazenly advanced toward him. "You little brat, do you think I would be intimidated by some strange gadget?" he scoffed. Reaching out to snatch the electric shock device, a smug smile plastered across his face. He had no fear of this slender child, especially as he found Orochimaru's cute appearance quite irksome. "You are courting death." Orochimaru's gaze turned icy as he deftly pulled the trigger, unleashing a surge of electric current that struck his opponent with precision. Brilliant blue sparks of electricity coursed along the adversary's arm, rendering them flailing and incapacitated. The effect of the electric shock was remarkably effective, leaving the opponent half collapsed on the ground, devoid of any will to resist. satisfied with the outcome. Orochimaru finally holstered the electric weapon. His attention shifted to the other side, where several children engaged in combat with Jiraiya were now seized by fear and hastily fled, terrified that Orochimaru might unleash his power upon them. Cowardly wretches. If you possess any courage, do not run. Your esteemed Jiraiya is not afraid of you, he mused. Jiraiya, having taken a few blows, rose from the ground and dusted himself off, turning his gaze towards Orochimaru. With a casual demeanor, he exclaimed, "Thank you for your assistance. I, Jiraiya, shall surely repay your kindness. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. I will assist in any way I can." He then glanced at the electric weapon, astonished, and inquired, "Are you a ninja?" In his mind, only the exalted ninja masters could wield such formidable jutsu. Yet, he sensed a dissonance. The youth before him, with raven hair and pale skin, appeared rather young, perhaps of a similar age to himself. Observing Jiraiya's disheveled state, Orochimaru found it rather amusing. Who could have imagined that the future renowned sage of the Toads would once be a scrappy youth? Brawling in the streets over a mere pancake? Orochimaru pondered for a moment and remarked, "I am not yet a ninja. But once I enroll in the Ninja Academy and pass the rigorous assessments, I shall be." He was brimming with confidence regarding his potential to become a ninja. Possessing exceptional talents in both ninjutsu and scientific research, he lacked only the bloodline limits and secret techniques. Otherwise, he was truly unparalleled. If he were unable to become a ninja, then no one could claim such a title. Upon hearing Orochimaru's response, Jiraiya leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "I too have received notice from the Ninja Academy and am preparing to attend classes. I, Jiraiya, shall undoubtedly become a formidable ninja, championing righteousness and combating malevolence. As for those wicked children who steal from others, I shall take them down one by one." At that moment, Jiraiya was merely a child, full of youthful exuberance and boundless energy. "By the way, Bairuhu, are you all right?" Jiraiya suddenly recalled something and hurried over to the frail child lying on the ground, helping him to his feet. His words redirected Orochimaru's attention towards the weak child, prompting him to glance over. The boy had skin as pale as milk, with pure white hair tied into a ponytail, and a striking cherry red dot on his forehead that was particularly conspicuous. Bairuhu, a friend of the legendary Sannin from the theatrical version, would one day become one of the rogue ninjas of Konoha. The overwhelming strength of the Sannin made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies, prompting him to secretly practice the forbidden technique known as the demon budding technique. Chapter 5. School indeed, Bairuhu existed, confirming that the characters and plot from the theatrical version were indeed present. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with thoughts of the dragon vein, the witch Morio, the land of snow, and the divine farmer among others. Each of these figures represented a treasure, endowed with various unique ninjutsu and advanced technology, igniting within Orochimaru a yearning for exploration. However, he remained but a child, incapable of pursuing such ambitions, and could only endure. Furthermore, the narrative had yet to commence, necessitating a patient wait. Orochimaru lifted his gaze to the two white-haired figures before him. One was Jiraiya, the other was Obito. Both were destined to become prodigies in the future, closely intertwined with his own fate, and could be considered dear friends, or perhaps even intimate allies. Upon this realization, Orochimaru paused momentarily, as if he had stumbled upon a profound insight. It seemed that few of his closest companions had survived. Jiraiya was slain by his own disciple. Obito met his demise in pursuit of immortality, and Kato fell on the battlefield. Apart from Tsunade, he was left bereft of friends. Was he perhaps a harbinger of doom? A solitary star that harmed only men and spared women? However, after some reflection, Orochimaru deemed his thoughts overly dramatic. In the world of shinobi, death was a daily occurrence, and it was not unusual for one's closest friends to perish. He approached the two and extended an invitation for them to visit his abode, hoping to strengthen their bonds. These two would undoubtedly become significant figures in the future, and cultivating a positive relationship with them would be advantageous for him. For instance, Obito was essentially a less formidable version of Orochimaru himself, a man driven by the trauma of losing loved ones, seeking immortality in his quest for the truth behind ninjutsu. In contrast, another sought power and unity within the shinobi world, delving into forbidden techniques to complete the resurrection of the legendary Uchiha, aspiring to achieve immortality and become the perfect ninja. Though their ideologies diverged, their ultimate paths seemed eerily similar. If Orochimaru could win Obito over to his side, it would facilitate numerous endeavors, such as the development of ninjutsu and scientific experimentation. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru escorted the two back to his home and presented them with some provisions. As the rice balls were placed before Jiraiya and Obito, both men instinctively swallowed hard. "Are these for us?" Jiraiya asked, his mouth watering. Despite his ability to take on multiple opponents, he had not eaten adequately for several days and was ravenously hungry. Orochimaru nodded gently, a soft smile gracing his lips. "Please, eat. It is all for you." "How wonderful. You are truly a good person. I, Jiraiya, have decided to regard you as a friend," Jiraiya exclaimed, his gaze towards Orochimaru filled with warmth, immediately considering him a close companion. In these times of scarcity, it was rare to find someone willing to treat others to a meal. The landlord's household was devoid of surplus, let alone providing sustenance for orphans like them. They too struggled to survive in the Konoha orphanage, where meals were infrequent and never filling. Bairuhu stared at the rice balls, casting a timid glance at Orochimaru, and whispered, "Thank you." His introverted and shy demeanor seemed almost incongruous for a future villainous overlord. Observing the two children before him, Orochimaru felt a peculiar sensation, as if he were engaged in a nurturing endeavor. Yet, he was acutely aware that he too was still a child. From their conversation, he learned that both were orphans displaced by war, currently residing in the Konoha orphanage. The supplies there were meager, providing little more than a watery porridge each day, barely sufficient to stave off starvation. To survive, they needed to seek work within the village to procure food. It was a dismal existence, profoundly tragic. Orochimaru suddenly felt that his circumstances were rather favorable. Although he was orphaned, he had inherited a vast estate and a substantial pension. He was free from worries about sustenance and possessed knowledge of chakra refinement techniques to cultivate. Indeed, happiness is often derived from comparison. The following day marked the commencement of the ninja school, bringing a vibrant atmosphere to the streets of Konoha. As Orochimaru traversed the thoroughfare, he noticed an increase in foot traffic, predominantly comprised of parents escorting their children to the academy. The streets were bustling with a continuous flow of pedestrians, and numerous shops had opened, surpassing the number Orochimaru had previously observed. Orochimaru wandered through the streets, occasionally overhearing snippets of conversation and hushed whispers from passers-by. "Have you heard? The war is about to come to an end. Ah, it's finally over. So many ninjas have perished in this conflict. Those detestable 4 great ninja villages. If it weren't for the death of our first Hokage, how could they dare to brazenly initiate war? Enough. The second Hokage has already fallen in the land of lightning. Who knows if Konoha can endure?" A multitude of opinions emerged, providing Orochimaru with a wealth of valuable intelligence. The conclusion of the war was indeed true. Peace treaties had been signed by various nations, and the ninjas were returning to their respective homelands. Furthermore, the belongings of those who had fallen in battle were being returned to their families. As he passed by numerous homes, he noticed white cloths draped at their entrances. Faint sounds of suppressed weeping drifting through the air, expressions of sorrow for loved ones lost in the war. All these signs indicated that the specter of war was receding. Konoha and the ninja world were ushering in a brief period of peace. Yet, possessing knowledge of the narrative, Orochimaru understood that this tranquility was merely ephemeral. Soon, the second great ninja war would erupt, resulting in even greater casualties. In the realm of ninjas, leading a peaceful and stable life was an undeniable luxury. However, this did not apply to everyone. The daimyos and nobles remained largely unscathed. Following the straight path, Orochimaru soon beheld the magnificent and imposing Hokage Rock alongside the Ninja Academy. The academy's structure was rudimentary, constructed from wooden planks, lacking the exquisite beauty of the future, yet it possessed a certain understated elegance. At the entrance, a throng of parents awaited with their children, while some raggedly dressed youngsters stood alone in anticipation. In Konoha, it was mandated that upon reaching a designated age, children must attend the Ninja Academy for assessment. Those with talent would be recruited and trained to become competent ninjas, the new leaves of Konoha. Orochimaru stood quietly to the side, observing the approaching children and adults nearby. This could also be deemed a method of gathering intelligence. The individuals at the school gate mostly congregated in small clusters, often in groups of 3 to 5. They formed distinct little factions based on hierarchical relationships and appearances, each clearly delineated. The attire of the clan ninjas bore their family crests and insignias, and their clothing and countenances were markedly superior. The most unfortunate among them were the orphans, the majority of whom exhibited a sallow complexion, clad in tattered garments, resembling beggars in their plight. Orochimaru gazed down at the plain white kimono draping his form. It was neither particularly exquisite nor entirely lackluster, merely unremarkable. His long, raven-black hair cascaded over his shoulders, while his porcelain skin shimmered with a radiant luster, and his features were finely chiseled, embodying an endearing charm. in comparison to the majority of children in the crowd. Orochimaru's appearance was strikingly exceptional. Merely standing there, he caught the furtive glances of several young girls. How intriguing! This is indeed a ninja school. Among the ragged children, Jiraiya, with his spiky white hair, exuded exuberance, chattering animatedly amongst the youngsters. Beside him stood Kaibutsu, still embodying a demeanor of shyness and timidity. Not far off, a blonde girl clad in dark satin azure stood next to a tall, gentle-looking woman with flowing red hair. Orochimaru, upon observing her features, surmised that the girl was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The tall woman beside her, with a cascade of crimson hair, was undoubtedly Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage and the host of the Nine Tails. Sensing Orochimaru's gaze, Uzumaki Mito turned her head, meeting his eyes directly. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he turned his head away. He recalled that Uzumaki Mito belonged to the Uzumaki clan, endowed with the ability of the Kagey's Byakugan. Merely casting a glance in her direction could result in detection. Fortunately, he harbored no ill intentions. It was merely a fleeting glance. He redirected his attention elsewhere. Nearby stood several individuals with black eyes and hair styled in a spiky fashion, adorned in red and white clothing typical of the Uchiha clan, exuding an air of arrogance. Not far off, a group of children with pure white eyes gathered, undoubtedly members of the Hyuga clan. There were also a few assorted individuals, clearly representatives of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. The Inuzuka clan, accompanied by their canine companions, and the oil-wielding Yamanaka clan, clad in heavy attire, rounded out the scene. Chapter 6, Entrance Examination and the Art of Escape. Orochimaru, you've arrived. Jiraiya exclaimed upon spotting Orochimaru, waving his arms enthusiastically as he rushed over to greet him. His voice attracted the attention of many, yet Jiraiya remained oblivious, his focus solely on Orochimaru. His personality was such, boisterous and carefree, as he brought along his companions from the orphanage to Orochimaru's side. "This is Orochimaru, my dear friend," Jiraiya proclaimed, thumping his chest proudly. He then turned to introduce his companions. "Orochimaru, these are the children from our orphanage, Bairuhua, Bayusi, Yuhong Taikong." Listening to Jiraiya's introductions, Orochimaru nodded slightly, not paying much attention. Judging by their names, aside from Bairuhua, they were likely to be inconsequential cannon fodder or had met their demise in some past mission. Yet, it was understandable. A humble orphanage could hardly be expected to be brimming with prodigies. It would be a stroke of luck to produce even a few exceptional talents. Despite this, Orochimaru concealed any trace of disdain for these children. After all, they might one day become his classmates and could potentially assist him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Orochimaru became familiar with the children. A bunch of trivial little brats, a Uchiha youth with black eyes and hair huffed, lifting his chin in disdain. Yet, beneath his haughty exterior, a flicker of envy shone through. Bound by the honor of the Uchiha clan, he maintained his proud demeanor. At that moment, the gates of the Ninja Academy swung open, and a ninja instructor emerged, donned in a green vest. Addressing the gathering of parents and children, he announced, "Please have the children of appropriate age follow me for the entrance examination. Parents, kindly wait here. The results will be announced once they are available." Under the guidance of the instructor, the children surged eagerly into the academy. "Orochimaru, let us hurry," Jiraiya shouted, leading the way. Observing Jiraiya's energetic demeanor, Orochimaru followed suit. The children, under the instructor's lead, formed an orderly line and entered a spacious classroom. The classroom was expansive, furnished with wooden desks and benches capable of accommodating over 100 students. However, the wear and tear evident on the furnishings indicated they had served many generations. "All right, everyone. Please find a seat," the instructor instructed. "There will be 3 assessments, and only those who meet the passing criteria will be permitted to enroll as students of the Ninja Academy." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru realized that entry into the academy was not merely a matter of desire. Assessments were indeed required. Yet, upon reflection, this was reasonable. In the original narrative, Might Guy had nearly failed his examination and was only admitted through a special exception granted by the Third Hokage. He pondered what the assessments might entail, hoping they would not be overly arduous, as it was inconceivable for children to engage in serious combat. In truth, he felt little trepidation. Orochimaru recognized his own remarkable talent. Despite his outwardly delicate appearance, his combat prowess was formidable. After all, a strong capacity for learning meant he possessed a wealth of knowledge, which included various combat techniques and skills such as throwing techniques he had practiced at home. Even should he encounter a child from a bloodline limit clan, he still had his electric shock weapon, which could potentially turn the tables. With these thoughts, Orochimaru felt considerably more at ease. In stark contrast, the other children, upon hearing that failure would lead to elimination, were thrown into a frenzy of panic. The instructor observed this commotion and shook his head. This cohort's mentality leaves much to be desired. A ninja must wield their tools and confront the battlefield. Those lacking courage shall be cast aside. He produced a stack of papers and distributed them to the children below. This is one of the assessment materials. Please memorize it. The instructor will conduct a review in half an hour. Orochimaru picked up the paper and began to peruse its contents. The words were distinctly visible, filled with several hundred characters centered around the notion of the will of fire. The will of fire, he had not anticipated this, yet it was hardly surprising, as the concept had been instilled in the villagers of Konoha from a young age. The text proclaimed that where the leaves of Konoha danced, the fire burns ever bright, demonstrating remarkable composure in response to the indoctrination he had undergone since his enrollment. Orochimaru attributed this calmness to the memories of his past life. Finding no astonishment in the routine practices of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the will of fire espoused by the Third Hokage had brainwashed countless individuals, akin to the effects of the Kodoeme Tsukumi. Orochimaru mused, my own verbal prowess is not to be underestimated. Thus, there is no cause for concern. Reflecting on his original narrative, where he had charmed and manipulated a considerable number of children through his charisma and eloquence, he resolved to inherit this trait. He aspired to amass a sufficient following to nurture his own growth. In the original tale, the pursuit was immortality. In this life, he aimed for invincibility coupled with eternal life. With the paper in hand, his gaze lingered on the text. As a prodigy, Orochimaru retained every word after a single reading, his exceptional memory far surpassing that of most children. After memorizing the content, he turned his attention to the other students in the classroom. Jiraiya, without a doubt, was scratching his head and struggling to memorize, his eyes wide in bewilderment, a true underachiever. Meanwhile, his focus shifted to a diligent Hinata, who was earnestly reciting the material, clearly displaying the attributes of an academic overachiever. As time concluded, the ninja instructor approached to conduct an inspection. Most children perform admirably in their recitations. Even if they cannot memorize every detail, they manage to grasp the overall essence. In contrast, there are some who struggle significantly, such as Jiraiya, who, despite his efforts, cannot seem to recall the entirety of the material. However, Orochimaru was taken aback to discover that among the Uchiha clan's offspring, there existed a particularly lackluster student. This child, whose appearance struck Orochimaru as somewhat familiar, recited with an ability akin to Jiraiya's. Once they concluded, the teacher escorted them to the playground to commence the second segment of their examination. For the second test, they were required to master the art of escape within a half-hour time frame. As the ninja instructor formed hand seals, he demonstrated the shadow clone technique, initiating the lesson. As ninjas, we often encounter various challenges and traps during missions and battles, and being bound or restrained is among the most common predicaments. To extricate oneself without external assistance, one must employ the technique of escape. The principles of this technique are quite straightforward. It involves understanding and manipulating the body's structural organization to effectuate an escape. Observe my demonstration closely and learn diligently, for this is a crucial skill that could determine your survival on the battlefield. Though it may seem simple and fundamental, when executed correctly, it can indeed save one's life. Chapter 7. The tortoiseshell bind. The instructor diligently elucidated various escape strategies, while the children below watched intently, their eyes wide with concentration. It must be said that even the foundational skills of a ninja possess a certain intricacy. Is this an assessment of the student's learning capabilities? Orochimaru merely glanced at it once, and he grasped the principles and concepts effortlessly, such as the nature of genius, defying logic. In contrast, most of the other children toiled diligently in their studies. However, there were also signs from noble families and offspring of shinobi, who had the advantage of advanced instruction from their elders, displaying an air of assuredness. This exemplifies the distinction between having connections and lacking them. After a few demonstrations, the remaining time was allocated for the children to engage in self-directed learning and experimentation. The minor escape technique could hardly pose a challenge to me, Jiraiya exclaimed with a confident stance, hands on his hips. As long as it was not textbook knowledge, Jiraiya mastered it swiftly. Orochimaru, have you learned it? Orochimaru nodded slightly, relieved that the escape technique was relatively simple. Jiraiya's eyes brightened as he pulled Orochimaru and said, let us give it a try. He took a rope from the platform and, imitating his teacher's binding technique, secured it around Orochimaru's body. My knot-tying skills are quite commendable, aren't they? Jiraiya remarked. gazing at the butterfly knot he had fashioned with a look of satisfaction. Orochimaru subtly shifted his body, manipulating the joints and bones in accordance with the principles of the escape technique. This technique bears a resemblance to the art of contortion known in a previous life, allowing the original skeletal structure and physique to contract, thereby creating a degree of space to facilitate liberation from confinement. Orochimaru manipulated the joints of his body, rendering himself as supple as a serpent, and with a mere turn, he freed himself from the bindings. Wow, Orochimaru, you are truly formidable. Now it's your turn to capture me, Jiraiya exclaimed with exuberance. Orochimaru grasped the rope and ensnared Jiraiya's body. Despite Jiraiya's lackluster recitation skills, his aptitude for learning was commendable, enabling him to swiftly escape with a technique for breaking free. Once liberated from the ropes, Jiraiya erupted into hearty laughter, his face radiating unrestrained joy. It was merely a trivial escape technique. What is there to be so elated about? If I were to attempt it, I could easily extricate myself as well. A haughty voice interjected from the side, belonging to a young member of the Uchiha clan. His words reached Jiraiya's ears, provoking a sense of dissatisfaction as he retorted. You boastful fool, you revel in your own exaggerations. How could you possibly compare to me and Orochimaru? Orochimaru gazed upon the Uchiha youth, discerning that he was unlike the other scions of the Uchiha clan. While the other Uchihas harbored a disdain for those outside their lineage, this one appeared somewhat different, as though he yearned for companionship yet feared rejection. To borrow a phrase from a past life, he resembled a husky lost among a pack of wolves. Furthermore, there was something peculiar about his appearance that struck Orochimaru as familiar, though he could not recall encountering any members of the Uchiha clan among his contemporaries. What is your name? Orochimaru inquired. Upon hearing the question, the Uchiha youth immediately straightened his posture, exuding pride as he proclaimed, I am Uchiha Obito, destined to become the fourth Hokage. Obito? Orochimaru murmured. Obito, what connection might he have to Itachi? Could he possibly be Itachi's father? Orochimaru cast a peculiar glance at Uchiha Akuto, contemplating his age, which seemed to be quite similar. With this thought in mind, when Orochimaru looked at Akuto again, he noticed that in both appearance and demeanor, he bore a striking resemblance to Obito. Akuto, feeling slightly uncomfortable under Orochimaru's gaze, retorted with irritation. Do not regard me with such lecherous eyes. Do you wish to contest for the position of Hokage? Let me inform you, I am a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, and you cannot compare. While such words might instill fear if uttered by an adult, coming from a child, they merely elicited laughter. The surrounding children, intrigued by the unfolding scene, began to watch with keen interest. The Uchiha youths, witnessing the spectacle, shouted from the sidelines, Akuto, do not let this commoner belittle you. In that moment, Akuto became the center of attention, scratching his head and grinning foolishly as he proposed, Shall we have a contest? Orochimaru chuckled, Of course, we can. Let us compare our skills in the art of escape. If you can free yourself from my bindings, I shall concede that you are indeed a genius. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ot instantly felt a surge of confidence and readily accepted the challenge. The technique of escape, being a fundamental skill, was something he had mastered long ago. Regardless of the method employed for binding, he was certain he could unravel it. Oh, is that so? Orochimaru replied, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he approached with a length of rope, for reasons he could not quite articulate. Uchiha Ot sensed a hint of malice in Orochimaru's smile. Nevertheless, having already committed to the challenge, he steeled himself for what was to come. Very well, let it begin. He gritted his teeth, allowing Orochimaru to bind him without resistance. Why is your binding technique so peculiar? It appears rather suggestive, Uchiha Ot remarked, as he realized that a significant portion of his body had been ensnared by the ropes, intricately intertwined in a manner that rendered him immobile. The binding technique he had learned now proved ineffective, and above all, it was decidedly constricting. Orochimaru had long anticipated this. The technique he devised was a modification of the tortoise shell binding from his previous life, capable of greatly countering the effectiveness of escape techniques. Help me, put me down. Uchiha Atsuto writhed on the ground, squirming like a maggot. This pitiful sight elicited disdain from the other Uchiha youths. Uchiha Atsuto, you are truly bringing shame upon the Uchiha name. Uchiha Atsuto protested in indignation, It's not my fault. This fellow's binding method is exceedingly peculiar, rendering my escape technique ineffective. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to try it yourselves. One Uchiha youth scoffed, I will indeed try, but I assure you, I will not humiliate myself like you. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru swiftly executed a technique, and another writhing maggot materialized upon the ground. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. Is it truly possible that there exists a binding technique that cannot be unraveled? The children nearby were equally astonished. Gazing incredulously at the tortoise shell bindings, their restlessness palpable. Those eager to attempt an escape were urged to come forth. Thud, 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 one after another. The bound children fell to the ground, becoming part of the writhing mass. However, not everyone was ensnared. Several progeny of bloodline clans managed to break free. The first among them was Tsunade, who merely exerted herself to shatter the ropes into fragments. It's hardly impressive. Having freed herself, Tsunade proudly stood aside, arms crossed, surveying her classmates. Besides her, a few children from the Aburame clan discreetly utilized the insects within their bodies to gnaw through the bindings, thus escaping their constraints. Additionally, a child from a unique clan, possessing a body as pliable as clay, effortlessly wriggled free. Most of the other children, lacking extraordinary strength or assistance, could only contort and writhe upon the ground. When the ninja instructor returned from the restroom and beheld this scene, he was utterly flabbergasted. I merely stepped out for a moment, and this is the state of the children? Is the quality of this batch so poor that they cannot even master a simple escape technique? Just as he began to worry for the future of Konoha, he realized that the binding technique employed was exceptionally intricate. Chapter 8. The Embarrassed Teacher. This binding method was rather complex, capable of countering escape techniques, rendering the newly learned children unable to break free. The well-informed ninja instructor quickly discerned the crux of the issue. It was indeed the binding technique that was at fault. Such a binding technique could already be classified as an advanced skill in the art of restraint. Newly enrolled children would undoubtedly struggle to escape, and only seasoned ninjas like himself could hope to evade it. He approached Orochimaru, his expression grave, and inquired, "Did you devise this binding technique?" Orochimaru shook his head and said, "No, I came across it in a book before and decided to employ it." The tortoise shell binding was originally a method of restraint from a previous life, though he had made certain modifications to it. I see. The ninja instructor sighed in relief, reasoning that a child could hardly possess the talent to create such a binding technique. At that moment, Uchiha Ot, nearby, seemed to find a pillar of support and exclaimed loudly, "Teacher, the escape technique you taught us is useless." The ninja instructor's face darkened, and he quickly retorted, "This is due to your inadequate learning and lack of experience, which has resulted in your inability to break free." He then approached Orochimaru, indicating that he should bind him. "Now, allow me to demonstrate what true escape techniques look like." With confidence, he was bound entirely by Orochimaru's ropes, presenting a rather comical sight. What a scandalous method of binding, the teacher mused, then employed all his skills to attempt an escape. He adjusted his muscles, manipulated his joints, and tried to contort his body to find a flaw and break free. However, with each movement, the ropes tightened around him, constricting him further. After struggling for a while, a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Surely, this binding technique is absurd. Must I be rendered into a tangled mess as well?" Not far away, in the Hokage building, a young man sat at an administrative desk by the window, intently observing a crystal ball before him. Dressed in the Hokage's ceremonial robe and wearing a conical hat, his face bore a small mustache, exuding an air of both authority and lewdness. Within the crystal ball, the events occurring on the school playground were vividly reflected. An intriguing binding technique indeed. It could be beneficial for the ninjas tasked with missions. However, Nara Shinichi's inability to escape the ropes was rather embarrassing, and he feared losing face in front of the younger generation. Nara Shinichi was the instructor he had chosen, an ordinary jonin from the Nara clan who had grasped the will of fire, proficient in shadow manipulation techniques and various elemental ninjutsu. The Nara clan had allied themselves with the Hokage lineage, earning the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen among the multitude of ninja clans. It was this trust, coupled with the will of fire, that led Sarutobi Hiruzen to appoint Nara Shinichi as a teacher at the Ninja Academy. The Ninja Academy was a vital institution for nurturing the future of Konoha, and only those whom Sarutobi Hiruzen trusted could be entrusted with such a responsibility. He clapped his hands, and before him appeared a member of the Umbu, wearing an animal mask, to whom he instructed, "Go to the Ninja Academy and quietly rescue Nara Shinichi." In an instant, the Umbu member vanished from sight, employing the body flicker technique. Upon arriving at the school playground, he executed one of the advanced body techniques, the invisibility technique. The advanced body techniques comprise the body flicker technique, invisibility technique, and paralysis technique. Umbu members are adept at mastering these special ninjutsu, achieving a level of skill comparable to that of jonin. While the invisibility technique might not deceive opponents of equal rank, it was more than sufficient to elude a group of children. While the children were distracted, the Umbu ninja stealthily approached Nara Shinichi and facilitated his rescue. With the aid of this external support, Nara Shinichi finally managed to free himself from the tortoise shell binding. Among the children present, Hardly anyone realized that their teacher had escaped through the assistance of an outsider. Orochimaru, however, observed some unusual traces. The grass on the ground seemed to bend slightly, as a faint breeze passed by, so subtle yet perceptible. This minute change left him uncertain, questioning whether he had indeed perceived it correctly. At this moment, he was not yet the formidable Orochimaru who would later stir chaos within the ninja world. Nara Shinichi rose to his feet, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face before quickly returning to normal. Ahem, how did it go, teacher? Surely you succeeded. He encouraged his students to practice the escape technique diligently, assuring them that they could free themselves from any restraint. After speaking, he noticed the children did not counter his words, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at Orochimaru, his gaze filled with complexity. The child's binding technique was remarkably adept, nearly causing him to lose face as their instructor. Were he to falter, he would have to approach the third Hokage to request a new position. Wow, teacher, you were truly impressive, exclaimed Uchiha H2 and Jiraiya, along with the other children. Nara Shinichi coughed, concealing his embarrassment. We shall begin the examination now. Please come forward one by one. Under Nara Shinichi's guidance, the children approached him in an orderly manner, as he bound them with ropes to demonstrate the escape technique. The escape technique was relatively simple, and most of the children executed it with ease. Furthermore, due to Orochimaru's intricate bindings, the children were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. I knew it. The true hero is the strongest, Jiraiya proclaimed proudly as he freed himself from the ropes, hands on his hips. I am the strongest, Uchiha H2 retorted, equally determined as he escaped from his bindings. When it was Orochimaru's turn, he effortlessly slipped free of the ropes. Faced with such simple restraints, Orochimaru's supple, youthful physique was perfectly suited for the escape technique. Once all had completed their turn, Nara Shinichi announced, the next assessment will evaluate stamina, energy, and endurance. Please prepare yourselves for a lap around the playground. Upon hearing this, the children eagerly rushed to the playground. It's just running laps. This is far too easy, Jiraiya declared confidently, hands behind his head. Despite his constant hunger, his stamina and endurance rivaled that of an adult, making the task seem trivial. The third assessment, focusing on stamina and endurance, was indeed comprehensive. The three tests collectively showcased the children's strengths and weaknesses. At Nara Shinichi's command, the children surged forward with vigor, embodying the fearless spirit of youth. They possessed cells far superior to those of their past lives. Though they appeared as children, their stamina was on par with adults. The training of a ninja necessitated exceptional physical prowess to excel through rigorous practice and ultimately become a proud ninja. Ninjas endure hardships that ordinary people cannot. Only such ninjas can become the pillars and fresh blood of Konoha, flourishing like new leaves on the grand tree of the village. Chapter 9. Passing the assessment. Orochimaru followed behind a group of children, not engaging in a frantic sprint, but rather conserving his energy with a rhythmic pace. While running, he meticulously adjusted his breathing and bodily cadence, maintaining a state of equilibrium. This technique, acquired from his previous life through rigorous training, allowed him to conserve a significant amount of stamina, thereby enhancing his endurance. After all, as long as they were not called to a halt, the children had no choice but to continue their relentless run. Within less than a kilometer, some of the children sprinting ahead began to falter, unable to keep up with the pace, and gradually fell behind. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, more and more participants began to drop out. Orochimaru glanced around, noting that most of those eliminated were underprivileged civilians and orphans. In contrast, the children from prominent clans appeared to navigate the trials with ease, clearly having enjoyed ample sustenance and undergone similar training. Such disparities were commonplace in Konoha and other major ninja villages. The distinction between the ninja clans and the common folk represented two entirely different classes. In every aspect of life, from basic necessities to education, the ninja clans consistently surpassed the majority of civilians. As time passed, Orochimaru found himself increasingly strained. The depletion of his stamina and the lack of oxygen rendered his mind dizzy and his breathing erratic. He surveyed his surroundings once more. A considerable number of children had been eliminated, leaving only Jiraiya among the civilians. Barya fell to the back, visibly on the verge of being disqualified. Meanwhile, in the orphanage, Jiraiya was in the best condition. Despite being drenched in sweat and gasping for air, he resolutely persevered. His vigor and stamina had surpassed that of many children from ninja clans. Impressive indeed. He was truly worthy of being one of the legendary Sannin of the future. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he regarded the remaining disciples of the various clans. These children had also expended considerable energy, yet in comparison to Orochimaru himself, they fared significantly better. Orochimaru is aware that among the ninja clans, there are numerous treasures, such as the art of ninjutsu. Orochimaru cast a sweeping gaze around the room, ultimately fixing his eyes upon Tsunade, scrutinizing her intently and attempting to mimic her. After a brief moment, he shifted his focus to Uchiha Obito. The breathing technique of the Senju clan did not suit him. Instead, it imposed a certain pressure on his physique, compelling him to abandon it. This may perhaps be attributed to the immense vitality inherent in the bodies of the Senju clan, rendering their breathing method considerably more domineering. Orochimaru is merely an ordinary individual, possessing a lineage of no remarkable distinction, unable to withstand such exertions. Upon adopting the breathing techniques of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru silently began to emulate them once more. He does not seek to replicate them in their entirety, but rather aims to grasp their essence, acquiring knowledge that may prove beneficial to himself. His actions are primarily driven by his extraordinary talent and remarkable capacity for learning, which afford him the opportunity to clandestinely acquire knowledge. Orochimaru's aptitude for learning is undoubtedly exceptional. With a mere glance, he adeptly mastered the shadow clone technique of the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen. Subsequently, he effortlessly absorbed the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. As he synchronized his breathing with the fluctuations of Uchiha OTS movements, Orochimaru felt a resurgence of vitality in his fatigued body. A surge of warmth coursed through him, invigorating him as he sprinted forward. Indeed, this is the profound knowledge of a prestigious clan. It is truly remarkable. The millennia of accumulated heritage allows the clan's disciples to effortlessly outperform their commoner counterparts. Fueled by this newfound vitality, Orochimaru persevered, ultimately surpassing Jiraiya and most of the other clan members. The remaining children, of notable lineage, were all from esteemed families, with Orochimaru being the sole commoner ninja. This distinction rendered him particularly conspicuous among the group. As the assessment concluded, the students were permitted to rest, announced teacher Nara Shinichi. Upon hearing the reprieve, Orochimaru took a deep breath and gradually slowed his pace. After a brief respite, the group reconvened. In his hand, Nara Shinichi held a list. The majority of you have successfully passed the examination, with the exception of Hashimoto-kin, Kida Yasuhei, and Aoyama Shinichi. The rest may return to the classroom. Following the elimination of several children who exhibited poor memory, inadequate learning abilities, and insufficient stamina, the remaining participants triumphed in the assessment. Orochimaru stood aside, observing the despondent figures of several departing children, his gaze flickering. Indeed, becoming a ninja requires innate talent. Although the village is in dire need of fresh blood to replenish its ranks, not just anyone can be accepted, even aspiring to be mere cannon fodder or foot soldiers. Ordinary individuals may not meet the criteria. Take Might Guy's son, Might Guy, for instance. He nearly failed to qualify and required a special approval from Hiruzen Sarutobi. The children who passed the assessment entered the classroom with exuberance, taking their seats and chattering animatedly. Once everyone settled, the youthful version of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, emerged from the side, a warm smile gracing his features as he regarded the children. In his youth, he possessed a certain charm. A small mustache adorned his face. His features were well-defined, and his eyes held depth. Clad in the distinctive white and red robes of the third Hokage, he emanated an aura of strength, exuding an impressive presence that commanded respect. His mere appearance instilled a sense of discipline among the children below. In the Hidden Leaf Village, there is no one unfamiliar with the third Hokage. The grand statue on Hokage Rock stands as a testament to his legacy. The third Hokage himself had come to instill wisdom in the young minds. Orochimaru gazed with keen interest at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who would become his future mentor. He pondered whether his transformation might alter the course of this anticipated future. Standing at the podium, Hiruzen surveyed the room before embarking on a self-introduction. Following a round of pleasantries, he delved into the Will of Fire. What is the Will of Fire? It is the notion that the village represents a grand tree, nurturing and safeguarding its inhabitants and the youth. As the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire within persists, transforming into sustenance that nourishes the tree, allowing new leaves to sprout. Indeed, his eloquence was compelling, swiftly captivating the attention of the children. The aura surrounding his words about the Will of Fire was profound, effortlessly embedding itself in the minds of the young ones. Even adult ninjas found themselves bowing to his logical and systematic rhetoric. In an era ravaged by conflict and scarcity, the potency of a well-structured discourse is immense. Many were oblivious to the reasons behind their struggles, the motivations for their violence, and the source of their suffering. Yet, Hiruzen stood forth to affirm that all of this bore significance, all in the name of family, friends, and future generations. This revelation instantly provided a sense of spiritual fortitude. His uniquely profound theory invigorated the children as if they had received an electrifying boost. Orochimaru did not outright dismiss the will of fire due to his illusions. Rather, he listened intently. Each era produces its own unique manifestations, and those that gain acceptance must possess exceptional qualities. The notion of the will of fire, with its vibrant leaves swirling down to nurture new growth, stands as a testament to an advanced spiritual product and aspiration in this tumultuous age. The fact that it is acknowledged by one village and even emulated by others suggests its inherent sophistication. At least in this time, this ideology appears both progressive and abundant. However, as subsequent developments reveal, the will of fire has evidently deviated, becoming hollow and grandiose. During the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, numerous children were dispatched to battle the enemy, armed with kunai and shuriken. While the principles and rhetoric surrounding the will of fire are commendable, their practical application has not been genuinely realized. Sarutobi Hiruzen, addressing the audience, spoke fervently, casting a glance over the younger generation before him, his face adorned with a reassuring smile. These young individuals are akin to fresh leaves sprouting from the great tree of Konoha, symbolizing the new generation and the lifeblood of the village. Chapter 10. Self-introduction. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Orochimaru in the corner, clad in well-fitting attire. With long hair cascading over his shoulders and possessing refined features and gentle brows, one might initially mistake him for a young girl. Yet, upon closer inspection, the determination and composure in his eyes reveal a maturity beyond that of an ordinary child. When he heard the will of fire, he did not exhibit excessive fervor, but rather appeared deep in contemplation. Orochimaru's previous peculiar demeanor and appearance left a lasting impression on Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, yet he chose to remain silent. In his eyes, Orochimaru was merely a promising youth, the full extent of his potential still to be determined by the passage of time. After delivering his remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly departed the classroom, under the watchful gaze of the assembled crowd. Once he exited, the original instructor re-entered, grasping the attendance sheet to commence roll call. Names such as Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Uchiha Obito, and Kageyasuke were called one after another, as members of the once vast assembly gathered together. Orochimaru raised his gaze and noticed that the children present were those who had performed exceptionally well, if not flawlessly, in the recent assessment. Their collective presence in this assembly was indicative of their future trajectories. Had the class divisions already commenced? Undoubtedly, he had been assigned to the elite class, granting him access to a wealth of resources and education. On the inaugural day of the term, being placed in the elite class filled Orochimaru with a sense of satisfaction. This class was populated by prodigious talents, many of whom hailed from renowned ninja clans. With astute planning, he could not only secure valuable connections and assistance, but potentially acquire the esoteric knowledge of ninja families, provided he strategized effectively. Orochimaru was acutely aware of the secret techniques held by various clans, thanks to his memories from a past life. He recalled the Waitan, Baika no Jutsu of the Akimichi clan, the ninjutsu of shadow imitation from the Nara clan, and the insect manipulation techniques of the Aburame clan. As he indulged in these thoughts, their instructor, Nara Shinichi, entered the room carrying a stack of textbooks. Hello everyone. From this day forth, I shall be your teacher. My name is Nara Shinichi. I hail from the Nara clan and possess extensive knowledge of various ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Over the course of the next year, I will impart my knowledge to you, he announced. During this era in Konoha, the quality and standards of education had yet to reach the more lenient levels of the future. In dire need of fresh talent, Konoha opted for a rigorous, rote teaching approach to expedite the growth of this cohort of children. However, this aligned perfectly with Orochimaru's ambitions, with his exceptional abilities. He had no need for a leisurely pace of learning. At that moment, under the guidance of Nara Shinichi, one child after another took to the podium to introduce themselves. Hello everyone. My name is Tsunade, and I come from the Senju clan. My interests include gambling and helping others. And my dream is to become a great Hokage like my grandfather. I detest annoying individuals. Tsunade's introduction, marked by her striking blonde hair and azure eyes, immediately captured the attention of many. The children of the ninja clan seized upon the crucial information. Tsunade was from the Senju clan, and her grandfather was a Hokage. Jiraiya, observing from the sidelines, was captivated by Tsunade's audacious and carefree introduction. He gawked, drooling slightly, and turned to Orochimaru, exclaiming, "She is stunning. I like her so much." After a moment, he shyly added, "Orochimaru, do you think I would succeed if I pursued her?" Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at him, astonished to discover that his lecherous nature had manifested so early. Truly, he was a young rascal born with an insatiable curiosity. at merely 5 or 6 years of age. He was already preoccupied with matters of love. The children of the ninja world seemed to mature far too swiftly. Jiraiya, it would be wise to refrain from approaching her. I fear you might meet your demise at her hands. In the original narrative, Jiraiya harbored a persistent affection for Tsunade. Alas, his lascivious demeanor rendered him unattractive to any woman, let alone Tsunade. On one occasion, while peeping at the women's bathhouse, he narrowly escaped being killed by her wrath. Following the tragic deaths of her brother and lover, Tsunade was engulfed in sorrow, yet Jiraiya still failed to seize his opportunity. Until his last breath, he remained unsuccessful, merely causing Tsunade a period of grief. However, it is understandable. Professing love while indulging in voyeuristic pursuits would dissuade anyone from wanting such a partner. Furthermore, Jiraiya's carefree and single-minded personality led him to traverse much of the world in search of a dubious prophecy. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly recalled something. Wasn't Dan Cat a close friend of his? Why had he not encountered him? Logically, they should be of similar age. Could it be that they were not in the same year? Yet, it appeared that in the storyline, Dan was indeed a close companion of Orochimaru, initially unfamiliar with Tsunade, only becoming acquainted when she proposed the inclusion of a medical ninja for their team. This indicated that Dan was likely not in the elite class, and perhaps not even in the same grade. Just then, after a series of self-introductions, it was Jiraiya's turn. He leapt onto the stage, believing his grandiose and gallant entrance to be impressive. Greetings, everyone. I am the handsome and dashing Jiraiya, a renowned hero celebrated throughout the world, dedicated to punishing evil and engaging with lovely maidens. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with delight, and a rather unsavory expression involuntarily crept across his face. This spectacle elicited a wave of revulsion among the girls in the audience. Ugh, this guy is truly disgusting. He must be a pervert. Ladies, let us keep our distance from him. We mustn't allow ourselves to be taken advantage of. How absurd. To think I am in the same class as such a person. His introduction only served to incite disdain from most of the girls, while the boys began to mock him. What a joke. Claiming to be a hero is utterly pathetic. He should aspire to be Hokage instead. Indeed, he ought to take a good look in the mirror. It's utterly ludicrous. With his ragged appearance, how could he ever hope to mingle with attractive girls? Aside from a few children from the orphanage who recognized Jiraiya's fundamentally good nature, the others regarded him with disdain and contempt. Impressive, Jiraiya, Orochimaru mused inwardly. His audacity in disregarding his own dignity and the perceptions of others is remarkable. Upon reflection, it seemed that Jiraiya's predicament was not an isolated case. In the neighboring class of underperformers, Might Guy epitomized a similar disregard for public opinion. Adorned in his distinctive green jumpsuit, coincidentally, both could be considered formidable individuals. Could it be that shedding one's sense of shame and ignoring the gazes of others was a pathway to strength? Just as Orochimaru was lost in thought, it was his turn to step onto the stage for his introduction. Orochimaru ascended the stage with a demeanor that was both composed and measured, surveying his classmates before embarking on his self-introduction. Greetings to you all. I am Orochimaru. My aspiration is to become a formidable ninja and a distinguished scientist, delving into the profound truths of all ninjutsu and the sciences, occasionally conducting experiments. I cherish all knowledge that proves beneficial to me, while I harbor a disdain for unforeseen disruptions. His words, though delivered in a tranquil manner, resonated with a profound depth, leaving his youthful audience in a state of awe and confusion. Concepts of ninjutsu and scientific truths seemed to them a distant realm, far removed from their innocent lives. Most children are only aware that ninjutsu can be employed for combat and slaying foes, entirely oblivious to the concepts of science and deeper truths. In this era, the principles of science have not been widely disseminated or extensively developed. Adults possess scant knowledge, let alone the children of Konoha. Chapter 11. Infiltrating the Enemy Village Ninja. Orochimaru stood confidently at the podium, his demeanor calm and composed, with a charmingly fair visage that immediately captured the attention of several girls. In the realm of ninjas, children are often exuberant and precocious, while there may be few other things, infatuated girls abound. In an instant, numerous girls gazed at Orochimaru with hearts in their eyes, exclaiming, "How adorable! With such rosy lips and pearly teeth, I wish to steal a kiss. Orochimaru, will you be my husband? How outrageous! He is my husband. The future father of my children, step aside." The fervor of the girls was palpable, their enthusiastic declarations nearly overwhelming even the mature-minded Orochimaru. He had not anticipated experiencing such adulation reminiscent of Naruto's fanfare. Had it not been for the teacher's presence, he feared the girls would have swarmed around him. To be candid, Orochimaru's youthful appearance was undeniably endearing, his features strikingly handsome. However, the subsequent traumas he endured, coupled with his involvement in human experimentation, rendered him somber and intimidating. Perhaps a change in hairstyle could alleviate some of that severity. After Orochimaru stepped down, Jiraiya exuded an air of jealousy. Why? Why do you garner such attention from the girls? It is simply innate to me. As for you, perhaps a refinement of your lecherous demeanor would yield better results. Orochimaru replied, aware that Jiraiya was unlikely to change. Jiraiya possessed a pleasing exterior and a decent personality, yet his proclivity for the opposite sex was rather unfortunate. It was baffling how, at such a tender age, he could be so infatuated. Following the introductions, the teacher, Nara Shinichi, elucidated the school rules and various matters of importance. Once the announcement was made that they could return home, the children erupted in excitement, leaping from their seats and rushing outside. Regardless of the world, students invariably harbor a disdain for school. As Orochimaru was about to depart, Jiraiya called out, Orochimaru, join us. I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast. Last time you treated me. This time, it is my turn to reciprocate. Orochimaru raised his eyes in astonishment at Jiraiya, perplexed as to when he had acquired the means to treat him to a meal. However, after walking alongside Jiraiya for a while and arriving at the outskirts of the village, Orochimaru finally comprehended the nature of Jiraiya's grand feast. In the forest near Konoha, ancient trees towered majestically, casting a lush canopy of green. The path was lined with abundant foliage, and the melodic chirping of insects and songs of birds could be heard intermittently. Before them lay a shimmering river, where fish occasionally swam, creating ripples upon the surface. Upon seeing this river, Orochimaru was reminded of the Nange River from the original narrative, which flowed near the Uchiha clan's territory. Jiraiya, having procured a long and sturdy branch from the nearby woods, sharpened its tip into a point. Proudly displaying his handiwork, he exclaimed to Orochimaru, watch me fish. I'll catch a couple to roast. He elaborated that he had stumbled upon this spot with great difficulty, claiming that the fish in the river were notoriously elusive. Yet, as a heroic figure, Jiraiya asserted that capturing a few would be a breeze, urging Orochimaru to await his good news. It turned out that this was Jiraiya's grand feast, no expenses required, merely the willingness to take action to procure sustenance. This made sense, as Konoha was currently experiencing a period of food scarcity, with ordinary ninjas subsisting on meager rations, let alone Jiraiya himself. Even if he possessed wealth, acquiring meat would likely prove impossible. Thus, hunting in the wild and catching fish from the river indeed constituted a venture without investment. The future heir of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, had similarly resorted to fishing in this river due to insufficient funds to procure adequate food. Jiraiya, wielding his makeshift spear, clumsily thrust it into the water along the riverbank. Yet after several attempts, he had not succeeded in catching a single fish. Curse those fish for underestimating Jiraiya. He fumed, intensifying his efforts. However, the more commotion he created, the quicker the fish swam away in fright. After a flurry of attempts that yielded no fish, Jiraiya found himself utterly exhausted. Just then, in a fit of frustration, he thrust his spear down, inadvertently spearing an unfortunate fish. Ha ha ha, I caught a fish, he exclaimed triumphantly. His raucous antics drew the attention of a vigilant gaze from deeper within the forest. A slender figure clad in a ninja outfit, adorned with the forehead protector of a Wagakure, observed the scene. Concealed within the underbrush, he listened intently before drawing closer, muttering, so it's just a couple of kids. You startled me. He was a special Jonin dispatched from Sunagakure to gather intelligence, having navigated through layers of defenses to reach the vicinity of Konoha. By donning the forehead protector of a Wagakure, he could deflect any blame onto them if discovered. Mistaking the noise for patrolling Konoha ninjas, he realized it was merely two children fishing. Bold little rascals, perhaps I can use you to gather information about Konoha, he thought. Stealthily approaching, he confirmed the absence of any other ninjas before swiftly appearing beside the two. His speed was remarkable, and in an instant, Orochimaru and Jiraiya found themselves face to face with an unfamiliar figure. Jiraiya, holding the fish, gazed blankly at the Wagakure ninja, yet had yet to realize he was an adversary from a rival village. Orochimaru immediately recognized the forehead protector emblem, and a wave of shock coursed through him. He had not anticipated that ninjas from other villages could infiltrate so close to Konoha. It was utterly absurd. However, upon further reflection, it was somewhat understandable. The defensive measures of the time were rather inadequate, and the village had not even established a substantial barrier for future protection. Moreover, the First Great Ninja War had depleted the ranks of shinobi, resulting in a scarcity of patrolling guards within the village, thus making it relatively easy for intruders to slip through unnoticed. Observing Jiraiya's carefree demeanor, Oblivious to the impending danger, Orochimaru felt a sense of exasperation. A mere child who had only just begun to harness a fragment of chakra could hardly contend with an adult ninja standing before him. Anyone capable of breaching the border of the Land of Fire and evading the patrolling ninjas of Konoha must possess considerable skill. Fortunately, Orochimaru had brought an electric stun gun with him that afforded a measure of resistance. However, any attempt at resistance or retaliation would necessitate stealth, as exposure would undoubtedly alert the adversary, plunging him into an inescapable predicament. As Orochimaru pondered his next move, Jiraiya belatedly sensed something amiss and curiously inquired, "Uncle, where did you come from? Your attire seems rather peculiar." He scrutinized the stranger, his eyes narrowing in realization, the smile freezing on his face. A boisterous personality does not equate to true foolishness, and Jiraiya was quick to perceive the anomaly. With a mocking grin, the intruder, Wajen Stone, seized Jiraiya by the nape of his neck, rendering him incapable of resistance. "Little brat, refrain from shouting, or I shall take your life. I am a ninja of a Hokage. Quite ruthless indeed, with a penchant for torturing disobedient children. You would do well to behave, understand?" Having secured Jiraiya, Wajen Stone turned his attention to the stunned Orochimaru, who stood frozen in place. At this moment, Orochimaru stood in a daze, his eyes vacant, as if paralyzed by fear. This spectacle elicited a hearty laugh from Wajen Stone, who was taken aback by the unexpected timidity of the young ninja from Konoha. Orochimaru's exterior is deceptively innocuous, at first glance. He appears to be a shy and reserved child, likely to panic in the face of danger. "Orochimaru, run. This individual is not to be trusted." Jiraiya struggled in midair, attempting to kick Wajen Stone. With a disdainful grunt, Wajen Stone landed a punch to Jiraiya's abdomen, rendering him voiceless and subsequently tossed aside. With a soft target available for information extraction, Jiraiya, the troublesome one, could only serve as a mere backup. Chapter 12. Underhanded Schemes at Jiraiya's exclamation. Orochimaru seemed to regain his senses, yet his visage remained etched with fear. He gazed at Wajen Stone, trembling uncontrollably as if genuinely terrified. "Please, sir, spare us. I can offer you money." In a desperate frenzy, Orochimaru rummaged through his garments, producing several banknotes. However, his quaking hands caused the notes to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground, compelling him to bend down to retrieve them. As he crouched, Orochimaru seized the opportunity presented by his blind spot to discreetly grasp the stun gun at his waist and swiftly activated it. A crackling sound echoed as a flash of blue arcs of electricity surged forth, instantly enveloping Wajen Stone. The potent current coursed through the flesh, causing Wajen Stone's body to convulse involuntarily. "What is this?" Panic surged within him as the electric charge invaded his body, inflicting pain and rendering him rigid and numb. His mortal form, unable to withstand such a powerful assault, succumbed, for after all, ninjas are often fragile beings, high in attack but low in defense. "Alas, I have faltered before a child." This was Wajen Stone's final thought as he lost control over his body and his consciousness sank into darkness. Upon witnessing the opponent's loss of awareness, Orochimaru ceased the electric onslaught, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The unexpected adversary had brought him perilously close to death for the first time within the ninja realm, instilling a profound pressure within him, accompanied by a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Fortunately, he had deceived this ninja from the hidden stone village, incapacitating him in a close-range encounter with the stun gun. At that moment, Jiraiya rose to his feet, astonished by the scene unfolding before him. "Orochimaru, you are incredible. You actually defeated a ninja. You are simply extraordinary." Orochimaru shook his head and sheathed the electric stun gun, remarking, "It is manageable, primarily due to ambush tactics and the opponent's underestimation of me. Had he exercised a modicum of caution and not dismissed me simply because I am a child, my covert strategy would not have succeeded. Quickly, procure a rope. Let us bind him and deliver him to the Hokage's office or hand him over to the police department." Discovering enemy ninjas near the village is an exceedingly grave matter, indicating significant flaws in the village's defense system that must be brought to the attention of the higher echelons. Furthermore, this issue intertwines with the conflict between the two great ninja villages, a situation far beyond the capacity of a mere child to resolve. Orochimaru certainly does not wish to live comfortably at home only to be captured or killed by the ninjas of a rival nation. This place has become precarious. There might be accomplices lurking nearby. If discovered, his life could be in grave danger. The only way to ensure his true safety is to escort the individual to the Hokage's office. Orochimaru harbored another thought in his heart. That is to seize this opportunity to engage with the upper echelons of Konoha, seeking any possible benefits. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's formidable prowess, Jiraiya found himself in awe. obediently searching for a sturdy vine. The forest may lack in various aspects, yet it abounds with a plethora of plants, and the vines are sufficiently robust. Orochimaru utilized the tortoise-shell binding technique to secure the captured ninja, Stone, tightly, and along with Jiraiya, proceeded to draw him towards the village of Konoha. This peculiar action immediately attracted the attention of the Umbu members patrolling the vicinity. A ninja adorned with a serpent mask perched atop a tree, observing Jiraiya's labored progress below. His gaze sharpened as he inquired, "From where did you apprehend him?" The voice resonated in their ears, prompting both Orochimaru and Jiraiya to turn and behold the enigmatic Umbu member. Their reaction to the appearance of the shadowy figure was one of calm recognition, after all. They were members of the elite team established by Senju Tobirama, known for their elusive maneuvers both within and beyond the village. Esteemed ninja. We captured this enemy ninja by the river and are en route to present him to the Hokage, Jiraiya replied. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "This individual has entered from the outskirts of Konoha. Please report this to Lord Hokage and conduct a thorough investigation in the vicinity." Given the matter pertained to a ninja from a rival nation, Orochimaru was confident that the authorities would treat it with the utmost seriousness. An Umbu ninja, masked in serpentine motifs, swiftly appeared before the two, casting a glance at the unconscious Stone. "You two must remain here. I shall take him and return shortly." The Umbu ninja, displaying formidable strength, seized Stone with one hand and, with a powerful leap, ascended to a nearby branch. After a few agile movements, both the Umbu and the foreign ninja vanished from sight. In the Hokage Tower, within the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused in his paperwork, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "Are you saying that two children discovered a foreign ninja and managed to subdue him?" The third Hokage's gaze shifted to the unconscious Stone, narrowing slightly as he observed the forehead protector atop the boy's head. "The patrols have become too lax, allowing scoundrels from a Wagakure to infiltrate our territory. Take him to the interrogation department for questioning. Also, bring those two children to see me." In the current climate, with the number of ninjas in the village severely diminished, the infiltration of foreign ninjas was a grave concern. He needed to ascertain the route taken by the intruders to implement necessary changes. Furthermore, the fact that two children could defeat an adult ninja was astonishing. They must possess at least Chunin-level skills to breach the outer defenses. After a brief period, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were escorted by Umbu members into the Hokage's administrative building. It was the first time the two children had visited the Hokage Tower, stirring a mix of excitement and nervousness within them. Jiraiya felt exhilarated, as this was the seat of Konoha's glory, the very place where Hokages of past generations had conducted their affairs. In contrast, Orochimaru was captivated by the hidden secrets and knowledge enveloped within this core of Konoha. Following the Umbu, the duo arrived at an office located deep within the building. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in a red and white Hokage robe, seated comfortably at a large desk piled high with assorted documents. Upon noticing the newcomers, Hiruzen offered a gentle smile and spoke softly, "Children, do not be afraid. Please share with me the details of what transpired." Recognizing the two boys as recent graduates from the Ninja Academy who had successfully entered the elite class, Hiruzen noted their exceptional talents. His heart softened further knowing they were orphans. He viewed them as potential candidates for nurturing into formidable ninjas. Having assumed the position of Hokage from the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Hiruzen had gradually come to understand the weight of his responsibilities. However, the role of Hokage was far from simple. Konoha was founded by the god of ninja and the Shura of the ninja world, situated in a bustling area with numerous powerful clans, many of whom were unruly. Despite Hiruzen's formidable strength and potential, bolstered by the Sarutobi clan, he struggled to maintain authority over the various clans. While the ninja clans feigned respect, behind the scenes, they were often dismissive, revealing the true nature of their allegiance. Lacking the unparalleled power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, or the cunning ruthlessness of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen found himself supporting and cultivating civilian ninjas, inviting his close friend Shimura Danzo to counterbalance the clan's influence. He sought to nurture any talented child, particularly those without familial ties. In the presence of the exceptionally gifted Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Hiruzen exhibited a greater degree of leniency. Lord Third, after school, we went fishing by the river and unexpectedly encountered a villain. It was Orochimaru who defeated him. Jiraiya animatedly recounted the events. Hiruzen scrutinized Jiraiya and Orochimaru, noting the dampness on their pant hems and sleeves, the mud on their shoes, and the lingering scent of fish. Convinced of their honesty, he turned his attention to Orochimaru, who appeared to be just a child with minimal training. The notion that he could overpower an Iwagakure ninja seemed far-fetched unless he possessed a unique bloodline limit. As Hiruzen regarded him, Orochimaru respectfully stated, "My ability to ambush and defeat him was entirely due to an unfinished weapon from my father's research, the modified stun gun." He produced the stun gun from his waist and presented it to Hiruzen. A mere child could not possibly defeat an adult ninja through sheer strength. Thus, Orochimaru cleverly attributed the weapon to his father's legacy, claiming only minor modifications were made by himself. Hiruzen, contemplating Orochimaru's explanation, focused intently on the stun gun. In this era, technology had yet to advance to the point of firearms, making the weapon's design peculiar. How does this contraption function? Hiruzen inquired, sensing an unusual energy emanating from it. Distinct from chakra but vaguely reminiscent of the energy from the earlier assailant. Under Orochimaru's guidance, Hiruzen quickly learned to operate the stun gun. Aimed it at a nearby potted plant, and pulled the trigger. With a crackle, blue electrical sparks erupted, leaving a gaping hole in the plant. And a plume of white smoke wafted into the air. Observing the stun gun's effectiveness, Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Fascinating, he mused. It can generate electricity without relying on lightning chakra, and it is accessible for ordinary individuals to use, with an effective range of half to 1 meter. The implications were profound. Even a 3-year-old child could wield this weapon against foes, although Hiruzen would never endorse such a course of action. The will of fire dictated that children were the future's hope, the new leaves of Konoha, and the guardians of its tomorrow. Turning to Orochimaru, he spoke gently, "Orochimaru, this stun gun could greatly benefit the village. Would you be willing to submit its design for the village's use? I can classify it as an A-rank mission. Additionally, for the capture of the enemy ninja, he would record a B-rank mission for each of them." After Hiruzen's proposition, he observed Orochimaru silently, understanding that the stun gun was of paramount importance. While the weapon's short range was a limitation, its utility lay in being operable by non-ninjas. Securing the design could potentially serve the village in the future. The ever-shifting landscape of the ninja world was fraught with conflict and warfare, and one could never predict when strife would arise. The introduction of the stun gun would certainly enhance the combat capabilities of civilian ninjas. Hiruzen had no intention of seizing it outright. He understood the importance of a spirit of contribution within Konoha. Thus, he decided to classify it as an A-rank mission to obtain the design in exchange for the children's commendable actions. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled at the prospect before him. It was an A-rank mission, offering not only monetary reward but also contribution points. Despite yet to graduate, he would have accomplished an A-rank task. The higher the completion rate and the greater the quantity, the more it signified his contributions to the village, which could be exchanged for various ninjutsu and resources. The process of crafting an electric shock weapon was not particularly intricate. Orochimaru merely contemplated it in his mind before presenting the idea. In a few years, similar creations might emerge from the hidden cloud village. Knowledge that remains stagnant is merely a pile of worthless paper. Lord Third, I am willing to submit my findings. But may I exchange the reward for something I desire? Certainly, came the reply. Upon hearing Orochimaru's agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face broke into a warm smile. His gaze towards the young man growing increasingly benevolent. With a spirit of contribution, he would undoubtedly be the successor of the Will of Fire. By revealing the method of production, Orochimaru earned both an A-rank and a B-rank mission, along with several experimental devices. At that moment, Jiraiya, who was seated nearby, began to feel the rumblings of his stomach. The promised feast had yet to materialize. Noticing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and addressed both Orochimaru and Jiraiya, "Gentlemen, today I shall treat you to a splendid banquet." Jiraiya, unreservedly, called out his ulterior motive, jesting, "Come now, Third Hokage, you simply wish to avoid handling your duties, don't you? I saw you scratching your head while juggling various affairs in the office." In that moment, he resembled a comical monkey endeavoring to tackle an unfamiliar task. Witnessing the true face of the Hokage, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. Upon being unmasked by Jiraiya's candid remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose with conviction. Even the Hokage requires sustenance. And I shall leave a shadow clone to continue attending to official matters. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, expressing his discontent. How frustrating. Sarutobi Hiruzen's level of education appeared to be lacking, and prior to his appointment, he likely had no idea how to proceed. Moreover, with the recent conclusion of the war, the village's economy had plunged into a state of stagnation, presenting a considerable challenge. As a novice, he was unlikely to handle the situation effectively. Fortunately, Konoha had a robust foundation. Even if he faltered now, the village could sustain him until he matured and fully adapted to the role of Hokage. The first and second Hokage had paved the way for him, Otherwise, given Sarutobi's capabilities, Konoha might have already faced dire consequences. Contemplating this, Orochimaru chose to remain silent. At this moment, he was not yet a disciple of Sarutobi, nor did he share a close relationship with him, so he refrained from offering unsolicited advice. Should any mishap occur, he could easily find himself blamed. Under the guidance of the esteemed Sarutobi, Orochimaru and Jiraiya made their way to the bustling streets. In the commercial district, several larger restaurants were in operation, the enticing aroma of their dishes wafting through the air. At the entrances, numerous impoverished villagers wandered back and forth, hoping to catch a whiff of the delectable meals within. Gazing around, Orochimaru noticed the emblems of several prominent ninja clans within the village, signifying their respective enterprises. Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to enter a restaurant belonging to the Sarutobi clan. Upon entering, he waved his hand grandly and declared, "You two youngsters, finish your meals quickly. It's my treat." "How wonderful!" Jiraiya exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air, his eyes gleaming with excitement, saliva trickling from his mouth. Orochimaru revealed a smile, his anticipation stirring within him. Ever since his arrival in this new realm, he had subsisted on little more than rice balls and pickled vegetables. Consuming such monotonous fare had grown tiresome. Within this restaurant, he beheld an array of vegetables and meats. Though the selection was limited and the prices steep, it presented a welcome opportunity to indulge in a change of flavor. Furthermore, he need not bear the cost himself, with Sarutobi Hiruzen unwittingly footing the bill. It was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Orochimaru and Jiraiya ordered several dishes, accompanied by rice, and began to indulge themselves. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid little mind, thinking how much could 2 children possibly consume. However, after a while, his expression shifted to one of alarm. "Are you 2 gluttons with stomachs akin to black holes?" he exclaimed, incredulously gazing at the remnants of the meal and the towering stack of empty bowls. Most notably, he had barely taken a couple of bites himself before these 2 had devoured everything. "Thank you, Lord Third, for treating me to such a hearty meal." Orochimaru's youthful visage bore a look of gratitude as he spoke earnestly. Observing Orochimaru's earnestness, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words, his heart aching for his depleted wallet. Jiraiya, with his ample belly, exclaimed joyfully, "Uncle Third, you are truly a good person. It has been ages since I've eaten so well. The food at the orphanage is scarce, and there are times when I can only manage a single bowl of kanji in a day." Chapter 14. Seeking guidance on the body technique. Jiraiya's offhand remark prompted a slight nod from Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. The Konoha orphanage also fell under his purview, and the children's meager meals were, in part, his responsibility. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still an innocent, passionate youth, rather than the shrewd politician he would later become. Witnessing Jiraiya's profound satisfaction stirred a pang of guilt within him. After all, it was merely a meal. Just as he was about to take his leave, Jiraiya gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with pleading eyes. "Uncle Third, could you allow me to take some back for my friends at the orphanage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolve softened at Jiraiya's earnest plea, and with a reluctant sigh, he acquiesced. "Very well, just this once. It was but a small expense, after all, and it was for the children of Konoha, the future of the village." "Marvelous. Truly. You are the 3rd Hokage." Moments later, Jiraiya, clutching a hefty bag of provisions, waved farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the bill with tears of frustration in his eyes. Despite it being his own establishment, as Hokage, he could not indulge in a free meal. Though still young, he retained a sense of dignity. "Ha ha ha, my friends at the orphanage will finally have food." Jiraiya cheered exuberantly, twirling around with the bag, shedding his previously obedient demeanor in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru trailed behind, observing everything with a sense of melancholy regarding the hardships faced by the orphanage. However, he soon realized that the plight of the orphanage was not unique. The lives of ordinary families in Konoha were equally disheartening. Not far off, at the corner of the street, a somewhat familiar figure lay on the ground. As Orochimaru approached, he observed a young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Appearing rather dazed, it was none other than Might Guy, who had been assigned to the regular class upon his enrollment today. Orochimaru had only taken note of him when he heard the teacher call his name. Unremarkable in appearance and possessing mediocre examination results, Guy might have been dismissed from the academy had it not been for the scarcity of ninjas during this wartime. Orochimaru noted this future father of the esteemed Might Guy, the one who had once cast aside the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. He was a figure destined to bear the weight of the future of Konoha as taijutsu. However, at present, he lay on the ground, famished, with a dazed expression, his limbs weak and his stomach growling incessantly. Might Guy, are you all right? Orochimaru never anticipated that the person who would later achieve great renown had endured such a dismal childhood, fainting from hunger by the roadside. Under Orochimaru's gentle shaking, Might Guy finally opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused as it fell upon Orochimaru. I'm fine, he murmured. I'm just too hungry. I need to rest for a moment to regain my strength. Orochimaru expressed his astonishment. Surely you have not gone without sustenance from morning until now. Might Guy nodded with great difficulty, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance. There is no food at home. I can only lie down and endure. It is worth noting that he had attended school and participated in examinations, running several kilometers on the playground, thus expending a considerable amount of physical energy. A day without food left him utterly famished, reclining on the ground in sheer exhaustion. Such a plight was indeed tragic. Might Guy's predicament profoundly reshaped Orochimaru's understanding of the grim realities faced by the common folk of Konoha. Coming from humble beginnings himself, Guy's circumstances appeared even more dire than those of children in orphanages. Is life truly so arduous for the commoners nowadays? With heavy eyelids, Might Guy squinted, seemingly on the verge of fainting from hunger once more. Meanwhile, Jiraiya remained remarkably composed, nonchalantly remarking, during wartime, life is challenging for everyone. As one who has witnessed such hardships from his own humble origins, Jiraiya found no surprise in these unfortunate occurrences. Orochimaru hails from a relatively affluent background within the village of Konoha, for both of his parents were ninjas, and they received a pension. This circumstance shielded him from experiencing the harsh realities endured by the lower class upon his arrival. It was only through persistent observation that he began to grasp the struggles faced by the populace of this era. Starvation and inadequate clothing were common afflictions. Such individuals were certainly not rare in the village of Konoha. Jiraiya, would you be so kind as to offer me a dumpling? Orochimaru inquired of Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression displayed a mixture of reluctance and concern, yet he ultimately hesitated before retrieving a dumpling and extending it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru received the rice ball and promptly handed it to Might Guy, instantly rousing the drowsy man from his stupor. In this era of scarcity, the significance of sustenance is indisputable. Out of nowhere, Might Guy summoned a surge of energy, swiftly devouring the rice ball with remarkable speed. As he ate, tears of gratitude streamed down his face. Oh, how splendid it is. So delicious. This is the essence of youthful camaraderie. I can almost feel the fervor surging within me. Orochimaru was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Might Guy had comprehended the essence of youth from such a young age. Could this be the spiritual legacy of the Might clan? After receiving nourishment, Might Guy's spirits began to lift. He gazed at Orochimaru, gratefully tugging at his trousers, and said, "Thank you. It has been ages since I last savored a rice ball." As he spoke, tears of joy streamed down his face, his nose running, a truly pitiful sight. Orochimaru's eyes twitched slightly as he discreetly extricated his thigh from the embrace. No need for gratitude. After all, we are both students of the same institution and may very well become comrades in the future. Upon hearing the words fellow student and comrade, Might Guy's spirits soared, and he sprang to his feet with exuberance. How wonderful it is to share the bond of camaraderie and friendship with you. If ever you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I, Might Guy, shall undoubtedly lend you my support. With that, he gave a thumbs up, revealing a gleaming set of pearly whites into the air. Here he comes, here he comes. The signature gesture has made its appearance. Orochimaru nodded, bidding farewell to Might Guy, and at the next intersection, parted ways with Jiraiya as well. His home was not in proximity to the orphanage, thus it was not entirely along the same route. Upon returning home, Orochimaru sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, closing his eyes to reflect on the events of the day. The entrance exam. The younger generation of the legendary three ninjas, the youthful version of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the famished Might Guy flooded his thoughts. He had presented methods for creating batteries and stun guns, earning an A rank and a B rank mission, along with the agreed-upon equipment. Overall, he had established an early connection with the younger Hiruzen Sarutobi, laying the groundwork for a promising relationship. It was indeed a commendable beginning. With a full stomach and abundant energy, Orochimaru recalled the training methods from his previous life, engaging in squats, push-ups, sit-ups, and other exercises within the confines of his home. A proficient ninja must possess a robust physique as an essential component. Chakra is the amalgamation of cellular energy and spiritual energy within the human body. Beginning training at a young age not only fortifies the body but can also yield a greater refinement of chakra. In the days that followed, Orochimaru adhered to a regular schedule, dedicating his time to both academic pursuits and physical training. At school, his days were filled with learning the will of fire or mastering hand signs and chakra refinement techniques. These were foundational skills for a ninja, requiring complete mastery. Orochimaru had already mastered the technique, yet some of his peers had not, which compelled him to await the progression of the curriculum. Consequently, Orochimaru diligently practiced the art of chakra extraction during class, amassing an impressive reservoir of chakra. Soon, through his relentless efforts, the quantity of chakra he could harness reached the minimum threshold required for the release of ninjutsu. At this juncture, he could no longer contain his eagerness and sought out his instructor, Nara Shinichi. "Teacher, please instruct me in the body replacement technique. I have successfully learned chakra refinement," he implored. Chapter 15. Learning and Reflection. "You have mastered chakra extraction?" Nara Shinichi exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the young prodigy before him. The teacher's surprise was palpable, yet recalling Orochimaru's exceptional aptitude and his attentive demeanor in class, he felt a glimmer of possibility. Exceptional students invariably earn the favor and recognition of their teachers. The words of a gifted student are often met with belief and trust. Thus, Nara Shinichi harbored little doubt regarding Orochimaru's claim. Upon conducting a brief examination, he discovered the unmistakable traces of chakra flowing within Orochimaru's body, which filled him with excitement. "Orochimaru, you possess the potential to become an outstanding ninja. Among your peers, you have already surpassed the majority. To cultivate such chakra in such a short span of time is a testament to your undeniable talent. Even the children from esteemed clans typically do not achieve this so swiftly." Moreover, as a student of Nara Shinichi's own class, Orochimaru's success reflected upon him. Ruffling Orochimaru's hair, Nara Shinichi declared, "Since you have refined your chakra, I shall impart the body replacement technique to you. However, this matter should remain confidential. Focus on your training." Orochimaru smiled and nodded. He possessed the method for mastering the shadow clone technique, yet it merely outlined the rudimentary steps of cultivation without delving into the principles of ninjutsu. While he could certainly experiment and develop his skills independently, the pace of his progress would undoubtedly be considerably slower. Furthermore, Orochimaru harbored no desire to simply replicate the technique. Instead, he aspired to investigate the underlying principles and the profound truths of ninjutsu. Grasping the essence of ninjutsu could potentially enable him to gain deeper insights and make enhancements in the future. One is a practitioner, and the other is a creator. Thus, rather than embarking on solitary training, Orochimaru sought out Nara Shinichi. With a teacher present, it was only natural to seek his guidance. Having trained for many years and serving as a ninja school instructor, Nara Shinichi undoubtedly possessed considerable expertise. Although Orochimaru wished to consult the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current Hokage, it was clear that as his teacher, Hiruzen would be unable to accommodate his request. Under Nara Shinichi's guidance, Orochimaru arrived at Training Ground 118 to commence a one-on-one lesson. As Nara Shinichi gazed at Orochimaru, an expression of anticipation graced his features, eager to witness the extent of his student's remarkable talent and excellence. Clearing his throat, he began his instruction. The shadow clone technique comprises three forms: the clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique. This is the most fundamental ninjutsu taught at the Konoha Ninja Academy and is widely utilized among ordinary ninjas. "Orochimaru, observe as I demonstrate the hand seals. I will commence with the clone technique, the simplest of them all, requiring only 3 hand seals. Standing at the center of the training ground, Nara Shinichi swiftly formed the seals: boar, snake, tiger. Upon completing the seals, chakra surged within him, and suddenly, an identical figure materialized beside him. The mimicry was executed with precision, far more vividly than the illustrations depicted. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately began to practice. He swiftly mastered the 3 hand signs, yet the flow of chakra within him remained somewhat turbulent, resulting in an unsuccessful first attempt. With a resounding thud, a shadow of Orochimaru briefly appeared beside him, but due to the instability of his chakra, it quickly dissipated into a cloud of white mist. Observing Orochimaru's actions, Nara Shinichi felt a slight twitch in his eyelid, overwhelmed by astonishment. He had not anticipated that merely by observing once, Orochimaru would come so close to executing the shadow clone technique. Fortunately, the initial attempt had faltered. Had he succeeded on the first try, it would have rendered his role as a teacher somewhat superfluous. Remaining composed, he concealed his thoughts and, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Orochimaru, do not be hasty. It is not uncommon for novices to struggle with ninjutsu. Success requires diligent practice over time. Allow me to impart the specific techniques and insights for your training. And with perseverance, you will undoubtedly succeed." Orochimaru nodded attentively, gazing at Nara Shinichi as he elucidated the intricacies of the shadow clone technique. Though Nara Shinichi hailed from the esteemed Nara clan, his knowledge and understanding of other ninjutsu were commendable, which justified his role as a mentor. To begin, one must concentrate their mind, attuning themselves to the flow and direction of chakra within their being. They must envision their own likeness and, through the formation of hand seals, guide the chakra outward to manifest a perfect replica of themselves. It is imperative to focus on the output and precision of the chakra, ensuring its stability. Only through a sustained and steady release of chakra can the clone endure for a significant duration. As Nara Shinichi expounded upon these teachings, Orochimaru listened with rapt attention. He lifted his head, his pale visage brimming with a thirst for knowledge. "Teacher," he inquired, "if I were to envision the form of other objects while releasing chakra, could I not conjure forth different beings?" Nara Shinichi nodded in affirmation, explaining, "Indeed, the shadow clone technique has such capabilities. However, to manifest other items or individuals from chakra, one must perform additional hand seals and expend a greater amount of chakra in the midst of battle. This is not the most optimal approach unless one possesses exceptional speed and an ample reserve of chakra." The reason the shadow clone technique is regarded as fundamental ninjutsu lies in its simplicity of practice, minimal chakra consumption, and remarkable adaptability. Upon hearing Nara Shinichi's words, Orochimaru nodded in understanding. Indeed, even the foundational technique of the shadow clone had been meticulously refined through the efforts of countless practitioners, revealing its complexity. Nevertheless, Orochimaru remained undeterred in his quest for exploration. With diligent research and experimentation, he believed it possible to derive more valuable ninjutsu from the very foundation of the shadow clone technique. Orochimaru raised this question, recalling Naruto Uzumaki's seductive technique from the original work. While it may appear devoid of combat prowess, it possesses the potential to wield significant influence in certain aspects. When confronted by lecherous individuals, whether it be the Third Hokage, Jiraiya, or Kagaya Otsutsuki, they are all unable to resist its allure. If one were to seek the development of such a ninjutsu, what course of action should be taken? Orochimaru found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet this did not dishearten him. Instead, he devoted himself to practicing the art of shadow cloning. Orochimaru once again formed hand seals with both hands. But this time the outcome left Nara Shinichi utterly astonished. An identical clone of Orochimaru materialized in the training ground, leaving Nara Shinichi in a state of profound shock. The successful execution of the shadow clone technique for the second time was simply remarkable. Although the shadow clone technique is considered a fundamental ninjutsu, it is not a skill that everyone can easily master. At that moment, Orochimaru turned to Nara Shinichi and said, "Teacher, I have generally grasped the shadow clone technique. Please teach me the substitution technique." Nara Shinichi forced a smile, his lips twitching slightly. "Orochimaru, your aptitude for training is commendable, but remember to practice diligently." After delivering a barrage of platitudes, Nara Shinichi finally recalled his experience in teaching the substitution technique. The substitution technique is somewhat more complex than the shadow clone technique, consisting of 5 hand seals. Upon its execution, it allows the user to manipulate nearby objects to replace themselves, thus evading attacks. The most common application involves substituting with a strategically placed wooden stake to dodge the enemy's strikes. As he spoke, Nara Shinichi formed the necessary hand seals and began to demonstrate. After completing the seals, rat, boar, dog, earth, tiger, Nara Shinichi's body suddenly vanished, leaving only a brown wooden stake in his place. This transformation caused Orochimaru's eyes to light up. He glanced towards the southwest and saw Nara Shinichi standing where the wooden stake had originally been. How intriguing. The ability to exchange positions at such remarkable speed with nearby objects holds immense potential. This seemingly unassuming basic ninjutsu can have a profound impact in combat, allowing one to evade enemy attacks. Instantly, Orochimaru conceived several unique combat strategies utilizing the substitution technique. Employing this technique could serve as a teleportation function in a game-like manner. If utilized skillfully, it could create an instantaneous effect. As he pondered this, Orochimaru found himself taken aback. The concept of instantaneous movement could indeed be realized through the substitution technique. Chapter 16. The Peculiar Changes in Konoha. This unusual idea struck Orochimaru as absurd at first. Yet upon further contemplation, it began to make a great deal of sense. The substitution technique, when executed correctly, can achieve this instantaneous effect. For instance, By throwing a kunai or shuriken and promptly activating the substitution technique, one could swap places with the flying weapon. Remarkable. This maneuver bears a striking resemblance to Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru couldn't shake off the feeling of uncanny familiarity with this technique. Suddenly recalling Tsunade's remarkable feat of single-handedly taking on 50 opponents, he would cast kunai along a predetermined path, then employ the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport beside the marked object, striking down his enemies before teleporting once more, repeating the maneuver. However, such a method transcends the mere capabilities of the substitution technique. The time required to perform the hand seals for substitution does not permit continuous evasion, nor does it allow for the slaying of 50 adversaries. Orochimaru speculated that it is necessary to upgrade the substitution technique to something akin to the body flicker technique, which must also incorporate a degree of physical training and enhancement of sensory abilities. It may even require the integration of space-time ninjutsu. Master, allow me to give it a try. Orochimaru skillfully formed hand seals, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as he channeled the chakra within his body outwardly. Orochimaru similarly chose a wooden stump as a substitute. As he activated his ninjutsu, an inexplicable connection seemed to form between the two. Under the influence of the chakra threads, their bodies swiftly pivoted, executing the substitution with astonishing speed. However, after employing the second ninjutsu, Orochimaru felt a slight dizziness in his head, leaving him somewhat lethargic. Orochimaru quickly comprehended that this was a consequence of excessive chakra consumption, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Nara Shikamaru opened his mouth, gazing at Orochimaru, rendered speechless. What constitutes a genius? Orochimaru epitomizes genius, merely explaining a concept once, and his counterpart grasps it instantaneously. During the shadow clone technique, there were some missteps, but with prior success, the substitution technique was executed flawlessly. Such prodigious talent is indeed rare, even among the highly intelligent Nara clan. It is essential to recognize that the substitution technique is considerably more challenging than the shadow clone technique. Teacher, could you elucidate the transformation technique for me once more? Orochimaru took a deep breath, steadying his form before speaking. Nara Shinjuru furrowed his brow, infused with a hint of concern as he remarked, Orochimaru, excessive chakra consumption may adversely affect both your physical and mental state. Perhaps we should conclude today's lesson here, and you ought to return and rest for a while. While this statement appeared to be one of care, it was, in truth, an attempt to buy some time. He feared that in the blink of an eye, Orochimaru would master the entirety of the body replacement technique. Should he accomplish that, what else would he have left to teach? Having a brilliant disciple is indeed a blessing. Yet an excessively astute one can become a source of distress for the teacher. He felt as though Orochimaru resembled a formidable sponge, ever poised to extract every ounce of knowledge from him. Orochimaru blinked, remaining stationary as he insisted, Teacher Nara, please, do share your insights with me. I shall postpone my training and simply listen for now. Furthermore, I have several inquiries regarding the shadow clone technique and the substitution technique that I wish to discuss with you. Faced with a student eager for knowledge, Nara Masashi's lips quivered, revealing an expression of inner conflict, yet ultimately, he did not refuse. Orochimaru's rapid learning progress rendered the notion of teaching him for an additional day or merely reducing the instruction time inconsequential. It would be far more efficient to entrust him with the knowledge directly, thus alleviating one's own burdens. The Nara clan's inherent laziness surfaced, prompting Nara Shinichi to make a decisive choice. Once he adjusted his mindset, Nara Shinichi spoke with eloquence about the complexities of transformation techniques, noting that mastering the transformation aspect within the body duplication technique is the most arduous task, necessitating 6 hand seals: rat, snake, boar, rat, rooster, and ox. By forming these seals, one directs their chakra along a specific trajectory within their body, altering their physical structure and appearance. During the transformation, it is imperative to meticulously observe the object being emulated, cultivating a vivid mental image. Initially, one should focus on simpler entities such as stones and wood, gradually progressing to small animals and eventually humans. In essence, one must satisfy 3 criteria while forming the seals: controlling the flow of chakra, constructing a mental association with the object, and visualizing its form. His explanations were thorough, captivating Orochimaru's attention and igniting his interest. The fundamental body duplication technique, while seemingly basic, conceals intricate principles. In Orochimaru's perspective, it exudes an aura of profound mystery. Mastering the body duplication technique can yield unexpected advantages during combat if executed properly. Moreover, Delving deeper into its study may lead to the development of even more sophisticated ninjutsu. It is noteworthy that this technique is accessible to all students, regardless of whether they are common ninjas or from prestigious clans. To a certain extent, this ninjutsu bridges the gap between civilian ninjas and clan ninjas. After diligently noting down the method for practicing transformation techniques, Orochimaru posed further inquiries regarding the principles behind the body duplication technique. His relentless questioning rendered Nara Shinichi somewhat flustered, prompting Orochimaru to relent. Nevertheless, he concluded that the body duplication technique possesses immense potential. The shadow clone technique not only allows the creation of replicas that mirror oneself, but can also replicate the likeness of others or various objects. This serves as a ninja world equivalent of a projector or even a virtual device, capable of deceiving others' perceptions to a remarkable degree, in comparison to illusions that affect the mind. This is akin to a tangible illusion. On the battlefield, whether in combat or espionage, its utility is invaluable. The substitution technique allows for the exchange with surrounding objects, exemplifying a short-range teleportation skill. The transformation technique is equally remarkable, capable of deceiving and concealing one's original form. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher. I shall endeavor to study diligently. Orochimaru gazed at Nara Shinichi with heartfelt gratitude, his tone sincere. He was always generous in expressing appreciation to those who imparted knowledge to him. Nara Shinichi nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "It's nothing. You are my student, and imparting knowledge to you is my vocation." Once Orochimaru turned to leave, Nara Shinichi let out a sigh of relief, reverting to his previous nonchalant demeanor. The prodigious talent displayed by Orochimaru was truly astonishing. To find such genius among the common folk was both a marvel and a concern. Nevertheless, he thought, what does it matter to me? I merely need to fulfill my role as a teacher. A genius had emerged from the commoners. He should report it to the Third Hokage. Overwhelmed with thoughts, Nara Shinichi decided to dismiss them entirely. He had inherited the Nara clan's laid-back disposition and a tendency to avoid trouble, rendering him indifferent to many matters. It was precisely this demeanor that had garnered the favor of Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing him to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Subsequently, in his pursuit of rigorous training, Orochimaru specifically requested a week off from Nara Shinichi. Aware of Orochimaru's academic performance and progress, Nara Shinichi granted the request without hesitation. After receiving permission, Orochimaru devoted himself to honing the body flicker technique at home, diligently accumulating chakra within himself. Only after achieving a significant level of mastery did he finally open his door, ready to head to school. As he walked through the streets, he sensed an unusual atmosphere in Konoha, a palpable sense of oppression. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the previously stable supply of goods had inexplicably risen again. The bustling commercial district, which had begun to show signs of revival, had once more withered, leaving the onlookers anxious and apprehensive. Orochimaru was perplexed by the unfolding events, sensing an ominous atmosphere looming on the horizon. Faced with this peculiar situation, he yearned for clarity yet felt utterly at a loss. Did Orochimaru have such experiences in his youth? Well, as he was not the protagonist, the narrative conveniently omits the aftermath of the battle. Rubbing his head in contemplation, Orochimaru resolved to inquire with Jiraiya and others at the school. Being part of the lower echelons of Konoha, they might possess more information than he, a reclusive individual. Upon entering the classroom, Orochimaru was struck by the sight of a multitude of students sprawled across the desks. Among them was a despondent Jiraiya, accompanied by several other children. Not only the orphans from the institute, but even the civilian and ninja children appeared to be in dire straits, pale and gaunt. They bore a striking resemblance to those who had not had a proper meal in days. He called out, "Jiraiya, what has happened to you all?" His concern was warranted, particularly as Jiraiya's complexion was notably worse than before. Upon hearing Orochimaru's voice, Jiraiya laboriously turned his head from the desk, managing a stiff smile upon recognizing his friend. With a tone of utter exhaustion, he replied, "Orochimaru, do you have any food? I haven't eaten my fill in ages and am currently learning to lie flat like my guy. Is it truly that dire? Has the orphanage completely run out of provisions?" Orochimaru mused, bewildered at the prospect of an economic collapse in Konoha. He retrieved a rice ball he had prepared and offered it to Jiraiya. Chapter 17. Scientific Fishing. "Oh, this is absolutely delicious," Jiraiya exclaimed, devouring the food with fervor, finishing it in mere moments. His actions sparked envy among the other children. After his meal, he suddenly remembered his friends from the orphanage beside him. Blushing slightly, he bashfully asked, "Orochimaru, could you spare me a few more rice balls? Baryu and the others have been hungry for quite some time." Orochimaru handed over his lunch and inquired with curiosity, "What is happening here? Is the orphanage on the brink of closure? Has the economy of Konoha collapsed? Why are there so many people unable to afford a meal?" Orochimaru felt quite prescient for having secluded himself a few days prior to stockpile a considerable amount of provisions. Jiraiya, after dividing the rice balls into several portions for their equally famished companions, began to elucidate the situation. It was not a calamity at the orphanage that prompted concern, but rather a crisis at the local grain shops, where prices had skyrocketed uncontrollably, rendering the village incapable of procuring food, regardless of the funding allocated. The surge in prices made it understandable why even a simple meal had become a luxury. This situation bore a striking resemblance to the economic collapse of Konoha. Fortunately, his earlier preparations had spared him from immediate distress, as he had amassed a substantial food reserve at home. Orochimaru was taken aback by the volatility of grain prices in the village, yet upon reflection, he found it quite rational. In times of war and disaster, there are always those who exploit the chaos to inflate prices. What puzzled him was that Konoha, not particularly large nor small, remained under the Hokage's authority, who would dare to act so brazenly. When Orochimaru inquired further, Jiraiya indignantly replied, "Who else could it be but the few clans that control the grain shops and the channels for trading food? I've heard that the transport routes from the Land of Fire to Konoha have been sabotaged, leaving them unchallenged to raise prices without restraint. Those despicable clans, the Higashitira, the Kazurong, and the Kitakami, show no consideration for their fellow villagers." Jiraiya mentioned the names of several unfamiliar clans, which Orochimaru had never encountered nor heard of in the original narrative. This revelation was telling. However, he found it appalling that they would engage in such reckless endeavors for mere monetary gain, bringing ruin upon the entire village, an outcome that could only lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, witnessing the hungry faces of his classmates left him feeling helpless. He had not anticipated the turmoil Konoha experienced during his childhood, with various clans daring to act so recklessly. Now, amidst famine, chaos reigned, bringing suffering and disaster to the common people. Yet, as he pondered, he realized that chaos could also serve as a catalyst for progress. "Jiraiya, after school, let us go fishing in the river," Orochimaru proposed, his eyes glimmering with determination. He wished to lend a helping hand to his fellow students, all of whom were merely children enduring the hardships of hunger. However, he too found his food supply dwindling, barely sufficient for his own sustenance, let alone sharing with others. Yet, this predicament also presented an opportunity, an occasion to capture the attention of the higher-ups once more. He envisioned fishing as a means to procure food while indulging in some meat, a rare luxury during these times. Jiraiya's eyes lit up at the thought, but he shook his head in dismay. "No, I have considered it, but the fish in the river are far too cunning. We can scarcely catch them. Besides, I am so famished that I lack the strength to fish." It was evident that Jiraiya had attempted this venture before, but to no avail. The creatures of the ninja world, perhaps nourished by natural energy or chakra, had become exceedingly agile and difficult for ordinary folk to capture, especially the fish that darted through the water with remarkable grace. While many shared his desire to fish, few possessed the skill to actually succeed. However, what posed a challenge for Jiraiya was merely a trivial matter for Orochimaru. Brimming with confidence, he smiled and declared, "This time will be different. Fear not. I shall take care of it." His tone was imbued with assurance, for he possessed a formidable tool at his disposal. Once deployed, no fish, regardless of its hiding place, would remain submerged. As soon as school concluded, Orochimaru led Jiraiya to his home. "Jiraiya, wait for me here," he instructed before entering his laboratory. Gazing at the original generator, he commenced a specialized operation. During class, Orochimaru had contemplated how to enhance the generator, transforming it into a fishing apparatus. With his innate scientific aptitude and memories from his past life, he swiftly devised a plan. He incorporated a gear cluster rotation module into the generator, amplifying its power generation speed and efficiency. Once completed, he proudly presented his creation. Jiraiya looked at the tool in Orochimaru's hands with curiosity, questioning, "What is this? Were we not supposed to go fishing?" Orochimaru waved the generator in his hand, cryptically stating, "This is quite a remarkable device. Just wait and see. With its application, I assure you, today's yield will be bountiful, allowing you to witness the marvels of scientific fishing." Grasping the generator, Orochimaru and Jiraiya made their way directly to the South Hezichuan. In the vicinity, there lay vast expanses of forest and meadow, where Orochimaru observed numerous individuals scouring the forest's edge in search of wild vegetables and capturing animals. However, with such fierce competition, the harvest was meager, indicating the emergence of a vicious cycle. Venturing further out, safety became a concern. This region was known as the Forest of Death, shrouding a significant portion of the Land of Fire. Within its depths lay countless traps, which most ninjas preferred to avoid. Along the riverbank, a few individuals attempted to fish, but their efforts yielded little as their baskets remained devoid of any catch. Orochimaru strolled along the riverbank until he discovered an open area, where he set down the generator. The soil along the river was level, and the water was abundant with aquatic vegetation, occasionally revealing agile fish swimming gracefully. Jiraiya, grasp this handle and turn it vigorously without pause, Orochimaru instructed. Allow me to demonstrate the marvels of scientific fishing, one catch after another, effortlessly. Jiraiya scratched his head, unable to comprehend the so-called scientific apparatus, yet he complied. After consuming some food to regain his strength, he found he was capable of operating the generator's handle. With great effort, Jiraiya began to turn the handle, his speed astonishing, creating a blur of motion. An arc of electricity surged from the wire at the opposite end, and Orochimaru seized the moment to plunge it into the water. A crackling sound resonated as the current surged through the river, rapidly spreading through the water. A black fish, swimming freely and feasting on the lush aquatic plants, seemed to live a life of ease. Yet, in the next instant, it appeared to be struck by an invisible force. Its body stiffened, and it floated rigidly to the surface. Jiraiya, who was diligently turning the handle, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is this truly possible?" He had encountered that black fish several times before, its nimble movements having evaded him repeatedly. He never imagined that under the influence of Orochimaru's peculiar device, it would be so easily brought to the surface. Jiraiya, do not cease. Continue turning. Orochimaru sauntered along the riverbank, wielding a wire, as electric currents crackled and danced chaotically. Wherever the current flowed, fish and shrimp were rendered senseless. In a matter of moments, a multitude of aquatic creatures surfaced, floating helplessly on the water's surface. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiraiya was left utterly speechless, struggling to swallow his saliva, at a loss for words. The sheer abundance of fish and shrimp suggested that they could sustain them for quite some time. The commotion drew considerable attention, and soon, a number of individuals approached, gradually converging on the scene, some with bloodshot eyes, clearly harboring ill intentions. Trouble looms. We must depart swiftly before they notice us, Jiraiya urged anxiously. If they catch sight of us, they will undoubtedly seize our catch. With no members of the Konoha police patrolling the area, the atmosphere was charged with uncertainty, and the crowd might resort to thievery. As those approaching drew nearer, Jiraiya's anxiety mounted. The river teemed with fish and shrimp, and there was a genuine fear that they might be snatched away. In tumultuous times, precious sustenance is the essence of survival. Orochimaru nonchalantly remarked, "It matters not. They are merely impoverished souls, struggling to satiate their hunger. Allowing them to salvage a bit is inconsequential, for we cannot capture them all." His true intention was to amplify this incident, thereby enhancing his own reputation. In doing so, his scholarly prowess and intellect would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher echelons of Konoha. This was, in essence, a gamble. However, Orochimaru possessed a foundational understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen's character. The latter revered the will of fire and cherished the gathering of civilian prodigies. Thus he would surely regard Orochimaru with newfound respect. The prior incident with the electric shock weapon likely had yet to reveal the full extent of Orochimaru's talents and capabilities to Sarutobi. Jiraiya, upon observing the bountiful catch, noted that their baskets could scarcely contain the abundance. Yet, he remained dissatisfied. What a nuisance. This is all our prey, enough to sustain us for quite some time. And we could even share some with our friends at the orphanage. Having often faced hunger, Jiraiya placed a greater value on food than many other things. Orochimaru consoled. With a generator in hand, what is there to fear about catching fish? Let us hasten our preparations and return to relish the catch. It will be perfect for the orphanage. We shall cook and share a meal together. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya found wisdom in Orochimaru's words. Particularly since it was Orochimaru who had aided him in catching the fish, he could distinguish between the larger and smaller ones, and reluctantly acquiesced. Just as the two were placing the fish into their basket, a menacing middle-aged man clad in ninja attire rushed towards them, blocking their path. "Hey, you two brats, leave the fish behind," he exclaimed, eyeing the abundant catch with greed evident in his gaze. "This river is my territory. All the fish belong to me. Hand them over at once." His audacious proclamation elicited laughter from Orochimaru. Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon him, his voice laced with coldness. This is the Southie River. Adjacent to the revered Southie Shrine, the ancestral grounds of the Uchiha clan. How audacious you are to utter such words. Do you dare me to reveal your statement to the world and witness the consequences you shall face? The middle-aged ninja's expression shifted. Taken aback by his opponent's apparent fearlessness and the audacity to question his threats, he immediately donned a stern countenance. The illustrious reputation of the Uchiha clan was not something a mere insignificant figure like him could contend with. Yet, the allure of profit clouded his judgment. Are you seeking death, little brat? Hand over the fish, or you shall regret it, he barked. In these extraordinary times, that basket of fish was worth a considerable sum. A simple elevation of its price could yield a C-rank reward, or even half of a B-rank mission. For someone like him, a perpetual low-ranking ninja, it was a windfall from the heavens. The two youngsters before him, Saburo Ida, regarded with utter disdain. Orochimaru was not inclined to show any mercy, coldly stating, if you possess the capability, then come and take it. After a period of training at home, he had made notable progress in the body flicker technique and shuriken throwing technique. The current Orochimaru was not only unafraid, but even felt an exhilarating urge to engage. With a heart steeled like a blade, a murderous intent arose within him. His words and actions, however, provoked his adversary. You little brat. Let me teach you a proper lesson. You have no idea of the vastness of heaven and earth. He drew upon the chakra within him, his legs surging forward as he charged towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru. In his mind, all the fish should belong to him, along with that peculiar fishing tool. With this instrument in hand, he was certain he could reap substantial profits during times of rising prices. How shameless can one be? Jiraiya exclaimed in anger. An adult ninja, appearing from nowhere, audaciously attempted to seize the belongings of two children. You little brat, hand it over. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ida Saburo's eyes as he reached out to snatch the generator and backpack. But in the next instant, a pebble was cast from Orochimaru's hand, its trajectory failing to strike Ida Saburo. Ida Saburo scoffed disdainfully, tilting his head slightly and easily dodging the projectile. Ha! I am a high and mighty ninja. How dare you challenge me? Just as he spoke, his body trembled, his tongue quivering, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Orochimaru, who had previously held the generator, now stood behind Ida Saburo, brandishing an electric shotgun. A single shot rendered Ida Saburo incapable of resistance. A fool blinded by greed truly elicited laughter. Just moments prior, when he had thrown the stone, Orochimaru had employed the body flicker technique and shadow clone technique to create a diversion. While it appeared he was present in one location, it was merely a clone. While his true self had stealthily exchanged positions with the stone, Orochimaru resolved the matter with Saburo Itachi and turned to depart. However, after taking just a few steps, he returned. He nearly overlooked the customary practice of examining the fallen after a battle. This had been a commendable habit he maintained during his past life in the realm of gaming. If the adversary sought him out first, it was only fitting for him to claim a modest share of the spoils. Yet, after a thorough search, he could only uncover 2 rusted kunai and a mere 1,000 ryo, a pitifully laughable sum. What a miserably impoverished outcome, truly worthless. Orochimaru delivered 2 kicks to him before turning to depart. The others, witnessing this, cast timid glances at the retreating figures of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, then shifted their gaze to the motionless Saburo Ida lying on the ground. However, the fish and shrimp floating in the river ultimately overcame their inner fears, dashing into the waters to catch their prey. Satisfying one's hunger was the paramount concern of this era. As they walked along the path to the orphanage, Jiraiya circled around Orochimaru, his face awash with astonishment. Orochimaru, did you just employ the technique known as the body double technique, as our teacher described? Jiraiya had observed the recent skirmish from the sidelines and was particularly astounded that the ninjutsu Orochimaru utilized resembled the body double technique spoken of by their mentor, Nara Shinichi. Orochimaru nodded and candidly stated, Indeed, I took a leave of absence to hone my mastery of the body replacement technique. I have already managed to independently refine my chakra, which prompted me to seek out Master Nara Shinichi for instruction in the technique. Orochimaru, you are truly remarkable, Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes wide with genuine astonishment. To have learned chakra refinement and the body replacement technique so early in your studies. Aside from a few boastful children from the ninja clan in our class, you stand out as the most impressive. At such a tender age, possessing the skills of chakra refinement and the body replacement technique places Orochimaru at the level of a typical low-ranking ninja in Konoha. Ordinarily, the ability to perform the body replacement technique alone would suffice to earn the title of a ninja. Having only recently begun his journey at the Ninja Academy, Orochimaru's astonishing accomplishments would undoubtedly leave others in awe. Clenching his fist and lifting his white-haired head, Jiraiya declared with unwavering resolve, "If you have achieved such greatness, I cannot lag behind. I too must strive to improve." Originally indifferent to training, Jiraiya began to feel a burgeoning competitive spirit ignited by Orochimaru's impressive feats. Orochimaru proclaimed, "Persevere. I have faith in you." Among the legendary Sannin of the future, his prowess is unparalleled. If one cannot believe in him, whom can they trust? Although Jiraiya is the only one among the Sannin to have perished, his formidable abilities are beyond dispute, and he is a versatile talent. Mastery in taijutsu, ninjutsu, summoning techniques, sage arts, and sealing jutsu, he excels in all disciplines. Had it not been for the lack of critical intelligence, his demise would likely have been a far more arduous endeavor. As they traversed the streets, a group of undernourished civilians gazed enviously at the two, or rather, at the fish and shrimp in their basket. Were it not for the occasional patrols by the Uchiha from the police department, they might have attempted to seize the bounty. It was only upon reaching the orphanage that those fervent gazes gradually dissipated. Orochimaru, too, was visiting the orphanage for the first time. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a dilapidated wooden structure and a yard overrun with weeds. In the courtyard, children of various ages lay scattered, most succumbing to hunger. It appeared that Might Guy's method of lying flat to endure hunger had become a universally adopted skill during this period. "Director, I have brought food." As he stepped inside, Jiraiya rushed towards a middle-aged woman clad in a long black dress, her features unremarkable. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, wore a face etched with wrinkles, her complexion a sickly yellow, and her eyes reflected a glimmer of concern. She gazed in astonishment at the fish and shrimp in Jiraiya's basket, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Little Jiraiya, where did you procure these?" Chapter 19, Light and Darkness. In response to her inquiry, Jiraiya excitedly replied, "I caught these with Orochimaru by the riverbank." There was a shameless ninja who attempted to snatch them away, but fortunately, Orochimaru swiftly subdued him. Upon hearing this, the matron turned her murky gaze towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded slightly, respectfully addressing the matron. "Aunt Dean, I heard from Jiraiya that the orphanage is in dire need of provisions. Therefore, I accompanied him to the riverbank to catch fish and shrimp. Please arrange for the children to be fed as generously as possible." Orochimaru's demeanor towards the matron, who took in orphans, was one of utmost respect. In this era, possessing a benevolent heart was a rare and precious quality. Moreover, sharing food with the children of the orphanage also served to cultivate his own reputation. Behold, what a pure embodiment of the will of fire. Good child." The matron gazed at the composed and gentle Orochimaru, nodding in approval. Under her guidance, a group of caregivers began transporting the fish and shrimp for cleaning and preparation, while the older children fetched clean water and heated oil in a pot. Soon, a rich fish soup materialized within the orphanage, its tantalizing aroma causing the children to swallow in anticipation. "How fragrant!" exclaimed one young child. Even without the addition of spices, the dish was sufficient to make the starved children, who had gone days without a proper meal, feel as though it were the most exquisite food in the world. The matron rose to serve the fish soup to the children, distributing small bowls, each of which was emptied with great enthusiasm. Some children, having finished their servings, would go on to lick their bowls clean, savoring every last drop. Orochimaru also partook in a modest portion, sipping a small bowl of fish soup. The flavor was quite pleasant, devoid of any overpowering fishy odor. The remaining fish and shrimp in the backpack were limited, yet with careful planning, they could sustain the orphanage for approximately a week. As Orochimaru stepped out of the orphanage's gates, a shadowy ninja adorned with an animal mask materialized before him. "Orochimaru, the third Hokage requests your presence." Orochimaru recognized the visitor. It was indeed the Umbu ninja who had previously delivered a message to him. Orochimaru nodded slightly, accompanying him to the Hokage Tower, which was one of his objectives, to draw the attention of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon his second visit to the Hokage Tower, Orochimaru navigated the familiar halls with ease, arriving at the Hokage's office. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, he beheld the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, alongside the youthful Danzo Shimura of that era. Danzo, a disciple of the second Hokage, a close friend of Hiruzen, the eternal ruler of Konoha, and the architect of the Root organization. Hiruzen sat at his desk while Danzo stood beside it, the two men embodying the light and darkness of Konoha, much like the coming decades would reflect. Upon Orochimaru's arrival, Hiruzen ceased his discussion with Danzo and turned to adopt a more genial demeanor. Smiling warmly at Orochimaru, he remarked, "Orochimaru, you've come. I heard you are using a generator to electrify fish in the river. I wish to. Before Hiruzen could complete his thought, the younger Danzo interrupted him. Clad in a sharp ninja outfit, his jawline was stern, and a prominent scar marred his face. Hiruzen, why waste words? Just issue a command, Danzo stated, scrutinizing Orochimaru with a cold gaze. Orochimaru, I am Danzo Shimura, assistant to the Hokage. Konoha is currently facing a food shortage, and your generator has the capacity to catch fish. The time has come for you to contribute to Konoha. The younger Danzo, while not yet the dark and twisted figure of the future, still possessed an unappealing demeanor. Before the 5-year-old Orochimaru, he could issue commands demanding contributions to Konoha without hesitation, an undeniable exploitation of child labor. Yet, such was the era, where children were often regarded as less than human. During the Warring States period, even 5- or 6-year-olds were thrust into battle, wielding weapons against their foes. Danzo's route would also gather numerous children for training, transforming them into tools for his own use. For the sake of Konoha, Danzo was willing to sacrifice anyone. Orochimaru, upon being discovered while fishing, exhibited no surprise. After all, the AMBU members under the Hokage possessed the capability to surveil the entire village. Fishing was merely a strategic move orchestrated by Orochimaru to draw the attention of the village's higher-ups and showcase his talents, inevitably requiring some cunning methods. As it stands, the plan appeared to be largely successful. However, Orochimaru understood that he could not display his intentions overtly, nor could he comply without question. He was not there to labor in vain. He needed to argue his case with conviction, especially given the absurdity of Danzo's demands. With Sarutobi Hiruzen present, he was confident that the latter would not remain passive. Gazing at Danzo, Orochimaru's eyes shimmered with astonishment and skepticism as he articulated, Lord Danzo, I am but a child. While I can fish with a generator, it is utterly implausible to sustain the food supply for thousands in Konoha. Such claims are alarmist at best. Danzo, feeling uncomfortable under Orochimaru's penetrating gaze, replied brusquely, This is an order. A ninja must unconditionally obey orders. If we endure this period, and once the trade routes from the Land of Fire to Konoha are restored, everything will return to normal, at most in a month, at least in a week. All you need to do during this time is to catch a sufficient quantity of fish to provide for the citizens of Konoha. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, Orochimaru. The situation in Konoha is dire. Many are going without food. I am left with no choice but to turn to you. I know you are a good child, deeply understanding of the will of fire, and I am certain you will assist. Did you not previously help the children at the orphanage? The residents of Konoha are equally starving and in need of your aid. The legendary Hokage's demeanor was so gentle that most would have readily acquiesced. Yet Orochimaru was no ordinary child. He possessed insight beyond his years. He countered, Is there not food available at the village granaries? Why not simply lower the prices? Even with an abundance of fish in the river, it would scarcely suffice for the entire village. Moreover, I am merely a child. How can I possibly manage such a monumental task? His words seemed to provoke a reaction in Danzo, stirring something within him. His previously cold visage darkened further. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression also soured. Danzo scoffed, These fools do not comprehend the will of fire, being solely preoccupied with their familial interests. If they were willing to cooperate, would I have need to seek you out? This utterance encapsulated the current plight of the village and the ninja clan. The village faced adversity, while the ninja clan remained obstinate. Orochimaru clicked his tongue in disbelief. Indeed, the third Hokage and the shadows of this era possess little authority. Several unknown minor ninja clans audaciously disregard their commands. However, in pursuit of valuable intelligence, Orochimaru inquired once more, Why do you not dispatch ninjas? The efficacy of lightning techniques should be comparable. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, stating, Though Konoha appears tranquil, neighboring villages remain ever watchful. Currently, all available ninjas have been assigned to patrols and ensure the village's stability. The number of ninjas capable of lightning techniques in Konoha is limited, and their efficiency pales in comparison to your generators. In truth, the situation was even more dire than Sarutobi had portrayed. The first great ninja war had ravaged Konoha, leaving a significant depletion of ninjas across all ranks, exacerbating the village's manpower crisis. The clans, concerned for their kin, hesitated to deplete their own strength by sending out too many warriors. Is the village truly this beleaguered? Orochimaru expressed his astonishment. You, young man, are probing into village secrets, are you not? Danzo glared at Orochimaru with disdain, his voice icy. If I command you to go, you shall go. The remainder is not for you to know. Do not divulge today's conversation, or I shall have you arrested under the charges of endangering Konoha and spreading falsehoods. Observing Danzo's ire, Orochimaru feigned compliance, tugging at his lips as if zipping his mouth shut, signaling his intent to remain silent. Yet in his heart, Orochimaru had gleaned the village's precarious state. The ninja clans and the upper echelons of Konoha seemed to lack unity. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having recently ascended to power, received only superficial respect from the clans, who were rather dismissive in reality. When it came to self-interest, several clans disregarded Sarutobi entirely. During this period, Orochimaru had gradually sensed the underlying tensions within the village and the academy. The relationship between Konoha and the ninja clans was far from harmonious, marked by covert rivalries. This discord was not limited to Konoha. The other 4 great villages experienced similar, if not worse, strife. Take the land of Water's Kirigakure, where the ninja clan's rebellion had nearly annihilated the village's ninja populace. In other villages, the shadows were also cleansing dissenting ninjas, albeit discreetly. The eventual suppression of the ninja clans by Sarutobi and Danzo likely began during this tumultuous time. From the perspective of the common ninja, the clans indeed required restraint. Chapter 20. The tongue-sealing technique. Having grasped the situation, Orochimaru readily agreed, stipulating his conditions. I am duty-bound to serve Konoha. However, I require personnel and resources. My small generators are insufficient. I must construct new ones. Additionally, it would be prudent to assign a ninja to me, for I fear potential assassins lurk in the shadows. Danzo scoffed, expressing his annoyance. You are overthinking this, young man. With us present, who would dare harm you in Konoha? He perceived Orochimaru's fears as unreasonable and an unwarranted drain on the village's ninja resources. Konoha could still provide basic manpower and supplies. As for Orochimaru's apprehension of being targeted, Danzo regarded it as absurd. This was Konoha, after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen, remaining silent, tacitly endorsed Danzo's sentiments. They still retained some confidence. Watching the duo's assured expressions, Orochimaru felt a slight pang of doubt. He had indeed sensed something amiss during his journey. Yet, given their unwavering confidence, he dared not press the matter further and resolved to remain vigilant. By the way, Third Hokage, has the equipment you promised me yet to arrive? Sarutobi replied. It will be here soon. Once we gather the supplies tomorrow, we shall send them to you. Hearing this, Orochimaru felt a wave of relief wash over him. After several days of anticipation, he had feared that Sarutobi might renege on his promise. With an influx of resources and manpower, Orochimaru's spirits lifted. Departing from the Hokage's office, he hummed a tuneless melody, strolling leisurely down the street. As long as the supplies did not pertain to ninjas, Sarutobi was indeed quite generous, providing everything he needed. Orochimaru discreetly added numerous items to the inventory list that he coveted. The so-called justification naturally comprised technical jargon concerning the enhancement of generators, increasing efficiency and voltage. In reality, the surplus materials were undoubtedly siphoned off for his own benefit. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, lacking understanding of these matters, assumed that the youthful Orochimaru would not resort to deceit. Thus they approved all his requests. After all, their youth rendered them less cunning than they would become in the future. Once the materials were acquired, Orochimaru could establish a somewhat formal laboratory. He had never forgotten his formidable scientific prowess. Without external aids, he could only rely on his innate aptitude for learning and his research abilities. He intended to leverage scientific inquiry to bolster his training in ninjutsu, hastening his ascent in power. While cultivation requires a methodical approach, science does not abide by such constraints. The emergence of a single technology can precipitate a dramatic leap in strength. The evening streets were tranquil and silent, devoid of pedestrians, and not a whisper disturbed the stillness. This eerie silence heightened Orochimaru's vigilance as he walked. Just as his wary gaze scanned the surroundings, a pitch-black shuriken hurtled towards him, aimed at his throat. A sharp clang resonated through the air. Orochimaru raised a kunai, positioning it defensively against his chest, successfully parrying a strike potent enough to sever his throat. Who could it be? Orochimaru cast a vigilant glance around him, his entire body taut, his eyes brimming with wariness and a chilling glint. Having scarcely exited the Hokage building, he found himself confronted by an enemy ambush, a truly absurd turn of events. The emphatic words of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo still echoed in his ears, now rendered painfully ironic. Orochimaru harbored a persistent suspicion that the recent assassination attempt was somehow linked to his summons to the Hokage's office, likely stemming from a conflict over resources. Indeed, obstructing one's source of income could very well lead to dire consequences, as dramatized in numerous television series. However, despite his musings, he never anticipated that anyone would dare to attack him within the confines of the village. Was the ninja clan truly this ferocious during these times? Although nothing was certain, Orochimaru's intuition hinted that this was the work of the ninja clan engaging in price manipulation. Not far away, a shadowy figure darted towards him with alarming speed. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a ninja, half of his face obscured, brandishing a shuriken aimed at Orochimaru. Within the village, the assailant refrained from causing a significant commotion and opted to employ taijutsu to eliminate Orochimaru. "You little brat, accept your fate," the adversary snarled, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The palpable aura of hostility enveloped Orochimaru, sending a chill down his spine, instilling an unwarranted fear within him. Noticing Orochimaru's frozen demeanor, the assailant's face twisted into a cruel smile as he lunged forward with the shuriken. "How could a mere child withstand my terrifying aura?" he taunted. As the shuriken grazed Orochimaru's throat, he lowered his voice to a chilling whisper, "You have chosen the wrong moment to appear. It is time for you to perish." Yet, to his astonishment, as the shuriken made contact with Orochimaru's skin, no blood flowed, causing the attacker's expression to shift in disbelief. "It should be you who meets your demise." Suddenly, another figure appeared, none other than Orochimaru himself, wielding a kunai which he hurled towards his foe. The black kunai glimmered ominously, targeting the assailant's throat, chest, and eyes. Given the short distance, the kunai flew swiftly. However, while the kunai was indeed fast, the enemy proved even swifter. With superior combat experience and reflexes, the opponent raised his shuriken just in time to deflect Orochimaru's attack. Hokage Bokuji stared in astonishment at Orochimaru, taken aback that such a child could outwit him. "When did you form those hand seals?" he wondered, having received orders from his clan. He had been lurking nearby for quite some time. Despite observing Orochimaru's every movement, he failed to discern when the boy had completed the seals. It was inconceivable that Orochimaru could execute jutsu without hand seals. Such feats were reserved for the first Hokage, the god of ninja. Orochimaru let out a cold snort, refraining from answering her question, and instead pressed on with his assault. The individual before him possessed formidable strength and exuded an aura of lethal intent. As if poised to eliminate any witnesses, Orochimaru found it impossible to feign weakness and launch a surprise attack. "Very well. Let me test the fruits of my seclusion against you." Orochimaru wielded a kunai, casting it towards Beiwanbo with swift precision. Simultaneously, his tightly coiled tongue flicked rapidly within his mouth, forming seals to manipulate the chakra within and unleash the shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive sounds, several wisps of white smoke dissipated, revealing 3 clones that bore an uncanny resemblance to Orochimaru himself before Beiwanbo. This bizarre scene startled Beiwanbo, not due to the clone technique itself, but because he had not witnessed Orochimaru forming any seals. The notion that one could employ the shadow clone technique without seals was utterly preposterous. A fiery glint ignited in his eyes as he gazed at Orochimaru with avarice. "Hand over the method to release ninjutsu without seals, and I may spare your life." His intention was clear. He sought to deceive Orochimaru, intending to eliminate him once he obtained the coveted technique, thus fulfilling his family's mission. However, Orochimaru was not swayed by his words. He commanded his clones to assault alongside his true form. Although Orochimaru was at a disadvantage against a conventional adversary, he possessed a weapon capable of turning the tide of battle. Just as Beiwanbo executed a sweeping motion with a shuriken, he was struck by a surge of formidable electrical energy. Zzz. Blue sparks of electricity enveloped him, and the overwhelming current rendered him incapable of resistance. His body went rigid, collapsing to the ground, muscles twitching involuntarily, his eyes devoid of life. Witnessing this, Orochimaru exhaled a sigh of relief, sinking to the ground in exhaustion. The confrontation had drained a significant portion of his chakra and stamina. During the execution of the clone technique, he had also employed a transformation technique, altering his kunai into an electric shock weapon. This strategic maneuver allowed him to ambush and defeat his opponent under their very gaze. A mere child, still inexperienced in his training, could hardly engage directly. Stealth was his only recourse. What a perilous battle, he mused. His emotions tangled as he observed his foe sprawled on the ground. He recognized his own limitations and strength. Fortunately, he had mastered the 3-body technique and devised a method for the release of ninjutsu without seals. The essence of this technique was not that it eliminated the need for seals entirely, but rather that it substituted other parts of the body in place of the hands. This concept stemmed from his observations of Alai, a character with ambiguous ties to Kakashi in the original narrative, who, as an information ninja, possessed the ability to form seals with his eyes. If the eyes could form seals, then surely other body parts could as well. The use of the tongue for this purpose was also a viable alternative. Orochimaru showcased his unique talents, utilizing his supple, elongated tongue to weave intricate hand seals and channel chakra within himself. This technique, a product of extensive contemplation, served as a clandestine trump card, capable of yielding unforeseen results in combat. After all, aside from the first Hokage, most ninjas are reliant on their fingers for hand seals. The use of a tongue to execute seals is indeed an extraordinary and almost unfair advantage. It is a skill only a prodigy like Orochimaru, whose tongue is flexible enough to perform any motion, could master. Chapter 21. White Fang within the Hokage office. Danzo, with his hands clasped behind his back, suddenly spoke as he watched Orochimaru retreat. Hiruzen, this child possesses commendable character and capabilities. Allow me to mentor him. If entrusted to my guidance, I shall cultivate his talents and ensure his contributions to Konoha. Orochimaru, endowed with exceptional talent and intellect, was a valuable asset that Root desperately needed, which explains Danzo's insistence. In the nascent stages of Root, Danzo found himself lacking in available talent, a predicament that contradicted his reputation as the shadow of Konoha. Otherwise, true to his character, he would have quietly eliminated a few ninja clans that inflated prices. All who posed a threat to Konoha would become his adversaries. Hiruzen. Orochimaru has already enrolled in the Ninja Academy and possesses a strong will of fire. He cannot join Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly rejected. He held high expectations for the emerging talent of Orochimaru. Hiruzen, you have seen his capabilities. Orochimaru has the potential to improve generators, and his research talents far surpass his ninja skills. If he joins Root, I can provide him with substantial funding for his education, gather various knowledge, and help him become a top-tier scientist, Danzo argued persuasively. Absolutely not. Orochimaru is off limits. I see great potential in this child with his outstanding gifts and intellect, and I intend to observe him further with the hope of taking him as my disciple. In the face of Danzo's demands, Hiruzen expressed his optimism for Orochimaru. He had received intelligence from Nara Shikaku indicating that Orochimaru had already mastered chakra extraction techniques and was proficient in the body flicker technique. Orochimaru's talents in ninjutsu are scarcely inferior to his prowess in research, a figure as remarkable as he could not possibly be entrusted to Danzo, who had only recently established the roots. One could only speculate what sort of being he might mold Orochimaru into. This situation illustrates that Orochimaru's ambition to present himself before the upper echelons has indeed come to fruition. Suddenly, a knock interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's conversation. Lord Hokage. Urgent news. Orochimaru has been ambushed on his way home. Upon hearing the report from the Umbu ninja, both Sarutobi and Danzo's expressions turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. The swiftness of this blow to their expectations ignited their fury. Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to his feet and urgently inquired, "What has happened to Orochimaru?" Orochimaru is indeed crucial to the village's food supply, and he is a prodigy recently discovered. Nothing must happen to him. Should any misfortune befall him, it would be a severe embarrassment. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo recalled his previous remarks. His face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. A member of the Umbu reported, Orochimaru is unharmed. He defeated and incapacitated his assailant and is currently beneath the Hokage building. Upon hearing that Orochimaru was safe, Sarutobi Hiruzen released a sigh of relief but still inquired, "Have we ascertained the enemy's identity?" The Umbu member lowered his voice, replying, "Yes, he is a Nin from the Kitakami clan. Although we have yet to interrogate him, we discovered family insignia on his person." Following this revelation, an eerie silence enveloped the office. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the stillness, his expression icy as he strode out with purpose. Danzo's demeanor was dark, his eyes glinting with intense malice. "The Kitakami clan, those despicable wretches. I shall not let them escape unpunished. They have not only exploited the village's prices but have also dared to murder our children, truly outrageous." However, the fact that Orochimaru managed to defeat a Nin astonished and perplexed Danzo. Could he truly be that gifted? No, I must draw him closer to the root. With this thought, Danzo followed Hiruzen out of the office. Outside the Hokage building, Orochimaru leaned against the door, resting his eyes to recuperate the chakra expended during the battle. He was too young, possessing insufficient chakra for the casual release of jutsu in the future. After the confrontation, he quickly realized that reaching the Hokage building was his only sanctuary. The audacity of the ninja to attempt an assassination in the streets was nothing short of ruthless and relentless. The current state of the ninja world was utterly chaotic. If he could be attacked right in front of the Hokage building, Orochimaru felt that there was nowhere left for him to hide. In all honesty, he perceived the ninja of this era as untamed beasts, ferocious and cruel. Perhaps driven by greed for profit, they would dare to assassinate him. Living in a time of peace, he recognized that his understanding of the ninja world was somewhat skewed, clouded by its brutal and tumultuous nature. He understood the perilous nature of the path he had chosen, yet now that he had committed, he could only press on with unwavering resolve. Moreover, he had not returned empty-handed. He had uncovered valuable items from the bodies he had examined earlier. After some time, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the Hokage building. His face flushed with fury after interrogating Kitakami-bo. His expression was grave, but it softened slightly upon seeing Orochimaru, who appeared unscathed. He was taken aback. Kitakami-bo was a nin, yet he had fallen to Orochimaru, a mere novice ninja student. This adaptability in combat surpassed that of the vast majority. Orochimaru, are you unharmed? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Orochimaru shook his head, feigning a look of terror and trepidation. This display ignited a furious blaze within Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lamented the plight of such a fine child reduced to such a state. This time, I was at fault. I neglected your safety. I shall dispatch shinobi to protect you, ensuring that such an incident does not recur. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "It is imperative that a powerful ninja is assigned to safeguard me. Were it not for my cunning, utilizing an electric shock weapon to ambush that fiend, I would surely have met a dire fate." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly and responded, "Indeed, during this period, you must refrain from wandering about. Remain at home and diligently study the generator. I shall ensure that the necessary personnel and resources are delivered to you." With that, he clapped his hands, and a member of the Umbu emerged from the shadows, standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Kakashi, the safety of Orochimaru is entrusted to you." Orochimaru raised his gaze and beheld an Umbu ninja, slightly older than himself, standing before him, with his tousled white hair and an animal mask adorning his face. The figure exuded an aura of sharpness, a fierce presence that was palpable. The short blade strapped to his back added to the impression of a drawn weapon, ready to strike. Could it be White Fang, the legendary White Fang? Orochimaru contemplated the future of Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, the father of Hatake Kakashi. Considering the age, Hatake Tsukumo was approximately the same age as him, perhaps even slightly older. Judging by Tsukumo's appearance, he seemed to be in his early teens, though Orochimaru was uncertain of his capabilities. Noticing Orochimaru's gaze fixated on Tsukumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. "Orochimaru, do not be deceived by White Fang's youth. His strength is formidable, and he ranks among the elite of the Chunin. With him by your side, even if a Jonin were to attempt your assassination, he could buy you some time." It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen held a significant level of trust in Hatake Tsukumo. Orochimaru nodded, harboring a sense of curiosity towards the future controversial figure, Konoha's White Fang. Now, he had been dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to serve as Orochimaru's personal bodyguard, a gesture that Orochimaru graciously welcomed. On their way home, Hatake Tsukumo remained silent, embodying the fundamental qualities of a ninja. However, Orochimaru's interest in him was piqued, prompting him to initiate conversation. Yet, Hatake Tsukumo paid no heed, dutifully observing their surroundings as he escorted Orochimaru home. Upon arriving, Orochimaru opened the door and invited Tsukumo, saying, "White Fang, I appreciate your assistance during this time. Since you are to protect me, you may as well reside in my home. After all, my parents are no longer here, leaving a room vacant." Hatake Tsukumo paused in surprise but nodded in agreement. He was uncertain why Orochimaru was treating him so kindly. Accustomed to solitude, he found this arrangement somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, Orochimaru was correct. To fulfill the task of guarding him, residing together was indeed the most practical solution. Entering the house, Tsukumo sat quietly, while Orochimaru adeptly began preparing a meal. Living alone, with no takeout options available, Orochimaru had no choice but to cook for himself. Remarkably, his innate talent shone through in the kitchen. He discovered that he could excel at anything he set his mind to. Perhaps this was the unique gift of a top-tier genius. As the fragrant dishes were served at the table, Hatake Tsukumo involuntarily swallowed hard. Typically, he dined alone on tough rice balls and simple fare, and he was astonished to find that Orochimaru, younger than himself, possessed such remarkable culinary skills. Orochimaru chuckled. "Konoha's White Fang, shall we dine together?" He harbored a certain goodwill towards the future of Konoha, a warrior of remarkable prowess. This mingling of Orochimaru's inherent nature and his desire for camaraderie gradually eased the vigilance of Tsukumo Hatake. He nodded slightly, clasped his hands together, and softly uttered, "Pardon the intrusion." As the delectable dishes graced his palate, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Tsukumo's eyes, and his pace of consumption hastened considerably. Observing his earnest enjoyment, Orochimaru smiled subtly, confident that the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine would undoubtedly captivate his companion's taste buds. Once the meal concluded and the table was cleared of its dishes, Orochimaru extended an invitation to Tsukumo. "White Fang, would you care to engage in a spar? I seek to augment my combat experience. With greater experience, even in the face of adversaries, I can act independently, not becoming a burden to you, and endure until the patrols arrive." Initially reluctant to acquiesce, Tsukumo found merit in Orochimaru's reasoning, though the primary factor was the age-old adage, one is easily swayed by favors received. The young Tsukumo, unaware of this subtle manipulation, unwittingly fell into Orochimaru's snare. He nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, you may attack with all your might, and I shall be mindful not to injure you." His short blade vanished from his back, reappearing in his hand in an instant. Noticing Tsukumo's seriousness, Orochimaru too became earnest, drawing forth his kunai and shuriken. Apart from the shadow clone technique, he had devoted considerable time to mastering throwing techniques. In combat against other ninjas, kunai and shuriken are the most conventional tools of the trade. In this encounter, Orochimaru refrained from employing the electric shock weapon, recognizing it as an unfair advantage. In truth, once understood, the weapon's power and terror would diminish considerably. His earlier successes in ambushing ninjas were largely due to the element of surprise and discrepancies in intelligence. Ninjas are beings born for slaughter. With sufficient information, they can devise specialized counter-strategies and even turn the tide against stronger foes. Thus, most ninjas in the shinobi world diligently guard their intelligence, ensuring that their secrets remain concealed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Orochimaru hurled several shurikens towards Kakashi Hatake, simultaneously propelling his body forward with a kunai in hand to launch an assault. In the face of this barrage, Kakashi remained composed, drawing his short blade, White Fang, to parry the incoming projectiles. A blade of light, reminiscent of moonlit elegance, swept across the sky, effortlessly sending several shurikens spiraling to the ground. Yet, against the onslaught of Orochimaru's kunai, Kakashi continued to wield his White Fang with precision, although the techniques employed were ostensibly ordinary. An air of chilling intensity enveloped Orochimaru as he faced Kakashi. The clash of blades resonated, a symphony of metallic echoes filling the air as the short blade and kunai collided, creating a cascade of sharp, ringing sounds. Orochimaru wielded his shuriken, striking and slashing with reckless abandon, devoid of any discernible strategy, while Kakashi Hatake stood resolute, embodying an unwavering presence. In that moment, Orochimaru realized the profound depth of traditional combat and the rich heritage of the shinobi. He continuously adapted and learned, rapidly enhancing his combat reflexes. As the battle intensified, Orochimaru discerned that Kakashi was genuinely earnest, diligently engaging with him and offering guidance. Regardless of his own speed and strength, Kakashi matched him with comparable vigor, imparting an exceedingly comfortable sensation to Orochimaru. Amidst the clashing of blades, Orochimaru's gaze remained fixated on Kakashi, meticulously studying his every maneuver. Every breath and subtle movement was nearly replicated with precision. Though it was not ideal, there was no alternative. Orochimaru is currently merely a novice in the arts of the transformation technique and throwing technique. To swiftly attain greater strength, he must engage in imitation and study. Orochimaru understood that the most formidable aspects of Hatake Tsukumo were his swordsmanship and taijutsu, and thus he was determined to learn diligently. This was an unparalleled opportunity. As Hatake Tsukumo observed Orochimaru, who was repeatedly repelled yet relentlessly charged forward, his expression shifted from calmness to astonishment. Despite having little combat experience and relying solely on ambush tactics to defeat ninjas, Orochimaru's capacity for learning was remarkably robust. Tsukumo was taken aback to discover that Orochimaru's combat experience and physical reflexes were rapidly enhancing. Furthermore, Tsukumo sensed an indescribable aura emanating from Orochimaru, reminiscent of something he had encountered before, strikingly familiar. The intensity of their confrontation escalated, evolving from mere exchanges into a genuine clash of skill. Orochimaru discovered that his talent for swordsmanship was quite remarkable, truly befitting one destined to wield the Kusanagi blade in the future. With a sharp crack, the air resonated. Orochimaru ceased his offensive stance, lowering his gaze to the shuriken clutched in his hand, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. The ordinary metallic shuriken, having failed to withstand the prowess of Kakashi's short blade, was rendered utterly defunct. Nevertheless, the single shuriken had yielded a wealth of practical combat experience, a trait Orochimaru deemed invaluable. With such experience under his belt, he would possess an array of strategies for future confrontations against adversaries. In subsequent battles, even without resorting to the body flicker technique or electric weaponry, he could triumph over foes with absolute legitimacy. Kakashi, let us conclude today's sparring session here. I am grateful for your companionship. My combat proficiency has markedly improved, albeit at the expense of considerable stamina. I shall retire early to recuperate, as tomorrow promises to be demanding. Kakashi nodded slightly. Although he had not fully satisfied his thirst for combat, he understood the gravity of the situation. Moreover, with Orochimaru's shuriken shattered, he was no longer fit for battle. Had it not been for his renowned blade, White Fang, Kakashi surmised that Orochimaru could have remained a formidable opponent for a while longer. Such combat talent intrigued Kakashi. After 2 bouts, Orochimaru enjoyed a restful night, sleeping soundly and steadily. In contrast, Kakashi maintained a half-closed gaze, entering a meditative state, vigilantly guarding Orochimaru at all times. Upon awakening the next day, Orochimaru felt remarkably refreshed. Just as he and Kakashi finished their breakfast, a knock resonated at the door, heightening Kakashi's alertness. Under Kakashi's watchful eye, the door creaked open. To their surprise, several adult men stood at the threshold, accompanied by a hodgepodge of supplies. The leader stepped forward, addressing Orochimaru with respect. Might I inquire if you're Orochimaru? I am Tanaka Sakuta, dispatched by Lord Hokage to assist you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us. His demeanor was respectful and composed, showing no condescension or skepticism due to Orochimaru's youth. Recognizing the men as subordinates sent by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru nodded slightly, inviting them inside. He mused internally on the efficiency of Sarutobi's arrangements. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the 6 adult men had brought an ample supply of materials, meticulously ensuring that nothing was overlooked and that all promised equipment had indeed arrived. Orochimaru nodded, directing Tanaka Sakuta to lead the others in their tasks. Although these individuals were merely common folk, each possessed a unique skill, being artisans of the Hidden Leaf Village. Their status as ordinary citizens rendered them relatively expendable, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to generously allocate them to Orochimaru's service. The 6 workers executed Orochimaru's directives with meticulous precision, leaving no room for error. In return for the laborers sent to him, Orochimaru made efficient use of their abilities, expertly assigning them various tasks. Some transported goods, others forged metallic implements, while still others measured data, and so forth. Before long, the spacious courtyard was alive with bustling activity. Indeed, everything was poised to improve. Orochimaru gazed upon the scene before him, a sense of delight swelling within his heart. With both human and material resources at his disposal, he was determined to utilize them effectively for his own benefit. The first step was to upgrade his laboratory. Chapter 23. Upgrading the equipment once the laboratory had been revitalized. Orochimaru directed the workers to commence the fabrication of various components. After a considerable time, the laborers, adhering to the blueprints provided by Orochimaru, meticulously crafted batch after batch of parts. Observing the multitude of components, a subtle smile graced Orochimaru's lips. There was no shortage of parts. With a little polishing, they could be put to use. Moreover, these components could not only be assembled into a generator, but could also be configured into other devices. Very well. You may break for lunch. I shall handle the remainder, he instructed, dismissing the workers. Orochimaru then began to piece the components together, assembling one miniature generator after another. The generators were compact, perfectly sized to be carried on one's back, making them ideal for fishing by the river. As Orochimaru skillfully engaged in his task, Shikamaru stood nearby, observing with curiosity. It was his first encounter with such a marvelous contraption. After all, his life had primarily revolved around training and combat. Such extraordinary scientific devices as generators were indeed a rarity. White Fang, would you care to give it a try? Orochimaru inquired, noticing Shikamaru's intrigue. He handed him a generator while explaining its operation. With an inquisitive demeanor, Shikamaru extended his hand and, following Orochimaru's instructions, vigorously turned the handle. The speed was astonishing, generating sparks of electricity in an instant. As he witnessed the flickering arcs of electricity, a novel sensation arose within Shikamaru. Can one truly generate electric current without chakra? What an intriguing device. It was indeed his first experience with an object capable of substituting for lightning-release chakra, and remarkable for not being crafted for the purpose of destruction. Orochimaru explained, chakra is a form of energy produced by the human body, and the exercise you are currently engaging in is also a type of energy. Both are manifestations of power. Chakra is the force arising from the amalgamation of cellular energy and mental will, while your present activity derives its impetus solely from physical exertion. Though distinct, both can be regarded as forms of strength. Kakashi, seemingly grasping the essence, nodded thoughtfully while contemplating the generator. As a ninja hailing from the Hatake clan, he had been trained from a young age to accomplish missions, with chakra cultivation aimed primarily at combat and assassination. Witnessing Orochimaru employ a generator for fishing felt akin to the revelation of a new realm. It dawned upon him that beyond chakra, there existed other forms of power, not solely for the purpose of taking life, but also for the preservation of it. During Kakashi's contemplative silence, Orochimaru transported the remaining materials to his laboratory. These were valuable resources acquired at considerable risk. In light of the escalating conflict between the village and the ninja clans, Orochimaru sensed the necessity of augmenting his arsenal. He contemplated setting traps and defensive measures around his home, as explosive tags were military supplies beyond the reach of a mere child. He resolved to utilize what was available to him. In his laboratory, Orochimaru stealthily crafted electric wire, meticulously arranging it around his courtyard. The wires were thin and discreet, barely perceptible to the untrained eye. Any intruder who dared to enter through an unconventional route would trigger a high-voltage current, thereby establishing a formidable defense and alert system. Regarding the issue of power supply, Orochimaru harbored no concerns. He intended to construct a water turbine generator to be placed in the South River, dedicated to generating and storing electricity in batteries. Electricity was a form of energy that Orochimaru could adeptly manipulate, having lived in a world where it was ubiquitous and easily accessible. Once the electric wires were properly installed, Orochimaru turned his attention to the stun gun. With the arrival of new materials, he embarked on modifications and upgrades. The previous model of the stun gun had a limited range, necessitating close proximity for effective use, rendering it rather impractical. In the latest version, Orochimaru has incorporated his own requirements, enhancing both the attack range and distance, with a series of resounding clangs. A new feature has been added, heralding the arrival of the upgraded electric gun. Observing the electric gun capable of launching electrified wires, Orochimaru contentedly stowed it away in his pocket. Little did anyone suspect that this short-range weapon would unleash powerful currents through metallic strands. Just as Orochimaru contemplated ceasing his endeavors, he noticed the remaining materials on the experimental table and felt a spark of inspiration. Relying solely on the electric gun as an offensive tool seemed rather monotonous. Perhaps it would be prudent to create something else. The more techniques a ninja possesses, the better. Thus, I ought to pursue further knowledge. Orochimaru surveyed the ample materials at his disposal and proceeded to manipulate and refine them. In a short span of time, he crafted a belt adorned with an array of kunai and shuriken. Though the belt appeared to be an ordinary accessory at first glance, it concealed a compact power-generating device within. The ninja tools were intricately connected to the belt by slender wires. At the moment of combat, should he hurl these tools, the unsuspecting adversary would find themselves ensnared by the wires, rendering them incapacitated, a truly unforeseen predicament. The mere thought of the enemy's astonished gaze filled Orochimaru with an uncontrollable thrill. The prospect of deploying his full arsenal to deliver a devastating blow to his foes stirred a palpable eagerness within him. Nonetheless, he ultimately decided against such reckless abandon. Restraint was paramount. He was Orochimaru, destined for greatness. To perish foolishly would be a disgrace, forever etching his name upon the pillar of shame reserved for those who traverse dimensions. In the afternoon, after their meal, the workers returned to find 3 generators and a medium-sized hydroelectric generator arranged in the courtyard, their expressions a mix of astonishment. They had not anticipated that such an assembly could be completed in such a brief interval. Those among them who had harbored aspirations of learning from this display were compelled to extinguish their impractical notions. Orochimaru gazed upon them and declared, "I have successfully completed the fish-catching generator. Each of you will receive one, while the remaining individuals shall transport this hydroelectric generator to the South River. Shortly, I shall accompany you to the river and instruct you on its operation." A chorus of affirmations followed, as the group regarded the generator with eyes brimming with curiosity. Moments later, Orochimaru led the assembly towards the South River, a formidable procession. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had not publicized this undertaking, most villagers observed the scene with bewilderment. Shikamaru Nara trailed closely behind Orochimaru, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, wary of any potential ambush. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed a malicious gaze sweeping in their direction. Before long, the group arrived at the South River. Orochimaru summoned everyone and instructed, "Now place the hydroelectric generator at the most turbulent section of the river and wait a while. Once it is fully charged, remove the simple battery I crafted and insert it into the fishing generator. The operation of the generator is quite straightforward. Simply press the switch to unleash the stored current. Since there are only 3 generators, form pairs and take turns working." His instructions were clear and concise, and the 6 individuals, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped his intent and commenced their tasks. In the rushing river, the blades of the hydroelectric machine spun rapidly, generating a multitude of electric currents. This astonishing spectacle immediately captivated the attention of the onlookers. As they beheld this marvel, it felt as if they had traversed into another era. The workers, burdened with the generators, maneuvered along the riverbank while controlling the direction of the current. Currents spread throughout the water, accompanied by faint, piercing sounds, stunning fish one after another. In a world where fishing relied solely on nets and rods, utilizing electricity to catch fish was indeed a significant advancement. Fish on, fish on. As the rigid bodies of the large fish floated to the surface, several individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. "Quick, bring in the fish." The men standing nearby, armed with nets, frantically scooped the fish into their nets. With each haul, more fish from upstream were struck by the current and floated to the surface. Before long, the large barrels they had brought were filled to the brim, overflowing. Observing this scene, Orochimaru nodded slightly. Indeed, this should suffice to provide an explanation to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. However, additional hands are needed to transport the captured fish back to the village. Chapter 24. The art of the telescope. In a nearby forest, where foliage was dense and vegetation lush, dappled sunlight filtered down from above. A villager clad in ordinary attire lay beside a great tree, using the broad brim of his hat to shield his face, seemingly in a state of pretense. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that beneath the brim, he was utilizing a palm-sized crystal ball to spy on the happenings by the riverbank. The crystal ball provided an unobstructed view of the riverside. This was none other than a secret technique, the art of the telescope, a unique skill belonging to the Domping clan. The Domping clan possessed formidable sensory abilities and had developed this exclusive technique, enabling them to observe events within a radius of several kilometers, thus avoiding ambushes from bandits and rogue ninjas during food transport. The Songlong clan excelled in the crafting of storage scrolls, allowing for the transport of vast quantities of food in one go. The Baewon clan, known for their powerful combat prowess, moved like the wind with remarkable stealth, tasked with protection duties. The 3 clans united monopolized a significant portion of the food industry and supply routes in Konoha and the Land of Fire. Domping Jinjue watched the fish being continuously pulled from the river, his brows furrowed, his eyes glinting with malice. Damn it, the Baewon clan is utterly useless. They couldn't even eliminate a mere rookie. However, this young boy does possess some skill, inventing such a peculiar device. Using lightning to catch fish is indeed extravagant and wasteful. If harnessed in battle, it could undoubtedly enhance our clan's strength. What infuriated him further was that the third Hokage, this young man, intended to have him fish to alleviate the food crisis for the villagers of Konoha, a blatant slap in the face to the 3 major ninja clans. His purpose for coming was to investigate Orochimaru's fishing with the generator. Although the 3 clans lacked overt power, their strength ranked above average in Konoha, and they amassed considerable wealth through their businesses in the village. United, they rivaled some of the oldest ninja clans, with most individuals too intimidated to confront them directly. Furthermore, they were backed by the Uchiha clan, Konoha's foremost noble house. Thus emboldened, the 3 clans dared to inflate food prices when Konoha's supply routes were disrupted, waiting to reap the rewards. The profits gained during this exceptional period were astonishing, leading to their increasing audacity and recklessness. They realized that the newly appointed 3rd Hokage lacked the capability and means of the 2nd Hokage, failing to reign in most ninja clans, which emboldened them further. The village's troubles mattered little to them. The discontent of the villagers was irrelevant as they sought to monopolize Konoha's food industry and elevate prices purely for profit. They anticipated that once they had earned enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen would come to plead with them, and they would relent. However, unexpectedly, A boy named Orochimaru employed a special device to generate electricity for fishing, which was subsequently brought to the Hokage building by the Umbu members, the foolish Baewon clan. Upon receiving this news, acted without consulting the other clans and dispatched a Chunin to assassinate him on the way. They believed that eliminating a mere rookie would be an effortless task once he was disposed of. The food crisis in Konoha would have to rely on the three clans for resolution, and Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely not dare to confront them. Yet, the reality was that the mission failed, and the assailant was captured and delivered to the Hokage building. When the other two clans learned of this, they were instantly terrified. To commit murder in the village, targeting a child, only to fail, was utterly absurd. While the three clans were left in a state of dread, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not immediately take action against them. Instead, he entrusted the boy with a significant responsibility. His behavior immediately led the clan elders to deduce the reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen likely feared that Orochimaru's method of fishing would prove ineffective, ultimately requiring the three clans' assistance, hence his reluctance to act. If this boy could indeed resolve the village's food crisis, the three clans would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the Hokage. Meanwhile, Dongping Jinjue remained hidden, spying on Orochimaru's results. Now, having witnessed the outcome, he reaped considerable rewards. Had it not been for the protection of the Umbu members, Dongping Jinjue would have surely rushed forth to eliminate this boy named Orochimaru and destroy the nefarious machine. In his mind, all who obstructed the interests of his clan deserved to be eradicated. Orochimaru remained oblivious to the presence of any observers. Yet an instinctive awareness whispered to him that someone might be discreetly watching. This notion heightened his vigilance. After a considerable wait, however, he saw no sign of any adversary approaching. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. Buckets of fish were drawn ashore and delivered to the designated location. Upon receiving this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. Truly, my discerning eye has identified Orochimaru's exceptional talents. Hiruzen pondered. Recognizing Orochimaru as a gifted individual worthy of cultivation, he resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would take Orochimaru as his disciple, instilling within him the essence of the will of fire. Danzo observed the fish in the buckets, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Hiruzen, Orochimaru's operational capabilities are commendable. He would be an excellent fit for my route. Allow him to join me. He added, you are aware that route has only recently been established, and I lack any substantial subordinates. No, Orochimaru is mine, Hiruzen firmly rejected. Talent is abundant, yet true gifted individuals are regrettably scarce. As Hokage, he found himself in dire need of capable personnel. Orochimaru had been predetermined for the task. How could he easily relinquish it to Danzo? Remaining in the shadowy depths of route? Danzo, now that food has arrived, why not take charge and distribute the fish to the villagers unable to afford a meal? Sarutobi Hiruzen diverted the topic. Danzo replied with displeasure, as an aide to the Hokage and the leader of route, is it not beneath my dignity to hand out fish? Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, what else can be done? I cannot find anyone else suitable for this task. Surely, I cannot undertake it myself as the Hokage. It was indeed a lamentable situation. Within his position as Hokage, he lacked any capable aides to assist him. He was neither endowed with the formidable strength of the first Hokage nor the ruthlessness and cunning of the second. In comparison to his predecessors, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed rather ordinary. And thus he sought Danzo as assistance. Danzo frowned. I am entrenched beneath Konoha, constantly running errands. Such a role diminishes my original purpose. He suggested, how about calling upon Midogate Inn and Tsunade Koharu? They are idling at home, after all. Both were disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and were common ninja, sharing a brotherly bond with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. In this vast village, only these two could be entrusted to Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth. What about Akimichi Choza and Uchiha Kagami? Should we not invite them to assist as well? They too were disciples of Senju Tobirama and were equally well connected. However, Danzo had no intention of involving them. Akimichi Chozo was simple-minded and prone to blunders. The battlefield was his true domain. As for Uchiha Kagami, he belonged to the Uchiha clan, bearing a lineage tainted by darkness. Even as a disciple of their teacher, he could not be entirely trusted. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and waved his hand. In that case, let Midogate Inn and Tsunade Koharu come. I shall offer them the position of Konoha's advisory elders. Before long, a man and a woman entered. The man wore black glasses, his gaze sharp, with long black hair framing a face that was both fierce and composed. The woman had dark eyes and a delicate nose, with a strand of black hair cascading over the right side of her face, adorned with two colorful earrings. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. The duo greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen with utmost respect. Seeing his comrades in arms, a smile graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he approached them. Mito Gate Inn, Tsunade Koharu. There is no need for such formality. We are all comrades here. I summoned you both in hopes that you can assist me in distributing food to the villagers. Distributing food? Inquired Mito Gate Inn, adjusting his glasses in confusion. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. You are surely aware of the current situation in the village. Prices have skyrocketed, and villagers can scarcely afford to eat, with even the shinobi affected. I have found a way to procure food, but I now require help to manage the distribution. Would you be willing to assist me? I can offer you the position of advisory elders in Konoha, extending an olive branch to his former companions. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized their capabilities. If he could rally them to his side, it would undoubtedly alleviate his burdens. Mito Gate Inn and Tsunade Koharu exchanged glances, sensing each other's intrigue. The title of advisory elder was not merely a title. It conferred a position of authority within the village's hierarchy. With this status, they could escape the constraints of being a shinobi, no longer subjected to the dangers of missions. Serving as public officials was far more appealing than the perils of a ninja-esque life, especially at an advisory level. As for the rebellious clans, they were not overly concerned. It was not as if the Uchiha or Hyuga clans were instigating rebellion. The lesser clans would easily be subdued by Konoha. Were it not for the fear of causing panic among the other clans, they would not have remained patient thus far. Mito Gate Inn and Tsunade Koharu agreed. We accept. To become leaders within the village is certainly an appealing prospect. Chapter 25, The Attack at the Banks of the Southie River. The commotion had drawn immense attention, with baskets of fish being transported to the village, attracting both villagers and shinobi alike. Some starving villagers stood at the riverbank, gazing longingly. Among them were several ninjas clad in clan insignias, acting as intelligence operatives for various clans. These intelligence ninjas were elusive, gathering information from the area to report back to their respective clan leaders. Within mere hours, the situation had been relayed to the clans throughout the village. Orochimaru, ensconced in the eye of the storm, sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Am I the center of attention here? With ninjas gathering around him. Claiming to be unfazed would be a lie. Orochimaru is not inclined to become a renowned figure in Konoha at such an early stage, for during this period, the greater one's fame, the more perilous it becomes. Espionage and agents from rival ninja villages frequently infiltrate the village, engaging in acts of sabotage and murder. When will the village finally assign personnel to oversee these matters? Orochimaru had previously reflected on the situation, but the outcome only urged him to exercise patience. As he pondered, a man and a woman approached slowly. You must be Orochimaru, the woman said, her demeanor cool and composed. I am Tsunade, the designated elder consultant of the Hokage, here to oversee this matter. Upon hearing that someone was assigned to handle the situation, Orochimaru felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, upon realizing that it was Tsunade, he gazed at her in astonishment, eyes widening as he took in her appearance. This striking beauty, reminiscent of Tsunade, was none other than Tsunade, one of the future leaders of Konoha. The transformation was indeed remarkable. Orochimaru could not help but lament the passage of time and the toll it takes on beauty. The ethereal and refined maidens of today will inevitably transform into elderly women adorned with wrinkles, a truly cruel fate. Orochimaru nodded slightly and turned his gaze toward the bespectacled man. As expected, the man introduced himself. I am Mito Gate Inn, an elder consultant appointed by the Hokage. Orochimaru. The Hokage fears that you may struggle to maintain order here, which is why we have come to take charge of this matter. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru's demeanor instantly brightened. It is truly a burden for you both to come here as consultants. I have already arranged everything. Your only duty is to ensure the safety of this location. I was quite troubled by the increasing presence of ill-intentioned individuals nearby, and now that you are here, I feel relieved. I have completed my task and shall now take my leave. He had long wished to escape under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The arrival of TK Haru and Mito Gate Inn provided him the perfect opportunity to slip away. Moreover, he felt reassured leaving matters in their capable hands. Despite their current positions confined to the office, these two possessed the prowess of elite genin during this time. After all, as disciples and bodyguards of the second Hokage, their strength and skills were unparalleled. Observing Orochimaru's intention to depart, the two were unperturbed. As long as the generator was operational, a young child would only be a hindrance here. Furthermore, should any trouble arise, it would indeed be challenging to protect a mere child in the midst of battle. You may return. Should anything arise, I will have someone inform you, TK Haru stated. Very well, Orochimaru replied. Orochimaru promptly turned around and beckoned to Shikaka Hitaki. inviting him to return home. In any case, safety within the village offered a certain level of security. Moreover, having relinquished the burdensome task, it was unlikely that further trouble would arise. Shikaka remained silent. As a protector, he quietly followed Orochimaru as they departed. The higher-ups had not informed him that the mission had concluded, so he continued to vigilantly guard Orochimaru. Upon returning home, Orochimaru chose not to attend classes at school. Instead, he requested a few more days off to engage in solitary training. The pace of the curriculum felt excruciatingly slow for a prodigy like him, providing little assistance. The material in textbooks was trivial, requiring merely a glance or two for him to commit it to memory. Furthermore, with Shikaku present, Orochimaru found it far more efficient to inquire about matters directly with his fellow Chunin. Orochimaru's true concern lies in the combat experience that the ninja school cannot provide him. Such experience and reflexes can be gleaned from the remarkable figure of Kakashi Hatake. It is worth noting that Orochimaru has disowned the commendable genetics of the Hatake lineage. Both Kakashi and his father, Minato, exhibit exceptional prowess at a young age in the realm of battle. Furthermore, Minato, possessing an inherently good nature, conceals his warmth beneath a stoic exterior, which serves as a protective facade. As Orochimaru extends his kindness towards him, Minato gradually lowers his guard, treating Orochimaru as a genuine friend. As their bond deepens, Minato's demeanor becomes increasingly cheerful, and he offers selfless assistance to Orochimaru. It is no surprise that he is destined to be the one who would forsake his mission to rescue his comrades in the future. Under Minato's tutelage, Orochimaru's physical combat training progresses at an extraordinary rate, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. This is particularly impressive, considering Minato has been selected as an elite member of the Umbu, showcasing his outstanding abilities. With Minato's guidance, Orochimaru's combat skills have soared. For it is indeed rare for an ordinary student to receive such mentorship from a seasoned nin daily. Orochimaru's resources are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. During this period, he remained vigilant, keenly observing the external circumstances, such as the village's situation, the fluctuating prices of food, and the allocation of the fish caught. Most notably, he scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach towards the various clans of shinobi. The assassination attempts against him by certain clans weighed heavily on Orochimaru's mind. Had he not been so young and lacking in power, he might have resorted to a merciless reprisal. Logically, one would expect Sarutobi and Danzo to deal with those clans. Yet after several days of waiting, Orochimaru noticed no signs of action from the village regarding the clans in question. This realization led him to conclude that Sarutobi and Danzo were still immature, lacking the ruthlessness necessary for a promising future. As fish were continuously harvested from the river to sustain the villagers, the exorbitant prices of food began to plummet. Although the village gradually regained its former vitality, an unsettling feeling began to creep into Orochimaru's mind. Could it be that his adversaries had truly relinquished their ambitions? The following day, as Orochimaru and Kakashi Hatake concluded their battle and prepared to rest, a knock resonated from outside the door. Upon opening it, they were met by Tanaka Saito, who had previously delivered supplies, now holding a fresh batch of materials. "Master, I bear the orders of the Hokage," requesting Orochimaru to fabricate several more generators to be dispatched to the Nanha River, he stated. Orochimaru, puzzled, inquired, "What of the 3 generators made previously? Were they insufficient?" "Not at all. Those 3 generators have been destroyed." "What? Destroyed?" "Yes, much like you, they are to be utterly annihilated here." Tanaka Saito's words chilled the air, his gaze enigmatic. With a swift motion, the materials in his hands transformed into a long blade, aimed directly at Orochimaru. Faced with this ferocious attack, Orochimaru's pupils contracted as he swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, Kakashi, witnessing the unfolding danger, promptly drew his short blade, White Fang, confronting the assailant head-on. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as the 2 long blades created a flurry of afterimages, colliding rapidly in a fierce exchange. "You are not Tanaka Saito. Who are you?" Orochimaru gazed intently at his adversary, a few shuriken materializing in his hand, which he deftly hurled forth with a unique technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shuriken traced elegant arcs through the air, aimed at the foe. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they were deftly deflected by the opponent's blade. The enemy let out a scornful laugh, declaring, "Who am I? I am Zonglong Feihu, a Jainin of the Zonglong clan. Your existence threatens the interests of my family. And today, both you and this Umbu brat shall perish. Once you are eliminated, the generator by the river will be destroyed, leaving the village's provisions reliant solely on our 3 families. At that point, even the Hokage will be compelled to seek favor from us, rather than covertly suppressing our ninja clan as he does now." His tone was audacious, his strikes growing increasingly forceful. Clearly, his brazen words stemmed from an absence of fear regarding Orochimaru and Kakashi Hataki's potential retaliation, for the dead cannot speak. His swordsmanship was exceptional, suppressing the youthful Kakashi with ease, causing him to feel immense pressure. Kakashi had yet to evolve into the legendary Konoha White Fang, under the relentless assault. He found himself retreating step by step. Chapter 26. The assassination of the Genin. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Orochimaru remained remarkably calm, swiftly devising a strategy. The Genin were the pillars of the village, vital forces in battle. Those who earned the title of Genin possessed unique combat systems, devoid of weaknesses, making them difficult to vanquish. As he observed Kakashi being pushed back relentlessly, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and summoned a shadow clone to charge forward. Meanwhile, his true self stealthily approached from behind, seizing an electric stun gun to unleash an attack. With a crack, the wires of the stun gun shot forth, ensnaring the adversary. Had he succeeded? Just as Orochimaru exhaled in relief and pressed the button on the stun gun, the opponent transformed into a wisp of smoke. Alas, it was a clone. Orochimaru, with swift decisiveness, utilized his tongue to form seals, employing the substitution technique to vanish from his original position. As he disappeared, a chilling blade of light descended mercilessly. Young one, when did you employ the substitution technique? Oolong, confused, blinked in disbelief. He had been fixated on Orochimaru and had not witnessed any seals being formed. How could he have executed the substitution technique? Could it be that he had fallen victim to an illusion? Yet, it seemed unlikely for this young lad, so tender in years, should not possess such mastery over illusions. Just as doubt clouded his mind, Kiki Ma's short blade surged forth once more. Your opponent is me. If you wish to slay Orochimaru, you must first tread over my lifeless body, Kiki Ma declared with solemnity, his demeanor calm and resolute. Even with the knowledge that he could not best his adversary, he stood unwavering and undaunted. Orochimaru seized the opportunity to stand aside, subtly employing his tongue to execute the techniques of shadow clone and transformation. The shadow clone retained his original appearance, while the transformation morphed him into Sarutobi Hiruzen, mimicking the voice of the third Hokage. Bold K or fate, dare you commit atrocities within the village? As Hokage, I shall annihilate your entire clan and eradicate the K or lineage. His demeanor and speech were strikingly similar, capturing 7/10 of Sarutobi's essence. K or fate, startled by the sudden arrival of Sarutobi, felt a jolt of fear, causing his hand, which clutched the blade, to tremble. After all, Sarutobi was the Hokage. Though the shinobi clans might deride him, they whispered their disdain only in hushed tones. Sarutobi represented the legitimacy of the village, and his prowess was formidable. Having been trained by the second Hokage, Senjutobarama, mastering all 5 elemental natures, any ordinary ninja encountering Sarutobi would react as a mouse does to a cat. Only Orochimaru, undeterred, dared to assume Sarutobi's guise to deceive K or fate. Seizing this moment, Hatake Tsukumo struck with his blade while K or fate was caught off guard. Overwhelmed by fear, K or quickly found himself at a disadvantage, retreating under relentless assault. At that moment, the Orochimaru impersonating Sarutobi hurled 6 shuriken, ensnaring the weapon in K R's grasp. When the true sensation registered, Orochimaru felt a surge of exhilaration. This was authentic, not a mere clone. With K R wielding a metallic blade, which conducted electricity easily, Orochimaru pressed a button on his belt, sending a current surging through thin wires. The crackling electricity coursed along the wire, shuriken, and blade, reaching K R's body. He convulsed, abruptly discarding his weapon. With his left hand clutching his right, he warily regarded the sparking blade. Upon noticing the nearly invisible threads entwined around the weapon, he realized that the Hokage before him was a mere illusion. The true Hokage would never resort to such tactics. Understanding from the available information, he quickly deduced that Sarutobi was a transformation of Orochimaru. Cursed fiend, I shall ensure your demise. Despite being jolted by the powerful current, K R Fate did not entirely lose his fighting spirit. With his unscathed left hand, he swiftly retrieved an explosive tag and hurled it towards Orochimaru. Upon witnessing the scene, Orochimaru immediately took flight, fleeing with haste. A series of explosive tags erupted with a resounding boom, and as the smoke dissipated, Zonglong Feihu had completely vanished within its shroud, just as Tsukumo Hatake prepared to pursue. A piercing scream echoed from the nearby wall, accompanied by a crackling surge of electricity. Zonglong Feihu let out a cry of agony as he tumbled to the ground from the side of the wall. In the outside world, 2 hidden Chunin, lurking in the shadows, were startled by the scream, their faces betraying a look of alarm. This is bad. That was Lord Feihu's voice. Has he met with misfortune? One exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Could it be that this little brat has deceived us, waiting for us to fall into his trap? The speakers belonged to the Dongping and Beiwan clans, allies of Zonglong Feihu, who had conspired to assassinate Orochimaru. However, believing in their ally's strength as a jonin, they had merely been instructed to remain outside, avoiding any interference from outsiders. In hindsight, it proved to be a fortuitous decision. Their expressions shifted through various shades of concern, and ultimately, they refrained from rushing in, opting instead to quietly depart the area. Aware of the lurking danger, they were not foolish enough to charge into the fray. In the courtyard, Tsukumo Hatake charged forward with his blade drawn, intent on apprehending Zonglong Feihu and preventing his escape. Meanwhile, the injured Zonglong Feihu, having suffered the effects of 2 high-voltage shocks, struggled to rise, dragging his severely wounded body as he continued his retreat. A formidable jonin, now rendered slow as a tortoise due to extensive burns from the electrical assault. Observing this, Tsukumo executed a swift leap, knocking him down to the ground with a decisive kick. Upon witnessing the situation, Orochimaru swiftly produced a rope and adeptly employed the technique of binding with a turtle shell, securing his opponent with ease. Splendid! He had captured a high-ranking shinobi from the Zonglong clan. Orochimaru gazed at his prize with eyes brimming with elation. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, he immediately turned to Tsukumo Hatake and exclaimed, "No, we must inform Lord Hokage at once. An attack by the river is likely imminent. We must safeguard the generator. Given their audacity to attempt my assassination, they must have come well prepared. Merely destroying the generator by the river will not suffice. A creator exists as well. If they have come to end my life, it is evident they have made similar preparations by the river." Tsukumo's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly performed the necessary hand seals to summon a large black dog, instructing it to deliver the message. The developments that followed remained unknown to Orochimaru. His full attention and gaze were fixed upon the Zonglong clan's high-ranking shinobi before him, his eyes alight with curiosity. This was indeed a high-ranking shinobi, concealing countless secrets and treasures within. Once he subdued his captive, Orochimaru commenced his examination of the body, meticulously searching for the various items concealed upon him: ninja blades, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, ninja scrolls, and food pills. Surprisingly, despite the opponent's unassuming appearance, he was indeed a high-ranking shinobi with considerable wealth of resources. As expected of a shinobi of his caliber, he possessed an abundance of valuable possessions. After collecting the items, Orochimaru dragged his captive back to his abode. It was said that as a ninja, one could extract numerous secrets and information from the flesh. Although he had yet to master such techniques, he was certain that Tsukumo was well versed in them. Orochimaru wished to learn from Tsukumo, and his experimental subject would undoubtedly be the high-ranking shinobi before him. Just as Orochimaru was entreating Tsukumo for guidance, the summoned black dog returned with news. It reported that 2 generators near the southern river had been destroyed, leaving only one operational. Enraged, Lord Hokage ordered a thorough investigation of the 3 shinobi clans and commanded Orochimaru to produce additional generators for use. While Orochimaru was not surprised by this news, he was nonetheless astonished by the audacity of the 3 shinobi clans. Indeed, those 3 clans were formidable, exhibiting a boldness that was nothing short of reckless, daring to disturb the very head of the Taisui. Orochimaru declared emphatically, "For the sake of the village, I am undoubtedly obliged. However, my supplies are nearly depleted. I hope that Lord Third can provide some more. While he is certainly capable of fulfilling his role, it is essential to procure additional resources. As a researcher, one must constantly learn how to secure greater benefits for oneself." Chapter 27. Rebellion under the communication of the Black Dog. That very afternoon, new supplies were delivered, and that Zonglong Feihu was taken away by the arriving Umbu members. Upon receiving the supplies, Orochimaru eagerly entered the laboratory, embarking on the creation of a new generator. Just as he immersed himself in the process of refinement, a resounding explosion echoed from not far away in the village, causing his hand, which held the tools, to tremble. What could be the cause of this commotion? Orochimaru set aside his tools, his expression slightly grave, and swiftly made his way outside. At the entrance, Kakashi Hatake stood alert, wielding his short blade, White Fang, as he gazed towards the southwestern direction of the village. Upon noticing Orochimaru's emergence, Kakashi solemnly warned, "There is trouble in the village, Orochimaru. Do not venture out. I shall ensure your safety here." Orochimaru nodded slightly, choosing not to venture outside, within the confines of his own abode. He felt a semblance of security. However, the outside world brimming with ninja skirmishes posed a perilous threat. He inquired, "What has transpired?" Has the enemy launched an assault? Or has there been a rebellion within the village? Have the three clans been purged? Kakashi shook his head, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. I am uncertain. However, I have dispatched a summoning beast to gather intelligence. We should receive news shortly. Judging by the direction of the disturbances, it is highly likely that the three clans are at fault. Those audacious enough to disrupt the peace of the village shall undoubtedly incur the wrath of the Hokage. The two remained within the shelter of the house, awaiting developments, their ears attuned to the distant sounds of battle. After a while, the clamor of conflict began to subside, and tranquility enveloped the village once more. At that moment, Kakashi's Black Hound dashed in from outside, mumbling, "The clans of White Fang, East Ping, and Song Long have rebelled. But they have now been quelled by the Hokage. Such audacity! To commit such heinous acts and even conspire with the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, the Uchiha chose not to intervene. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Wait, the Uchiha clan is involved?" Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. The reputation of the foremost clan in Konoha resonated throughout the ninja world. Their profound heritage and formidable power were well known. The summoning beast nodded, recounting its observations. The rebellion of the three clans had resulted in the sabotage of the Riverside generator and attempts on Orochimaru's life, all of which tested the limits of the third Hokage's patience. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally led the charge, obliterating the three clans and issuing orders to seal off information regarding the incident. It was rumored that the clans had sought assistance from the Uchiha, yet the Uchiha clan had remained unresponsive. Orochimaru nodded slightly. The Uchiha clan had never rebelled in their past lives, and it was inconceivable that they would do so now for the sake of three insignificant families. After all, they had firmly established Konoha as their home, impervious to any persuasion. The current clan leader, the mightiest Uchiha, departed without a single member choosing to follow him. It was truly astonishing that three minor families could be so reckless. Due to the suppression of information, Orochimaru was unable to glean further insights or details. However, he sensed that these three families were likely doomed. In matters of rebellion, no village would tolerate their existence. After a period of diligent effort, Orochimaru successfully created another batch of generators to supply the village. With the advent of these generators, the village's fishing and salvage operations resumed with fervor. With the threat posed by the three clans eliminated, Kakashi Hatake was summoned back by Hiruzen Sarutobi, which left Orochimaru feeling a tinge of regret. A companion in training and battle, a chunin of such caliber, had slipped away just like that. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Orochimaru found himself compelled to return to the academy, where he diligently resumed his studies. The annihilation of the three clans had plunged the village into a state of turmoil, shrouded in an atmosphere of unease and suspicion, as everyone feared becoming the next victim of clan extermination. However, following Sarutobi Hiruzen's elucidation and the presentation of pertinent evidence, the major clans exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Within the Uchiha clan stronghold, a multitude of high-ranking Uchiha members convened in a solemn assembly. "Uchiha Matsuri, Uchiha Wize, your inappropriate remarks within the village have instigated unrest, nearly implicating the Uchiha clan. Henceforth, you are officially stripped of your positions within the police force and sentenced to serve 10 years in the battlefield of the Hidden Mist village. Do you have any objections?" The current clan leader, standing upon a dais, cast a stern and icy gaze upon the two Uchiha members beside him, while other clan members regarded them with equal disdain. With no dissenting voices raised, the two men, their faces drawn and defeated, accepted the judgment rendered by their clan. Observing this, the Uchiha leader's expression softened slightly as he continued, "The ramifications of this incident are severe. I hope it serves as a cautionary tale for all. Furthermore, entry into Uchiha Shana's residence is strictly prohibited for ordinary Uchiha members to prevent the corruption of their ideals." This directive was specifically aimed at Uchiha Shana due to his involvement in the matter. These two Uchiha members, influenced by the elder Uchiha Shana, had spread discontent among the subordinate ninja clans, disparaging the village and the Hokage, boasting of their intentions to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such misguided signals, which one would expect no one to genuinely heed, surprisingly found belief among three subordinate clans. Alternatively, it could be said that driven by self-interest, they had aligned themselves against the village and the Hokage. To their dismay, they assumed that their elder brother would undoubtedly support them. However, when the Hokage led the charge against the three major clans, the Uchiha clan offered no response. This cannot solely be blamed on the Uchiha clan. The words of a few do not represent the entirety of the Uchiha membership. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hiruzen personally dispatching someone to address the situation, the Uchiha leader would have remained unaware of the developments. Fortunately, after some explanation, the truth came to light, and both sides were relieved to find that no genuine conflict had erupted. The village feared the Uchiha clan, likening them to a wild tiger, while the Uchiha clan dreaded the potential disruption of their hard-won peace. The demise of the three ninja clans that controlled grain prices led to a plummeting of food prices in the village, which eventually reverted to their original levels. Yet, within a few days, grain prices began to rise once more. Initially, Orochimaru paid little heed to this matter, but unexpectedly, he was summoned to the Hokage building after school. Upon entering the office, he encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted Orochimaru with a gentle smile, saying, "Orochimaru, you have arrived." Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, inquiring, "Lord Third, may I ask why you summoned me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat twice, slightly embarrassed, and replied, "Orochimaru, for the sake of the village, we require you to produce a few more generators." "Orochimaru, is it possible that food supplies are once again insufficient?" The prices of grain had already been driven down, and the monopolizing ninja clans have been apprehended. Chapter 28, A New Food Crisis. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his distress, while grain prices have stabilized. A new dilemma has emerged. Through his explanation, Orochimaru learned the unfolding situation. The three major ninja clans possess their own channels for procuring food, although limited and costly. They managed to sustain a portion of the populace. However, following the complete dismantling of these clans by Sarutobi Hiruzen, these channels became obsolete, resulting in a cessation of food supplies to Konoha. Additionally, some remnants of the clans monopolized certain food trades within the Land of Fire, refusing to sell to the villagers of Konoha, which exacerbated the famine. Previously, the fish caught from rivers could support the livelihoods of some, but now it proved woefully inadequate. Other ninja clans began to encounter similar food shortages, causing them to grow increasingly anxious about the lack of sustenance. If the issue remained unresolved, it was feared that chaos would ensue over time. Upon understanding the gravity of the situation, Orochimaru could not help but feel a sense of dismay. The eradication of the three major clans has led to such dire consequences. Did you not foresee this, nor implement any remedial measures? His inquiry rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen visibly embarrassed. Having recently ascended to the role of Hokage, he had not contemplated the issue thoroughly. The repeated provocations by the three clans within Konoha had incited his ire, prompting him to personally lead the charge against them. He had anticipated seizing a substantial cache of resources and provisions, but was taken aback to find the clans had not stockpiled much at all, ultimately triggering the current food crisis. Tans, standing nearby, scoffed. The three clans have jeopardized the interests of Konoha and deserve their fate. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen had not taken the initiative, I would have dispatched someone to eliminate them. He turned to Orochimaru. You should exert yourself to construct additional generators. Once the village overcomes this food crisis, your rewards will be considerable. What Tans did not disclose was that he had already sent assassins to the Land of Fire to eliminate any surviving members of the three clans. He believed that by removing these troublesome individuals, the food predicament would resolve itself effortlessly. In his perspective, the matter was quite straightforward, typical of a ninja-esque mindset. Listening to their discourse, Orochimaru discerned a critical flaw. Neither possessed any political acumen. They acted impulsively, failing to consider the ramifications of their decisions. Furthermore, they had overly simplified the concept of electric fishing. The prohibition of such practices in the past was fundamentally rooted in their detrimental impact on nature, leaving no room for recovery. While brief usage may be tolerable, prolonged application would likely lead to the annihilation of all aquatic life within the rivers. The ecological repercussions would be profound. At that point, not only would fishing become impossible, but even insects would likely vanish altogether. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and remarked, "The generator is not the issue. However, the fish in the river will eventually be depleted, addressing only the symptoms rather than the root cause. The number of fish available for capture in the river is likely dwindling." His words cast a shadow over Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, prompting them to recall the reports of the past few days regarding their fishing endeavors. The situation was indeed as Orochimaru had described. The catch was growing increasingly scarce. This scarcity was precisely why they hoped Orochimaru could construct additional generators to test in other locations. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Orochimaru and inquired, "Do you possess any alternative solutions? If so, please share them. As the third Hokage, I shall undoubtedly support you." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru's eyes brightened. "I believe we should explore other avenues and seek alternative sources of sustenance. Konoha is the most prosperous of the 5 great nations. It is not solely the fish from the river that can sustain us, as there are other abundant resources. Moreover, as ninjas, we wield various unique jutsu. Is there not a secret technique to produce food? For instance, the first Hokages could summon immense plants for combat. We might emulate this and utilize chakra to stimulate plant growth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth fell open in astonishment, his gaze vacant. Danzo was similarly rendered speechless, appearing as though he were in a state of shock from this suggestion. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly replied, Orochimaru, your intellect indeed surpasses that of us adults. However, it is unfortunate that the jutsu you speak of does not exist. The wood release of the first Hokage was solely intended for battle and has since been lost. Were it available, Konoha would not find itself in such a predicament regarding food scarcity. Orochimaru gently stroked his chin, contemplating. If there are none, we must consider alternatives. If you trust me, allow me to seek out other sources of sustenance. Konoha is undoubtedly the most prosperous place in the entire shinobi world, rich in resources and distinguished by its talented individuals. It cannot be that we let our people starve. Sarutobi Hiruzen found merit in Orochimaru's words, yet he hesitated, questioning whether entrusting the matter to this young man was prudent. As he grappled with his thoughts, Danzo stepped forward. He regarded Orochimaru, his usual icy demeanor replaced with an unexpected warmth. Orochimaru, I believe your proposal merits consideration. We can indeed give it a try. I shall dispatch members from the Foundation to assist you. You may venture wherever you wish, within or beyond the village. Pursue this endeavor with confidence. Orochimaru, I will place my trust in you. His encouragement was almost palpable, as though he were certain of Orochimaru's impending success. This display struck Orochimaru as peculiar, reminiscent of a sinister uncle enticing a child. In truth, Danzo harbored intentions of coaxing Orochimaru into the Foundation with these words. He did not genuinely believe Orochimaru possessed the capability to resolve the food crisis. His statements were merely a fade of goodwill. Once Orochimaru faltered, Danzo would chastise him sternly, then feign forgiveness, compelling him to atone for his failure by dutifully joining the Foundation and serving him. He was confident that this strategy, a technique of subjugation he had gleaned from books, would render Orochimaru compliant and respectful. Hiruzen, upon hearing Danzo's remarks, shot him an angry glare and replied sternly, Danzo, this matter concerns the entire village. We cannot afford to be reckless. Orochimaru, do you truly possess the assurance to carry this out? Orochimaru nodded. In the past, he would have hesitated to guarantee success, but now, endowed with the innate talents of his original self, he felt confident in overcoming challenges. His exceptional aptitude for research would undoubtedly enable him to resolve the issue of sustenance. In fact, he had already conceived several strategies. Moreover, Orochimaru realized that engaging in ambitious endeavors would yield significant rewards. The meager knowledge and resources acquired from daily lessons at the academy were insufficient for altering his fate as an ordinary citizen. Seizing opportunities and bravely confronting difficulties were imperative. Chapter 29. Gathering materials. Observing Orochimaru's unwavering confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Orochimaru, what do you require? Danzo promptly interjected, Hiruzen, allow my roots to assist Orochimaru. I will provide all necessary materials. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed lightly, refusing. Danzo, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You seek to recruit Orochimaru into your roots, do you not? Orochimaru is a child imbued with the will of fire, steadfast in his dedication to the village, and must not be drawn into darkness. His words provoked Danzo's ire, who countered, even if one operates in the shadows. It is for the protection of the village. What difference does it make? Furthermore, Orochimaru's extraordinary talent and formidable research capabilities are squandered in the confines of the Ninja Academy. The two remained obstinate, each presenting their arguments, yet ultimately, Danzo was no match for Hiruzen, who prevailed with the assertion, I am the Hokage. Orochimaru gazed at the unfolding scene with a faint smile gracing his lips. Were it not for the absence of a chair and popcorn, he would have relished the opportunity to comfortably observe this captivating spectacle. The rivalry between the two individuals underscored their inherent value. However, Orochimaru had no intention of following Danzo to the roots. After all, the roots were destined to remain shrouded in darkness, shunned by others. Despite their considerable contributions to Konoha, they were far from being embraced by the villagers and the shinobi clan, often regarded with disdain. It could be said that they were as unwelcome as a stray dog. Although he had no aspirations to become Hokage, he was not foolish enough to seek refuge in the roots. Reflecting on the original narrative, One could observe that upon joining the roots, Orochimaru was promptly discarded by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ultimately, Hiruzen decided that Orochimaru would temporarily join the Umbu, tasked with the procurement of replacement supplies. This acquisition of a civil servant status, accompanied by various overt and covert forms of support, left Orochimaru pleasantly astonished. With this new identity, he could traverse the village freely, even gaining access to certain confidential areas. This, indeed, was the very essence of his intentions and aspirations. Orochimaru once again summoned Kakashi Hatake to accompany him in the quest for alternative sustenance. Under Kakashi's guidance, the two meandered outside the village. Their initial exploration took them through the village's bustling streets, where they scoured shops in search of viable food substitutes. The essential criteria for these alternatives were rapid growth and non-toxicity. Ultimately, Orochimaru discovered potatoes and other similar provisions. This was a highly esteemed food from his previous life, which had sustained countless individuals. The ninja world bore a striking resemblance to his former existence, as even agricultural products were largely identical. Orochimaru seized this opportunity to gain a comprehensive understanding of the village's layout and planning. He meticulously inquired about the various clans present, their unique abilities and techniques, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for knowledge. This endeavor was merely a casual pursuit to familiarize himself with the current era, which markedly differs from the time of the 12 young ninjas. In this period, the village is not dominated solely by the Uchiha clan. Rather, it is characterized by the coexistence of numerous formidable clans alongside a multitude of smaller ones. The Uchiha clan may be powerful, yet they are not alone. The recently disbanded Senju clan, along with the Hyuga and Kurama clans, also hold significant influence. One could assert that the overall strength and foundation of Konoha in this era are remarkably robust. It is simply that Sarutobi Hiruzen lacks the requisite power to maintain control. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a momentous advantage. After exploring the village, Orochimaru selected several types of grains and food items, such as potatoes and corn. Subsequently, he led Kakashi Hatake outside the village, meandering through the forest. Within the village, a variety of vegetables, fruits, and grains flourish, while the forest teems with countless wild plants and diverse fauna. Orochimaru sought an abundance of edible wild vegetables. Naturally, there were other intriguing items that captured his attention. In the secluded paths, the foliage flourished with remarkable vigor. Orochimaru was foraging for various wild vegetables when he unexpectedly arrived at a thicket overgrown with weeds. The buzzing of insects filled the air, accompanied by the rustling of creatures nibbled on the leaves, creating a symphony of sounds. Suddenly, Tsukumo Hatake unsheathed his white-toothed short knife, directing it towards the woods, and coldly called out, "Who is there?" As his voice echoed, a rustle emerged from the nearby grass. Footsteps approached, and a hand pushed aside the underbrush, revealing a figure. Upon seeing the newcomer, Tsukumo visibly relaxed, the vigilance in his eyes somewhat lessening. Meanwhile, Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes brightening as he regarded the individual. This person appeared to lack presence, clad entirely in black attire that enveloped their form, adorned with the family crest of the Oil Woman clan. Orochimaru was somewhat familiar with this clan, known for its exceptional talents, including the undefeated warrior Shino Oil Woman, and the formidable commanders Ryuma and Torikane Oil Woman. Clearly, the Oil Woman clan was not only rich in talent, but also possessed considerable strength. Initially, they relied on their versatile insects, capable of both offense and defense, rendering them invincible against lower-tier ninjas. However, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the insects proved less effective against super elite and even six-paths-level opponents. Nonetheless, it was evident that the Oil Woman clan's prowess was remarkable. Emerging from the jungle, Ryuma Oil Woman regarded Orochimaru and Tsukumo Hatake's dark-clad appearance, raising his palm. In his hand rested a peculiar green horned bug. "I am Ryuma of the Oil Woman clan." Observing the insects breeding in the forest and seeking suitable specimens for cultivation, the ninjas of the Oil Woman clan were adept at manipulating insects, making the selection of superior specimens a wholly natural endeavor. Hearing this, Orochimaru gazed curiously at the youth before him, who appeared to be of similar age. Ryuma Oil Woman, wasn't this the future commander of the route? However, Orochimaru had not spotted him at the ninja academy, likely because he was being trained within his clan. "Ryuma Oil Woman, you must be quite knowledgeable about the insects in this vicinity. May I inquire about something?" Upon hearing this, Ryuma's interest piqued at the prospect of discussing insects. He nodded, and even beneath his concealed face, a distinct air of confidence was evident. "Of course I am knowledgeable. There is no insect around here that I do not recognize. What would you like to ask?" Orochimaru inquired. Is there a type of insect that is non-toxic, harmless, and grows particularly rapidly, suitable for consumption? Upon hearing this, Oil Girl Ryoma was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that the other party sought insects with venom, or those that appeared formidable and majestic, or perhaps even strikingly beautiful. To his surprise, Orochimaru was looking for edible, non-toxic insects, which left him in contemplative silence. Standing nearby, Kakashi Shoma felt an ominous premonition upon hearing these words. He gazed at Orochimaru and, in a tone laced with confusion, whispered, Orochimaru, you wouldn't be considering insects as a food reserve, would you? Tasked with safeguarding Orochimaru, he was acutely aware of the nature of his mission. Previously, Orochimaru had sought various fruits and plants without eliciting much response from him. But now that he realized Orochimaru intended to find insects for the villagers, he could no longer restrain his unease. This seemed rather concerning. Chapter 30. The enhancing effect of chakra. Fear not, for insects are indeed among the most nutritionally valuable foods. Insects that consume green plants are not only environmentally friendly and safe, but also exceedingly delicious. Particularly, they are rich in protein and offer a delightful crunch when consumed. In the past, many people enjoyed eating insects. Moreover, an insect's life begins as a multitude of eggs, hatching into a vast number of offspring, which grow exponentially. They are truly a divine provision. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kakashi Shoma's eyelids twitched involuntarily. At that moment, Oil Girl Ryoma spoke up. The insects you mentioned do indeed exist, such as bamboo worms, bee pupae, dragonfly larvae, and mealworms. These insects are edible and grow quite rapidly, although their flavor may leave something to be desired. Upon learning of such an abundance of insects, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Wonderful. Could you lead me to them? Certainly. There are quite a few in this vicinity. Oil Girl Ryoma, unperturbed by Orochimaru's eager approach, welcomed the interaction. The Oil clan often possessed a subtle presence, with few engaging in conversation with them. Orochimaru's willingness to seek his assistance was met with eagerness on his part, especially considering it pertained to his area of expertise. The Oil Woman clan, of which he was a member, was undoubtedly proficient in matters concerning insects. Orochimaru trailed behind Aburame Shino, witnessing an array of insects along the way. True to his lineage as a member of the Aburame clan, Shino exhibited remarkable proficiency in locating these creatures, demonstrating an expertise that was nothing short of impressive. In a short span of time, Orochimaru's hands were soon teeming with an abundance of insects, each pair representing both male and female, making reproduction exceedingly effortless. Observing the diverse shapes and colors of the creatures in his grasp, Orochimaru bid farewell to Oil Girl Ryoma and turned back towards his abode. As he departed, Ryoma stood transfixed for a moment before retreating back into the thicket to continue her observations of the insects. In the laboratory, various species of insects were meticulously categorized by Orochimaru into distinct sections, enclosed within transparent glass domes for cultivation. He diligently labeled each type with notes detailing their names, characteristics, and habits. Afterward, he scattered a handful of fodder, allowing them to roam freely for observation. Orochimaru sought to address the issue of sustenance by categorizing 3 types of food sources. The first category encompassed grains, such as potatoes, which are known for their rapid growth. The second consisted of wild vegetables, characterized by their short growth cycles and expansive yield per unit area, making them an excellent means of satiating hunger. The third category featured insects, which could be cultivated in abundance using leaves and other plant materials, thereby providing a valuable source of protein. These options required minimal investment while promising substantial returns. Upon gathering sufficient materials, Orochimaru sequestered himself in his laboratory, diligently conducting research and analysis. He even contemplated the possibility of locating small algae balls to harness photosynthesis for cultivation. However, his search yielded only toxic specimens, unfit for consumption. Constrained by the passage of time and insufficient equipment, Orochimaru endeavored to employ the chakra within his body to stimulate and accelerate growth. He surmised that chakra could invigorate cellular development, potentially benefiting plant life. With utmost caution, he extracted chakra from within himself, directing it towards the potatoes and other specimens for research purposes. By infusing chakra into the potatoes, he aimed to induce their growth and development. Typically, the period from planting to harvest for potatoes spans over 100 days. Nevertheless, through careful experimentation and calculations, Orochimaru estimated that, by utilizing the chakra stimulation frequently employed by ninjas, this time frame could be reduced to approximately 2 to 3 months, around 100 days. While some results were achieved, they were regrettably modest. This realization compelled Orochimaru to temporarily abandon the pursuit of this high-yield food source. Time was of the essence. He had committed to devising a solution within a fortnight. 3 months, he lamented, might spell starvation for many. Orochimaru's gaze once again turned towards the wild vegetables gathered from the fields. These ubiquitous wild plants, characterized by their tenacity and short life cycles, indeed present a commendable option. Orochimaru once again harnessed chakra to stimulate growth, endeavoring to shorten the duration and enhance the efficiency of development. Upon infusing chakra into the wild greens, a remarkable reaction indeed transpired. The plants began to grow at a visibly rapid pace, albeit at the cost of a significant portion of Orochimaru's chakra. This burden was considerable. Nevertheless, Orochimaru remained undeterred and continued his exploration. However, he soon discovered that the growth of the wild greens also necessitated specific climatic conditions, soil nutrients, and other factors. This complication proved somewhat bothersome, yet the results were still commendable. By cultivating several generations, he believed it would be possible to breed wild greens with accelerated growth rates that met the necessary conditions to serve as sustenance. However, overconsumption could lead to malnutrition, rendering individuals weak and listless. After careful contemplation, Orochimaru then turned his attention to the insects feasting upon the leaves. These creatures blissfully indulged in their idyllic existence, consuming the sustenance provided by Orochimaru and thriving joyfully. With no natural predators, some insects even began to mate and lay eggs, producing new larvae. This piqued Orochimaru's interest, prompting him to engage in calculation and research. Orochimaru selected several vibrant insects and commenced stimulating their development using chakra. Under human intervention, the insects underwent physical transformations, and their appetites gradually expanded. Moreover, under Orochimaru's coercion, various species of insects began to lay eggs and produce offspring. Orochimaru meticulously selected and stimulated the growth and development of the insects. He discovered that chakra had a far more profound effect on the insects than on plants. This might be attributed to the fact that chakra is derived from cellular energy, thus exerting a greater influence on living organisms. Alternatively, it could be that Orochimaru lacked the ability to perform wood release, rendering him incapable of effectively stimulating plant life. Through generations of selective stimulation, Orochimaru eliminated several less promising insects, ultimately retaining those that were larger and exhibited rapid growth. After a week of arduous research, Orochimaru achieved a significant breakthrough. With a sense of exhilaration, he exited the laboratory, stretching his limbs in preparation for a well-deserved reward. He realized that conducting a small experimental study was no trivial task. The week of intense research had left him looking disheveled and considerably worn. It was no wonder that the original Orochimaru sought immortality. The pursuit of scientific knowledge was indeed a considerable drain on time. Even before reaching adulthood, Orochimaru felt an acute sense of time slipping away, as if he were living in a different era. In the bustling streets of Konoha, he indulged himself with a sumptuous bowl of ramen, treating himself well. After finishing his meal, as he was about to return to the laboratory to wrap up his work, he heard a familiar voice nearby. "Orochimaru, are you all right? Why have you been absent from class for so long?" The voice belonged to Jiraiya, who approached Orochimaru with enthusiasm. Orochimaru chuckled, "I have matters to attend to at home, but I shall return to school in a few days." "Well, it has been quite some time since we last met, and I must admit, I have missed you," he continued. "During your absence, numerous intriguing events have unfolded." Jiraiya recounted the happenings at school, such as the discord among classmates, who often found themselves at odds with one another, engaging in frequent rivalries. Orochimaru nodded in agreement with a smile, yet internally, he felt little emotional turbulence. The squabbles of a group of children could hardly provide him with any tangible assistance. He was currently engaged in a significant endeavor, one that, upon success, would undoubtedly elevate his standing in the eyes of Konoha's elite. If wielded appropriately, the rewards and benefits to be gained would be immeasurable. At that juncture, whether it be for research instruments or ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely give the matter considerable thought. Naturally, all actions must align with the interests of Konoha. Within Orochimaru's body resided the thoughts of an adult, having long since charted a course for the future. His ambition was to ascend the ranks, gradually evolving through the utilization of available resources. Observing Jiraiya, who spoke with eloquence and confidence, Orochimaru extended an invitation. Jiraiya, would you care to see what I've been working on lately? It concerns a matter that could well satiate the hunger of our villagers. Upon hearing the promise of food, Jiraiya's interest was piqued, and he raised his hand enthusiastically, exclaiming, I want to go. The prospect of filling one's stomach was undeniably enticing. Moreover, Jiraiya was curious about what Orochimaru had concocted to warrant such a bold assertion. It was common knowledge that although food was available, it was often insufficient to satisfy one's hunger. According to the adults, fluctuations in grain prices were alarmingly pronounced, suggesting an impending food crisis loomed on the horizon. Accompanied by Jiraiya, Orochimaru returned home and pushed open the door to his laboratory. Upon entering, Jiraiya was immediately captivated by the bizarre sights within, his eyes widening in wonder. An array of peculiar glass petri dishes, vibrant materials, and shelves brimming with strange plants bombarded his senses. Each item struck a chord in Jiraiya's youthful heart, transporting him to what felt like a fabled secret base. He glanced around, his excitement palpable, and exclaimed, Orochimaru, is this what you were referring to? It looks astonishing. Though he did not fully grasp the significance of it all, Jiraiya could tell that this was no ordinary endeavor. Observing Jiraiya's exuberance, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Calm yourself. There will be ample time for excitement once you witness the results of my research. Orochimaru escorted Jiraiya to the core of the laboratory. There, a colossal glass petri dish resided, filled with vast expanses of verdant plant leaves. Scattered across these leaves were numerous grayish-blue insects, incessantly gnawing away and producing a rustling sound. Upon witnessing the densely packed insects, Jiraiya felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Orochimaru, what is this? He inquired. This, Orochimaru replied, is the food I mentioned that can alleviate the villagers' struggles with sustenance, the mealworm. Despite being called a mealworm, it was, in fact, a newly developed variant of the mealworm. Birthed under Orochimaru's benign induction, its growth cycle was short, the flavor rather unremarkable, yet its nutritional value was exceptionally high, rendering it a viable alternative food source. Chapter 31. Mealworm. The machines buzzed incessantly, continuously grinding the mealworms and several types of wild vegetable roots into a powdery substance, diligently mixing and refining. In a matter of moments, a pale green substance emerged from the machine's outlet. Jiraiya's eyelids twitched, revealing his skepticism as he bared his teeth at this peculiar creation. Isn't this just an insect? Can it really be consumed? His question stemmed from the fact that its appearance was exceedingly bizarre, resembling a tube of pale green toothpaste. Orochimaru confidently asserted, of course, not only can they be consumed, but they are also remarkably inexpensive. The mealworms thrive on foliage, growing at an astonishing rate. Now, after undergoing meticulous selection and refinement by me, they indulge in a cycle of eating and resting, accelerating their growth even further. The cost is merely a matter of foraging a handful of grass and plucking a few leaves in the wild, which allows one to nurture a substantial quantity of mealworms. By employing this method and continuously cultivating them, an exponential yield of mealworms can be achieved. Orochimaru retrieved a spoon and scooped out the mixture of breadworm powder, pouring it into a small iron pan beside him. He ignited the alcohol lamp, immediately heating the pan. Once the oil was heated, he tossed the mixture in, and within moments, an unusual aroma began to waft through the air. Although the scent was somewhat peculiar, I had already inspected it. The nutritional value contained within was substantial, comparable to that of fish or meat. Orochimaru inhaled deeply, observing the gradually ripening paste, before extinguishing the alcohol lamp. Jiraiya, as my friend, you shall be the first to sample this, he declared, presenting a small cake made from the paste with an expression urging him to indulge. Jiraiya's countenance momentarily contorted, resembling that of a bitter melon. Do I truly have to consume this? It feels rather odd. Could it be poisonous? He glanced around apprehensively, hesitating to reach out and partake. Orochimaru shook his head. Although this peculiar item may appear strange, it is, in fact, non-toxic and harmless, and quite nutritious. Even if you choose not to consume it now, you will undoubtedly find it necessary to partake in the future. Orochimaru reached out to grasp a piece, placing it within his mouth as he savored its texture with meticulous care. In previous instances, he had personally tasted it and employed instruments for analysis. Such endeavors had long since become second nature to him. Observing Orochimaru's expression, which remained utterly unchanged, Jiraiya could not help but feel a profound admiration. He wrestled with his own trepidation, reasoning that he ought not to appear cowardly, lest he incur Orochimaru's disdain. Driven by youthful impulsiveness, he seized a piece and swallowed it whole. As soon as it touched his palate, Jiraiya's countenance shifted slightly. The morsel was far from delectable. Its texture was coarse and tinged with a subtle sourness. While it could not be deemed truly repugnant, it certainly lacked appeal. However, upon ingestion, a sense of satiety enveloped him, alleviating his hunger. With his eyes closed, he reflected on the changes within his body, murmuring, "It seems indeed edible, though rather unpalatable. Yet, having something to eat is already a significant blessing." In this era of scarcity, the mere ability to procure sustenance was commendable. Aside from the fact that the primary ingredient was derived from insects, it was not overly difficult to accept. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru, when you mentioned that I would also partake in this in the future, what did you mean?" Orochimaru remarked, "It is precisely what you think. I intend to present this item to the village to assist in overcoming the food crisis. With this, we shall no longer need to worry about famine in Konoha. At that time, the orphanage will likely receive a considerable amount of porridge as sustenance." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression fell instantly. The torment of choosing between insufficient meals and insects was almost unbearable for him. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Orochimaru brought a portion of the finished product to the Hokage building. Inside the office, a haze of white smoke swirled as Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a pipe, continuously exhaled clouds of smoke, his face etched with worry. The burdens of being Hokage weighed heavily upon him, and with no one to guide him, he had to navigate the challenges on his own. His sole relief from the pressure was to indulge in a smoke whenever he felt overwhelmed, alleviating the turmoil within him. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to rise alertly, instinctively opening the window behind him. With a swift technique, he unleashed a wind jutsu to dispel the aromatic haze that lingered in the office. Once the smoke cleared, he cleared his throat, adjusted his attire, and spoke in a low voice, "Come in." Orochimaru, upon hearing a sound, pushed open the door and entered the office. Upon stepping inside, he sensed an odd atmosphere. Yet he paid it little mind. "Third Hokage, I have arrived." Upon seeing Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened slightly, and he straightened his posture. "Orochimaru, have you made any progress with your experiments?" During this time, he had not been idle, tirelessly seeking to establish a supply route for grain, procuring provisions from the land of fire and even from other nations. However, for reasons unknown, this information had leaked, resulting in interference from other villages that hampered the efforts, leaving the food crisis unresolved. Orochimaru's arrival instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Though he had initially promised Orochimaru his support, he did not entirely rely on the young boy to fulfill this task. After all, he was merely a child of just over 5 years. Placing such expectations upon him was somewhat fantastical. With the grain issue still unsolved, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself increasingly invested in Orochimaru's endeavors. Perhaps he could indeed work wonders once more. Orochimaru nodded calmly and steadily, retrieving a paste-like product from his nearby ninja tool pouch. "Lord Third," he proclaimed, "this is the most convenient and effective food I have meticulously developed. It is completely non-toxic and harmless, capable of satiating hunger, albeit with an unpalatable taste." Upon hearing that it could be consumed, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly approached Orochimaru, lifting the peculiar creation for scrutiny. Its appearance was rather odd, lacking any striking features, and its ingredients were unknown. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals, invoking a technique to test for toxins. After a moment of examination, he confirmed it was indeed free of any harmful substances. He then took the food and placed it into his mouth. The issue of sustenance had plagued him for some time, and with Orochimaru's breakthrough, he felt compelled to pay closer attention. As he tasted the substance, he furrowed his brow, though the expression soon softened. The flavor was undeniably unappetizing, yet it did not reach a level of repulsiveness. Turning to Orochimaru, he inquired, "How is this made? What is the yield?" To this, Orochimaru responded with unhurried confidence, "I sourced the bread beetle from the forests surrounding Konoha, utilizing chakra to stimulate and selectively cultivate it over generations. The primary ingredient is the bread beetle, and the cost is merely a few leaves, rendering it exceedingly affordable for the village. Each beetle lays between 200 to 500 eggs, and with special techniques, we can double that yield." Given a few days to cultivate 2 or 3 generations, the entire village could become self-sufficient in food, barring the unpleasant taste. Everything else is quite perfect. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen, his pipe falling from his mouth. Chapter 32. Securing Orochimaru. Bread beetles, it seemed, were indeed insects, and this food was made from them. The substance he had just swallowed made him feel an urge to expel it. Yet, considering its potential to replace grain and alleviate the village's crisis, he restrained himself. This method, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, a look of inner turmoil etched upon his face. Orochimaru's plans and methods appeared quite promising, potentially resolving the food crisis within a matter of days. However, the notion of a Hokage resorting to feeding the villagers insects seemed rather unsavory. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, revealing a familiar figure. Only those close to Sarutobi Hiruzen, such as his dear friend Shimura Danzo, could traverse the Hokage's office with such ease. Upon learning of Orochimaru's arrival, Danzo promptly set aside his current affairs to investigate the situation. He had been organizing his subordinates to encircle and intimidate the grain merchants of the Land of Fire, as well as the traders from the 3 prominent clans. Yet, the matter concerning Orochimaru was equally significant. He intended to ascertain the details and, if possible, to bring Orochimaru under his influence. Danzo observed that Orochimaru possessed a keen intellect and a methodical approach to his endeavors, marking him as a person of considerable talent. He always extended greater tolerance and admiration towards individuals of such caliber. Upon entering the office, Danzo beheld his dear friend and companion, whose countenance was marked by an unsettling expression. The look of turmoil twisted his features grotesquely, resembling that of a monkey, aptly suiting his nickname. "Hiruzen, what troubles you?" Danzo inquired, before shifting his gaze towards Orochimaru, his eyes glimmering with scrutiny. Could it be that an issue had arisen on Orochimaru's end? It had been quite some time since he had witnessed Hiruzen display such a demeanor. Upon seeing Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened slightly, and he gestured for him to approach. "Danzo, you've arrived just in time. Come here," he urged. "Orochimaru's experiments have yielded results. He has discovered an alternative to fishing. However, the proposed substitute is rather peculiar, and I fear the villagers may not accept it." Upon hearing of the alternative food source, Danzo's previously rigid expression softened. He had been troubled by the village's food shortages as well. Assassinations and threats proved to be less efficient. Although his subordinates had eliminated several individuals, they were merely scapegoats, while the true leaders had long since fled. Furthermore, the opposition had also employed ninjas and samurai to resist. The nascent root organization lacked sufficient personnel, hindering their ability to swiftly neutralize their enemies. With Orochimaru's advancements in addressing the village's food predicament, Danzo could gain more time to deal with the obstinate grain merchants. He cast a puzzled glance at Orochimaru and inquired, "What do you intend to use as a substitute for fishing?" Orochimaru reiterated his earlier statements, adding that while the taste of the mealworm may be unpalatable and somewhat distasteful, its nutritional value is substantial. It can be mass-produced in a short period, ensuring that the villagers will not suffer from hunger. Upon hearing that the solution involved consuming insects, Danzo's expression subtly shifted. However, he quickly reconsidered. As long as it allowed the villagers to survive, the specifics of their diet were inconsequential. After all, a miserable life is preferable to a noble death. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and remarked, "Orochimaru's approach is sound. It is not as if they are to consume this daily. I find this method quite acceptable. If you are unwilling, allow me to take charge." The two had already established a clear division of labor in their collaborative efforts. For the sake of the village, Danzo was prepared to assume the role of the villain, undertaking tasks that the Hokage could not. As the leader of the village, Hiruzen was bound to maintain an image of integrity and grandeur, whereas Danzo bore the burden of managing the unsavory affairs that the Hokage could not address. Though immersed in darkness, he bore no regrets. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen was instantly moved to tears, grasping Danzo's arm. "My dear friend, I am truly grateful." Observing this exchange, Orochimaru couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Oh, the future Hokage is being shaped. Today, Danzo is certainly willing to take the blame for feeding the villagers insects." However, as the two conferred, Orochimaru interjected to break their discourse. While Danzo was willing to bear the brunt of the criticism, Orochimaru was less inclined to do so. Should it become known that he had produced these insects, there was no telling what trouble might arise from those of dubious intellect. His strength was not particularly formidable. Even a Chunin could potentially overpower him. Thus, It was essential for Orochimaru to avoid such predicaments. Perhaps we do not need to disclose the true source of the food, he proposed. We could grind the mealworms into powder and mix them with other vegetables and wild greens, obscuring their appearance entirely. Upon hearing Orochimaru's suggestion, Danzo realized he had initially fallen into the trap of readily accepting blame. It seemed there were indeed alternative solutions. No one wished to shoulder the blame. Naturally, Danzo also preferred to avoid it. He regarded Orochimaru with a questioning gaze. So, you propose concealing the origin of the food materials? What if someone inquires or investigates the matter? Orochimaru waved his hand nonchalantly and remarked, we can simply state that it is a village secret. If necessary, we can claim that it is food produced through a unique forbidden technique, ensuring it is entirely safe and non-toxic. Should anyone probe deeper, we can assert that they are spies sent by rival villages seeking to uncover Konoha's secrets. Danzo, you are certainly more versed in this matter than I. Upon hearing this suggestion, Danzo's spirits lifted immediately, and his gaze toward Orochimaru became increasingly appreciative. At such a young age, possessing such remarkable talent and insight, he truly seemed like a gem within a household. To someone like Danzo, who had been cultivated as a tool for assassination from a tender age, Orochimaru appeared to be an unparalleled existence. It was at this moment that Danzo felt genuinely compelled. He looked at Orochimaru and extended an invitation. Orochimaru, come to my roots. As long as you join me there, I can provide you with whatever you desire, and you may serve as my assistant, becoming the second in command at the roots. Once I retire, you shall be the leader, with all resources and assets at your disposal. A series of conditions and benefits poured forth from Danzo's lips, attempting to entice Orochimaru to join the roots. In the pursuit of talent, Danzo was willing to go to great lengths. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he swiftly interrupted Danzo's words, signaling for Orochimaru to exit. Orochimaru was a figure he held in high regard, embodying a profound will of fire, and he had discerned the remarkable talents within Orochimaru. Nurturing Orochimaru would undoubtedly prove to be of immense benefit in the future. In the 33rd chapter, titled Meat Pie, the two individuals staged their first performance of I Shadow You, You Regret. However, this did not jeopardize their relationship, nor did it deter their actions. The fish in the river were nearly depleted, and the electrical damage inflicted upon the aquatic ecosystem was substantial. Currently, rampant discharges of electricity yielded only a few fish each day. On that very day, Danzo's root organization arrived at Orochimaru's abode, acquiring the method to cultivate mealworms. The choice of the root organization was deliberate, aimed at concealing the truth. The Umbu were under the command of Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet heavily interspersed with numerous members of the ninja clan, creating a mix that could easily lead to information leaks. In contrast, the root organization, established by Danzo, was far more clandestine than the Umbu and was less likely to expose sensitive information. Upon obtaining the mealworm species and the chakra stimulation technique, Danzo immediately set the root members to work on cultivation. In a hidden cave, under constant nurturing, the mealworms multiplied from a few thousand to several hundred thousand. This was merely the first batch. Subsequent expansions would result in exponential growth. Provided there were sufficient leaves and grasses, mealworms could be cultivated indefinitely. These two resources were abundantly available in the thriving hidden leaf village. From time to time, Danzo would set aside his official duties to inspect the progress. Gazing at the densely clustered mealworms, reminiscent of raindrops, he suppressed an inexplicable urge and tossed in a handful of grass. The sound of their incessant chewing echoed throughout the cave, while nearby ninjas released chakra to stimulate the mealworm's growth. In no time, what were once tiny larvae grew to the size of a thumb. Indeed, in 2 or 3 days, the village's food supply concerns could be alleviated. Within a week or two, the hidden leaf would no longer have to fret over food shortages. Observing the thriving mealworms, Danzo felt a sense of relief wash over him. The village's difficulties rested upon the shoulders of these little creatures. It was truly astonishing that Orochimaru had managed to select mealworms as substitutes for ordinary food and devised a method to utilize chakra to stimulate their growth and development. Previously, chakra had been employed solely for combat. This approach represented a novel experiment and perspective. 3 days later, the fish soup previously provided at the Hidden Leaf Relief Station was replaced by a novel food item. This new offering, a meat pie infused with a grassy flavor, was somewhat dry and slightly bitter, yet still palatable. What is this? Why isn't it fish anymore? Murmured the villagers, bewildered by the change. I heard the fish in the river have all been caught, and the fishing personnel have been withdrawn. Is this even edible? It looks rather peculiar. A line of gaunt individuals formed, their curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar food, though they were not overly concerned. In these lean times, having any food at all was a blessing. Among the crowd, a young man with thick eyebrows and a watermelon-shaped head stood at the front of the line, anxiously awaiting his turn. He was Might Guy, a ninja intern. As a commoner, his life was fraught with hardship. His father had perished in battle, and his mother, consumed by grief, suffered from poor health. With soaring prices and no employment, he relied solely on the village's relief to survive. Although the fish soup had not been sufficient to satiate hunger, it had been a means of survival. Now, with the change in food, Might Guy feared there would be even less to eat. During this time, he had heard many troubling rumors about the village, talk of food shortages and impending famine, targeted by other ninja villages. This weighed heavily on his heart as he pondered the nature of the new food. As the line progressed, it was soon Might Guy's turn. He stepped forward, peering at the table laden with green meat pies. The neatly arranged pies emitted a peculiar aroma, causing him to swallow hard. The gnawing hunger in his stomach urged him to devour everything in sight. However, he restrained himself and inquired of the elderly man distributing the food. "Sir, may I take 2 meat pies? My mother is bedridden and in need of food." His question was tentative, but the elder promptly handed him several meat pies, placing them in his bowl. "Here you go, take as many as you like. The village is not short on food anymore. Eat your fill." The elder's words left Might Guy momentarily stunned. "Eat as much as I want?" It sounded like music to his ears, as if he were dreaming. Previously, the fish soup had barely allowed for 2 sips per person. Now, the meat pies were available in abundance. Overcome with gratitude, he quickly bowed his head in thanks, tears of joy welling in his eyes. "Thank the village leadership. Thank our Lord Hokage," the elder said with a smile, pulling him back up. Might Guy immediately turned toward Hokage Rock, sincerely expressing his gratitude to Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Clutching the meat pies, he hurried back home. Upon opening the door, a gentle yet slightly frail voice filled the room. "Mother, I've brought food." Might Guy rushed in, presenting the meal to his mother. "What is this?" she asked, looking at the meat pies quizzically. "The village relief station has replaced the fish soup with meat pies," he explained, "and we can take as many as we want. Although they don't taste great, they are quite filling." A flicker of surprise crossed his mother's eyes as she took a tentative bite. The food was slowly chewed and quickly swallowed. The meat pies, made from unknown meat and mingled with some wild vegetables, were not particularly unpleasant. Having consumed the provisions distributed by the village, she indeed felt her stomach swell with fullness, and her health began to gradually improve. Unbeknownst to her, the wild vegetables had been deliberately included by Orochimaru. The combination of vegetables with the high-protein insect meat enhanced the nutritional value considerably. On the streets, households received the news and flocked to collect their share of food. Each bite of the meat pie invigorated the once famished villagers, gradually restoring their vitality. Fueled by this newfound energy, Konoha regained its former vibrancy and prosperity. The looming crisis of food scarcity would no longer pose a threat from this day forth. This transformation was astonishing, affecting everyone from the grassroots villagers to the elite shinobi clans. However, the majority of the lower-class citizens were content as long as they had something to eat, not delving deeper into the matter. In contrast, the upper echelons of the shinobi clans tended to ponder more profoundly. Even more surprised than the shinobi were the spies and informants infiltrating from various nations. Upon receiving the news and witnessing the continuous supply of meat pies, their spirits crumbled. They had anticipated that cutting off Konoha's food supply would undermine its foundation. But they were taken aback by Konoha's profound resilience and the unexpected influx of meat pies. A spy from Iwagakure, masquerading as a Konoha resident, roamed the streets, discreetly inquiring about the source of the meat pies and gathering intelligence. His peculiar behavior soon attracted the attention of Root. As he turned into a concealed corner, a group of Root ninjas lay in wait and swiftly apprehended him. He was the 18th spy captured today, a remarkable success rate. From the shadows, Danzo emerged, gazing at the enemy ninja with a cruel smile. Take him to the interrogation department and extract every piece of information from his mind. With each spy delivered to him, Danzo's mood soared. In the past, capturing spies had been a tedious endeavor. Following Orochimaru's advice, he focused on investigating the source of the meat pies, which generally indicated something amiss. Out of 10, 8 were spies, while the remaining 2 were Konoha shinobi. Chapter 34, Shadow Clone Technique within the Ninja Academy. Having completed his mission, Orochimaru returned to the institution. This recent task had resolved a significant issue for the village, naturally earning him a substantial reward. However, most of it consisted of funds, equipment, and documentation, with relatively little pertaining to ninjutsu knowledge. Orochimaru recognized that pursuing knowledge within this institution was indeed advantageous. After dedicating 2 days to his studies, he swiftly caught up with his classmates. Such remarkable talent, even in the absence of external assistance, could undoubtedly propel him to the pinnacle of the world. Once class concluded and the instructor departed, Jiraiya eagerly approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Orochimaru, you have succeeded. The world outside is currently indulging in the meat pies you have created. Orochimaru's actions profoundly unsettled Jiraiya's tender heart. He never anticipated that Orochimaru would devise a solution to the village's food crisis within just a few days of his return. However, unlike others, Jiraiya was aware that the sustenance provided was crafted from insects. This awareness was particularly poignant, as he was among the few in the orphanage who refrained from indulging in the copious amounts of meat supplied. It wasn't a matter of being unable to consume any more. Rather, it stemmed from his knowledge of the ingredients involved. Orochimaru smiled and said, I merely did what I could. He added, but do keep this to yourself, for I fear others might find it unpalatable. Jiraiya nodded, a peculiar and humorous sensation washing over him at the thought that the meat pie was crafted by a bug. He felt a sense of solitary clarity amidst the revelry of others. By the way, Orochimaru, I have also mastered the art of chakra extraction now, Jiraiya proudly proclaimed, demonstrating his newfound skill by conjuring a strand of chakra within him. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered slightly as he sensed the quantity of chakra within Jiraiya. The amount was considerable, unexpectedly robust. From this perspective, it could be inferred that Jiraiya's parents were likely not ordinary individuals, or perhaps possessed an exceptional lineage. It is plausible that Jiraiya himself bore the blood of the ninja clan. Judging by the chakra quantity, even Orochimaru, who had successfully cultivated his abilities ahead of time, was eclipsed by Jiraiya. Orochimaru gazed at Jiraiya with a smile and congratulated him. Not bad, Jiraiya. You will undoubtedly become a great hero in the future. Upon hearing such words from Orochimaru, Jiraiya's spirits soared, his joy reaching new heights. Orochimaru's actions continually challenged Jiraiya's worldview, leading him to increasingly admire Orochimaru's prowess. When he heard Orochimaru declare his ambition to become a hero, Jiraiya found himself unwittingly persuaded. Perhaps this is the essence of bonds and trust. Having returned to his semblance of normalcy, Orochimaru embarked on a routine life. His days were filled with attending school and honing his skills, followed by returning home to conduct experiments and further his training. Life unfolded in a fulfilling and gratifying manner, possibly due to the activation of his innate talents. Orochimaru felt no discomfort. Rather, he reveled in his pursuits. With ample resources, state-of-the-art equipment, and a wealth of knowledge at his disposal, everything awaited his exploration and study. A truly exhilarating prospect. Upon returning to his laboratory, Orochimaru retrieved the spoils of his previous conquests. These trophies were collected after his triumph over the K-Ron clan and the Hokage clan ninjas. Originally intended for surrender, the higher-ups chose to overlook their submission. Acknowledging Orochimaru's contributions to the village, Orochimaru retrieved 2 scrolls and began to examine them meticulously. One of the scrolls, belonging to the northern clan of ninjas, detailed the secret art of the ghostly passage. This technique significantly enhances one's mobility, allowing the practitioner to move with such swiftness that they appear as mere phantoms, elusive and capable of swift, decisive strikes. However, mastering this skill is exceedingly challenging, often beyond the reach of most ninjas. The individual who possessed the scroll had likely not yet perfected the technique, which explains why Orochimaru was able to acquire it so effortlessly. The other scroll contained the sealing techniques of the Zonglong clan, enabling the user to confine materials within the scroll itself. This particular scroll resembles a spatial storage ring from a previous life, albeit on a larger scale. Orochimaru harbored profound and intense curiosity regarding both scrolls. However, after perusing their contents, he opted to delve into the first scroll. The ghostly passage appeared somewhat simpler than the sealing techniques. Regrettably, Orochimaru had not pursued the knowledge of sealing arts, rendering him incapable of comprehending that scroll. Thus, the only technique he could grasp was the combat secret of the ghostly passage. Orochimaru meticulously examined the secret technique and concluded that it was not particularly suitable for him. To enhance speed, one must possess a robust and formidable physique. However, at a young age, Orochimaru's body had yet to fully develop, and his bones were still maturing. Was it truly impossible to learn from the rewards that had been bestowed upon him? Orochimaru found himself in a quandary, unable to accept the outcome of his endeavors. He diligently researched and, by the 3rd day, conceived a similar approach. Unable to adhere to a conventional training regimen, he sought to innovate. adapting the techniques to suit his unique style, or perhaps to enhance his own capabilities. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru deconstructed and analyzed the secret technique, extracting valuable acceleration techniques from it. Although the original, ghostly speed was lost in the disassembly, he discovered a means to accelerate without inflicting excessive harm on his body. It was akin to isolating a functional component, which he could manipulate independently. Upon acquiring this acceleration component, Orochimaru endeavored to integrate it with the shadow clone technique, embedding the speed techniques within it. After countless modifications, he finally succeeded in creating a new ninjutsu. Upon its creation, Orochimaru burst into laughter, unable to conceal his excitement. He had finally achieved it. The initial creation had indeed proven challenging. Lacking experience, Orochimaru felt like a blind man crossing a river, stumbling upon success by sheer luck. However, during this exploration, he accumulated a wealth of knowledge and experience, significantly enhancing his understanding of ninjutsu. As he gazed upon the ninjutsu he had developed, Orochimaru stroked his chin. Pondering a fitting name, he decided to call it the Phantom Shadow Clone Technique, an evolved version of the original. Stepping into the courtyard, Orochimaru stood tall, deftly forming hand seals as his chakra surged within him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A distinct clone materialized beside him, and as Orochimaru moved with remarkable swiftness, a flurry of phantoms surrounded him. His velocity was astonishing, rendering him almost spectral as he leaped, leaving behind afterimages. What began as two Orochimarus transformed into dozens the moment he commenced movement. Each clone possessed chakra, making it impossible for onlookers to discern the original. After a brief demonstration of the Phantom Shadow Clone technique, Orochimaru halted, reverting to his singular form. While the technique proved effective for rapid movement and deceiving foes, it did incur considerable chakra consumption. Frowning, he took note of the chakra he had expended. The consumption was somewhat substantial, yet comparable to a C-rank ninjutsu. Chakra was akin to a character's mana bar in a game. Without sufficient reserves, one could not unleash skills or ultimate techniques. However, Orochimaru harbored little concern. He was still young and would continue to develop, leading to an increase in his chakra reserves. He also contemplated methods to enhance his chakra quantity, ensuring he would no longer face shortages. He recalled that the original character in the series displayed no signs of lacking chakra, suggesting a means of compensation existed. Since the original could achieve this, so too could his new incarnation. With renewed confidence, Orochimaru resumed refining the Phantom Shadow Clone technique. Although he had created it, mastery would require persistent practice and proper application. Soon, the courtyard was filled with countless figures of Orochimaru, darting to and fro like phantoms. On the battlefield, enemies would likely struggle to pinpoint his true location. While Orochimaru diligently honed his ninjutsu, the lurking ninjas of Konoha began to catch on. Though they were reluctant to admit it, a careful investigation revealed a potential connection between the food supply and a child named Orochimaru enrolled at the Ninja Academy. This child had coincidentally been present at the Hokage building during the same time frame as the mysterious meat buns. Moreover, rumors suggested that the fishing generator had been crafted by this very child. All these clues led the enemy ninjas to suspect Orochimaru significantly. Chapter 35. A chance encounter with Tsunade. With a steady supply of food, Konoha village had regained its former peace and tranquility. Yet beneath this flourishing facade, an invisible tide surged, driven by darker currents. The ninja clans, perched high above, observed everything with keen eyes. Enemy ninjas concealed in the shadows remained vigilant, seeking out Orochimaru's whereabouts and vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, Orochimaru generally refrained from venturing beyond his route home from school, rendering it impossible for the spies to approach him. That afternoon, after school at the Ninja Academy, Orochimaru, who felt confident in his training, opted not to retreat into seclusion as usual. Instead, he ventured to the bustling commercial district of Konoha. Finally feeling a semblance of self-preservation, he no longer feared encounters with adversaries that would leave him trapped. As he strolled through the lively streets, observing the throngs of people and the bustling traffic, a sense of pride welled within him. This transformation was a direct result of his efforts. The ordinary villagers no longer worried about food shortages, and the specter of famine had vanished. While the only drawback was the greenish hue some experienced from consuming bug meat buns, everything else was satisfactory. As he continued walking, his gaze shifted, and he spotted a familiar figure. A girl with a golden ponytail, clad in a green and red-striped outfit, her arms adorned with red arm guards, appeared on the street. Her cute visage and exquisite features radiated a unique vitality. This was none other than Tsunade, his classmate from childhood. Tsunade emerged from a nearby gambling den, arms crossed and visibly frustrated. Darn it, I've lost all my money again. When I get home, Granny Mito will surely scold me. She was in a foul mood, lamenting her gambling habit that had cost her everything. Turning around, she noticed a child in white attire, with long hair and skin as pale as jade, standing not far away. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Tsunade's eyes sparkled mischievously as a sweet smile broke across her face. She waved enthusiastically as she approached Orochimaru. "Oh, Orochimaru, what a coincidence. You're here too." Although their interactions at school had been minimal, Tsunade's demeanor had shifted dramatically, as if they were long-lost friends. She embraced Orochimaru, her arm resting casually on his shoulder. "Orochimaru, do you happen to have any money? Could you lend me a bit?" she asked, adopting a big sisterly tone, gazing at him as if he were a helpless little bunny. Indeed, at this age, Orochimaru resembled a pitiable, naive rabbit. With his rosy lips, white teeth, and delicate features, he appeared charmingly innocent. No one would suspect he would eventually become the cold-hearted villain he was destined to be. Orochimaru cast a resigned glance at Tsunade, immediately discerning the reason behind her predicament. Adjacent to them lay a casino, and it was evident that Tsunade had squandered her fortune. This had long been a time-honored tradition of the Senju clan, passed down from Hashirama Senju to Tsunade herself. A perennial gambler, yet her skills remained subpar, indulging in her vice despite her lack of talent. Orochimaru shook his head in exasperation, articulating his refusal. "Tsunade, gambling is an undesirable pursuit. I shall not provide you with funds for such frivolities." He was well aware of Tsunade's prowess. Any money given to her would undoubtedly vanish. His earnings were not whimsically acquired, but rather painstakingly accumulated through contributions to the village. Gambling. "Oh, Orochimaru, you mustn't speak so recklessly. I am not that sort of person," Tsunade retorted, her eyes darting evasively, desperately denying the accusation. "I merely misplaced my wallet and had intended to purchase some items. Now, that is no longer possible." As she spoke, Tsunade covered her face with her small hands, feigning tears. The onlookers were moved, and many felt a pang of sorrow. Her performance attracted the attention and sympathy of a considerable crowd, causing Orochimaru's lips to twitch in disbelief at her embarrassing display. "Enough, enough. Cease your pretense of weeping. It is evident that you are only faking," he said, resignedly producing a few bills from his pocket and handing them to Tsunade. "Consider this a loan. Remember to repay me and refrain from gambling." Upon receiving the money, Tsunade immediately transformed her demeanor, grinning mischievously at Orochimaru and sticking out her tongue. "Understood. You are far too verbose. How dare you underestimate me, Tsunade? Once I turn this little sum into a fortune, you will be in for a surprise." With that, she dashed into the casino. Observing Tsunade's drastic change in attitude, Orochimaru shook his head, recalling a timeless adage from his past life. One cannot trust the words of a beautiful woman. He concluded that the same applied to attractive girls. Under the gaze of the crowd, Tsunade wagered all her money on the high side. In the next moment, the dice revealed a low outcome. "What? How could this happen? I've lost again," Tsunade lamented, tears welling up as her recently borrowed funds evaporated. If Granny Mito were to discover that she owed money, she would surely unleash her wrath upon her. This cannot be allowed to continue. Orochimaru must have more money. I shall borrow a bit more from him and repay it once I recover my losses. Such is the mindset of a gambling enthusiast, and Tsunade was no exception. Swiftly, she made her way back to the street. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already turned to leave, making his way outward. Tsunade hurriedly pursued him, calling out, "Orochimaru, Orochimaru, wait for me." She ran with all her might and finally caught up to him. Orochimaru turned to gaze at Tsunade, raising an eyebrow and curving his lips slightly as he inquired, "Tsunade, are you here to repay your debt?" Upon hearing his question, Tsunade's expression fell instantly. Biting her lower lip, she lamented, "I've already exhausted my funds. I wish to borrow a little more from you. This time, I assure you, I can turn the tide. Please, just trust me once." She tugged at Orochimaru's arm, adopting a pitiful demeanor in an attempt to sway him. However, Orochimaru was no longer susceptible to her deceit and promptly rejected her with a clear voice. "It is impossible. A gambler can never win. If you persist in this manner, I shall inform the teacher and have them notify your parents." Upon hearing this, Tsunade was rendered speechless. She looked at Orochimaru and exclaimed, "Orochimaru, how could you entertain such a despicable thought as to report to my parents? Every mischievous child fears the involvement of their parents, and I am no exception. I am well aware of how temperamental Granny Mito can be. Even during Grandpa Hashirama's lifetime, one dared not act recklessly in her presence. As her granddaughter, I am akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Chapter 36. Assassination on the street. Tsunade chattered incessantly, oblivious to a figure approaching with ill intent nearby. However, his peculiar movements caught Orochimaru's attention. The rigidity of his body language, the cold glint in his eyes, and his deliberately restrained breath all hinted at something amiss with this individual. This is troubling. Could he be an enemy? Orochimaru, maintaining a calm demeanor, smiled at Tsunade and said, "Since you are so formidable, I shall provide you with funds to give it another attempt." Upon hearing this, Tsunade was filled with joy, leaping 3 feet high in elation. However, her exuberance inadvertently provoked the adversaries. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as a palpable aura of hostility shattered the tranquility of the street. A rather peculiar man withdrew a dagger from his sleeve and charged towards Orochimaru and Tsunade. "You shall perish," he shouted. The speed of Kazama Hayabusa was astonishing. His eyes widened as he swung the dagger fiercely at Orochimaru. The unexpected turn of events left Orochimaru with no choice but to draw the shuriken from his belt and hurl it forward. In that instant, he pulled the bewildered Tsunade behind him. Tsunade quickly called the police department for assistance. "There are ninja from the enemy village." Faced with this sudden crisis, the smile on Tsunade's face froze, and she stared at the enemy in panic. How could this be? How can there be enemies in the village? What is happening? Are they here to capture me? Her complexion paled, as the thought of being seized as the princess of the Senju clan filled her with dread. Yet, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, she quickly regained her composure, as if finding her resolve. "Yes, summon the police department." Watching Tsunade depart, Orochimaru sighed in relief. In confronting foes, having a liability by one's side invariably complicates matters. Despite Tsunade's extraordinary strength and noble lineage, she was still merely a child, lacking any real combat prowess. Remaining there would only hinder Orochimaru, much like Jiraiya at present, who also possessed little in the way of fighting capability. Without specialized training and preparation, they stood no chance against the enemy. Orochimaru possesses the intellect of an adult, having equipped himself with an array of tactical strategies and methods. While his practical combat experience may not be particularly robust, he is far from helpless and would not easily succumb to defeat. As long as he can endure until Tsunade summons assistance, Orochimaru can be deemed victorious. Furthermore, adversaries capable of infiltrating the village typically lack formidable strength. After all, powerful ninjas serve as the backbone of their communities and are not squandered or expended lightly. When dispatched to Konoha as spies, they are essentially treated as expendable resources. The reality aligns closely with Orochimaru's expectations. Upon the enemy's initial strike, he exhaled in relief. Although the opponent exhibited considerable strength, wielding their dagger with a fierce and ghostly swiftness, their prowess was merely at the level of a nin, potentially even slightly inferior to Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi's speed in drawing and wielding his blade surpasses this, allowing Orochimaru to acclimate to the brisk tempo of combat. Orochimaru's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, intently observing the movements of his adversary. As he hurled shuriken, he skillfully engaged in a tactical retreat, wielding his kunai with precision. Despite the opponent's rapid speed, they could not gain the upper hand against him, relying solely on their superior adult stamina to suppress Orochimaru. The high-tempo strikes from Kazama Hayabusa left Orochimaru with no time to press the switch of his electric button. However, Orochimaru was not without his contingencies. His tongue twisted and formed seals within his mouth, instantly directing the chakra within his body to conjure a shadow clone. Upon the appearance of the shadow clone, the opponent was momentarily taken aback. "What? How is it that your clone technique requires no hand seals?" The bizarre and illogical phenomenon caused Kazama Hayabusa to widen his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. Orochimaru, with an expression of serene calmness and an unsettling depth in his gaze that belied his years, spoke slowly. "There are countless matters of which you remain unaware, and I find no necessity to elucidate them to you. After all, the dead require no explanations." Orochimaru sprang into action, his body accelerating swiftly, transforming into countless phantoms that darted and spun along the street. Each apparition appeared as if it were a real person, layered and intertwined, both ephemeral and tangible, leaving one perplexed. Kazama Hayato gazed at the dense swarm of figures, tension mounting as beads of sweat trickled down his face. He had not anticipated that the assassination target, merely an ordinary child, could wield such extraordinary ninjutsu. Moreover, The child's considerable combat experience thwarted his lethal intentions. The thought of the organization's harsh punishment for failure sent waves of anxiety through him. However, the inability to overcome his opponent equally left him in disarray. The methods employed by Konoha against spies from enemy villages were notoriously brutal. Kazama Hayato's body trembled as he glared at Orochimaru, his voice cold as ice. Damn it. Do not underestimate me. Prepare to die. He launched another attack, producing a multitude of shurikens, kunai, explosive tags, and various other ninja tools. The barrage descended like a swarm of locusts upon the phantoms, aiming to strike down the real one among them. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru deftly evaded to the side. As his true form emerged, Kazama Hayato's eyes gleamed with determination as he lunged at Orochimaru with his dagger. Yet, in the next instant, the Orochimaru he struck transformed into smoke, dissipating into thin air. Behind him, Orochimaru materialized with a cold expression, wielding an electric shock weapon. In an instant, a crackling blue spark enveloped Kazama Hayato, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. Faced with an adversary whose origins were shrouded in mystery, Orochimaru exercised caution, ultimately defeating him with a flawless series of attacks. After subduing his opponent, Orochimaru wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and taunted. Is this all you are capable of? Pathetic, you can't even compare to a child. The remnants of consciousness within Kazama Hayato, upon hearing this, caused him to faint from sheer indignation. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having summoned aid, rushed towards the scene with a group of Uchiha clansmen, their eyes gleaming with determination. The Umbu ninjas, upon learning of the situation, frantically sprinted across rooftops, quickly converging on the location. Orochimaru, you must hold on. Tsunade felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Believing she had inadvertently endangered Orochimaru, she feared that the attackers were there to capture her. And the thought of Orochimaru's suffering due to her presence filled her with an overwhelming sense of remorse. If Orochimaru were to be harmed or perish, she would be consumed by guilt. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically upon receiving the news. He rose from his seat and flung open the window, poised to leap outside. However, halfway through, he halted, returning to his desk to retrieve a crystal ball. This secret technique, discovered during a raid, was the telescope technique. Enhanced by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it allowed him to observe any corner of the village. Orochimaru, you must not come to harm, he murmured as he activated the telescope technique with the crystal ball. In an instant, a scene from the streets of Konoha unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 37, Tsunade in shock within the crystal ball. A weary Orochimaru leaned against the wall of a shop, recuperating his strength. On the other side, Tsunade hurried toward him with personnel from the Uchiha police force. Upon witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Orochimaru is unharmed. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had risen to a significant status in his heart. After all, Orochimaru's remarkable abilities and talents were capable of resolving critical matters. Such an exceptional individual epitomized Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision of the will of fire, striving to nurture new sprouts that would safeguard Konoha for generations to come. As long as Orochimaru can grow steadily, he shall undoubtedly become a guardian of Konoha, shielding it from the storms of adversity. Observing the Uchiha guard negotiating with Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow once more. No, I cannot allow the Uchiha clan to take Orochimaru away. I shall personally intervene. Just as Orochimaru was about to be escorted to the Konoha police department, Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to his feet and dashed towards the site of the confrontation. His movements were agile and graceful, akin to that of a monkey, and his speed was remarkable, akin to a bolt of lightning as he reached the street. At that moment, Tsunade stood by Orochimaru's side, conversing with the Uchiha guard. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen clad in the red and white Hokage ceremonial robe, the Uchiha guard halted and bowed in respect. Although most people are not particularly fond of Sarutobi Hiruzen, they nonetheless harbor a certain reverence for his identity as the Hokage. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ingyang, glanced at the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What wind could have brought the third Hokage here? However, considering the presence of spies and informants within the village, who had nearly caused harm to the granddaughter of the first Hokage, he felt that Hiruzen's arrival was not entirely unexpected. It seemed quite reasonable. It could hardly be merely for another child. Though the child named Orochimaru displayed a remarkable strength, able to orchestrate ambushes and counterattack his foes, it merely indicated a slight superiority in combat talent. Moreover, he possessed a peculiar tool, utilizing the convenience of weaponry. In Inyang's eyes, the children of the Uchiha clan were equally commendable. Yet, as he regarded Orochimaru, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had heard the name before. Upon entertaining this thought, he found himself shaking his head in amusement. How could a mere child capture the attention of the head of the police force? He soon forgot that Orochimaru's name had indeed been mentioned in a prior meeting among the Uchiha higher-ups, though he had unconsciously dismissed it. Furthermore, he was mistaken. Hiruzen had come specifically for the other child, Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the members of the Uchiha clan and, with an air of authority, declared, "I am already aware of the situation here, and there is no need for the police force to intervene. I shall handle it personally." Upon hearing the Hokage's words, the Uchiha clan's police force felt a surge of relief. Tasked with maintaining stability and security within the village, they were responsible for handling brawls, extortion, and similar matters. In light of the grave situation involving the assassination attempt on Tsunade, the Uchiha clan was reluctant to take charge for various reasons, including avoiding potential bias. With the third Hokage taking personal responsibility, Uchiha Enyang promptly led his men away. As he watched the Uchiha clan depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief and turned his attention to Orochimaru and Tsunade, focusing primarily on Orochimaru. Tsunade, however, misinterpreted Hiruzen's concern as being directed towards her, as she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage and always attracted attention wherever she went. She gazed at Hiruzen with a sense of guilt, saying, "Uncle Third, those people must have caused chaos in the village to capture me. Orochimaru fought desperately against the enemy to protect me." Hiruzen's mind was flooded with questions as he regarded Tsunade with a puzzled expression, but he quickly realized that she had likely misunderstood the situation. He shook his head and replied, "Little Tsunade, it is not your fault. Do not place the blame upon yourself." Yet, before Tsunade could respond, Hiruzen bypassed her and approached Orochimaru. Leaning down, he looked at the somewhat dispirited Orochimaru with deep concern, asking, "How are you? Are you injured in any way?" Orochimaru shook his head and calmly replied, "It is nothing, merely an excessive consumption of chakra. A brief respite will suffice." He gestured towards the lifeless body on the ground, solemnly remarking, "This individual ingested poison prior to his arrival. After I defeated him, he succumbed to its effects." At this moment, Orochimaru's mood was far from pleasant. It was the first time he had encountered such a scenario. Although he had witnessed similar situations on television, experiencing the brutal reality of warfare between nations was entirely different. To conceal intelligence and address other issues, he compelled his subordinates to ingest poison. No wonder the assailants showed no restraint while attempting to assassinate him, unperturbed by the possibility of capture in broad daylight. After all, whether they succeeded or failed, death was inevitable. Their sole focus was on completing the mission. In this light, Shimura Danzo's orders for his subordinates to engage in mutual slaughter seemed to align perfectly with the cruel norms of the ninja world, devoid of humanity and mercilessly cold-hearted. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the corpse without a flicker of emotion in his eyes. As someone of noble lineage and the heir to the Hokage, he had long been accustomed to the sight of such death warriors. He waved his hand dismissively, indifferent, "It matters not. Even in death, Konoha's interrogation department can extract valuable information from his mind. Once we uncover useful intelligence, we shall eradicate the enemy forces entirely. I wonder who would dare target or assassinate you thereafter. Your actions regarding the alternative food supply have stirred considerable commotion. It seems some cannot contain their impatience. During this period, you should exercise caution. I will do my utmost to contain the information and enhance the village's oversight to prevent such occurrences." Meanwhile, Tsunade listened, utterly bewildered, her beautiful eyes blinking in confusion. She sensed something amiss. Wasn't the target meant to be herself? Why did the third Hokage claim that the attempt was directed at Orochimaru? What is it about Orochimaru that warrants assassination? Is it his adorable appearance that invites bullying? Surely not. Tsunade pondered deeply and finally recalled the alternative food source proposed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Her delayed realization stemmed primarily from her lack of attention to the matter. Just because ordinary villagers lacked food did not imply that Tsunade, a princess of the land of fire and granddaughter of the first Hokage, was similarly deprived. Consequently, she had only heard about the alternative food from her classmates but had never tasted it herself. With wide, sparkling eyes, she gazed incredulously at Orochimaru, never having anticipated that the meat pies capable of satiating the villagers originated from him. To her, Orochimaru was merely an ordinary child, excelling academically but occasionally absent from class. This was hardly an issue, as Tsunade herself performed exceptionally well in all subjects. Absenteeism was commonplace among the children of the Ninja Academy. many of whom hailed from ninja clans and often needed to return home to hone their family's secret techniques. Chapter 38. Enthusiastic Tsunade. Orochimaru paid little attention to Tsunade's transformation. He was engaged in conversation with Hiruzen Sarutobi, offering various suggestions, such as methods to detect spies gleaned from television and strategies to prevent infiltrators from entering the village. With only one life to live, he had no desire to be a target for assassination on a daily basis. The failure of this assassination attempt was due to the enemy's lack of intelligence and underestimation of his capabilities, but he knew that the next attempt could yield different results. This awareness heightened Orochimaru's vigilance. He even contemplated urging Hiruzen to establish a massive barrier surrounding the village. Unfortunately, this proposal was unanimously rejected by Hiruzen. Not only would it incur enormous costs, but the ninja clans residing in Konoha would also be opposed, though they lived in the same village. Their relationships were far from affectionate. Instead, they were habitually wary of one another. The survival instincts ingrained in them since the Warring States period fostered an inherent mistrust. Enclosing the village with a barrier that restricted entry and exit would inevitably provoke suspicion and resistance among some residents. Being of the ninja clan himself, Hiruzen understood this perspective well. While a large barrier would indeed mitigate external threats, now is not the appropriate time to implement such a plan. After conversing for a while, Hiruzen, seeing that Orochimaru was uninjured, departed with the enemy's body and a group of umbu. At that moment, Tsunade eagerly approached Orochimaru, pulling him close with excitement. "Orochimaru, is it true that the meat pies circulating outside were made by you?" she asked, her small hand grasping his, her eyes gleaming with an almost starry brilliance. After all, at their age, achieving something beneficial for the village was undeniably impressive, leading Tsunade to undergo a notable shift in her attitude towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed at the inquisitive Tsunade, rubbing his head as he pondered how to placate this individual. Despite being one of the future legendary Sannin, Orochimaru did not cultivate a rapport with Tsunade as Jiraiya did, primarily due to her distinguished status. As the princess of the Land of Fire and the granddaughter of the First Hokage, her identity was exceedingly illustrious, easily drawing attention away from him. For Orochimaru, this was not only disadvantageous, but also likely to invite unnecessary complications. Hence, he maintained a relationship akin to that of ordinary classmates. "What are you thinking? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you?" Tsunade questioned, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. Orochimaru chuckled softly, taken aback by Tsunade's keen perceptive abilities. "How could this be? I was contemplating how to elucidate everything to you." Tsunade's eyes brightened as she pressed further. "So, are you implying that this individual is not here to hunt me down, but rather to assassinate you?" Orochimaru nodded and straightforwardly remarked, "Indeed, it seems to be the case. I have resolved the village's food issues, which has made me a thorn in the side of ninjas from other nations. Do not speak of this to anyone. The third Hokage has insisted on keeping it confidential." Tsunade immediately nodded with an understanding demeanor, her expression one of reassurance. "I will not divulge it to others. You need not worry," she said, patting her modest chest with a radiant smile. No one could foresee how the current airport would eventually rise into towering peaks. The following day, within the elite class of the Ninja Academy, Tsunade approached. "Orochimaru, would you care to join me in play? Orochimaru, would you like to have lunch together? Orochimaru, shall we walk home after school?" Since that day, Tsunade's attitude towards Orochimaru underwent a complete transformation. Their relationship evolved from mere acquaintances to Tsunade frequently seeking Orochimaru's company. Particularly, her amicable demeanor captivated the attention of the boys in the class. Jiraiya, observing this spectacle, widened his eyes in jealousy, his expression contorted with envy. He crouched in a corner, enveloped in gloom. Seeing this, Kabuto hastily patted Jiraiya's shoulder, offering comfort. "Jiraiya, do not be disheartened. Orochimaru is not like you. He harbors no affection for Tsunade. Look." Tsunade approaches Orochimaru, and he does not respond with enthusiasm. Kabuto believed his words to be comforting. However, they pierced Jiraiya's heart like sharp blades. "Woe is me. Spare me the commentary," he lamented, witnessing Tsunade's proactive approach. Realizing for the first time that his goddess could be so forward, it felt as though he appeared the fool in comparison. On the other side, Orochimaru gazed helplessly at the advancing Tsunade, uncertain of her intentions. "Tsunade, must you behave this way? Look at Jiraiya. He is nearly in tears." Tsunade refused to glance at Jiraiya, dismissively huffing. "What does it matter if he cries? I have no interest in playing with him. He is so bothersome, always pestering me. I do not like him at all." Orochimaru, do you have feelings for me? Tsunade, taken aback by his words, blushed and hurriedly ran away. The topic was too provocative, and Tsunade, being young, found herself unable to respond. After her departure, Orochimaru finally found a moment of tranquility and picked up the book in his hands, resuming his reading. The pace of instruction at the school failed to keep up with his own learning, prompting Orochimaru to borrow books from the library. Indeed, during this period, the library housed a plethora of valuable resources. Although lacking in formidable ninjutsu, it contained numerous insights and experiences regarding ninjutsu. These were invaluable legacies left by predecessors. Immersing oneself in them would undoubtedly broaden one's horizons and enhance one's knowledge. Orochimaru, endowed with exceptional talent and intellect, is not without his limitations. Observing the perspectives others hold regarding ninjutsu occasionally rejuvenates his own understanding, akin to panning for gold amidst sand, which delights him endlessly. Time swiftly passes, and soon the afternoon training session commences. The focus of this session is on one of the foundational combat techniques, the art of throwing. This technique is among the most utilized by ninjas, allowing them to launch their weapons with lethal precision. Tools such as kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and senbon are employed in these deadly throws. Mastery of this skill grants ninjas a form of ranged attack during combat, a necessity since executing high-intensity ninjutsu is often impractical for the average ninja, who must therefore dedicate considerable time to honing their throwing abilities. Proficient throwing techniques can wield significant influence on the battlefield. After all, a single kunai can sever an enemy's throat. In contrast to the flamboyant D-rank and C-rank ninjutsu, the art of throwing proves to be far more pragmatic. At that moment, Jiraiya approached, hands on his hips and head held high, standing before Orochimaru to issue a challenge. Orochimaru, I wish to compete with you in throwing kunai. Do not presume our friendship will spare you. I must demonstrate to Tsunade who truly reigns supreme. Chapter 39, Mastery of the Throwing Technique. Jiraiya's declaration instantly captured the attention of many, with numerous onlookers eagerly watching the unfolding spectacle. It is human nature to revel in the excitement, whether one is an adult or a child. Orochimaru gazed at Jiraiya with a sense of helplessness. For the sake of a woman, he had acted foolishly, embodying the essence of a naive and innocent youth. Women are not mere possessions, and their affections do not necessarily align with the victors of contests. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the First Hokage, had encountered countless formidable warriors. It was implausible that she would be swayed merely by prowess in throwing techniques. Furthermore, Orochimaru recalled that Jiraiya's throwing skills were rather lackluster. As expected, when teacher Nara Shinichi distributed kunai, Jiraiya's eagerness was palpable. Let me show you the might of Jiraiya the Great, he proclaimed, seizing a kunai and hurling it towards a nearby target. 10 kunai were cast, yet only 3 struck the target, and even those were at the edges. This spectacle elicited laughter from his classmates. Jiraiya, feeling despondent, scratched his head while muttering excuses, attributing his failure to the kunai themselves. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ot, witnessing this, brightened up and approached Jiraiya with an air of arrogance, mocking him. With skills like yours, Jiraiya, do you really think you can compete? Perhaps you should practice more at home. Their rivalry in school was well known. Their contrasting personalities, one carefree, the other proud and obstinate, created a dynamic akin to natural enemies. Jiraiya, flustered, retorted, Uchiha Ot, how dare you, a mere slacker, criticize me? I refuse to believe your throws are superior. Ot's taunt successfully redirected Jiraiya's ire. Initially intent on challenging Orochimaru, Jiraiya's focus shifted to Ot. The latter, with his chin held high, boasted, what do you know? I am a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan, renowned for our exceptional throwing techniques. My skills in this area are unparalleled. Among children, competition was a natural inclination, and Ot was no exception. His disdain for Jiraiya fueled his desire to showcase his own abilities and impress their classmates. He forcefully pushed Jiraiya aside and, grasping a kunai, advanced towards the target. With swift motions, the kunai flew through the air in a graceful parabolic arc, striking the target with precision. 3 hit the bullseye, while 7 landed nearby. This display left many students wide-eyed and speechless. Ot is incredible. This is the power of the Uchiha. No wonder they are among the most prestigious clans in Konoha. The admiration from his peers caused Ot's confidence to soar, his small braids seemingly reaching for the sky as a smile crept onto his face. Conversely, Jiraiya was deeply disheartened. kneeling on the ground and pounding it in frustration. How could this happen? That scoundrel OT outperformed me. We are both underachievers. How is he better than I? He turned to Orochimaru, rushing to his side. Orochimaru, as brothers of different mothers, you must help me seek vengeance. Orochimaru cast a glance at him and said, somewhat exasperated, weren't you supposed to compete with me? Why are you now seeking my assistance? Jiraiya glared at Uchiha Tru with gritted teeth, his face a mask of indignation. Orochimaru, we are brothers, bound by deep camaraderie. I was merely jesting with you earlier. Do not take it to heart. That detestable Uchiha Tru must not be allowed to revel in his triumph. Otherwise, his arrogance would soar to the heavens, and he would undoubtedly mock me daily in class. Losing the affection of a girl I admired was one thing, but the bond with Orochimaru is invaluable, and my pride cannot be further compromised. Ultimately, it is Uchiha Tru's relentless mockery that infuriates Jiraiya. Orochimaru remarked, you have witnessed his Uchiha throwing technique. It is nothing short of exquisite, and I may not necessarily surpass him. Jiraiya, noticing Orochimaru's lack of refusal, quickly interjected, Orochimaru, I have faith in you. You can undoubtedly prevail. Among those I know, you are the most formidable and can surely defeat that arrogant fellow. Very well, I shall strive to triumph over him. Orochimaru responded with a shrug, reluctantly acquiescing. After all, this was a matter of training and assessment, and he did not wish to conceal his talents excessively. For him, defeating Uchiha To, while not trivial, was not an insurmountable challenge. He harbored a keen interest in the Uchiha throwing technique employed by To. During To's performance, Orochimaru discreetly observed every movement, the coordination of his stance, the angle at which he wielded the shuriken, and the mechanics of his force application. Through this meticulous study, he aimed to glean insights and dissect the essence of the Uchiha throwing technique. At that moment, he intended to incorporate some of that essence into his own throwing technique and assess its efficacy. Orochimaru approached the target, grasping a kunai, his gaze suddenly sharpening. In his mind, he envisioned the optimal grip and throwing technique for the kunai. In an instant, whoosh, 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 the kunai flew towards the red bullseye, striking one after another, piercing the center. As the final kunai embedded itself into the heart of the target, the bullseye shattered, revealing a large hole. Mastery in throwing technique. This astonishing feat immediately captured the attention of all the students present. Even teacher Nara Shinichi felt his gaze sharpen slightly. The precision of his throws, achieving a perfect score, was truly remarkable. Although his movements were somewhat rigid and mechanical, for a ninja in turn, it was already an exceptional accomplishment. Such skill was rarely matched, even by the graduated ninjas. At that moment, Nara Shinichi recalled the words of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, emphasizing the importance of nurturing Orochimaru's talents. Yet, given Orochimaru's learning pace, it seemed unnecessary for him to be guided. He learned effortlessly on his own. His terrifying aptitude and learning ability were nothing short of monstrous. Even among the highly intelligent members of the Nara clan, few could rival Orochimaru. Reflecting on the younger generation of his family, Nara Shinichi felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The Nara clan, due to their focus on shadow manipulation, had fostered a culture of lethargy among most of its members. Even those with talent rarely put forth the effort to hone their skills, often preferring to lounge in open spaces. In contrast, Orochimaru was exceptionally gifted, displaying a fervent passion for learning and diligently developing his unique abilities. There was simply no comparison. Chapter 40. A heroic rescue. Witnessing Orochimaru's flawless performance, Jiraiya leaped up, a jubilant grin spread across his face, as if he had achieved victory himself. He struck a boastful pose, mocking Uchiha Otoko. It appeared that Uchiha's throwing technique was rather unimpressive, unable to compare to Orochimaru's prowess. How amusing. His smug demeanor incited a flush of anger on Uchiha Otoko's face. What are you so pleased about, Jiraiya? It's not like you defeated me. Jiraiya bounded over to Orochimaru, leaning in closely and affectionately stating, why the long face? My good brother here has bested you, which is akin to my own victory. Shameless. Uchiha Otoko seethed at Jiraiya's words, his teeth grinding in frustration. Observing Uchiha Otoko's discomfiture brought Jiraiya immense satisfaction, akin to the refreshing relief of cool water on a sweltering summer day. Even the fact that Tsunade did not favor him and had sought out Orochimaru was momentarily cast aside in his mind. After school ended, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Bailuhu meandered along the streets of Konoha. At that moment, Jiraiya reverted to his previous emo persona. He transformed into a melancholic youth, sighing with every step. Filled with lamentations. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of something, and he was instantly invigorated. A beautiful woman. His face radiated with excitement, and drool trickled from the corners of his mouth, resembling a lovesick fool. He hastily seized Orochimaru and Bailu, conspiratorially whispering, "Wait a moment. I've spotted a stunning older sister." His eyes darted mischievously, as if plotting some mischief. Then, Jiraiya shifted his demeanor, biting his lip and gazing at Orochimaru with tear-filled eyes. This woeful expression caused Orochimaru to raise an eyebrow, understanding Jiraiya's unreliable nature. Orochimaru knew that he was about to concoct yet another scheme. Orochimaru neither harbors aversion nor expresses strong support. Jiraiya, in his exuberance, can be described in a flattering light as possessing the heart of a child. Yet, viewed critically, he simply acts on whims. Indeed, Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru with earnestness and implored, "Orochimaru, could you do me a favor? Would you assist me in staging a heroic rescue of a damsel in distress? You shall play the villain, while I shall embody the hero, allowing me to win the affection of that young lady. You already have Tsunade. Please lend me your aid." As he spoke, Jiraiya reached out as if to clasp Orochimaru's leg, displaying an unwavering determination that suggested he would not relent without a favorable response. Orochimaru had no intention of acquiescing. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress struck him as utterly foolish. He remarked, "How preposterous. Let Bairuhu assist you instead." Upon hearing this, Bairuhu instinctively retracted his neck, resembling a startled quail. Jiraiya glanced at Bairu, gestured with his hand, and immediately shook his head in disapproval. "Orochimaru, please lend me your aid," he implored. Bairu, being so diminutive, exuded little menace. It was scarcely conceivable that he could intimidate anyone. And the mere fact that he was not easily frightened himself was commendable enough. Thus, it was you who should step in. Orochimaru cast a glance at Bailuohu, whose lips were as red as rubies, teeth as white as pearls, and skin as fair as milk, adorned with playful little braids reminiscent of a young girl. Yet, he himself was but a youthful figure, with equally red lips and white teeth, having not matured much. He stole a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, pondering the image he might project in Jiraiya's eyes. Jiraiya, feeling the weight of Orochimaru's gaze, swiftly averted his eyes in embarrassment. Then, spotting a stall nearby selling masks, he dashed over. "Good sir, may I borrow a mask? I promise to return it shortly." Under the furious pursuit of the stall owner, Jiraiya seized Orochimaru's hand, and together they fled in a wild sprint. To this, Orochimaru could only muse on Jiraiya's propensity for stirring trouble. Nevertheless, he found amusement in this escapade. Jiraiya was extroverted, while he was more reserved. Perhaps influenced by his former self, Orochimaru was not adept at mischief like Jiraiya. Rather than feeling anger or disdain at Jiraiya's antics, he found them entertaining. Experiencing different facets of life was indeed quite delightful. They eventually reached a secluded corner, successfully evading the irate stall owner. Jiraiya, donning a fearsome demon mask, chuckled mischievously and placed it upon Orochimaru's face. "Orochimaru, do assist me. What wrong have I committed? I merely wish to experience the thrill of a hero rescuing a damsel, to embody a valiant champion of justice. When I make my entrance, the lovely elder sister will surely admire me and exclaim, 'Oh, how splendid is Jiraiya!'" As he spoke, Jiraiya's imagination ran wild, a gleeful chuckle escaping his lips. A series of dark lines appeared on Orochimaru's forehead. He vaguely recalled a scene from the original story. It seemed that Jiraiya had entrusted his former self to deceive Tsunade through a classic act of heroism, saving a damsel in distress. The original self, innocent and kind-hearted, had agreed to play the role of a decoy. Unfortunately, he had forgotten about Tsunade's terrifying strength, capable of shattering the ground with a single punch, rendering any rescue unnecessary. Naturally, Jiraiya's heroic endeavor ended in failure. However, at this moment, the current Jiraiya remained oblivious to all of this. With an exceptionally thick skin, he continued to plead fervently. Just then, the beautiful older sister from earlier reappeared, instantly igniting Jiraiya's excitement. His eyes sparkled as he eagerly pushed Orochimaru forward. A mere wall separated them from a serendipitous encounter with the enchanting lady. Orochimaru's entire being split apart as he suddenly plunged into the embrace of the beautiful elder sister. Truly, she is a paragon of generosity, with a heart as vast as her bosom. Orochimaru lifted his head and beheld a young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, standing before him. Her features were striking, with eyes as tranquil as water, gazing at Orochimaru with a serene expression, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Little brother, are you all right?" Orochimaru shook his head and said, "I am fine." It was merely an inadvertent act that led to Jiraiya being pushed out by this fellow. Orochimaru carefully scrutinized the young girl before him and recognized a familiar family emblem. His eyes brightened slightly as he inquired, "Sister, are you a member of the Uzumaki clan?" High Kurenai paused for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed. I am of the Uzumaki clan." She gazed at the obedient-looking child, his rosy lips and white teeth, surprised that he could identify her lineage. The Uzumaki clan was not particularly prominent in Konoha, especially when compared to the large clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, which boasted thousands of members. The Uzumaki clan had merely a few dozen. Furthermore, there had been no notable prodigies emerging from her clan recently, resulting in their lack of recognition within the village. Unbeknownst to her, Orochimaru had accompanied Kakashi Hitaki on a tour around the village, meticulously noting all the various ninja clans. While the Uzumaki clan might not be well known now, their future potential was not to be underestimated. The future High Kurenai would become a seasoned jonin, capturing the heart of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the son of the Third Hokage, and securing her share of the spotlight. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had been waiting in the shadows, felt the time was ripe and leaped forward. He landed nearby and exclaimed, "Fear not, beautiful lady. I, Jiraiya the Gallant, shall protect you." However, he was instantly taken aback. The scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, Orochimaru was engaged in a lively conversation with the lovely lady. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. I have something at home to attend to, so I'll be heading back now." High Kurenai narrowed her beautiful eyes, glancing at Orochimaru's ominous mask, then at Jiraiya, who appeared eager to flee. A smirk played upon her lips. "Gallant Jiraiya?" Her voice, laced with a hint of amusement, rang in Jiraiya's ears, leaving him feeling weak. He stumbled back several steps, only to realize he hadn't moved at all, scratching his head in confusion. Jiraiya, who had not taken his studies seriously, failed to comprehend that he had fallen victim to an illusion. His eyes widened as he spun in circles, bewildered. "What is going on? Why can't I seem to move?" Orochimaru, possessing a wealth of knowledge, quickly deduced the cause. "Jiraiya, you've fallen prey to the elder sister's genjutsu." The Uzumaki clan was renowned for their mastery of illusion techniques, making it a simple task to ensnare a novice ninja like Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya was not the best student, he had heard of various combat techniques, including genjutsu. However, their curriculum had yet to cover how to break free from illusions, leading to his dejection. Yet, with his thick skin, he swiftly adjusted his mindset and gazed pitifully at High Kurenai. "Beautiful elder sister, please spare me. I promise I won't do it again." Upon seeing Jiraiya admit his defeat, High Kurenai finally released him from the genjutsu. She assessed Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the timid Hinata standing nearby, crossing her arms and her eyes sparkling. "Are you all students of the Ninja Academy?" Orochimaru nodded and candidly stated, "Indeed, I have just enrolled this year." Yugao, acknowledging this, exhibited a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. She had long suspected that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were not ordinary, and her intuition proved correct. They were indeed students of the Ninja Academy, albeit a bit unruly. Her enchanting gaze swept over Orochimaru and Jiraiya, a smile dancing on her lips as she inquired, "Were you two attempting to engage in mischief just now?" Tall and graceful, with features akin to a painting, her exquisite countenance was striking, and her crimson lips resembled vibrant flames, embodying the quintessential image of an alluring older sister. Standing above them, she cast a glance that bore an air of danger, reminiscent of a neighborly sister who, upon discovering her siblings in trouble, was poised to deliver a playful reprimand. In response, Jiraiya immediately shook his head vigorously, as if he were a rattledrum. No. We merely wish to greet the beautiful older sister and share a light-hearted jest." He scratched his head, a foolish grin adorning his face. Yugao, well aware of their harmless intentions, had only intended to startle them momentarily. She regarded Jiraiya without reproach but instead cautioned, "Please refrain from such antics in the future. Otherwise, you might encounter someone who would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Not everyone possesses a temperament as gentle as mine, understood?" "Understood, beautiful sister," Jiraiya replied promptly, his face radiating delight. The fact that the lovely sister had not scolded him but rather offered a gentle reminder filled him with joy, leading him into a reverie of self-indulgence. At that moment, Orochimaru lifted his head, his sparkling eyes fixed on Yugao, and curiously asked, "Sister, You are truly remarkable. You can perform ninjutsu at such a young age. That illusion was quite fascinating. Might you teach it to me? Orochimaru, utilizing the guise of a child, endeavored to exploit the training methods of illusionary arts. Should he succeed in this endeavor, it would be a delightful acquisition. If he were to fail, he would incur no loss. Furthermore, a child uttering such words would not evoke significant disdain from others. Hearing this, Yukimura Kasa smiled gently, stroking Orochimaru's head, and said tenderly, "You are still quite young. And for now, you are unprepared to learn illusionary techniques. It is not that I refuse to teach you, but rather that such arts come with certain prerequisites that you have yet to meet." Upon hearing Yukimura's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Orochimaru's eyes. The coveted illusionary technique seemed beyond his grasp. Observing Orochimaru's dejected demeanor, Yukimura consoled him, "Little brother, once you grow a bit older and enhance your chakra volume and control, I shall gladly teach you an illusionary technique for free." "Really?" Orochimaru exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air and enveloping Yukimura in a hug. Receiving a voucher for the illusionary technique was a delightful surprise for Orochimaru, a commoner. Moreover, it was a reward earned through his endearing charm. And free offerings are always a source of great delight. Furthermore, the Yukimura clan possessed profound understanding and research in illusionary arts. Had they not been overshadowed by the Amara clan, they might have shone brilliantly within the village. Meanwhile, witnessing the embrace between the beautiful sister and Orochimaru, Jiraiya approached with drool dripping from his mouth, his eyes sparkling as he extended his arms, yearning for a hug as well. Yukimura, noticing the lecherous demeanor of Jiraiya, playfully flicked his forehead with her finger. "Little rascal," she chided. Jiraiya, feeling the sting, crouched down, cradling his head. "Sister, you are so biased. I want a hug too." Yet, his intentions were seen through by Yukimura, and his wishes would not be fulfilled. Ultimately, Jiraiya could only sulk in a corner, drawing circles in the dirt, lost in his melancholy. On the other hand, with the promise in mind, Orochimaru contemplated Yukimura's mention of chakra volume and control. He recognized that he was indeed lacking in both aspects and needed to devise a means to compensate. Regarding chakra volume, he had no immediate solutions. According to the teachings at school, the quantity of chakra could only be enhanced through the passage of time and diligent training, continuously refining the chakra that could be extracted from within. While there were other methods, such as acquiring certain rare treasures or secret techniques, rapid enhancement of one's chakra reservoir was exceedingly difficult. As for chakra control, Orochimaru recalled a similar training process from the original narrative: water treading and tree climbing. These tasks required one to concentrate chakra in their feet, enabling them to traverse trees and walk on water. Though they seemed deceptively simple, they demanded a high level of chakra control. Upon returning home, Orochimaru eagerly commenced his training. With no trees in his courtyard, he instead attempted to scale the walls of his house. Taking a deep breath before the 2-meter-high wall, he concentrated chakra beneath his feet and lifted himself upward. However, in the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as Orochimaru fell heavily to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts so much," he lamented, feeling the sting of his failure. Orochimaru discovered that climbing trees was an extraordinary challenge, requiring a multifaceted approach. He needed to diligently refine his chakra while simultaneously manipulating and controlling its quantity, all the while maintaining his bodily equilibrium. After all, climbing walls is akin to ascending trees. The physical demands differ from ordinary walking, leading to a disarray in the mind. Time and again, he found himself tumbling down, prompting a moment of introspection. Climbing walls is exceedingly difficult, with my unparalleled talent. Is there truly no way to swiftly master this skill? He sat beneath the eaves, propping his chin with one hand, furrowing his brow in silence, lost in contemplation. Chapter 42. Mastering Chakra. In the original narrative, Kakashi instructed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Sakura was the first to grasp the concept, displaying extraordinary talent that rendered it nearly effortless. Naruto and Sasuke, however, lagged significantly behind, dedicating countless hours to practice, enduring numerous falls, until they finally acquired the necessary skills. Orochimaru, confident in his exceptional talents, gradually came to understand the nuances of his abilities. Sakura, too, was a prodigy among the ordinary ninjas, while her overall aptitude might not surpass his own. Her mastery over chakra was slightly superior. As a woman, her innate sensitivity allowed her to effortlessly manipulate chakra without extensive training. In contrast, Orochimaru found his own talent in this domain lacking. Part of the reason for this disparity lay in Orochimaru's youth. His experience with chakra was still in its infancy. It is essential to note that they were not children anymore. they had already graduated. Orochimaru, however, had only recently begun his schooling, barely 6 months into it. How could he possibly train? Was there a more effective method? Pondering the intricacies of chakra control, Orochimaru reflected deeply. While the rudimentary exercises of tree climbing and water walking were viable for practice, his initial attempts revealed their inefficiency. The challenges were manifold, requiring relentless effort and keen insight. In essence, one would only succeed once their body adapted. There were no progress indicators or clear standards for training, rendering the process exceedingly rudimentary. Moreover, the likelihood of injury during such training was alarmingly high. Orochimaru found this unacceptable. He lacked a mentor to oversee his progress, and injuries were no trivial matter. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, who possessed a remarkable lineage and could recover swiftly from severe falls, a regular individual would take weeks, if not months, to heal from similar injuries. After much contemplation, he finally devised a gradual approach. First, he would focus on stabilizing chakra output, followed by refining and enhancing it in challenging environments. Inspired by this revelation, Orochimaru began to formulate a plan. Simplifying the tree climbing exercise, he realized it was akin to traversing difficult terrain. Similarly, water walking could be modified to increase its complexity. With this insight, Orochimaru conceived a clever idea: to construct a suspension bridge in the courtyard. Once completed, he stepped onto the swaying bridge, positioning himself in the center. The pulleys on either side of the bridge could easily roll, causing it to sway at the slightest breeze. As he stood still, eyes closed, he concentrated on refining his chakra, channeling it into his feet. His primary objective was to maintain his balance and remain upright on the bridge. As a gentle breeze wafted through, the bridge began to sway slightly, creaking under the pressure. The stronger the wind blew, the more pronounced the oscillations became. Orochimaru stood upon the suspension bridge, his body swaying from side to side, yet his feet remained firmly anchored to the wooden planks. However, a powerful gust of wind soon swept across the bridge, causing Orochimaru to lose control and fall forward. Fortunately, the ropes lining the bridge swiftly caught his unsteady form, preventing him from plummeting into the abyss below. Anticipating such a scenario, Orochimaru quickly grasped the ropes and righted himself. Once upright, he did not immediately resume his training. Instead, he engaged in introspection and self-examination. He realized that during moments of instability, his mind was plagued by various negative emotions, which adversely affected his control over his body. This turmoil not only impacted his physical stability, but also had repercussions on his chakra extraction. This contemplation led Orochimaru to a renewed understanding. He must dispel distractions and cultivate tranquility. As he re-entered his training, clarity enveloped his mind, akin to a pure heart. Unblemished and crystalline, he concentrated solely on refining his chakra, maintaining its flow, and stabilizing his stance, entirely oblivious to external disturbances. This time, he stood undeterred for an entire hour. Even as the wind howled and the bridge trembled, Orochimaru's posture remained unwavering. When he finally opened his eyes, his gaze was clear, devoid of distractions. A glance downward at the bridge revealed that its effect had waned. The initial phase had unfolded seamlessly. Indeed, segmented training was evidently the most suitable approach for him. Climbing trees and walking on water were far too generalized, lacking any structured methodology. Relying solely on one's diligence and exploration, such ambiguous training methods felt utterly nonsensical, akin to deciphering a celestial manuscript. Only Kakashi, within the main cast, had managed to succeed through the fortuitous accumulation of various buffs, resulting in a sudden surge of power. Had it been an ordinary ninja, success would likely have taken a year and a half to achieve. Fortunately, Orochimaru possessed keen insight and had discovered the correct path to training, enabling him to grasp the basics in a short span of time. Having initially mastered chakra refinement and output, he procured 2 slender ropes and secured them to the walls on either side. Then, with a leap, he ascended to the ropes, cautiously advancing along their length. As he moved, he concentrated his chakra into the soles of his feet, firmly adhering to the ropes. The difficulty level had significantly increased. He now had to maintain his balance while traversing the ropes without falling, a formidable challenge indeed. In motion, one's distractions tend to multiply compared to a state of stillness, further complicating chakra extraction and output. Yet, drawing upon his previous foundation, Orochimaru maintained a commendable composure, and his chakra output remained relatively stable. However, this stability proved fleeting, as a minor mishap soon caused him to tumble down. Fortunately, the ropes hung only 10 centimeters above the ground, and Orochimaru fell without sustaining any injuries. Experiencing not even a hint of pain, Orochimaru rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and commenced a period of introspection. This phase proved to be somewhat challenging, necessitating a harmonious equilibrium between both mind and body. As he moved, his intellect was required to maintain an unwavering composure. Akin to the unperturbed sky, while his heart remained as tranquil as still water, his body, too, needed to embody a state of normalcy at all times. It was only moments ago that he realized he was traversing a tightrope, which had inadvertently led to his missteps. In essence, it became clear that he had yet to fully acclimate to the art of walking upon such a delicate line. Orochimaru's gaze shifted back and forth between the rope and the ground. Although he could walk, traversing the rope evoked an incessant sensation of impending descent, a feeling absent when treading upon the solid earth. Yet, the rope was undeniably secured with great tautness, bolstered by chakra. It bore no distinction from walking on the ground. Similarly, one could traverse the ground with equal steadiness, forging a straight path with unwavering assurance. Orochimaru found himself in a state of confusion, and thus resolved to rise once more. He stood upon the taut rope, leisurely advancing forward while faintly sensing its gentle sway. This subtle undulation incessantly influenced his body's equilibrium, compelling Orochimaru to swiftly readjust his center of gravity to counteract the instability. Moreover, as he traversed the rope, his physical faculties involuntarily transmitted a myriad of signals, leading to a gradual disarray in both his body and mind. After several attempts, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. I comprehend now. I have discovered the state necessary to maintain my balance. Chapter 43, Mastery of Technique over Ninja Arts. As he once again set foot upon the rope, Orochimaru moved with unwavering steadiness, devoid of any tremor or oscillation. With each step, he successfully navigated the path constructed from the rope. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. It is essential to sustain core strength to stabilize my center of gravity. He resembled a weeble, for as long as he maintained the integrity of his core, he could remain unaffected by external disturbances. One principle mastered, 1,000 principles understood. After numerous attempts, Orochimaru discovered that he had mastered this technique. Approaching the wall, he ascended it. Step by step, Orochimaru placed his feet upon the surface, steadily climbing higher until he reached the apex. His body and mind entered a state of emptiness, unaffected by the illogical nature of traversing horizontally, and he did not succumb to mental disarray. After attempting twice, Orochimaru once again ventured into the forest near the village to try again. With his feet firmly planted on the tree trunk, he effortlessly adhered to its surface. Step by step, he moved with the steadiness of a mountain, as if traversing flat ground. Through experimentation, Orochimaru discovered that he had successfully mastered the art of climbing trees. Standing upon a branch, he laughed heartily, proclaiming that the mere control of chakra posed no challenge to him. As a top-tier genius, he certainly learned at an unparalleled pace. With a little ingenuity, solutions would always present themselves. Unlike the protagonist, who struggled against the trees for an entire night, Orochimaru swiftly contemplated the next challenge of walking upon water. Indeed, mastering these two techniques signified the ability to traverse walls and glide over water without a trace. Compared to the internal energy of a low-martial world, the practicality of chakra proved to be remarkably superior. For his water-walking practice, Orochimaru chose a small pond within Konoha village. The decision to avoid the Nanha River stemmed from its considerable distance from the village and its tumultuous waters. In contrast, the pond offered a tranquil surface, ideal for training. This pond had been mentioned by Kakashi Hitaki, who noted that many ninjas frequented this location to practice water walking using chakra. To be frank, while climbing trees and walking on water are considered fundamental training methods, not many ninjas have mastered them. Typically, only seasoned genin or higher ranks possess these skills. What appears to be a common technique in the storyline is, in truth, a privilege reserved for the protagonist's team. Orochimaru, following a familiar path, arrived at the edge of the pond, where he indeed beheld a group of ninjas engaged in their training. The arrival of Orochimaru startled several ninjas who were engrossed in their training. One ninja, adorned with a headscarf, shouted at Orochimaru, "You reckless child, are you seeking death? Venture towards the pond. This is our sacred training ground. Do not create chaos here. Depart at once." Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling for them not to disturb him, and then gently placed his foot upon the surface of the water. This scene elicited hearty laughter from several nearby ninjas who were spectating. They believed Orochimaru was imitating them, attempting to dash back and forth across the water like a true ninja. Except for the ninja wearing a headscarf, the others were eager to witness Orochimaru's folly, their eyes fixed upon him. This little rascal truly feared nothing. Alcone furrowed his brow and approached Orochimaru, preparing to pull him up. However, in the next moment, His mouth fell agape as he stared in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. Orochimaru walked steadily upon the surface of the water, his arms outstretched, entering a state of complete stillness. This peculiar condition persisted until the chakra within him became insufficient, prompting him to leap back onto the shore. Orochimaru glanced at his somewhat damp shoes, then turned his gaze towards the pond before him, unable to suppress a slight frown. Treading upon the surface of water indeed posed a greater challenge. The sensations of solid ground and liquid are distinctly different. To maintain a stable posture, one must harness a greater amount of stable chakra. Elevating one's body also tests one's mastery over chakra cohesion. Thus, traversing water is an endeavor of even greater difficulty than climbing a tree. Orochimaru found the situation rather troublesome. However, to others, it seemed utterly preposterous. The boy in the headscarf rubbed his eyes and attempted the hand seals once more, soon realizing that he was not ensnared in an illusion. And his expression could no longer maintain its composure. Youngster, or rather, which family do you hail from? He pondered, meticulously recalling in his mind the prodigious youths among the shinobi of Konoha. Other ninjas approached, gathering around to scrutinize Orochimaru from head to toe. Orochimaru cast a glance at the crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Well, that is a secret. Such matters are not to be inquired about casually, especially when it pertains to oneself and a group of unrelated individuals." The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with curiosity. It was once again the young one, Alcon, who bravely posed a question. "Are you a ninja?" Observing the eager glint in the boy's eyes, Orochimaru contemplated for a moment, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He regarded both the boy and the gathering crowd with an enigmatic expression. "Of course, I am a ninja, otherwise how could I possibly walk on water?" His words brought a collective sigh of relief from the crowd, yet another query emerged. "How old are you? You don't appear to be very old." Indeed, Orochimaru's youthful visage, coupled with his modest stature, belied the characteristics of an adult ninja. Yet, how could a child possess such extraordinary abilities, mastering techniques that eluded their grasp? Orochimaru stifled a chuckle and spoke solemnly. "The inhabitants of the ninja world are as varied as they are peculiar, each possessing their own eccentric traits. I merely happen to have grown at a slower pace. In truth, I am already 14 years of age." With that, he struck a pose of pretentious maturity. His adult-like reasoning lent him an air of surprising sophistication. In the world beyond, one's identity is often self-assigned. In order to blend in, Orochimaru fabricated a lie. However, he did not anticipate that his interlocutor would genuinely believe him. At the age of 14, it was somewhat manageable. A sigh of relief escaped someone's lips. "Indeed, I am merely a child. It is impossible for me to tread water. If I were truly a child, it would imply that they are even less capable than a child. At 14, one may not be considered an adult, yet it is still acceptable, not overly embarrassing." Just as the crowd prepared to depart, Orochimaru suddenly called out to them. "Wait, do you wish to learn the specialized techniques of treading water and climbing trees? I possess the ability to impart these skills swiftly, provided you exchange other ninja techniques in return." Orochimaru, fearing disbelief, added, "I mastered the art of tree climbing in just 3 days using this technique, and I am nearing proficiency in water walking as well." His words immediately captivated the attention of the group. The rapid acquisition of skills in tree climbing and water walking, these abilities are typically honed through diligent practice and personal enlightenment. Are they not? The notion of swiftly mastering them through some special technique intrigued several ninjas. Their relentless training here stemmed from their inability to command these two essential skills. Had they mastered them, their training would have ceased long ago. Yet, Orochimaru's proposition posed a dilemma. Each individual's ninjutsu was unique, a treasured skill in its own right. In this era, knowledge is fiercely monopolized, aside from a few techniques learned at the Ninja Academy or those exchanged for contributions to the village's knowledge repository. Alternative avenues are exceedingly rare. Ordinary ninjas hold their exclusive techniques in the highest regard, while the elite clans maintain their superiority by restricting access to knowledge, with advanced secrets seldom revealed. This dynamic has led to a situation where the majority of knowledge remains locked away from public dissemination. After much deliberation, most individuals choose to depart. Only Aoki remains steadfast, resolutely preparing to give it a try. "You mentioned ninjutsu. Does it matter what level it is? I possess one technique, though I am uncertain if it meets your criteria." Chapter 44. The Senju clan with crimson hair. Upon hearing Aoki's words, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Initially, he had merely spoken in jest, never expecting someone would actually present a ninjutsu for exchange. His so-called method of learning was merely the product of his own imagination. The prospect of exchanging ninjutsu felt like a risk-free venture. Orochimaru immediately declared, as long as it is not one of the fundamental ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy, feel free to present it to me. Acquiring even a single jutsu is a boon. Exchanging a multitude would be an extraordinary windfall. Aozora retrieved a ninja scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened the scroll and found his gaze drawn irresistibly to its contents. It detailed a fundamental ninjutsu known as the charged fist, a technique of remarkable simplicity, which Orochimaru surmised to be of D rank. By concentrating chakra into the fist, it exponentially amplifies its power, enabling the user to vanquish foes. Indeed, this ninjutsu shall be mine. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's face as he raised his head and seriously waved at Aokung. Come, I shall teach you the secrets of the serpent style. The term serpent style was merely a name that Orochimaru had recently conceived for his training methodology. Aokung obediently followed, as he had already entrusted his ninjutsu to Orochimaru and was eager to ascertain the veracity of his claims. Upon reaching the pond's edge, Orochimaru instructed Aokung to demonstrate his skill in walking on water. By understanding Aokung's current level, Orochimaru could provide guidance tailored to his foundational abilities. He was confident in his capacity to mentor an ordinary individual, given his own prodigious talents. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, reminiscent of a ninja school instructor, Aokung felt a surge of trust. All right, I shall begin, he declared, adopting a serious posture as he prepared to step onto the water's surface. With remarkable speed, he dashed forward, akin to a sprinter in a 100-meter race. However, within mere moments, Aokung lost control and plunged headfirst into the water. Watching the unfolding scene, Orochimaru quickly grasped Aokung's level and the underlying issues. His lack of bodily control and core strength, coupled with inadequate chakra output while sprinting, were evident. Bubbles surfaced in the water, and Orochimaru contemplated whether he should intervene to rescue the child. Just then, Aokung burst forth from the water, revealing a shock of red hair beneath his headband. The crimson locks, reminiscent of blazing flames, captivated Orochimaru's gaze and evoked memories of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru blurted out, directly inquiring, "Are you of the Uzumaki clan?" Aozora shook off the water from his body, readjusted his headband, and replied with a shake of his head, "No. I belong to the Senju clan. My mother hails from the Uzumaki clan, thus I possess half of their bloodline." Orochimaru nodded in understanding, quickly grasping the situation. In this era, the Senju clan still thrived, with numerous members residing in the village. The Senju and Uzumaki clans frequently intermarried, creating a natural intertwining of their bloodlines. Thus, the appearance of a Senju individual possessing the distinctive red hair characteristic of the Uzumaki clan was not particularly astonishing. As for the reason behind the concealment, Orochimaru surmised a few possibilities. Disdain and bullying within the ninja world were far from uncommon, and Aokung likely took these precautions to mitigate potential troubles. After all, being a member of the Senju clan while sporting the striking red hair of the Uzumaki clan would invariably attract unwarranted attention. Orochimaru's curiosity about Aoki grew significantly, though he refrained from expressing it. His current knowledge and power were insufficient, preventing him from discussing any human experimentation or research. However, understanding that Aoki belonged to the Senju clan and possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru began to comprehend why Aoki struggled to master the technique of walking on water. The sheer abundance of chakra, akin to that of the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, led to a habitual clumsiness. It was akin to a wealthy individual suddenly attempting to budget meticulously. It was an endeavor fraught with impossibility. Orochimaru confidently declared, "I have identified your problem. As long as you learn the profound techniques of the Orochimaru style, you will successfully master the art of treading water." Understanding the crux of the matter, Orochimaru was confident in his ability to teach him. However, to become a ninja, one typically possesses a certain degree of talent and skill. Orochimaru, accompanied by Aoki, delved into the profound practice of achieving a tranquil mind, honing the ability to maintain a steady output of chakra. As they meticulously deconstructed every element, Aoki indeed experienced remarkable progress. From the initial phase of excessive output to the subsequent gradual and sustained flow, he gradually transcended his previous limitations. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was not idle. During Aoki's training, he embarked on his own water walking exercise. He began by stabilizing his form, standing unwaveringly upon the water's surface, and then advanced to walking upon it as if it were solid ground. Regrettably, his insufficient chakra reserves hindered him from maintaining this stability indefinitely. Nevertheless, this spectacle further solidified Aoki's conviction that the essence of Orochimaru's techniques was undeniably real. After a day of rigorous practice, although Aoki had yet to master the skill, He had made tangible progress. How splendid! At this rate, I shall master the art of walking on water within a week, Aoki beamed, bowing earnestly to Orochimaru. Thank you, Master Orochimaru, for your invaluable guidance. Despite the cost of a D-rank ninjutsu, the instruction he received proved to be an undeniable boon to his development. Orochimaru waved his hand nonchalantly, dismissing the matter as trivial. He contemplated exploring other ninjutsu techniques, pondering whether they might prove beneficial to him. Although the charging punch appeared deceptively simple, its effectiveness was commendable, compensating for his youthful lack of strength. Orochimaru has encountered several setbacks in this regard. However, the ability to enhance his strength can be regarded as a fortunate development. Moreover, Orochimaru perceives that the charging fist bears a resemblance to Tsunade's foundational version of the strength of 100. With further research, he might even be able to unravel the secrets of Tsunade's formidable technique. At that moment, Aozora extended an invitation to Orochimaru. Master Orochimaru, please honor my home with your presence. I shall ensure you are treated with the utmost hospitality. Aozora harbors deep respect for those willing to impart their skills. Orochimaru initially intended to decline, yet the other party's enthusiasm compelled him to acquiesce. He harbored a curiosity about the Senju clan, who had only just integrated into the village during this era. He pondered whether, by engaging more with them, he might discern the reasons behind the vast quantity of chakra possessed by the Senju. Beyond the hereditary factors, could there be other explanations? With this objective in mind, Orochimaru followed Aoking to a street closer to the village's core. The villagers appeared ordinary, yet they were interspersed with a significant number of highly skilled ninjas. To the untrained eye, one might mistakenly believe they were witnessing a major ninja clan. Of course, they were once a ninja clan. Now, they had simply disbanded. As Orochimaru observed, a melodious female voice resonated in his ear. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Are you looking for me? Chapter 45, Mito amidst the bustling street. A familiar girl's voice prompted Orochimaru to lift his gaze. Before him stood Tsunade, who was sweetly trailing alongside a striking red-haired woman. Upon seeing the woman beside Tsunade, Aokong promptly stepped forward with a respectful greeting. Lady Mito. The figure of Uzumaki Mito was tall and graceful, her exquisite features framed by eye-catching, shoulder-length red hair. Clad in a form-fitting, comfortable long dress, she exuded an aura of brightness and elegance, hardly resembling a grandmother. Upon noticing Aokong, she nodded and a gentle smile graced her lips. Ah, Aokong, it has been quite some time. Mito displayed a warm demeanor towards Aokong, who shared the same crimson hair. After all, encountering a child bearing the traits of the Uzumaki clan in a foreign land always brought her joy, as it evoked a sense of kinship. Meanwhile, Tsunade seized the opportunity to introduce Orochimaru to Mito. Grandma Mito, this is Orochimaru, my classmate. Upon witnessing the scene, Orochimaru promptly greeted with warmth and politeness. Lady Mito, how splendid you look. One should address you as sister instead. This marked the second encounter with Mito, and with the connection to Tsunade, Orochimaru's sweet tongue began to weave a tapestry of camaraderie. After all, she represented a significant ally, and Orochimaru was keen not to let this opportunity slip away. The Vortex Mito was the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, although Orochimaru remained uncertain whether she was the primary wife or a subsequent one. Mito's status was undeniably firm. During this period, her prowess could be deemed among the elite of Konoha. Given that both Hashirama and Tobirama had perished, few could contend with her strength. In fact, during their lifetimes, considering the personalities and familial standings of the two brothers, they would likely have heeded Mito's words. Not to mention, Mito possessed the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and housed the Nine Tails within her, serving as its Jinchuriki. Observing the obedient Orochimaru before her, Mito nodded gently and remarked, a fine child indeed. With her stature, she was well aware of Orochimaru's circumstances. While the common folk might be oblivious to his contributions, the higher-ups in Konoha were well informed. Upon hearing the conversation among the group, Aozora finally realized, gazing at Orochimaru with astonishment. Master Orochimaru, are you not 14 years old? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as if he had been deceived. Orochimaru shrugged nonchalantly, raising his hands in feigned innocence as he gazed at the azure sky. I merely spoke in jest. I did not anticipate that you would genuinely believe me. However, you have not lost entirely. The techniques I imparted to you are indeed quite effective. Upon discovering the truth, the once vibrant Aozora appeared utterly deflated, as if struck by an invisible blow. He muttered to himself, I cannot believe I was deceived by a mere child. How foolish I am, truly foolish. I am even outdone by a child. It is utterly shameful. He crouched in the corner, enveloped in a melancholic state reminiscent of Jiraiya. Upon witnessing the scene, Orochimaru began to question whether the Senju and Uzumaki clans were prone to producing some naive and foolish individuals. Mito, observing the disheartened Aokong, cast a resigned glance at Orochimaru. Truly, this little rascal had managed to outwit the adults completely. However, Aokong's demeanor did indeed resonate with the unique characteristics of the Uzumaki lineage. With a smile, she addressed the two. Would you like to visit my home? It has been quite some time since I've had a chat with my juniors. Really? That would be wonderful. Orochimaru replied, his expression brimming with delight. And Aokong did not decline the invitation. In his eyes, Mito was a reliable and gentle elder, someone one could not refuse. As they arrived at Mito's residence, they were greeted by a vast courtyard, winding corridors, and an array of simple yet elegant decorations. This clearly indicated that the Senju clan was living quite comfortably at present. This was in stark contrast to later times when Tsunade would acquire the clan's territory, transforming it into funds for gambling. Reflecting on this, Orochimaru realized that Tsunade was indeed a tremendous cash cow. It was this very thought that sparked a new idea within him. Why not let Tsunade squander her fortune and transfer such prime real estate to someone like himself? Orochimaru gazed fervently at Tsunade, his eyes reflecting the hunger of a predator eyeing a plump prey. In Tsunade's perspective, Orochimaru's ardent gaze felt akin to how adults look at couples, igniting a flicker of concern within her. Could it be that Orochimaru has truly developed feelings for me? Should I reject him? If I do, will he be heartbroken? Their thoughts were entirely misaligned. At that moment, Mito and Aozora engaged in casual conversation, with Orochimaru occasionally interjecting. Through their discourse, he gleaned insights into the recent happenings of the Senju clan within Konoha, as well as the state of the village. Most of the matters concerning the Senju clan were trivial, mere trifles. Meanwhile, Konoha's trade routes had been reopened, with bandits and marauders largely cleared away. In just a few days, it was anticipated that new merchants and grain traders would arrive, laden with ample supplies. Conversely, other villages and factions were poised to take action, sending individuals to investigate Konoha's circumstances. The infiltration of spies had notably increased, as many sought to glean information regarding Konoha's situation and food shortages. The issues surrounding Konoha's trade routes and food scarcity, while not initially severe, had been exacerbated by the discord among the three major ninja clans, which allowed other factions to seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. This chain of events nearly culminated in a devastating famine. Listening to this exchange, Orochimaru's lips twitched, realizing that his actions had indeed sparked a series of upheavals in Konoha. Orochimaru pondered deeply, had he not produced the generator, Hiruzen Sarutobi would likely have sought negotiations with the three great ninja clans. Being from the same village, Sarutobi, with a show of goodwill and certain benefits, could have persuaded them to acquiesce. However, by presenting the generator for fishing, Orochimaru had ignited a glimmer of hope in Sarutobi, freeing himself from the need to plead with the three clans. After all, how could a dignified Hokage bow to three moderate ninja clans? The three clans, having failed to achieve their objectives, lost their expected benefits and quickly turned their eyes toward him. The result was their attempt to eliminate an ordinary child from a civilian background, only to be thwarted by a lack of intelligence and subsequently suffer defeat. Their hold over Sarutobi weakened, and they had incited his wrath. The back and forth ultimately spiraled into a conflict within the village. It was truly remarkable. He had unwittingly become the butterfly that flapped its wings, instigating a tempest. As Orochimaru mused in silence, Mito slightly turned her head to glance at him, her heart filled with profound reflection. Who could have anticipated that such a mere child could bring about the downfall of the three great ninja clans in Konoha? Moreover, the food he invented had enabled Konoha to endure the most arduous times of famine, albeit with somewhat unpalatable ingredients that were difficult for her to accept as a woman. Chapter 46. Learning Sealing Techniques. After a brief conversation, they continued their discourse. Orochimaru observed Tsunade diligently inscribing peculiar symbols on a precious ninja scroll at a nearby table. Intrigued, he approached her. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that she was etching strange and arcane characters, akin to the incomprehensible scribbles of a ghostly script, which would baffle the average person. However, Orochimaru was no ordinary individual. His keen gaze swept across the scroll, and he immediately recognized several familiar symbols, deducing that they pertained to sealing techniques. Having acquired a similar ninja scroll from a member of the Kagaya clan, he felt a surge of interest as he watched Tsunade engage in her studies, prompting him to draw nearer for a closer look.